The flu season has arrived, and a large number of citizens are experiencing symptoms such as fever, nasal congestion, and sore throat. Everyone is reminded to wear a mask when going out to prevent catching the flu. A splitting headache. Lin Chang was drenched in sweat, struggling to open his eyes. What greeted him was not the chaotic battlefield of another world, but a clean and tidy white ceiling. He sat up with a start, shocked to find himself back in his rented apartment from before the apocalypse broke out. The TV was broadcasting the daily news. He instinctively held his head. His last memory was of the alien insect race joining the battlefield and his head being invaded by a brain bug. Once the brain bug entered his mind, his life was as good as over. Unexpectedly, he had been reborn to a time before the apocalypse began. Lin Chang took out his phone. April 1, 2030, 11:20 a.m. Only 40 minutes left until the apocalypse breaks out. Time was running out. Apocalypse Overlord system activating. Lin Chang was stunned. The apocalypse hadn't even begun, yet he had already awakened the doomsday system? But wait, why was the name Doomsday Overlord system? In his previous life, the doomsday game erupted at midnight, and all humans were loaded with their own doomsday systems. The system would issue tasks at irregular intervals based on the bound player's situation. Completing tasks would grant rewards and enhance strength. The apocalypse had not yet erupted, but Lin Chang had already awakened his system in advance, and it was the Doomsday Overlord system, different from the ordinary Doomsday system. Only he could see his personal interface, which was directly displayed in his mind. Player name, Lin Chang. Strength 5, Speed 3, Physique 4, Spirit 4, Abilities, none. Special ability, Dominant Aura. Equipment, none. Task, none. Lin Chang clicked on Overlord Aura. Automatically detects nearby strong individuals from the previous life. Due to the aura's effect, these individuals will feel an inexplicable sense of closeness and trust toward the player. Lin Chang's eyes widened. In his previous life, during the 2 years of the apocalypse, he had always been part of a mediocre mid-sized faction, quietly serving as an ordinary warrior. To put it nicely, he was a warrior. To put it bluntly, he was part of a suicide squad. In the end, he died in battle on an otherworldly battlefield. He deeply envied those who, during the apocalypse, became renowned and fearsome leaders of large factions. Under the harsh and brutal pressures of the apocalypse, he never fantasized about what life would be like if the apocalypse hadn't happened. He only fantasized about what kind of strong individuals would gather under his command if he were a true powerhouse. What kind of large faction he would build. What kind of reaction will players in the apocalypse have when they hear his name and the name of his faction? In this life, his fantasy seems to be coming true, triggering a D-level mission. Mission content: collect enough supplies for one person to survive for a month. Mission reward: 1 white quality storage ring, storage space of 50 cubic meters. Trigger the Doomsday Overlord main quest, first recruitment. Mission content: successfully recruit a strong individual from the previous life into the team. Mission reward: 2 gold quality immunity potions, +1 to all attribute points. The apocalypse had not officially erupted yet, but Lin Chang had already triggered a mission early due to a special system. Under normal circumstances, apocalypse players would only receive 1 mission at a time, and they could only unlock the next one after completing the current one, unless it was a regional public mission, which could be accepted by thousands or even tens of thousands of players simultaneously. This time, Lin Chang directly received 2 missions. One was a D-level mission of the lowest difficulty in the regular system, while the other was related to the uniqueness of his system, a mainline mission exclusive to the Overlord system. Mainline missions cannot be rushed. Where can he find the strong ones from his previous life now? The most important thing right now is to hurry up and complete the D-level task. The apocalypse has not yet erupted, making it extremely easy to collect supplies. The reward is still the extremely rare storage space. The lowest grade white storage ring has a space as large as 50 cubic meters. Lin Chang opened the door and, while going downstairs, quickly applied for all the online loans that could be credited immediately using his phone. By the time he walked out of the building, his account balance had already reached 200,000 yuan. Right at the entrance of the residential complex was a community supermarket eager to serve. He pushed his shopping cart and filled it to the brim with large quantities of food and purified water, a total of 3 carts. The moment of checkout. D-level mission completed. Reward obtained: 1 white storage ring. A cold metal ring appeared in Lin Chang's palm. He put on the ring and said to the familiar supermarket owner, "Brotherly, help me bring more food and drinks home. I heard that some foreign lab is up to something again, and there might be another wave of viruses coming. Better to prepare in advance, just in case." Brotherly responded with a smile, "I run a supermarket, what do I have to be afraid of?" Lin Chang smiled lightly and said casually, "Let me borrow the shopping cart for a bit. I'll return it later." After pushing 3 shopping carts to the entrance of his apartment building, Lin Chang stored all the supplies into the storage ring he had obtained. These items were enough to last him over a month, but they were far from sufficient. With 50 cubic meters of storage space, these supplies only occupied a small corner. After the the apocalypse broke out, the first thing almost everyone thought of was to seize supplies. Civilization regressed, production halted. A month into the apocalypse, a single bag of biscuits could become the spark for murder. With the storage ring, Lin Chang could conveniently hide a large amount of supplies, laying a solid foundation for survival in the early stages. Trigger a Class D mission. Obtain a handy weapon. Mission reward: 1 white quality immunity potion, immunity duration 48 hours. Finding a weapon was something he had to do anyway. Awakening the system before the apocalypse broke out turned out to be such a thrill. Once the apocalypse arrives, the system would never issue tasks like collecting supplies or weapons, because at that time, there would be no zombies to kill, and naturally, the tasks would only be these more mundane ones. The reward was exactly what Lin Chang needed most at this stage. He quickly went upstairs and took out the fire axe. D-level mission completed. Reward: 1 white grade immunity potion. Lin Chang looked at the slender vial of potion in his hand. It would be his life guarantee for the next 48 hours. No matter how strong a person is, once scratched or bitten by a zombie's teeth or nails, they would be infected by the virus and become one of the zombie horde. He planned to take the potion at the exact moment the apocalypse broke out. There were about 20 minutes left until the apocalypse. Lin Chang turned to check the main quest: recruit a powerful figure from the previous life into the team. With no leads, he could only rush toward crowded places. The more people there were, the greater the chance of encountering a strong figure from the previous life. Completing this task would not only grant him a permanent immunity potion but also increase all attribute points by 1. In the apocalypse, increasing an attribute point was extremely difficult. It required continuously killing zombies, collecting the magic crystals from their foreheads, and successfully entering the steal space to exchange for attribute points. Magic crystals could also be exchanged for abilities, equipment, and items. Only by possessing abilities could one truly qualify as a powerful figure. In his previous life, Lin Chang had struggled for 2 years and only obtained the most basic and cheapest ability, body hardening, which was so useless it made him feel ashamed. In this life, he vowed to save enough magic crystals to acquire a high damage ability. Completing the quest to increase attribute points was highly cost-effective, while the magic crystals would be reserved for exchanging abilities. Lin Chang hopped on a shared bicycle, heading straight for East Lake Park. At the onset of the apocalypse, a batch of spirit plants emerged. These plants had quietly evolved before the apocalypse, and at the moment of outbreak, they fully transformed into spirit plants, with the next stage being mutant plants. Spirit plants were not yet aggressive and could significantly boost attribute points when consumed. In his previous life, Lin Chang had heard at the base that in his city, Lake City, many spirit plants had appeared on the first day of the apocalypse, most of them concentrated in East Lake Park. Lin Chang pedaled hard on the bicycle, arriving at the entrance of East Lake Park. There was only 1 minute left until the apocalypse outbreak. Inside and outside the park, many people were playing with their children. Trigger a level D mission. Kill an ordinary zombie. Mission reward: 0.2 free attribute points. This mission signifies the appearance of zombies and the outbreak of the apocalypse. Lin Chang instinctively took out his phone, and the time had just turned to 12 o'clock. There was no loud noise, no change in the sky, and the laughter of children still echoed in his ears. However, Lin Chang, who had been reborn, knew all too well that the apocalypse had already begun. A white quality immunity potion appeared in his hand. Lin Chang raised his head and drank it in one gulp. On the system panel, a 48-hour countdown popped up in his personal information. During this time, he was completely immune to the zombie virus. In the park, men, women, and children, nearly half of them, heard the voice of the apocalypse game system in their minds, awakening their own apocalypse systems. The remaining nearly half, who did not hear the system's voice, had the dormant zombie virus in their bodies fully erupt at this moment. What's going on? Apocalypse system? What kind of joke is this? Did you hear it too? The puzzled crowd was immediately drawn to the sudden, oppressive growl. Less than 5 meters away from them, a man dressed in sportswear, with a physique as robust as a professional athlete, was frantically scratching his own face. His face was covered in bloody wounds from his scratching, yet he seemed completely unaware, continuing his frenzied and outrageous actions while letting out low growls from his mouth. Suddenly, someone nearby exclaimed, "I just received a mission. Kill a zombie." Before the words were finished, the athletic man had completely turned into a zombie. The flesh on his forehead was split open by a chaotic magic crystal, and the blood dripping from the edges of the crystal was black. The zombie roared and lunged at a nearby mother and daughter, his strong body instantly pinning them down as he bit into them frantically. "Ah!" The mother and daughter screamed in despair and terror, and the bloody scene left the surrounding people completely stunned. Although their mission was to kill a zombie, their first reaction was to flee desperately. A zombie? There really is a zombie. Coming back to his senses, he realized that nearly half of the people in the park had already turned into zombies. No matter where one tried to escape, zombies were chasing after the other survivors. Just a minute ago, the park had been peaceful peaceful and serene, but now it was filled with piercing screams, scenes of zombies pouncing on survivors and devouring them, and streams of blood forming small rivulets. At that moment, a figure moved against the fleeing crowd, charging straight toward a zombie at the back. The crowd gasped in shock. Percent. Is this guy insane? Could it be that he really wants to complete the system task and kill the zombies? Lin Chang gripped the fire axe tightly and charged at the zombie without hesitation. The zombie was still hunched over, devouring its prey, but its reaction was swift. At this stage, ordinary zombies, enhanced by the virus, had physical abilities far beyond those of normal humans and possessed extraordinary combat instincts. Sensing Lin Chang's overwhelming killing intent from the corner of its eye, the zombie suddenly stood up and lunged at Lin Chang with its mouth full of sharp teeth wide open. Bang! The axe struck the zombie's temple from the side with a fierce blow, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lin Chang unleashed his full strength in an instant, forcing the zombie to stagger back 2 steps before barely managing to regain its balance. The zombie reached out to grab him, but Lin Chang, with his agile reflexes, sidestepped the attack. His 2 years of combat experience from his previous life made him unmatched. Taking advantage of the moment, he pulled out the axe, which had already sunk several centimeters into the zombie's head, and quickly adjusted its angle. The next axe strike directly chopped into the back of the zombie's skull above the neck, completely destroying its brain. Completed D-level mission. Reward received, 0.2 free attribute points. Dozens of people around were dumbfounded. Did he kill the zombie with just 2 axe strikes? The zombie's claws almost scratched him just now. That's incredible. His skills are definitely not ordinary. He must have trained. His movements were clean and swift. Before I could even react, the zombie's head was already chopped off. This definitely doesn't feel like his first time doing something like this. Lin Chang quickly touched the zombie's forehead, and the Tier 0 magic crystal was stored in his storage ring. Triggered regional public D-level mission. A total of 56 players have received this mission. There are 10 psionic plants in East Lake Park of Lake City. Players who accept the mission will begin competing for them. For each psionic plant obtained, free attribute points plus 0.2. Lin Chang allocated the newly acquired 0.2 free attribute points to strength, bringing his strength to 5.2. Although it was only an increase of 0.2, he could clearly feel the enhancement in power. In the previous life, someone had calculated that the average strength of an adult male was 4.7 points. These fractional attribute points were enough to create a significant gap in strength. A strength of 5.2 already exceeded that of an average adult male by a considerable margin. Based on his experience from the previous life, Lin Chang deduced that players eligible to receive this regional task must meet 2 conditions. First, they must be located very close to Donghu Park. Second, they must have completed the universal beginner task for all players, killing a zombie. Within just 2 minutes, more than 50 players around had already achieved first blood. Lin Chang immediately dashed toward the depths of the park. With 2 years of apocalypse experience, he had one advantage over the other 55 players: he could instantly recognize psionic plants. Approaching the lakeside, Lin Chang quickly locked onto a plant by the shore. Under the intense midday sunlight, the plant faintly emitted a soft green glow. As soon as he stepped closer, the air instantly became much fresher. Taking a deep breath, his mood brightened, and even the fatigue within his body vanished completely. Lin Chang strode forward, uprooted the plant, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Congratulations, player, for finding a psionic plant. Free attribute points plus 0.2. Strength 5.4. As the psionic plant entered his body, an intoxicating surge of power instantly flooded Lin Chang's system. He watched as his 4 attributes climbed at a rate of 0.1 per second. Finally, after nearly 5 seconds, they stopped. Strength 6, Speed 3, 5, Physique 4.6, Spirit 4.5. This psionic plant has provided Lin Chang with a total attribute boost of 2.2 points. Truly worth it. In the early days of the apocalypse, many D-level missions typically rewarded only 0.2 to 0.5 free attribute points. Considering the average strength of an adult male is 4.7, Lin Chang's strength has now reached 6 points, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The mission panel shows that players have already found 2 psionic plants, one of which was obtained by Lin Chang. 8 more remain to be found. The park's lawn had been stained a dark red by blood. The tree-lined path, meant for leisurely strolls, was littered with severed limbs. A few zombies gathered in small groups around corpses, making gnawing sounds. Some people were not yet fully dead, their consciousness intact, watching helplessly as the zombies devoured their bodies. Jiang Yu gripped an iron rod, hiding behind a large tree. Less than 3 meters away, 2 zombies had pinned down a survivor, frantically feasting. 10 meters away was an artificial lake. She had no idea what a psionic plant looked like, but with so many plants in the park, she felt the mission target was likely near the lake. Suddenly, she spotted a man dressed in black sportswear, holding an axe. For some reason, the moment she saw him, a strange emotion surged in her heart. Toward this unfamiliar man, with just a distant glance, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness closeness and trust. Just as Jiang Yu was distracted by Lin Cheng's appearance, two zombies lunged at her from behind. The stench hit her nose, and by the time Jiang Yu reacted, it was already too late. She was knocked to the ground by the zombies, and the iron rod in her hand fell to the side. A burning pain spread from her shoulder, and despair instantly engulfed her heart. Even if she managed to kill the zombie and escape, she had already been infected with the zombie virus. The zombie's teeth were closing in on her neck. However, Jiang Yu had an extraordinary physique and impressive skills. She immediately suppressed the despair of being infected by the virus. With a strong twist, she rolled her body to the side, flipping the zombie behind her onto the ground. But the second zombie was already charging at her, leaving her no time to get up. The terrifying face of the zombie magnified before her eyes. At that moment, a dark figure rushed in swiftly, moving with incredible speed. With a precise swing of an axe, the zombie's head fell to the ground. The foul-smelling blood splattered across her face. Jiang Yu wiped the blood off her face and finally realized that it was the man she had just seen patrolling by the lake. Lin Cheng took down the remaining zombie with 2 strikes of his axe. The other zombies, who had been feasting on the path, were drawn to the intense battle. One by one, they rose from the mangled corpses and charged toward Lin Cheng at the center of the fight. Jiang Yu was instantly flustered, a deep sense of guilt surging in her heart. If it weren't for saving her, this man wouldn't have fallen into such danger. She immediately stood up, picked up the fallen iron rod, twisted her waist, and swung it with force at the approaching zombie. The iron rod was extremely heavy, but as a professional tennis player, Jiang Yu's arm strength and core control far surpassed that of ordinary people. With one swing, she directly smashed a zombie's head. The other survivors in the park who witnessed this scene were instantly stunned. This woman is insanely strong. Immediately after, they saw the man wielding an axe and the woman holding the iron rod, completely unafraid of being surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. Lin Cheng's fire axe struck swiftly and accurately, splitting open a zombie's skull with a sickening crack. At this moment, the effects of his strength reaching 6 points after consuming the energy plant were fully evident. Coupled with the combat experience he had accumulated in his previous life, he was almost taking down a zombie with every swing of the axe. One rod, continuously killing zombies. The two displayed extraordinary skills, fighting fiercely amidst the bloodshed. Their bodies were also scratched in several places by the zombies. These two are doomed. They've killed so many zombies, the virus must have infected them. Look, when that man touched the zombie's forehead, the crystal core disappeared. Is he collecting the crystal cores from the zombies' foreheads? I've read a lot of novels. Those crystal cores must be very useful. The survivors harbored malicious thoughts, setting their sights on Lin Cheng and Jiang Yu. Seeing that Lin Cheng had already collected more than a dozen magic crystals and that the two were injured, greed surged in their hearts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was panting heavily, completely unaware of how she had managed to kill those zombies. The only thought in her mind was, she couldn't let her savior get hurt. Since she was already infected with the virus, she decided to go all out, using all her strength to be Lin Cheng's shield and fulfill her final purpose. Who would have thought that the number of zombies was simply overwhelming? Even though she desperately shielded Lin Cheng, his right arm was still clawed by a zombie, leaving 2 bloody wounds. I'm sorry, it's because of me, Jiang Yu said sorrowfully. Lin Cheng looked at the few obvious wounds on Jiang Yu's body that were already showing signs of decay and said firmly, join my team, and we'll face the apocalypse together. Jiang Yu doubted her ears. She was clearly already infected with the zombie virus, and Lin Cheng, who had saved her, was also infected. It seemed that neither of them could be saved, even if they could avoid being devoured by zombies while still conscious. It wouldn't be long before they turned into zombies themselves. Their future seemed to have been sentenced to death. But why did he still say he wanted to face the apocalypse with her? At this moment, Jiang Yu noticed the wound on Lin Cheng's right arm. Although it was obvious, it didn't have the same rotting marks as hers. Could it be that in this apocalypse, there really was something that could make a person immune to the zombie virus? Jiang Yu's worries didn't exist for Lin Cheng at all, because as long as Jiang Yu was within 10 meters of him, his overlord aura would immediately take effect. System detection showed that Jiang Yu was, in her previous life, a top-tier warrior from the renowned large base Red Lake. Even Lin Cheng had heard of her name in his past life. In fact, the medium-sized faction Lin Cheng belonged to was nominally under the jurisdiction of Red Lake. The number of survivors at the Red Lake base exceeds 10,000, making it the undisputed leading force among the 3 cities of Lake City, Lian City, and Rain City. The monument spaces in all 3 cities are firmly controlled by the Red Lake base. Without Red Lake's permission, no survivor can enter the monument space to exchange supplies. Surrounding the monument spaces are the domineering Red Lake Station combat teams. Because of this, in the previous life, almost all the small and large forces in these 3 cities submitted to Red Lake to secure a place for survival. Otherwise, they couldn't even get close to the monuments. The medium-sized force where Lin Cheng was located was no exception. Apart from Lei Wanjun, the leader of the Red Lake base, the strongest individual was Red Lake's top warrior, Jiang Jiang Yu. She was most renowned for her close combat abilities, wielding a purple quality hammer with unmatched combat power. Even amidst a tide of zombies, she could charge in and out 3 times, earning her a fearsome reputation. Lin Chang had once seen Jiang Yu from afar on the battlefield. Her short, neat hair, impressive gear, and not-so-tall stature exuded a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. Without the assistance of the Overlord Halo, Lin Chang would never have recognized her from the fleeting glimpse he had in his previous life, separated by countless survivors and zombies. At this moment, Jiang Yu appeared somewhat inexperienced, lacking the decisive and formidable presence she had in the previous life. However, during the earlier battle, her demeanor as a strong individual had already begun to emerge. Without any special abilities, just 20 minutes into the apocalypse, she dared to face zombies head-on with extraordinary skills far surpassing those of ordinary people. Jiang Yu hadn't had time to respond when several zombies were drawn over by the scent of blood here. Lin Cheng decisively said, "You just need to tell me now whether you're willing to join my team." Jiang Yu answered without hesitation, "Yes." Main quest, first recruitment, completed. Reward, 2 golden quality immunity potions, +1 to all attribute points. 2 golden quality permanent immunity potions appeared in Lin Cheng's storage ring. All attributes +1, strength 7, speed 4.5, constitution 5.6, spirit 5.5. Lin Cheng clearly felt his body strengthen, his muscles slightly swelling, his whole being becoming lighter and more robust, and his mind sharper. He took out 2 golden quality potions. Jiang Yu's eyes widened instantly. She didn't know what Lin Cheng was holding, but just from the golden liquid shining in the test tube, she could tell it was no ordinary item. At this moment, Jiang Yu's wound had already started to turn black and itch. "Drink this quickly," the permanent immunity potion. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. The golden potion immediately showed its miraculous effect. The horrifying black wounds on her shoulder and arm instantly faded, and the toxins were visibly repelled. She was shocked to feel the changes in her body and saw the golden words "permanent immunity" prominently displayed on her attribute panel. Lin Chang also drank the potion. From this moment on, he would be permanently immune to the zombie virus. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Successfully recruited a strong individual from the previous life. Unlocked the team function. Team members, 2. Captain Lin Chang, team member Jiang Yu. Team level, level 1, unlock team benefits, LV1 Doomsday Motorcycle. Doomsday Motorcycle quality, silver. To upgrade team benefit levels, you need to complete team-exclusive tasks to earn team points." The next second, 2 silver-white, stylish motorcycles appeared in Lin Chang's storage ring. Abilities, weapons, and equipment are categorized into 5 quality levels based on color: white, silver, blue, purple, and gold. These 2 silver motorcycles feature sleek and understated designs, with a quality superior to white. Each motorcycle can accommodate 2 passengers. As silver quality equipment, the speed, agility, and explosive power of the Doomsday motorcycles far surpass those of ordinary motorcycles produced on factory assembly lines. Their maximum speed can reach 600 kilometers per hour. Even if surrounded by hordes of zombies, with these 2 motorcycles, they still have a chance to escape alive. The unique aspect of the Doomsday motorcycles lies in their fuel source, not diesel, but magic crystals. A silver quality motorcycle, when filled with a 0-tier magic crystal, can run continuously for 2 hours. Trigger the main quest. Esper. To become a dominator, one must start by possessing supernatural abilities. Quest content: become an Esper. Mission reward: all attribute points +2. Trigger team exclusive mission. Elite member. With fewer team members, it is even more important for each member to be an elite. Mission content: current team members, 2. Both must become Espers. Mission rewards: 200 team points, all team members attributes +1, 2 white quality battle knives. On the system panel, 3 missions were fully displayed. Lin Cheng didn't want to waste a second and pulled Jiang Yu alone, preparing to head to the lakeside to continue searching for psionic plants. At that moment, a dozen people who had just been watching the intense battle between the 2 and the zombies from a distance mustered up the courage to approach. Lin Cheng frowned, looking at this group of people with an impatient expression. The young man leading the group stepped forward nervously and asked, "Brother, I saw you collecting the crystal cores from the zombies' foreheads. What are those for?" "Get lost, don't waste my time." Lin Cheng pulled Jiang Yu, preparing to bypass them. The group had already prepared for this. Seeing Lin Cheng's tough and unkind attitude, they charged at him and Jiang Yu without hesitation. "Damn it, you're almost turning into a zombie and still so arrogant. Those crystal cores are useless to you. You might as well leave them to those of us who truly need them." Several burly men had a clear target, their weapons aimed straight at Lin Cheng's head. Lin Cheng was already prepared. Having lived through an entire apocalypse, he understood the treachery of human nature better than anyone. The moment these people blocked his path, he was ready to strike back. He bent down to dodge the incoming weapon, then swung his axe backward at someone's calf. With 7 points of strength, the axe directly severed half of the person's lower leg, sending the foot flying. Blood splattered as the man screamed in agony, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Lin Chang moved swiftly, rising with the momentum and charging diagonally forward. He grabbed a burly man standing 1.8 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, tackling him to the ground. Lin Chang straddled the man and raised his axe high. The man's face was full of fat, and he stared at Lin Chang in shock. How was this possible? Although he was over 1.8 meters tall, his build was lean. By all accounts, Lin Chang's strength should have overwhelmed him, yet the opponent had effortlessly tackled Lin Chang, clearly displaying superior strength. How could this be? The axe rapidly enlarged in his vision before sinking into the man's face with a squelch. The remaining people did not dare to step forward, and some even began retreating as soon as Lin Chang severed the first person's lower leg, not daring to charge forward at all. The smell of blood quickly spread, attracting the surrounding zombies. The others, seeing this, scattered and fled. Lin Chang stood up and saw two people lying in front of Jiang Yu with their heads smashed by her iron rod. The two quickly ran toward the lake, followed closely by a group of zombies. Psionic plants emit a glow, which is not obvious under the midday sun and requires careful observation. In the time that was delayed just now, another psionic plant was found by other players, leaving only 7 remaining. Not long after, Jiang Yu found a pink flower, swiftly plucked it, and directly stuffed it into Lin Chang's mouth, while turning around to smash a zombie with a stick. Pure energy spread from his mouth, penetrating deep into Lin Chang's body. His 4 attributes began to increase simultaneously: Strength 8.2, Speed 6, Constitution 7, Spirit 5.8. A total of 4.4 attribute points were added, mainly to Speed and Constitution, with Spirit increasing the least by only 0.3. Congratulations to the player for finding a psionic plant. Free attribute points plus 0.2. The free attribute points were added to his relatively weaker mental attribute. While picking this psionic plant, the horde of corpses following closely behind quickly caught up. Jiang Yu was already engaged in fierce combat with the zombies. She struggled to cope alone, appearing extremely strained. The number of zombies in front of her exceeded 20. Lin Chang joined the battle. At this moment, his total attribute points had skyrocketed by 4.6. His strength directly surged to 8 points, and his previously weaker speed also showed a significant improvement. At this time, 3 zombies were besieging Jiang Yu, with more zombies around lunging toward her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Yu's arm, wielding the iron rod, was already numb and weak, and her previous wounds had yet to heal. At this critical moment, Lin Chang swiftly rushed to Jiang Yu's side. With his speed reaching 7 points, under the drive of explosive force, his body almost turned into a blur. With 3 consecutive axe strikes, he instantly killed the 3 zombies. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Just a second ago, these 3 zombies were tightly surrounding her, their eyes fierce. The next second, before she could even see what had happened, the heads of the 3 zombies had been chopped off. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lin Chang who had acted. She panted heavily and exclaimed in shock, "Lin Chang, you're way too fast. How many attribute points have you added?" Before she could finish speaking, the surrounding zombies had already closed in. The two stood back to back, and as soon as the zombies entered their attack range, they were slaughtered completely. At this moment, Lin Chang felt incredibly at ease. With 8.2 points in strength, he could easily chop through the zombies' bones and necks. Even the previously tough skulls that were hard to break now shattered with a single axe swing. However, the fire axe in his hand was already full of cracks, with multiple fractures on the blade. It was time to replace it with a new weapon. In contrast, Jiang Yu's attribute points had only increased by 0.2 after completing the first novice mission, making her struggle significantly. Her strength was 4.6, Speed 4.8, Physique 5, and Spirit 3.9. As a woman, her initial attributes were already considered excellent, thanks to her years of training as a professional athlete. But after consecutive battles with zombies, her arms swinging the iron rod were nearly useless, her stamina was depleted, and her wounds throbbed with sharp pain. Every time she swung the rod with force, she felt the connection between her arm and body gradually fading. The numbness almost made her lose all sensation. However, she gritted her teeth and continued to swing the iron rod. Lin Chang noticed that Jiang Yu's stamina was being exhausted. He quickly killed the dozen or so zombies in front of him, pulled her behind him, and then charged into the remaining horde without hesitation. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "Lin Chang." She understood in her heart that no matter how strong Lin Chang was, facing more than a dozen zombies alone without her protection was still too dangerous. But Lin Chang seemed to have transformed into a god of slaughter, and zombies fell wherever he went. His speed was so fast that the zombies could only catch the scent of a human but couldn't track his movements. The dozen or so zombies stumbled around like headless flies, unable to find their target, as their heads were severed one after another by Lin Chang. The foul-smelling black blood splattered everywhere, soaking the lawn and even staining a corner of the lake black. Jiang Yu sat weakly on the ground, half propped up, staring in shock at Lin Chang's back. 10 seconds, 1 per second, so strong. After killing this wave of zombies, Lin Chang collected all the magic crystals. The storage ring now contained over 50 magic crystals. crystals. The two continued searching for psionic plants. Zhang Yu, who was more seriously injured, was given the next psionic plant they found by Lin Chang. Psionic plants not only enhance attribute points but also have significant healing and stamina recovery effects. This psionic plant added 0.2 free attribute points, bringing Zhang Yu's total attribute increase to 3.5 points. Her attributes became Strength 5.5, Speed 5.4, Constitution 6, Spirit 4.9. The noticeable improvement in her attributes alleviated her severe injuries, and her stamina was almost fully restored. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next hour, Lin Chang led Zhang Yu through the park, killing zombies while searching for psionic plants. Lin Chang consumed 4 psionic plants in succession, along with the bonus 0.8 free attribute points, increasing his attributes by a total of 14.7 points. His strength reached 13.1, speed 10.2, constitution 9.4, and spirit 9.2, significantly boosting his power. Lin Chang's strength, which exceeded 13 points, was already 3 times that of an average adult male. Zero-tier zombies were no match for him. By this point, he had consumed a total of 6 psionic plants. After consuming the 6th psionic plant, a mechanical system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player. In the D-level mission find 10 psionic plants, you have found more than half of the psionic plants. Hidden reward unlocked. Plant Killer. In an instant, Lin Chang's attribute panel quietly changed. Player name, Lin Chang. Strength 13.1. Speed 10.2. Physique 9.4. Spirit 9.2. Superpower, none. Special abilities, Overlord Aura, Plant Killer. Equipment, Storage Ring, White Quality. Task, Main Quest, Esper, Team Exclusive Quest, Elite Member. Click, Plant Slayer. There is a distinct psionic plant aura lingering in your body. This psionic plant is the juvenile stage of a mutated plant. As long as you appear near mutated plants, it will alert them. This may trigger their fear of you, causing them to stay away, or it may provoke them to launch a targeted pursuit against you. This is a buff. Depending on the personality and strength of the mutated plants, the effects vary. Even if it attracts the pursuit of mutated plants, Lin Chang remains unfazed. Mutated plants are treasure troves, capable of producing essence fruits rich in pure energy, which provide significant nourishment and greatly boost attribute points when consumed. The stems and bark of the plants can also be used to craft weapons. Whether his Plant Slayer ability induces fear or pursuit from the mutated plants, it allows him to detect them immediately and respond accordingly. Lin Chang treated this ability as a passive detector. Mutated plants had nowhere to hide around him. Of the 10 psionic plants in Lake City Park, Lin Chang had consumed 6. Zhang Yu had eaten 1, making a total of 7 harvested, a rather impressive record. Keep clearing out the zombies and stockpile more magic crystals. Zhang Yu nodded and finally had the chance to ask Lin Chang, what exactly are these magic crystals for? In the apocalypse, there exists a steel space that contains various weapons, potions, and abilities, and it can also be used to exchange for attribute points. All of these require spending magic crystals. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you need to complete more apocalypse missions issued by the system, kill more zombies, accumulate magic crystals, and find the stone tablet space to enter for exchange. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise, so that's how it is. At this moment, Lin Chang and Zhang Yu simultaneously received the same task, triggering a D-level mission. First encounter with the steel. After the apocalypse broke out, what exactly is the purpose of the mysterious steel standing all over the world? Task content: find a steel and take a look at it within a 50-meter range. Task reward: 0.3 free attribute points. Zhang Yu asked, where do we find the stone tablet? Having been reborn, Lin Chang knew that on the first day of the apocalypse in his previous life, 3 stone tablets appeared in Lake City, one at Lake City University, one at Lake City Prison, and one at Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. The Lake City Park where they were currently located was closer to the psychiatric hospital, approximately 5 kilometers away. At present, both Lin Chang's main storyline mission and team mission required him to become an ability user. The system task was simple, he only needed to take a look at the stone tablet. Since that was the case, it would be better to clear out the zombies in the park first before heading to the psychiatric hospital. Otherwise, without enough magic crystals, entering the stone tablet space would be pointless. Hopefully, the stone tablet there contained abilities. Lin Chang immediately mapped out the next route. At this moment, there were almost no living people in the park. Those who could escape had already left, leaving behind only scattered zombies in small numbers. Lin Chang and Zhang Yu made little noise while searching for the psychic plants, whereas the screaming crowds fleeing had drawn most of the zombies out of the park, making their zombie clearing task much easier. Lin Chang, wielding a battle-damaged firefighter's axe, pounced like an agile leopard toward a zombie one wandering not far away. Jiang Yu saw only a swift shadow flash past her. Thud, the axe easily cleaved into the zombie's skull, killing it instantly. Lin Chang is so strong. Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Chang had already rushed toward the next zombie. Soon, the intense sounds of battle had drawn almost all the zombies in the park, numbering nearly 80. The horde of zombies clawed and snarled, emitting low growls from their mouths. Rotten flesh occasionally fell off with their movements, and their blood-red eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. Jiang Yu's expression was grim as she gripped the iron rod tightly and took the lead in confronting two zombies, fearing being surrounded by the horde. Relying on her 5.5 strength and years of training in power techniques, she instantly smashed the head of one zombie. There was no time to celebrate her noticeably enhanced strength as she turned and swung the iron rod to strike another one fiercely. In just 2 seconds, she was already surrounded, with dozens of zombies cutting off her escape route. In the trees above, several survivors stared down at the grim scene below with despair and anger. These two people are crazy. The zombies hadn't even noticed them, but that man actively charged forward to attack the zombies, and ended up attracting most of the zombies in the park. Damn it, I was planning to wait for these zombies to disperse and sneak back home, but who would have thought these two lunatics would be so reckless? Don't worry, once the two of them are killed and the zombies are full, they'll eventually scatter. We just need to stay hidden and avoid trouble. That woman is done for. She's already surrounded by over a dozen zombies. There's no way out for her. The next moment, they saw Jiang Yu charge toward a few zombies on the left, violently swinging her stick with astonishing force. She took down 2 more zombies. How is she so fierce? But at the same time, 2 zombies quietly appeared behind her. One zombie suddenly lunged at her neck. Its sharp claws easily tore through the major artery on the side of her neck. She's done for. At this moment, a figure moving at an astonishing speed rushed forward. It directly knocked over the zombie. The axe slammed down fiercely, smashing the zombie's head. Lin Chang! Jiang Yu shouted excitedly. Lin Chang moved with incredible speed, turning around and chopping off another zombie's head. The remaining zombies swarmed forward. Lin Chang easily dodged the zombies' attacks at a speed of 10.2 seconds. In his eyes, the movements of these zombies were simply too slow. He moved nimbly through the horde of corpses, swinging his axe and striking swiftly. Each blow was precise and accurate, hitting the zombies' vital points directly. The foul-smelling blood emitted by the zombies splattered continuously. One zombie after another fell to the ground. The survivors in the tree opened their mouths wide, staring in shock at Lin Chang's unstoppable figure. In less than half a minute, he had taken down more than a dozen zombies. What was even more shocking was that after battling dozens of zombies, Lin Chang was completely unscathed. They were utterly stunned. Just how strong is this man? These dozen or so zombies couldn't even touch a single hair on him. His speed is incredible. His agility is simply astonishing. The number of magic crystals on Lin Chang had already exceeded 200. After killing nearly 100 zombies, his stamina was beginning to wear out. The zombies in the park had been almost completely cleared out, and staying there any longer was meaningless. At that moment, an apocalypse motorcycle suddenly appeared out of thin air on the open ground in front of Lin Chang, startling even Jiang Yu. She stared in shock at the sleek silver motorcycle and exclaimed, "What is this?" When Lin Chang was collecting magic crystals earlier, she had guessed that he probably had spatial equipment, but Lin Chang pulling out this motorcycle without any warning still left her utterly astonished. "Get on. We're going to Lake City Psychiatric Hospital," Lin Chang said succinctly. Jiang Yu dared not say much, mounted the motorcycle, and sat behind Lin Chang. Lin Chang took out a magic crystal and placed it in the groove at the front of the motorcycle. The silver body of the motorcycle instantly shimmered with a stream of light, then vanished without a trace. Several survivors in the trees witnessed this scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape in shock. A person jumped directly from the tree, landing heavily beside the motorcycle, and grabbed Lin Chang's calf tightly. Big brother, take me away from here, please, I'm begging you." The motorcycle started instantly, leaving a white streak on the ground and shaking off the person clinging to the leg. Within seconds, the motorcycle had sped out of everyone's line of sight, its speed unbelievably fast. The survivors widened their eyes and exclaimed in shock, "What kind of speed is this? And that car just now, it actually appeared out of thin air." On the motorcycle, Jiang Yu felt the astonishing speed and said in awe, "Lin Chang, where did this car come from? This speed. I feel like it's already over 500 kilometers per hour." Lin Chang's voice came faintly through the howling wind. "You have one too, but we need to save magic crystals, so one car is enough for the two of us." The motorcycle engine roared wildly, its sound arrogant, attracting the zombies on both sides of the road. But the motorcycle was too fast, and those zombies couldn't catch up at all. Lake City had completely fallen into chaos. The shops on both sides of the street were in shambles, and chain car accidents kept happening on the road. Lin Chang saw a driver who had turned into a zombie trapped inside a car, desperately smashing the glass, trying to escape the deformed vehicle. Zombies wandered the streets, with several of them fiercely gnawing on a corpse. Hardly any living people could be seen on the road. Many survivors looked down at the tragic scene on the street from upstairs, their faces filled with despair despair and confusion, until they saw a silver motorcycle arrogantly weaving through the streets like the wind. What was that thing that just sped past in an instant? Looked like a motorcycle. This road is completely blocked by those cars and trucks from the chain accidents, leaving only some gaps. How could any driving master pass through here so quickly? Jiang Yu nervously clung to Lin Chang's sturdy waist. The scenery ahead flashed by rapidly. Lin Chang maneuvered the motorcycle with skill and daring, swiftly crossing one dangerous section after another, barely slowing down. Every time Jiang Yu thought they were about to collide with a vehicle ahead, Lin Chang always managed to make precise maneuvers with astonishing reflexes. Once, the situation was so critical that there was no time to turn. Lin Chang suddenly revved the throttle, and the motorcycle's front wheel lifted high into the air, soaring over a flipped-over truck. The weightlessness made Jiang Yu cling tightly to his back. Feeling her pressed against him, the usually cold Lin Chang finally spoke to reassure her. "Don't worry, the motorcycle's performance is excellent. This is silver-grade equipment." "Okay," Jiang Yu responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Soon, they arrived at the psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of Lake City. The Lake City Psychiatric Hospital resembled more of a sanatorium. At the forefront of the complex stood an old 6-story building, seemingly the outpatient and treatment area. Behind it were several 4-story buildings designated for patient hospitalization and rehabilitation. Although the buildings in the rehabilitation area were dilapidated, the hospital grounds featured quite a bit of landscaping, making the environment relatively serene. The air was filled with the low growls of zombies, clearly indicating that there were quite a few of them in the area. Lin Chang had a clear objective. He first needed to locate the stone tablet, then enter the space within it to investigate the items available for exchange and whether any special abilities existed. If there were abilities, he would focus on clearing out the zombies in the psychiatric hospital to accumulate enough magic crystals to exchange for them. He led Jiang Yu into the outpatient building. In the lobby, the glass at the registration window was cracked like a spiderweb, with dried bloodstains scattered across the glass and floor tiles. Several skeletons, gnawed clean, were strewn in the center of the lobby, surrounded by clumps of filthy black hair. A low growl came from deep within the corridor. Lin Chang and Jiang Yu lowered their footsteps and moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. A zombie in a hospital gown was wandering the corridor and, upon spotting the two, roared and charged at them. Just as Lin Chang was about to engage, a figure in a hospital gown suddenly darted out from a room on the side of the corridor, wielding a sharp scalpel, and immediately began grappling with the zombie. His body was instantly slashed with multiple wounds, and his shoulder was even bitten, but he finally managed to stab the scalpel into the zombie's eyeball, twisting and stirring it to successfully destroy the zombie's brain. The man, with his back to Lin Chang and Jiang Yu, giggled as he pried the magic crystal from the zombie's forehead, wiped off the black blood, and carefully placed it into the pocket of his hospital gown. Lin Chang noticed that the man's wounds were rapidly turning black and festering, clearly untreated with immunity serum. He also had several severely deteriorated old injuries, making him likely to turn into a zombie at any moment. At this moment, the man seemed to sense Lin Chang and Jiang Yu, turning around to look at them. Jiang Yu was startled. "Lin Chang, this man is wearing a hospital gown. He looks like a mental patient." Lin Chang gently squeezed Jiang Yu's hand and asked the man, "Are you a patient at this hospital?" The man took a step forward, standing in the sunlight streaming through the window. The left side of his face was a bloody mess, deeply sunken, and his entire face was blackened, clearly having been gnawed by zombies. His appearance was extremely horrifying. Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp. The man spoke clearly. "Yes, are you survivors?" But his hand kept scratching at the thin layer of flesh left on his left cheek. His nails, elongated from the impending zombification, scraped away the remaining flesh, exposing the ghastly white bone beneath. Lin Chang calmly responded, "Yes, have you seen the stone tablet?" Unexpectedly, the man immediately replied, "Yes, that's our base camp, everyone is." The man's eye color suddenly turned black. Lin Chang keenly noticed the anomaly and immediately interrupted his nonsense, pressing, "Where exactly is it located?" The flesh on the man's forehead stretched open. "4th floor of building 1, you'll see it as soon as you go up, right in the corridor." Before the words were finished, a suppressed low growl replaced his gradually fading speech. Lin Chang pushed off the ground with one foot, leaping forward in an instant to face the zombie. The axe swung down, and blood splattered, staining one side of the corridor wall red. Putting away the magic crystal, Lin Chang quickly said, "Let's go to building 1. Rehabilitation area, building 1, 4th floor." A black stone monument, towering and breaking through the roof, blocked the passage and stood imposingly in the center of the corridor. The monument was covered with strange and mysterious rune patterns, resembling relics left behind by an ancient civilization. Staring at the runes on the monument for just a few seconds would leave one dizzy and disoriented, as if about to be sucked into it at any moment. Its very existence carried an indescribable sense of oppression. Amidst these intricate and chaotic runes, there is only one part recognizable to the people of the world, a single number at the top of all the runes, 0. At this moment, 3 staff members of the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital were standing guard in in front of the stone tablet. Amazing, who would have thought this is actually a space? As long as you carry a magic crystal and touch the stone tablet, you can enter that space. The things inside make me drool just looking at them. If we save up enough magic crystals and exchange them for the treasures inside, wouldn't this apocalypse be ours to dominate? A man dressed like a doctor, wearing a white coat, about 1.7 meters tall, with metal-framed glasses, held a cigarette and pointed to the first room near the stairs in the corridor, saying, "Shui Yang, go check on those people." The man called Shui Yang was wearing a security uniform. He was originally a security guard at the sanatorium, responsible for subduing patients with force when they lost control. Shui Yang was tall, with dark skin, holding a baton, and swaggered toward the first room. He pushed the door open. Inside the room, 12 patients dressed in Lake City Psychiatric Hospital uniforms were tightly bound and thrown onto the floor, their mouths stuffed with gauze, and their hands and feet securely tied. Several younger and stronger patients received special treatment, being tied to chairs with their entire bodies restrained. These patients shared one common trait: horrifying wounds left by zombie bites. The injuries had deteriorated to an extreme degree, with blackened, festering edges, and the flesh gradually rotting and decaying. The next moment, the female patient near the door, bound in a caterpillar position and curled up, suddenly let out a beast-like roar. Though muffled by the gauze, the sound was still chilling. The flesh on her forehead split open, revealing a magic crystal. Shui Yang remained expressionless as he skillfully pulled out a sharp knife from his waist, strode over to the female patient, lifted her with one hand, and plunged the knife directly into her temple. The newly zombified female patient instantly fell silent. Shui Yang pried out the magic crystal with a knife. The other patients in the room, who were close to turning into corpses, showed no reaction upon witnessing this scene. Their nerves had almost been eroded by the zombie virus, and their perception of the real world was already blurred. With a mocking smile on his lips, Shui Yang sized up the remaining 11 people, then left the room with the magic crystal. He walked toward the 2 people in front of the stone tablet, tossing the magic crystal in his hand and catching it in a showy manner. Another one has turned into a corpse. The man in the white coat threw away the cigarette butt and stomped it out. 235 pieces now. Shui Yang walked up to the man in the white coat with a smile and asked, "Dr. Wang, do we really have to gather all 1,000 magic crystals for that ability?" "There's only one ability, but there are 3 of us. How do we split it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere among the 3 instantly grew colder. Wang Chung smiled and looked at the third person. "Brotherly, what do you think?" Li Yu was the oldest among the 3, in his early 40s, and was a psychotherapist at a nursing home before the apocalypse. "I looked at the items that can be exchanged from the stone tablet. This stone tablet is a zero-tier tablet, and all the items inside can be exchanged using our current zero-tier magic crystals. Zero-level magic crystals can be exchanged for attribute points, but 10 magic crystals can only be exchanged for 0.1 attribute points. It's really not worth it. On the other hand, that ability, silver quality, can be obtained with just 1,000 zero-level magic crystals. And it's even." Before he could finish his sentence, footsteps from the stairs interrupted him. A young man, dressed in a hospital gown with a sickly complexion, walked up with a face full of happiness and anticipation, holding a white plastic bag containing more than 20 magic crystals. A smile immediately appeared on Li Yu's face as he stepped forward to greet him. "Wei Shang." Wei Shang naturally handed over the plastic bag and said excitedly, "There are 22 here. Counting the 30 from before, I've already collected 52. Li Yu playfully ruffled Wei Shang's short hair like teasing a child and casually took the plastic bag, but his sharp eyes noticed a fresh scratch on the back of Wei Shang's hand, with beads of blood seeping out. Li Yu's eyes were instantly filled with an uncontrollable sense of regret, simply because Wei Shang was the most capable killer among their group of patients. The others went out to kill a few zombies, brought back some magic crystals, but were severely injured and could no longer continue fighting. As a result, they tied up those patients who could turn into zombies at any moment and threw them into a room, hoping to earn a few more magic crystals this way. Li Yu turned and walked toward Wang Chong and Shui Yang, signaling to them with his eyes. Wei Shang followed closely behind, his face full of excitement as he asked, "Dr. Li, once I collect 100 magic crystals, will Grandma really come to take me out of the hospital?" Without turning his head, Li Yu comforted him in a gentle tone. "Of course she will. I'm your psychotherapist. As long as I say you can, you'll be discharged. You've already collected 52 crystals, you're not far from completing the task. I also just called your family." His gaze seemed somewhat perfunctory. After hearing this, Wei Sheng didn't go to the stone tablet but turned around and hopped toward the staircase entrance, exclaiming, "Great, I can almost be discharged." Li Yu whispered to Wang Chong and the other person, "Wei Sheng got injured, just a wound on the back of his hand, not serious. I think he can still take down another wave. When he comes back next time, let's tie him up and throw him into a room." Wang Chong said with a disappointed look, "His combat power is indeed strong. He took down more than 50 zombies by himself and only got slightly injured. But unfortunately, even a minor injury in the apocalypse could be fatal." Shuai Yang suggested, "How about spending 20 magic crystals crystals to get him a white-quality immunity potion. The immunity lasts for 48 hours. Li Yu's eyes lit up. Worth it. He killed more than 50 zombies in less than half a day. If I can delay his zombification by 48 hours, how many magic crystals could I earn from him? Meanwhile, at the third-floor staircase, Lin Chang and Jiang Yu happened to bump into Wei Shang, who was excitedly rushing down. Detected a former life stronghold within a 10-meter range. Stronghold information, Wei Shang. In the previous life, during the famous battle Blood Night, where major survivor bases united to resist a massive zombie horde, Wei Shang ventured deep into the horde alone, killed tens of thousands of zombies, and returned successfully, earning his fame in one battle. Hearing the information transmitted by the Overlord's aura, Lin Chang's mind instantly exploded. Wei Shang. This name was even more resounding than Jiang Yu. In the previous life, Wei Shang was a lone wolf and did not belong to any faction. He did not stand out in the early days of the apocalypse until the outbreak of the Blood Night battle. That battle was led by a zombie with special abilities. 50,000 zombies gathered, creating a terrifying zombie tide that swept through dozens of cities. Survivors fled in all directions, spreading the news far and wide. All the large and small bases from the 6 surrounding cities united to form a coalition army to jointly resist the zombie tide. This included the medium-sized faction Lin Chang belonged to in his previous life, as well as the Red Lake base, where Jiang Yu was located. The Red Lake base was the top presence on that battlefield, boasting a large number of ability users, and even top-tier combatants like Jiang Yu. The war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The Survivor Alliance suffered defeat after defeat, overwhelmed by the massive number of zombies, with countless ability users perishing. Jiang Yu, who carried high expectations, was also severely injured and had to withdraw from the battlefield on the second day to recover. Only Lei Wanjun, the leader of the Red Lake base, held the front line and maintained the defense. At that moment, a mysterious man broke into the battlefield. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and no one knew who he was. The man, wreathed in fire, charged into the zombie horde, carving a bloody path. Single-handedly, he slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies deep within the horde, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Survivor Alliance. In the end, the bloody battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, concluding with a Pyrrhic victory for humanity. Wei Shang became famous after this battle. After the war, Lei Wanjun, the leader of the Red Lake base, learned that Wei Shang had always acted alone and was eager to recruit him into the Red Lake faction. However, Wei Shang refused. It is said that Wei Shang had only one reason for rejecting Lei Wanjun: I don't trust anyone. He only trusted himself. Thinking of this, Lin Chang stared intently at Wei Shang in front of him. Could the effect of the Overlord's aura work on this Wei Shang, who trusted no one? In front of him stood Wei Shang, who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, slightly thin, with a pale complexion and delicate features. He was wearing a hospital gown stained with blood, one hand tightly clutching a crumpled plastic bag, and was staring curiously at Lin Chang and Jiang Yu. The expression on Wei Shang's face was not as cold and distant as the rumors had suggested. Instead, he seemed simple and innocent, completely different from the rumors of the previous life. Could it be that the Wei Shang who later trusted no one and chose to venture into the apocalypse alone had undergone some kind of change along the way? At least for now, Lin Chang didn't feel that he was someone who distrusted everyone. In fact, he seemed very naive and easy to deceive. Wei Shang was the first to speak. Are you here to join the game too? Lin Chang asked. What game? Realizing it, Wei Shang was wearing a hospital gown, and his mental state was clearly somewhat abnormal. His way of thinking was probably different from ordinary people, so it was necessary to go along with what he said. Yes, we are also here to participate in the game. My name is Lin Chang, and her name is Jiang Yu. Lin Chang immediately changed his tone. Wei Shang became excited as soon as he heard this. Then let's hurry up and kill zombies together to get discharged. Although Lin Chang was full of doubts, he still asked calmly, but we just arrived and are not very clear about the rules of the game. Wei Shang enthusiastically explained the rules of the game to the two of them. Dr. Wang and Dr. Li said that in today's zombie game, as long as you kill 100 zombies and bring back the magic crystals from their foreheads as proof, you can be discharged. Everyone is very motivated. I've already killed 52. Dr. Li even said he has notified my grandma to come pick me up. I must kill 100 zombies before my grandma arrives so she doesn't wait in vain. Looking at the innocent and expectant expression on Wei Shang's face, Lin Chang couldn't help but frown. These doctors were clearly exploiting these mentally ill patients with limited understanding to kill zombies for them. He noticed a not-so-serious fresh wound on Wei Shang's hand, but it had already started to darken, with the virus invading his body. It was only a matter of time before the zombie virus reached Wei Shang's brain. Lin Chang roughly understood why Wei Shang in the previous life didn't trust anyone. It was precisely because of everything happening now. Those doctors he trusted deceived him into killing zombies with the lure of being discharged, falsely claiming that his grandmother was already on her way to pick him up. By the time Wei Shang realized it was all a lie, he and his friends had been tricked into a death trap. As his friends succumbed to the virus and turned into zombies, his mental world world was bound to collapse. The patient in the hospital gown who had already turned into a zombie, whom he encountered earlier in the outpatient building, was also a victim of deception, just like Wei Shang. Lin Chang instantly knew what he had to do next. At that moment, a man's voice came from upstairs. Wei Shang? Who are you talking to? Shui Yang, holding a baton and a sharp blade, stood vigilantly at the fourth-floor staircase, peering downward. Wang Chong and Li Yu guarded the stone tablet. Near the staircase, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the room where 11 patients on the verge of turning into corpses were confined. Shui Yang's attention was immediately drawn, and he looked fearfully at the door before turning to Wang Chong and Li Yu. Wang Chongdao said, "Let's go in and see what's happening." Shui Yang swallowed nervously and said fearfully, "Can someone go in with me?" Li Yu replied impatiently, "What are you afraid of? They're all tied up." Shui Yang couldn't help but curse. What if something unexpected happens? As soon as the words were spoken, bang, the fairly sturdy wooden door was blasted off directly by something inside. Shui Yang let out a loud shout, not even getting a clear look at the situation behind the door, and turned to sprint madly downstairs. A zombie covered in slime appeared at the doorway. Plop, plop, the slime dripped onto the floor tiles, emitting white smoke and corroding small pits. This mucus is highly corrosive, comparable to a certain chemical liquid. Seeing this scene, Dr. Wang Chong and Li Yu immediately understood that this zombie was different from ordinary ones. It possessed a special ability. Just as survivors can exchange for supernatural powers in the steel space, zombies can also possess special abilities. This highly corrosive mucus is the reason it could easily corrode the rope and break free from its restraints. This special zombie's first target was undoubtedly Shui Yang, who was screaming and running for his life. It launched its attack instantly, moving 2 times faster than an ordinary zombie. The stench emanating from its body was also different from the usual smell of rotting flesh, so pungent it seemed to pierce straight to the skull. Shui Yang collided head-on with Lin Chang, who was just about to go upstairs to check the situation. He had no mood to care about the background of the 2 strangers in front of him. His mind was filled with only one thought: escape. The moment Lin Chang saw Shui Yang, he swung his axe down. He wanted to pull Wei Shang into his team, and anyone who bullied his teammates had to die. Shui Yang was utterly shocked. Did I provoke this guy? I don't even know him. Who swings an axe to kill someone the first time they meet? Even patients in psychiatric hospitals are more polite than him. Shui Yang, after all, was part of the security team, enjoyed working out and fighting, and was tall and strong. He didn't think he would be taken down so easily. He instinctively raised the baton in his hand, only to be horrified to find the axe already poised above his head. His eyes were filled with fear. Too fast. How could this person be so fast? The axe came down, splitting Shui Yang's skull open. Shui Yang's face was full of confusion and shock, blood streaming from his head as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Wei Shang, standing nearby, looked on in puzzlement and asked, "Lin Chang, why did you kill him?" The air was filled with a pungent, fishy stench. A special zombie appeared at the stairway corner. Triggered sea-level special mission. Mission content: eliminate the special zombie. Mission reward: all attribute points +2, 1 white quality battle knife. Seeing this zombie, Jiang Yu and Wei Shang simultaneously triggered the same task. The mucus on its body. The walls brushed by the zombie were immediately corroded into pits, and the corrosive area around the pits continued to expand. The corrosive power is too strong. Jiang Yu was shocked. Just a little contact would lead to extremely severe consequences. The aura emanating from this zombie was far more dangerous than that of an ordinary zombie. At that moment, Lin Chang suddenly dashed forward, moving so fast he almost turned into a blur. Wei Shang was so astonished he couldn't speak. So fast. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Li Yu on the 4th floor couldn't help but run to the stairway and look down. A figure rushed toward the special zombie at an incredible speed. Is he crazy? Ordinary zombies are one thing, but this is a special zombie. Just a drop of its fluid and you're done for in minutes. How dare he? It's practically suicide. The 2 simultaneously saw Shui Yang's corpse lying sideways, his head covered in blood, and were even more shocked. Lin Chang, wielding an axe with several notches, swung it with full force toward the special zombie's neck. He possesses a strength of 13.1, fully unleashing it to forcefully drive the axe blade 4 to 5 centimeters deep. A heavy blow. But it's still not enough. This zombie's strength clearly far surpasses that of ordinary Tier 0 zombies, almost reaching Tier 1 level. The zombie swung its arm toward Lin Chang, and the splattered mucus landed on his face first. Lin Chang. Jiang Yu rushed forward in 2 steps, her eyes flashing with fierce determination. She raised the heavy iron rod and struck hard at one of the zombie's legs. A full-force strike caused the zombie to immediately kneel down. But to Jiang Yu's surprise, its leg was not directly smashed. At this moment, she truly felt the strength of the zombie before her. At the same time, Wei Shang rushed forward, his pale hand tightly gripping the zombie's wrist. His body sank, using his weight to pull the zombie's arm, forcibly stopping it from striking Lin Chang. Zzzzz. White smoke immediately rose from Wei Shang's palm, as black mucus mixed with blood dripped down. His expression remained unchanged as he pulled a small knife from his pocket with his other hand and stabbed it into the zombie's thigh. This scalpel, which could easily take down ordinary zombies before, only pierced 1 or 2 centimeters this time. Wei Sheng immediately understood that this zombie was extraordinary, with defenses far surpassing the ordinary zombies he had encountered before. As for Lin Chang, the axe in his hand, already chipped and far less sharp than the scalpel, managed to deeply hack into the zombie's neck, dealing a heavy blow to it. Wang Chong and Li Yu upstairs were completely dumbfounded as they watched the three of them risk their lives to fight against this zombie. What are they doing? The axe has already hit the neck. Why haven't they killed this zombie yet? Every time they attack the zombie, liquid splashes onto them, and they've all been corroded. They're practically courting death. Who are these two people? Patients? When did they take off their hospital gowns? Taking advantage of Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng sharing the pressure, Lin Chang suddenly drew out his axe and swung it with full force at the same spot. The second strike directly severed the zombie's head. The head, covered in mucus, rolled to the ground. In the hallway, only the sound of the head rolling and the labored breathing of the three, pained Lin Chang and his companions, remained. Corrosive slime splattered everywhere. Lin Chang's face and hands were splattered quite a bit, and Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng were the same. Multiple bloody holes were immediately corroded into the three of them, with Wei Sheng's palm suffering the most severe injury. Almost half of the flesh on his palm was melted away. Sea-level special mission completed. Reward obtained, all attribute points +2, a white quality battle knife. A surge of powerful energy flowed into Lin Chang's body, instantly increasing his attributes by 8 points. This was the first time Lin Chang had experienced such tremendous growth in an instant. He could even hear the satisfying sound of his bones stretching. The rewarded white quality battle knife was already quietly lying in Lin Chang's storage ring. Player name, Lin Chang. Strength 15.1. Speed 12.2. Physique 11.4. Spirit 11. Superpower none. Special abilities, Overlord Aura, Plant Killer. Equipment, Storage Ring, White Quality, Battle Blade, White Quality. Tasks, System D-Level Task, Initial Steal, Main Quest, Ability User, Team Exclusive Task, Elite Member. At this moment, Wang Chong and Li Yu, standing on the 4th floor watching the entire scene, exaggeratedly opened their mouths in shock, staring in awe at everything happening downstairs. These three people are really going all out. The entire body has been corroded by the zombie's mucus, so what if you kill that zombie? That zombie was so terrifying, yet that person took it down with just 2 axes? What kind of power is this? Even an ordinary person couldn't strike a regular zombie so quickly and accurately with 2 axes. Wang Chong and Li Yu were completely terrified. That special zombie had extraordinary abilities, its raw strength far surpassing that of regular zombies. But Lin Chang was astonishingly fast, completing the entire process in less than 10 seconds. With the assistance of Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng, he managed to slay it. Wei Sheng released the zombie's wrist and collapsed onto the ground. Brother Lin Chang, you're amazing. Lin Chang looked at the few bloody holes on his arm, feeling a faint pain in his heart. This kind of injury requires using magic crystals to exchange for healing potions in the steel space, otherwise, the wound might continue to worsen. Fortunately, the magic crystal of this special zombie is extremely valuable, equivalent to 100 magic crystals of the same rank. This zombie has not yet reached the 1st rank, so its magic crystal is equivalent to 100 0-rank magic crystals. Lin Chang put away the zombie's magic crystal, then grabbed Wei Sheng's left wrist and turned it over. Wei Sheng's palm was almost corroded beyond recognition, with several knuckle bones exposed and blood continuously dripping. His entire left forearm was nearly blackened. This special zombie's mucus contained a large amount of zombie virus. Lin Chang and Jiang Yu were completely immune to the virus, only suffering external injuries. However, after being subjected to extensive mucus corrosion, Wei Sheng could turn into a zombie at any moment. Lin Chang said nothing and quickly pulled Wei Sheng upstairs. Wei Sheng still did not understand the current crisis. As they passed Shui Yang's corpse, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin Chang, why did you kill Shui Yang?" Upstairs, Wang Chong and the other person saw Lin Chang storming up aggressively and hurriedly stepped back. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, Lin Chang saw the oppressive stone monument in the center of the corridor. Complete the D-level mission, Initial Stone Monument. Reward obtained, 0.3 free attribute points. Lin Chang allocated the 0.3 free attribute points to physique, increasing it to 11.7. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of the room next door out of the corner of his eye. Inside were 10 individuals, or rather, a mix of people and a few zombies. Whether human or zombie, they were all tightly bound with sturdy straps and ropes. The floor was covered with corrosion marks, especially noticeable near the doorway. All this indicates that the special zombie just now escaped from here. Wei Sheng followed Lin Chang's gaze and said in confusion, "Huh? Why is Sister Shaoqin tied up here?" He looked toward Wang Chong and Li Yu, who had retreated to the stone tablet, and saw that neither of them said a word. Wei Sheng then carefully observed the people and zombies inside the house. He discovered that they were all his fellow patients. Recalling that special zombie covered in black mucus earlier, it seemed to be wearing a hospital gown as well. However, its face was obscured by the black mucus, so he couldn't recognize who it was. At this moment, even Wei Sheng Shang, no matter how slow he might be, sensed that something was amiss. His expression was complex as he walked toward the room, staring at the three people who had already turned into zombies. Lin Chang stood behind Wei Shang and calmly said, "Were these two the ones who tricked you into killing zombies? I can help you kill them, but you need to enter the steel space with me now to exchange for the immunity serum. Otherwise, you will turn into a zombie like your friends." Wei Shang seemed not to hear Lin Chang's words and slowly walked into the room. The room was filled with the stench of blood and corpses. These people were tied up like livestock waiting to be slaughtered and thrown to the ground. "This is Sister Xiaoqin." Wei Shang squatted in front of a young woman with delicate features, who was now drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "Lin Chang, what's wrong with her? She looks like she's in a lot of pain." As he spoke, he reached out and removed the cloth from the girl's mouth. "Sister Xiaoqin?" The girl let out a suppressed roar, her gradually darkening eyes slowly focusing on Wei Shang's face. "Wei Shang, don't trust Wang Chong and the others. Don't trust anyone. This is not a game." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's eyes turned completely black, and the flesh at the center of her forehead was split open by the magic crystal. Wei Shang knelt silently in front of the girl, his heart heavy, staring silently as she completely turned into a zombie. Her eyes no longer held the slightest trace of humanity, only the bloodthirsty and brutality that kept roaring at him. Lin Chang had initially planned to interrupt all of this, taking Wei Shang directly to the steel space to exchange for an immunity serum. After all, with Wei Shang's injuries, he wouldn't last long before turning into a zombie. Just as Lin Chang stepped into the room, he saw Wei Shang suddenly plunge the scalpel in his hand into the girl's temple. Then, he gently touched her face and slowly closed her eyes. Wei Shang stood up and turned to Lin Chang, a hint of dullness in his gaze. He was wearing a thin and filthy hospital gown, his frail body dripping blood from one severely injured hand. It was with this hand, almost entirely corroded, that he had gripped the scalpel and ended the life of his sister Xiaoqin. When he saw Lin Chang, his gaze shifted slightly, and then he calmly said, "Brother Lin Chang, let me do it." Lin Chang nodded and stepped aside to make way. 1 minute later, Lin Chang and Jiang Yu arrived in front of the stone tablet. At Wei Shang's blood-soaked feet lay the gruesome corpses of Wang Chong and Li Yu, their bodies riddled with dozens of stab wounds from a scalpel. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chang fully understood why Wei Shang had been so formidable in his previous life. Wei Shang was completely insane, fighting with utter disregard for everything, sparing no effort to kill his opponent. His eyes held only the determination to slaughter, caring nothing for the process. Just as when he faced that special zombie earlier, in order to prevent the zombie from striking Lin Chang, he had actually grabbed the zombie's wrist, which was covered in corrosive mucus, with his bare hand. An ordinary person could never have done what Wei Shang did. The plastic bag in Wei Shang's hand was filled with heavy magic crystals. More than 50 of them were earned earlier for Wang Chong and the other two, while the remaining nearly 200 were obtained from other deceived patients. Lin Chang held Jiang Yu with one hand and Wei Shang with the other, placing all three of their hands on the stone tablet. In the next moment, the surrounding scene abruptly changed. The corridor disappeared, replaced by a completely independent alternate space. On the light screen that served as the walls, the items available for exchange within the stone tablet space were clearly displayed. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "This is the stone tablet space. It's so amazing. It feels like entering another world." Healing potion, mental power recovery potion? Wei Shang's voice calmed down, seemingly having emerged from his previous grief. Stone tablet space? I see, no wonder when I killed Wang Chong and Li Yu earlier, even with their legs broken by my kicks, they desperately crawled to the stone tablet. Turns out they were trying to escape here. Lin Chang immediately set his sights on a silver quality ability. Flowing light, silver quality. Ability description. The ability user consumes mental power to form a completely transparent and invisible energy shield around their body. Each time they are attacked, the shield flashes with flowing light to block the damage. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Price, 1000 zero-tier magic crystals. This is a defensive ability, exactly what Lin Chang needs most right now. Magic crystals are currently scarce, and healing potions are consumables. If he can acquire a defensive ability, it would greatly benefit the team. Moreover, this is a silver quality ability from the zero-tier stone tablet, offering excellent value for its price. Silver quality abilities in the first-tier stone tablet cost 1000 first-tier magic crystals, making the zero-tier option clearly more economical. Other items were mostly various potions, and there wasn't even a single weapon. There was also the option to exchange magic crystals for attribute points, but the exchange rate for zero-tier magic crystals was 10 crystals for 0.1 free attribute points, which was very cost-inefficient. Lin Chang had a total of 275 zero-tier magic crystals and one special zero-tier magic crystal. The special magic crystal was equivalent in value to 100 ordinary zero-tier magic crystals, amounting to approximately 375 zero-tier magic crystals in total, still some way off from exchanging for that ability. He first spent 20 magic crystals to exchange for a white quality immunity potion, which provided immunity for 48 hours. After obtaining it, he immediately had Wei Sheng take it. Wei Sheng's darkened wound and arm color began to fade instantly. "Check how much immunity time you have left," Lin Cheng asked. Wei Sheng replied, 1 hour and 39 minutes. Lin Cheng smiled helplessly. "Forcing back the corpse poison already in your body has consumed most of the potency of this immunity potion, which originally provided 48 hours of immunity." After speaking, Lin Cheng exchanged another white immunity potion for Wei Sheng. At this moment, Wei Sheng's immunity time was close to 50 hours. Then, he exchanged 6 white quality healing potions, each priced at 20 tier 0 magic crystals, spending a total of 120 magic crystals, giving each of the 3 people 2 potions. Lin Cheng drank the first healing potion and immediately felt a powerful yet gentle force permeate his entire body. The active healing energy quickly targeted the wounds on his arm and face, beginning focused repairs. Several bloody holes closed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scars behind, as if he had never been injured. Even the lowest quality healing potion had such a potent effect. Moreover, Lin Cheng's injuries were merely superficial corrosive wounds. With 1 potion, his injuries were 90% healed. He planned to save the remaining potion for later use. In contrast, Jiang Yu's injuries were slightly more severe. The wounds she sustained while fighting zombies in the park had not fully healed, and it took 2 doses of medicine for her to completely recover. Wei Sheng, who was the most seriously injured, used 2 doses of medicine and his injuries improved by 60%. Although some flesh had regrown on his left palm, it had not fully healed. Lin Cheng handed the last remaining healing potion in his possession to Wei Sheng. As Wei Sheng took the potion, he handed a bag full of magic crystals to Lin Cheng. "Brother Lin Cheng, all the magic crystals are yours." Lin Cheng stared at Wei Sheng and asked, "Wei Sheng, are you willing to join my team?" The words that girl said to Wei Sheng before her death, combined with the actions of Wang Chong and the others, were probably the reasons why Wei Sheng in the previous life was reluctant to trust anyone easily. Even with the Dominator's aura, Lin Cheng couldn't guarantee that Wei Sheng would agree to join the team. Hearing Lin Cheng's proposal, Wei Sheng's tense expression suddenly relaxed. He excitedly grabbed Lin Cheng's hand. "Really? You're willing to take me with you?" Lin Cheng was also a bit surprised and said with a smile, "Of course. You alone managed to take down more than 50 zombies. You're very strong. If you join us, the 3 of us together will be unstoppable. What is there to fear?" Listening to Lin Cheng's words, Wei Sheng was so excited that he was almost incoherent. "Then can you take me out of the hospital?" Jiang Yu, standing to the side, replied with a smile, "Of course." Wei Sheng sighed, "My friends have all turned into zombies. Wang Chong and the others lied to me, and I can't get in touch with my grandmother at all. I don't know what to do in the future, but if I can stay with you, I would be really happy." At this moment, the twists and turns of Wei Sheng's experiences made him develop a favorable impression of Lin Cheng. Coupled with the addition of the Overlord aura, the team successfully gained a strong ally from the previous life. Lin Cheng officially invited Wei Sheng to join the team through the team panel. Team member +1. Hidden reward obtained. All team members' attributes +1. The team's 3 members each gained +1 to all attributes. As power surged into his body, Lin Cheng clearly felt his strength increase. Strength 16.1, speed 13.2, constitution 12.7, spirit 12.2. Jiang Yu's strength 6.8, speed 6.4, constitution 7, spirit 5.9. As the captain, Lin Cheng could clearly see the specific attribute points of each member. At this moment, Lin Cheng caught a glimpse of Wei Sheng's attribute panel and couldn't help but feel shocked. Wei Sheng's spirit attribute was incredibly high. After the +1 to all attributes, Wei Sheng's stats were strength 8.2, speed 7.3, constitution 6, spirit 14.3. His spirit value was even higher than Lin Cheng's, who had added points multiple times. Wei Sheng stared excitedly at the numbers reflecting his attribute growth and eagerly asked, "Does the team benefit include things like this?" Lin Cheng countered with a question, "Wei Sheng, before you met us, how many tasks had you completed in total?" Wei Sheng answered seriously, 2 D-level tasks, one is to kill a zombie, and the other is to see the stone tablet. This means he earned 0.5 free attribute points. Excluding the 1 point added to each attribute just now, Wei Sheng's initial attributes were already very high, especially his outstanding performance in the mental aspect. As expected of a strong individual from the previous life, his initial attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people. Once he awakens his abilities, his combat power will surely multiply. Using abilities consumes mental energy. The higher the mental attribute, the longer the ability lasts, and the stronger its power. With Wei Sheng, the team's strength has been significantly enhanced. Wei Sheng had a total of 257 magic crystals in his pocket. Lin Cheng originally had 375, but after purchasing 2 immunity potions and 6 healing potions, spending 160 crystals, he had 215 left. Together, the two had a total of 472 magic crystals, nearly half of the 1,000 needed. Lin Cheng knew in his heart that he would definitely be able to exchange for this ability within today. day. The most important task right now was to go out and kill zombies to gather 1,000 magic crystals. After discussing the plan with the two, Lin Cheng immediately triggered the next system task. Triggering a C-level task. Cumulative kills. Mission content. Kill 200 tier 0 zombies. Mission reward. All attributes +3, a pair of boots, white quality, speed attribute +5 when equipped. Seeing the reward, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. White boots. As long as he wears them, his speed can increase by 5 points. This 5-point speed boost is incredibly significant. All attributes +3, a total increase of 12 points, which is quite considerable. Lin Cheng immediately asked, "Did you trigger the mission?" After some discussion, they discovered that the three of them had triggered the same mission, and the rewards were exactly the same. It's just the right opportunity to clear out the zombies and gather enough magic crystals needed to buy abilities. The system task came at just the right time. Everyone has to kill 200 zombies. It's impossible to avoid injuries during the task. To be safe, Lin Cheng spent 60 magic crystals to buy 3 white-quality healing potions and distributed them to the two people. Remaining 412 magic crystals. We'll focus on clearing zombies around the mental hospital and can't leave here to prevent others from discovering the stone tablet and exchanging the abilities inside ahead of us. The three left the stone tablet space. In the building they were in, building number 1, the zombies had almost been completely cleared out by Wei Shang. Standing by the second floor window, you can see more than 20 zombies wandering in the yard. Jiang Yu said, "Just 20 zombies? That's definitely not enough." Lin Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, once the battle starts, the commotion, the excited roars of the zombies, and the scent of blood will continuously attract more zombies to come. There's one thing you must remember." Wei Sheng curiously looked at Lin Cheng. "What is it?" "I'll definitely remember." Lin Cheng's expression was serious. "There's a stone tablet here, and it contains the supernatural power I must obtain. From now on, anyone who enters building number 1 must die." He only stated the conclusion. His words were simple and clear. The steel with supernatural powers is the focus of contention for all survivors and bases in the apocalypse. In the previous life, the Red Lake base where Jiang Yu was located controlled all the steels in the surrounding 3 cities. Those who were not part of their group were not even allowed to approach. In the later stages of the apocalypse, all major forces had abundant magic crystal reserves. The abilities within the stone tablet still hold great value even after being exchanged, refreshing potions and exchanging attribute points. Occupying the stone tablet can provide subordinates with a fixed location for exchanging attribute points and potions. This is extremely crucial for consolidating power. Not to mention the abilities of the stone tablets possessed in the early stages that have yet to be exchanged. In the previous life during the apocalypse, countless wars broke out between bases over the struggle for the stone tablet. Now, the stone tablet at the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital is the temporary target Lin Cheng intends to seize. Once he collects enough magic crystals to exchange for the radiant ability, he will leave. Before that, everyone who enters building 1 must die. This is the apocalypse, ruthless and merciless, with interests above all. Wei Shang and Jiang Yu didn't ask much. Lin Cheng is their leader. Whatever he says goes. The 3 of them went downstairs. The mere sound of normal footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the courtyard. More than a dozen zombies instantly charged toward them in unison. This time, Lin Cheng was not holding the damaged version of the fire axe but the white-quality battle blade obtained from completing a special mission earlier. Under the afternoon sunlight, the battle blade gleamed with a cold metallic luster, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. It's just the lowest-grade white-quality battle knife, yet it's already extraordinary. Just looking at it exudes a chilling murderous aura. Dozens of zombies swarmed over. Lin Cheng charged out first. His speed was much faster than when he dealt with the special zombies before. This is the result of continuously adding points. His strength is steadily improving. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu watched from behind, once again shocked by Lin Cheng's astonishing speed and agile movements. Lin Cheng instantly charged into the zombie horde. The approaching zombies had no idea he was already so close. The battle blade gleamed coldly, tracing a clean and sharp arc through the air. The necks of 7 zombies immediately spurted foul-smelling black blood. Bang! Several heads rolled to the ground at the same time. One slash took down 7 zombies? The white-quality saber is really powerful. Even if I had the same saber, I couldn't take down 7 zombies with one slash like Lin Cheng. He's practically like a battle-hardened expert. Lin Cheng did not pause at all. The white battle knife kept slashing relentlessly. 0-tier zombies were as fragile as paper before this white-quality battle knife. Coupled with his formidable strength of 16.1, the more than 20 zombies in the courtyard were all slain by Lin Cheng in less than half a minute. Wei Shang and Jiang Yu didn't even have a chance to make a move. The task progress in Lin Cheng shows as 24,200. Due to the commotion from the battle, zombies wandering in other buildings of the sanatorium area were also attracted. Dozens of zombies gradually gathered, letting out excited roars. The foul-smelling blood that stained the soil black drifted with the wind, spreading to the streets near the psychiatric hospital, attracting a large number number of zombies whose keen sense of smell caught the scent. The zombies on the street began converging toward the direction of the psychiatric hospital, the lakeside intersection where Lake City Psychiatric Hospital is located. A team of more than 10 people appeared at the end of the intersection. They looked at the zombies surging toward Lake City Psychiatric Hospital 50 meters ahead on the street, their expressions grave. The leading man was tall and rugged, appearing to be in his early 30s, holding a white-quality battle knife in his hand, his gaze sharp and arrogant. "Why are all these zombies ignoring us and heading straight for our destination? This number, it's estimated to be over 50. So what? Brother Yu Chang's strength attribute has already exceeded 7 points, and he's holding the white-quality battle knife obtained from completing the mission. These zombies are no match at all." The leading man was Yu Chang, the leader of this temporary team. Half an hour ago, he triggered a sea-level mission, Occupy the Steel. The mission required him to occupy a Tier 0 steel located on the 4th floor of Building 1 in the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital for 24 hours. The system's occupation condition was that, apart from him and his companions, no one else was allowed to enter the 4th floor of Building 1. The mission reward was +4 to all attribute points. Yu Chang had completed many tasks and deeply understood the immense help that attribute point enhancement brought to his strength. Even an increase of just 1 point in the strength attribute could suppress opponents in battle. After completing this task, his overall attributes would skyrocket by 12 points. His strength would undergo a terrifying leap. Despite the large number of zombies flooding into the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital, he absolutely could not abandon the task. Yu Chang glanced at the white-quality battle knife in his hand. His strength has reached 7.1, speed 5.7, physique 6.2, and spirit 5.5. He calculated the stats of other members in the team. Most of them only have strength between 4 to 5 points, but his 7.1 strength is enough to crush everyone. With the white battle blade, his combat power has soared dramatically. He is fearless. Yu Chang stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "What the hell is there to fear? These zombies? I can kill them with just a few swings of my blade. Finding the stone tablet can even let us exchange for attribute points." The subordinates behind him excitedly followed, their eyes filled with admiration and flattery. As long as they cling tightly to Yu Chang's coattails, they have a chance to survive. Yu Chang's strength attribute is as high as 7.1, unmatched by anyone. Following him, even if they can only eat leftovers, their attribute points can steadily increase, surpassing most people in the apocalypse. Walking at the front, Yu Chang suddenly shouted loudly at a few zombies hurrying ahead, attracting the attention of 4 of them. The 4 zombies immediately turned around, locked onto Yu Chang, and charged at him frantically. His subordinates saw this scene and their legs went weak, but Yu Chang raised his white battle knife and charged forward to meet them. The razor-sharp battle blade instantly sliced into a zombie's shoulder, directly cutting off a third of its body. The sharpness was beyond imagination, yet the zombie was not completely dead, dragging its mangled body without losing any speed as it lunged at Yu Chang. Yu Chang cursed inwardly. Despite having killed many zombies before, it was still difficult to precisely destroy the rapidly moving zombie's brain in one strike. This is really too difficult. He quickly adjusted his posture and slashed at the zombie's neck. Finally, relying on his 7.1 strength combined with the white battle knife, he instantly decapitated the zombie. Immediately afterward, the remaining 3 zombies surrounded him. He felt a bit flustered. "Damn it, if I can't hit the head in one strike, then I'll go for the legs." He crouched down awkwardly and clumsily, swinging the white battle knife. He directly severed the legs of the 3 zombies. They roared as they fell to the ground. Yu Chang stood up, gasping for breath, not from exhaustion, but from fear. He knew he couldn't act too cocky. Although his attribute points were high and his weapon was powerful, his combat experience was still lacking. Facing several zombies, it's easy to panic. But in the eyes of his subordinates behind him, Yu Chang's performance just now was absolutely stunning. "Brother Chang, you're incredible. Taking on 4 zombies alone, that's amazing. One slash almost sliced off half a zombie's body, unbelievable." Yu Chang steadied himself, standing in place, watching the writhing, legless zombies on the ground. He understood in his heart that for mobile zombies that were hard to decapitate, next time he would cut their legs first. After finishing off the remaining 3 zombies and collecting the magic crystals, Yu Chang led his group toward the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. As soon as the group of over 10 people reached the hospital's perimeter wall, they heard intense sounds of battle coming from inside. At the main entrance, zombies were continuously pouring in. In just half a minute, 60 to 70 zombies had rushed inside. Even though Yu Chang had been fighting 4 zombies at the rear earlier, those zombies hadn't turned back at all. Yu Chang's subordinates began to feel a bit intimidated. "Brother Chang, it seems like someone inside is clearing out zombies. This battle noise is completely unrestrained. Aren't they afraid of attracting even more zombies from the surrounding area? Brother Chang, how about we wait until everyone inside is dead, the zombies disperse, and then go in to find the stone tablet?" Yu Chang gritted his teeth and said firmly, "No way. They're making such a big show of clearing zombies. They must have found the stone tablet on the 4th floor of Building 1 and are trying to exchange it for weapons inside. If we arrive late, all the valuable items will have been exchanged already. What's the point of just holding onto a stone tablet that can only exchange for attribute points? A young man muttered softly, at least we could complete Brother Chang's sea-level mission. Yu Chang glared at him fiercely, his words sharp and resolute. Are you useless? It's the apocalypse, and you're still not fighting for what you want. Those people are risking their lives to kill zombies, which means the stone tablet must contain something good, something worth risking attracting more zombies to quickly gather magic crystals. If I manage to get my hands on such a treasure. At this thought, Yu Chang's last bit of hesitation vanished. Damn it, climb over the wall. The main entrance is full of zombies, we can't confront them head-on. Once inside, hide first and observe the situation before taking action. They've killed so many zombies, they must have gathered a lot of magic crystals. Maybe we can pick up some leftovers. Even if they somehow manage to break through the zombie horde, they'll definitely be seriously injured. By then, we can kill them, take the magic crystals, and naturally claim the stone tablet. No sooner said than done. Among the dozen or so people, only Yu Chang, with his high attribute points, easily climbed over the wall. The others helped each other, sneaking over one by one. As soon as they landed, they were all stunned. In front of them, over 100 zombies were densely packed around a building, completely blocking it off. Each zombie was letting out excited roars, desperately pushing forward, even trying to pull the zombies behind them away. They couldn't see what the zombies were surrounding at all. The scene before them was utterly horrifying. Just one glance, imagining themselves surrounded by over 100 zombies, made their bodies go cold. They almost wet their pants. What's going on? What are these zombies doing? What are they surrounding? So terrifying. Yu Chang's face turned pale. Even with his strength of 7.1, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by this horde of over 100 zombies. Was there really someone clearing zombies? What kind of person could survive and fight in such a siege? Just as the group was panicking, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared within the zombie horde. Dozens of heads flew into the air accompanied by splattering blood. Before the heads hit the ground, a figure suddenly burst out from the horde of corpses. The speed was astonishing. Yu Chang and the others only saw a blur, unable to even make out the figure. They were so shocked that they couldn't help but cry out. Exclamation point. What is going on? Who is that? Surrounded by hundreds of zombies, yet they managed to break out directly? Lin Chang broke through the horde, immediately attracting nearly half of the zombies to gather around him. But his speed was so fast that the zombies couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. A speed of 13.2, nearly 3 times that of an average person. A physique of 12.7 was the foundation of his ability to fight continuously. A strength of 16.1, combined with a white-quality battle blade, was the key to him slaying dozens of zombies in a single strike. Dozens of zombies frantically chased Lin Chang's elusive figure like a swarm of bees. Yu Chang and his group were utterly stunned, staring blankly as Lin Chang agilely weaved through the horde. Wherever he passed, zombie heads flew into the air one after another. The splattering blood painted shocking and gruesome scenes in the air. Violence and brutality intertwined as corpses fell one by one, emitting dull thuds. Blood stained the ground of the courtyard a dark color, and the once flower-filled soil had nearly turned into a muddy swamp. The stench in the air grew stronger with each passing second. The hundreds of zombies that seemed terrifying and despair-inducing to Yu Chang and the others were being toyed with like monkeys in front of this person. Not a single one of the hundreds of zombies could harm him in the slightest. Under the blade in his hand, those zombies seemed as fragile as paper. Even more shocking is that every time he strikes, he precisely severs the zombie's head. For the same zombie, there will never be a second attack. One strike, one kill. Every blow is lethal. This strength is terrifying. Is this person specialized in killing zombies? Is this even a human? There's no way this is a human. Who can remain unscathed while surrounded by 100 zombies and still kill several with a single slash? Each one is decapitated instantly. A one-hit kill. So powerful. How can someone be this strong? We're not even on the same level. Who is that? Yu Chang was even more shocked than the others, because among these dozen or so people, he was the strongest and had killed the most zombies. He understood better than anyone else the difficulty and value of decapitating with a single strike. No, this person wasn't just decapitating one zombie with a single strike. It was a single strike that simultaneously severed the heads of several zombies. Yu Chang was overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. How is this possible? This is simply unbelievable. His power level was 7.1, and he was using the same white-quality battle knife. Even against a moving zombie, it was hard to land a headshot in one strike. Not to mention that this person is facing hundreds of frenzied zombies surging forward, yet he can decapitate multiple moving zombies with a single slash. How is this even possible? This is absolutely impossible. In just a short moment, Lin Chang had slain over 70 zombies, almost clearing out this wave of the zombie horde. His quota of 200 zombies has already reached 172. He only needs to kill about 30 more to complete the sea-level mission. The over 100 zombies from earlier have been cleared out, and a new horde is now pouring in through the mental hospital's main gate. This gave Lin Chang and the other two a brief moment to catch their breath. Yu Chang and his group finally had their view broadened, only to discover a man and a woman at the stairway entrance fighting zombies with all their might. Although the two were covered in numerous injuries and drenched in blood, most of it was the black blood of the zombies. The two were panting heavily, clearly not as formidable as the man. Yet around them, nearly 100 zombie corpses lay fallen in a gruesome scene. Judging from the condition of the corpses, although it wasn't as precise as the man earlier who decapitated with every strike, 7 or 8 out of 10 zombies had their heads smashed by a club. Wei Shang no longer used the scalpel as his weapon, as it was too weak in the midst of a horde of zombies. He switched to the baton left behind by the deceased Shui Yang, which was handy and quite powerful. However, after killing dozens of zombies, the baton was already on the verge of breaking. I'm exhausted. The number of zombies I've killed in these 10 minutes is more than what I killed in the past 2 hours combined. Wei Shang wiped the blood off his face and said. Jiang Yu's arms had already started to go numb. She was the weakest in strength among the three, with only 6.8 points. Fortunately, she was physically strong enough to hold on until now. 200 zombies, and I've only killed 56. As expected of my first sea-level mission, it's really not easy. She sighed, shaking off the zombie blood and rotting flesh clinging to the iron rod in her hand with a look of disdain. This scene was witnessed by Yu Chang and his group, leaving them both shocked and puzzled. What on earth are these three people doing? That strongest man doesn't matter. With his speed, zombies can't even touch him. But these two, they clearly still have plenty of fresh zombie bite wounds on them. Aren't they afraid of dying? Don't they know this could infect them with corpse poison? Yu Chang glared angrily at the person speaking. Are you stupid? These three are incredibly powerful. Even the two relatively weaker ones are countless times stronger than you all. The three of them must have found the steel here. There is an immunity potion in the stone tablet. Killing so many zombies and spending dozens of magic crystals to exchange for an immunity potion is totally worth it. How could there be a zombie transformation? Upon hearing this, Yu Chang's subordinates immediately looked grim. If the stone tablet here is occupied by these three people, what will happen to Yu Chang's sea-level mission? Yu Chang also thought of this, and his expression became serious. He had originally thought he would see dozens of people making a desperate stand after coming in, but he never expected that only 3 people were holding off hundreds of zombies. These 3 people were incredibly powerful, especially the man leading them. His strength was unbelievable. He no longer seemed like an ordinary human. How was he supposed to take advantage of the situation now? That leading man was almost completely unscathed. One of Yu Chang's subordinates whispered, Brother Chang, let's not rush. Let's first see how many zombies they can kill. The 2 people with that man are much weaker than him. They're seriously injured and look like they're about to run out of stamina. Once those 2 are gravely injured, we'll rush out, capture them, and use them to threaten that man. Force them to hand over all the magic crystals and make them leave here. That way, we can seize their magic crystals, occupy the stone tablet, and complete your sea-level mission. Yu Chang gritted his teeth and nodded. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. Lin Chang glanced at Jiang Yu and the other person, asking, how's your stamina? Jiang Yu nodded and replied, I can barely hold on. Can you give me a bottle of water? Lin Chang took out 2 bottles of mineral water from his storage ring and handed them to them. How many did you kill? Wei Shang said, 61. Jiang Yu said, 56. Well, we're still quite far from 200. Don't rush, use the healing potion first. The food and water we have aren't enough for the 3 of us. After completing the mission, we need to find something to eat and drink first. Lin Chang hadn't finished collecting the magic crystals when the next wave of zombies came rushing in. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and charged out first, only 28 more to complete the mission. That means +3 to all attribute points. A significant boost in strength. Clearing zombies will be much faster. Yu Chang and the others were dumbfounded, watching as Lin Chang, who seemed to never tire, charged to the very front alone, blocking the first wave of the ferocious horde of corpses. Put, he's so fast. How on earth is he doing this? Just how high are his attribute points? The white battle blade swept across, and heads rolled one after another. The first row of zombies was instantly killed by Lin Chang. So damn strong. Wei Shang cheered for Lin Chang from the rear. Brother Lin Chang, keep it up. Can you buy me 30 seconds to rest? Lin Chang smiled faintly. Sure. Actually, after killing nearly 200 zombies in a row, Lin Chang's stamina had clearly decreased. However, with his adrenaline surging, he fought more fiercely, temporarily forgetting his physical exhaustion. Simply because, once he killed 200 zombies, he would experience a massive surge in power. The temptation was too great. He gritted his teeth and gave it his all, striving to reach his goal as quickly as possible. The white battle knife slashed down with full force again. The zombies at the forefront fell to the ground simultaneously. Foul-smelling blood splattered all over him, but he had no time to wipe it off. 194200. 6 more to go. Dozens of zombies instantly surrounded Lin Chang, leaving no gaps. The excited roars of the zombies were like waves, engulfing the entire Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. Yu Chang said excitedly, he's done 4. To let his companions rest, he actually charged charge to the front of the zombie horde alone to block them? Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, how foolish. The battle blade sliced through flesh and severed the cervical spine. 8 zombies were instantly killed by Lin Chang with a single strike. Completed sea-level mission, cumulative kills. Reward obtained, all attributes +3, a pair of battle boots, white quality, speed attribute +5 when equipped. A continuous surge of immense power flows into the body. Strength enhanced, speed increased, physique more robust, mental evolution, all attribute points +3. Dozens of zombies swarmed in, almost surrounding Lin Chang completely. Speed increased by 3 points, making him as swift as the wind, easily evading the zombies' siege. 1/cut down. A cold gleam flashed. Blood spread everywhere. Killing intent fills the air. With 1/, he carves a bloody path. Lin Chang instantly breaks out of the encirclement and reaches the back of the horde. Before the zombies can react, he sweeps his blade across again. More than 10 zombies were instantly slain. Still as clean and swift as ever, countless heads chopped off. The force is even stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Yu Chang completely lost control of his expression. I thought he was doomed. He seems to have gotten stronger. He was clearly surrounded by dozens of zombies just now. How could he possibly break through the encirclement? Once those zombies pounce, anyone would be torn to shreds. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu in the rear instantly understood that Lin Chang had already completed the sea-level mission. Attribute points skyrocketed by 12, greatly enhancing strength. Wei Sheng shouted excitedly, Lin Chang, where are the battle boots? Let me see them quickly. Lin Chang moved with uncanny agility, bursting into full speed and instantly putting 20 meters between himself and the horde of corpses. This scene left Yu Chang and the others utterly dumbfounded. How on earth is this speed possible? It's simply not human. His speed attribute is probably over 10 points. With this speed alone, even if the zombie horde is chasing behind, there's absolutely no way they can catch up to him. Lin Chang took out a pair of white-quality combat boots from the recently obtained mission rewards and quickly put them on. Although the combat boots were of white quality, their appearance was understated, with black as the main color. The boots extended up to half his calf but did not hinder his movements in the slightest. The interior was soft and supportive, while the exterior was as hard as iron, with a hardness comparable to a white-quality combat blade. With the astonishing strength of 19.1 points Lin Chang has already achieved, a single kick is enough to be lethal. City-level regional C-class mission triggered. Resource scramble. There are currently 176 players who have accepted this mission. In the apocalypse, the primary condition for survival is sufficient food supplies. Mission content: collect 10 tons of food supplies. Mission reward: all attributes +3, 1 storage ring, silver quality, storage space, 1000 cubic meters. Triggered city regional B-level mission. Visitor from another world. The visitor from another world who tore through space will arrive at the Lake City Square within 48 hours. Currently, 14 players have accepted this mission. Mission objective: kill the Tier 1 tyrant. Mission rewards: all attributes +10, a battle knife, silver quality, a space key, grade unknown. The moment the otherworldly visitor mission was announced, Lin Chang's body suddenly froze. The mission requirement is to kill a Tier 1 tyrant. After the apocalypse broke out, space became extremely unstable, with intense spatial fluctuations erupting from time to time around the world, forming spatial rifts. These cracks briefly connect the present world with other realms, allowing some powerful beings from other worlds to invade. Lin Chang, reborn into a new life, vividly remembers the Tier 1 tyrant that once rampaged in the central square of Lake City, bringing catastrophic disaster to the entire city. That tyrant wreaked havoc in Lake City for 3 whole days, conservatively estimated to have slaughtered at least 50,000 survivors. In the end, it took the combined efforts of all the ability users in Lake City, at a tremendous cost, to finally bring it down. Although the apocalypse system did not explicitly classify human tiers, survivors from the previous life estimated through experience that the strength and average attributes of a Tier 1 zombie were approximately 20 points. For humans to defeat a Tier 1 zombie, their average attributes must exceed 20 points. However, this rule is completely ineffective against creatures from other worlds. The Tier 1 tyrant marked by the apocalypse system is conservatively estimated to have an overall attribute strength exceeding 30 points. Lin Chang now has strength 19.1, speed 16.2 +5, constitution 15.7, and spirit 15.2. Among the survivors, he is already considered outstanding, with strength and speed even reaching the level of an ordinary Tier 1. However, it is still far from enough to face a Tier 1 tyrant. There are 48 hours left until the tyrant's arrival, and Lin Chang must raise all his attributes to over 30 points before then. It would be best to acquire an offensive superpower as well. Otherwise, relying solely on attribute points to catch up with the tyrant is still insufficient. After all, the tyrant has a massive physique, with extremely terrifying defense and vitality. The 2 newly accepted missions will both reward silver quality equipment. The white quality storage ring currently owned by Lin Chang has only 50 cubic meters of space, which is already maximally filled with 3 motorcycles. Since Wei Sheng joined the team, the benefits automatically upgraded, increasing the number of motorcycles from 2 to 3, all stored in Lin Cheng's ring. To gather enough supplies for the team, it is necessary to obtain storage equipment with greater capacity, and this reward suits him perfectly. Lin Cheng originally planned to take advantage of the first day of the apocalypse, when supermarkets and other places still had plenty of supplies, to quickly scavenge and ensure sufficient food and water. If he could successfully kill the tyrant, he would directly gain +10 to all attributes, a total increase of 40 attribute points. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Lin Cheng had completed multiple tasks, but the attribute points from all of them combined still couldn't compare to completing this one B-level task. This is enough to illustrate the difficulty and danger of the task. The rewards include not only attribute points but also a silver quality battle knife and a spatial key. To Lin Cheng in his previous life, the spatial key was a legendary item. He had heard of it but never seen it. It is said that the spatial key can open a fixed secret realm, where countless treasures are hidden and opportunities abound. As long as one enters and successfully comes out alive, they are bound to become a formidable figure. It is said that a secret realm requires 10 specific spatial keys to be opened. Once someone obtains one of the keys, they can learn the exact location of the secret realm. There, the remaining 9 people holding the keys are anxiously waiting. Only when all 10 keys are gathered can the secret realm be opened. However, not everyone can easily enter the realm once it is opened. One of the 10 key holders must apply a mental imprint to successfully enter. Lin Cheng never expected that completing the task of killing the tyrant would reward him with a spatial key. With this spatial key, he could take Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng along to explore the secret realm. The zombies in the courtyard swarmed once again. This time, Lin Cheng deliberately lured the zombies toward Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng. He had already completed his task, while Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng had not. The two had rested enough, and seeing Lin Cheng leading the zombies over, they immediately prepared themselves for battle. At the same time, Lin Cheng suddenly furrowed his brows, his gaze unconsciously sweeping toward a certain corner of the courtyard. Was there a figure there? With Lin Cheng's attributes almost reaching the first tier in all aspects, his sensory abilities had also significantly improved. He vaguely sensed that, apart from the 3 of them, there were other presences in the area. Although those people were very weak and deliberately concealed their presence, he still detected them. Lin Cheng frowned slightly. As long as the other party didn't cause trouble, he had no intention of paying attention to them. But if they dared to enter building number 1 after his warning, they would be mercilessly eliminated. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu both used their healing potions, and their stamina recovered significantly thanks to Lin Cheng's delay tactics. At this moment, the horde of corpses surged forward again. The two, fully revived, were brimming with energy. While helping to ease the pressure on the two, Lin Cheng carefully observed their combat. Jiang Yu had once told him that she was a professional tennis player, spending her time either training or resting. The training of professional athletes involves full-body workouts, including core strength, power muscle groups, stamina control, and endurance training, all of which she had mastered thoroughly. When killing zombies, Jiang Yu applied almost all her professional knowledge. Or rather, a decade of consistent training had internalized her combat instincts and power techniques into muscle memory, allowing her to execute them naturally. As a result, even though her strength attribute was slightly inferior to Wei Sheng's, the number of zombies she killed was almost on par with his. Wei Sheng's fighting style is completely reckless. Although he is a patient here, he is by no means foolish and knows that the zombie's fatal point is the head. When he used a scalpel earlier, he specifically targeted the zombies' temples. Now, with a baton, he directly smashes the back of their heads. Compared to Jiang Yu, who dodges attacks, Wei Sheng doesn't bother avoiding anything. His mind is solely focused on killing the zombies in front of him, appearing extremely frenzied. When Jiang Yu gets injured, her face shows normal expressions of pain, but Wei Sheng seems completely impervious to it, only knowing how to desperately kill the enemy. The number of kills for both of them keeps climbing. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, acts like a gatekeeper at a river lock. When he sees the two struggling to keep up, he slashes down a dozen zombies blocking the way. Once the two catch their breath, he lets more zombies rush in. These two people are worth his full support. Before long, both of them had surpassed 100 kills, but their injuries were also quite severe. Wei Sheng's right shoulder had been completely torn by a zombie, leaving it bloodied, and his legs were covered in scratches. His pants were almost shredded into rags, with only a few blood-stained scraps barely covering him. Jiang Yu's arm had several long and deep wounds, with blood continuously dripping down her arm. A zombie lunged forward fiercely. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and swung her stick with precision and force, hitting the zombie's head as if smashing a watermelon. At the same time, several zombies lunged at her from the side, biting her body. She couldn't help but roar in anger, desperately shaking off the zombies clinging to her. Lin Cheng saw this and immediately rushed over, slashing twice to kill all the surrounding zombies, clearing the area. Kill count 112, 106. Your injuries are severe, retreat first. Lin Cheng quickly ordered. I'll hold them off. Hurry up and collect all all the magic crystals, let's head upstairs. The two, despite their serious injuries, began collecting magic crystals. Lin Chang had already killed over 300 zombies, and with the two of them, the total exceeded 500. Excluding the magic crystals Lin Chang had casually collected during the battle, the two of them needed to gather at least around 400. This task is tedious and time-consuming. Lin Chang took a moment to hand the storage ring to Jiang Yu, saying, "Put it on. Just touch the magic crystals with your hand, and they'll be directly stored in the ring." After Jiang Yu put on the storage ring, the speed of collecting magic crystals immediately increased significantly. Lin Chang, on the other hand, went on a frenzy, slaughtering the zombies in front of him. Each zombie yielded one magic crystal. The goal of accumulating 1,000 magic crystals was getting closer and closer. Just now, the three of them had killed over 500. Originally, there were still 412 magic crystals left to collect. He only needed to kill fewer than 100 more zombies to reach the target. Meanwhile, in the corner of the garden, Yu Chang and his group stared at the scene in front of building number 1 with mixed emotions. After the two were seriously injured, Lin Chang stood alone in front of dozens of zombies. Not a single zombie could slip past Lin Chang's defensive line. As long as a zombie entered Lin Chang's attack range, its head was immediately chopped off. Yu Chang couldn't help but glance doubtfully at the white battle knife in his hand. The same knife, why could Lin Chang wield it with such incredible and powerful force? Brother Chang, that Lin Chang is just too fierce. One person easily dealing with dozens of zombies, relying on agile movements to even engage in guerrilla warfare with them, his attribute points must be terrifyingly high. They must have killed at least 300 or 400 zombies between the three of them. In front of building number 1, countless zombie corpses were piled up. The stench of blood was so overwhelming it almost brought tears to their eyes. Some zombies' heads were smashed open by Jiang Yu, and magic crystals fell from their foreheads, scattering on the blood-stained ground. Yu Chang and the others stared in shock. How many magic crystals must this be? That person is still killing zombies non-stop. I feel like there must be at least 500 magic crystals. Does that woman also have a storage ring? Just like Brother Chang, she touches the zombie's forehead and the magic crystal disappears. I saw their leader throw it to that woman. Yu Chang stared intently at the entrance of building 1 and said slowly, "They're just blocking the entrance of building 1 to kill zombies." Hee. Brother Chang, could it be that they've really discovered the stone tablet on the 4th floor? Yu Chang lowered his voice and said, "Of course. Didn't you see those two people standing motionless at the stairway entrance? The man leading them, killing zombies all by himself. No matter how far he goes, he never strays more than 30 meters away. Clearly, they're guarding against other survivors discovering the stone tablet. They're desperately killing zombies, which further proves there's something good inside." Brother Chang, didn't you just say you wanted to capture those two people? Even though they had already witnessed Lin Chang's unimaginable strength firsthand, the temptation of hundreds of magic crystals still made them lose their rationality, especially in such a cruel post-apocalyptic environment. 20 zero-level magic crystals can be exchanged for a white-quality immunity potion. 100 zero-level magic crystals can be exchanged for a white-quality battle blade. Hundreds of magic crystals. They simply cannot imagine what heights the team's overall strength would reach if they obtained this wealth. Those two are seriously injured. Even collecting magic crystals is difficult for them. This is our best chance. Lin Chang is being held up by the horde of corpses. Even if he notices our little moves, he won't have the time to deal with us. We must seize this moment to capture them, threatened Lin Chang, and take the stone tablet and the magic crystals. Yu Chang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Alright, let's do it now. Follow the wall and go around." Lin Chang, who was frantically slashing zombies, suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of building 4. Those people were taking action. He sneered coldly, unleashed his full strength, and within half a minute, cleared out the wave of zombies in front of him. At the same time, Yu Chang and his group had just followed the wall and circled to the back of building 1. They pressed closely against the side wall of the building, their hearts filled with unease. At the very front, Yu Chang held his battle knife and stuck his head out to locate Lin Chang's exact position. Unexpectedly, as soon as his head extended out, there was a puff sound. The people behind hadn't even reacted to what had happened. They only saw Yu Chang, who was alive and well 1 second, and the next second, his head rolled directly to the ground. Yu Chang's subordinates let out piercing screams, the whole scene erupting into chaos. After all, Yu Chang was a master with a strength level of 7.1. How could he be killed in an instant? He didn't even have time to do anything before his death. He merely poked his head out for a glance, and the next moment, his head was gone. This scene overlapped with the image of Lin Chang beheading countless zombies they had seen before. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it, feeling that the scene before their eyes didn't seem real at all. How is it possible? Yu Chang just died like that? Weren't you killing zombies? When they first started moving, there were still at least 50 or 60 zombies surrounding Lin Chang, leaving him no time to deal with them and making it difficult to notice their presence. But Lin Chang was clearly already waiting there, as if he had long since discovered their presence. These people were already scared out of their wits, staring in terror at Yu Chang's headless corpse a few meters meters away. Lin Cheng's eyes lit up as he stared at the white battle knife tightly gripped in Yu Chang's hand. "Wow, this is a white-quality battle knife," he said, crouching down to take the battle knife from Yu Chang's hand. He then caught sight of a white-quality storage ring on Yu Chang's index finger. A storage ring. Lin Cheng's face lit up with a smile. He had thought the person in front of him was a brainless fool, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a kind soul delivering equipment. The two pieces of white-quality equipment greatly improved Lin Cheng's mood. He raised his eyes to the dozen people in front of him, and with a few swift strikes, he took them all down. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng hurried over, staring in shock at the corpses on the ground. "Ha, who are these people?" Jiang Yu asked. Lin Cheng flicked the blood off his battle knife and said nonchalantly, "No idea. Sneaking around from building 4, they clearly didn't have good intentions." As he spoke, he smiled and raised the two new pieces of equipment in his hand. "Although they had ill intentions, it turned out to benefit us in the end." Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock, "A white-quality battle knife and a storage ring? Made a fortune," Wei Sheng said excitedly. Lin Cheng looked at the two of them. "Let Wei Sheng use this battle knife first. His baton is about to break, and he needs a handy weapon." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "No problem." Lin Cheng handed the storage ring to Jiang Yu, then asked if they had received any new tasks. Both shook their heads, indicating they hadn't. Taking advantage of the fact that the new wave of zombies had not yet gathered, the three quickly went upstairs, arrived at the stone tablet, and began counting the spoils of their recent battle. Originally, there were 412 magic crystals. Lin Cheng had single-handedly killed over 400 zombies, while Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng had together killed more than 200. Adding the 15 magic crystals obtained from Yu Chang's storage ring, the total number of magic crystals had reached 1,105, enough to exchange for a silver-quality ability Radiance. The three immediately entered the stone tablet space. Lin Cheng chose to exchange for an ability, spending 1,000 zero-tier magic crystals. A colorful light orb appeared before him, and he quickly reached out to grab it. A powerful force instantly surged into his body. He officially became an ability user. Complete the main quest, Esper. Reward obtained, all attributes +2. Player name, Lin Cheng. Strength 21.1. Speed 18.2, +5. Physique 17.7. Spirit 17.2. Ability, Flowing Light F grade, 0/100, CD, 10 minutes. Special abilities, Dominant Aura, Plant Slayer. Equipment, Storage Ring, White Quality, Battle Blade, White Quality, Battle Boots, White Quality. Tasks, System C-Level Task, Resource Seizure, System B-Level Task, Otherworldly Visitor, Team Exclusive Task, Elite Member. Detailed information about the Radiant ability flooded into Lin Cheng's mind. Radiant belongs to the defensive type of abilities, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Each activation forms an invisible shield that envelopes the entire body without any blind spots. Within its durability range, this shield can completely block physical and ability-based attacks. Those covered by Radiant are automatically connected to the shield, with detailed information about the shield displayed in their mind in real time, allowing them to monitor every inch of its durability. Using this information, they can predict whether the next enemy strike can be endured and adjust their tactics accordingly. The defense value of F-level Radiance is enough to allow a person to withstand continuous biting from a zombie for half an hour. This ability is incredibly powerful. Moreover, it is extremely suitable for Lin Cheng's current team. The team is in its early development stage, and with the apocalypse just beginning, a large number of magic crystals are urgently needed. Battles with zombie hordes are inevitable. With the shield created by Radiance, Lin Cheng and his two teammates can ignore defense, charge directly into the zombie horde, and slaughter without restraint. When the shield is about to break, they can decisively retreat from the battlefield, minimizing damage. The efficiency of killing zombies will undoubtedly increase significantly. The only drawback is the cooldown time, which lasts as long as 10 minutes. After creating the shield for the first time, they need to wait 10 minutes before using it again. On the attribute panel, the 0/100 behind Radiance represents the experience points of this ability. To upgrade Radiance from F level to E level, 100 experience points need to be accumulated. Using the ability can increase experience, and killing enemies can also boost experience. The experience calculation for defensive shield type abilities is more complex, while Lin Cheng is protected by the shield. Killing enemies during this period also grants experience. With each level up, the power of the ability increases exponentially. Lin Cheng couldn't wait to go out and kill zombies to test the power of the Radiant ability. After briefly describing the newly acquired ability to the two, Lin Cheng used the remaining 105 Tier 0 magic crystals to buy 4 white quality healing potions and 1 white quality mental recovery potion. After becoming an ability user, the mental attribute becomes particularly important. As soon as an ability is activated, mental energy is immediately depleted, and its natural recovery is exceptionally slow. Therefore, mental recovery potions are essential for ability users. So far, over 1,000 magic magic crystals have been used, leaving only 5 now. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu each took a white-quality healing potion. Looking at the tattered, blood-stained clothes on the 3 of them, Lin Cheng smiled wryly and said, "The original plan was to go straight to find the next steal. But look at us now, the 3 of us can barely ensure we have enough to eat, let alone have clothes to wear. We must immediately conduct a large-scale scavenging for supplies." Lin Cheng's storage ring had long been stuffed full by the 3 motorcycles, and even the supplies he had prepared for a month's living were squeezed out of shape. Fortunately, a kind person had just given him a white-quality storage ring, with a space of 50 cubic meters. These 50 cubic meters were just enough to hold the 10 tons of supplies required for the Resource Scramble mission. Wei Sheng's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "No problem, we have plenty of clean clothes here." Jiang Yu immediately brightened up. Wearing that tattered outfit, which could barely cover her and was soaked in the foul-smelling blood of zombies, was truly unbearable for her. "Where is it?" she asked eagerly. Wei Sheng replied, "Our hospital is managed very strictly. Every patient has to change clothes daily. Every day, a whole batch of hospital gowns is sent to the laundry area for specialized cleaning, disinfection, and drying. There are at least 1,000 clean outfits there. Even if the 3 of us change twice a day, we could wear them for several months." Lin Cheng paused for a moment, thinking, "Alright, hospital gown it is. At least it's clean clothing to wear." After all, if he went out wearing blood-stained clothes, he'd attract a large group of zombies wherever he went. He said, "The 2 of you haven't completed your cumulative kill mission yet, so new missions won't be triggered for now. I've already activated 2 missions here. The power within this stone tablet has already been acquired, so continuing to occupy it is meaningless. Next, let's first go to the nearest mall from here, collecting supplies while completing my sea-level supply seizure mission. Your cumulative kill missions can also be gradually completed during this process." Wei Sheng shouted excitedly, "Yay! I can finally be discharged from the hospital. Thank you for helping me get discharged." Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Wei Sheng, how long have you been staying in this hospital?" Wei Sheng replied, "About 5 years. How old are you this year?" 19. Lin Cheng and Jiang Yu exchanged a glance and tacitly chose not to ask further. "Okay." Wei Sheng led the 2 to the laundry area of another building, where hundreds of neatly stored, disinfected, and dried patient uniforms were loaded into Jiang Yu's white storage ring. The 3 prepared to leave the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. Inside the hospital, the strong scent of blood continued to spread, attracting hundreds of zombies, with their numbers rapidly increasing. The excited roars of the zombies echoed above the hospital. Survivors on nearby streets heard the terrifying sounds and were filled with despair. Some couldn't resist peeking outside and were shocked to discover that almost all the zombies on the nearby streets had disappeared. Nearly all the zombies had gathered at the Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. The roars were coming from there. "What's going on? Why did all the zombies run over there? I smell blood." Zombies must be particularly sensitive to this scent. What exactly happened in the hospital? Why is there such a strong stench of zombie blood? Could someone be clearing out zombies? This is truly unbelievable. No matter what the people inside are doing, the blood scent is attracting more and more zombies. The people inside are doomed. Wei Sheng gripped the white-quality battle blade, eager to give it a try. Lin Cheng quickly stopped him. "Hold on, let me put a shield on you first." The F-level ability Flowing Light was activated for the first time. A powerful wave of energy surged out from Lin Cheng's body, instantly spreading out. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng felt this aura and their eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock, "This aura, what an incredible feeling." Wei Sheng said, "Is this what a superhuman ability user is like? The aura that enveloped your entire body the moment you activated your ability made me feel both mysterious and powerful." Jiang Yu suddenly felt as if an invisible, transparent film had covered her body. The sensation was fleeting, without any sense of foreignness, yet it brought an immense sense of security. At the same time, information about the Flowing Light shield on her body appeared in her mind. All durability values were at maximum. With this shield, she could charge fearlessly into a horde of corpses and fight for over 10 minutes without worrying about getting hurt. Jiang Yu was so excited that she was almost moved to tears. This ability is incredible. At first, when I entered the stone tablet and saw that Flowing Light was a defensive ability, I was quite disappointed. But now that the shield is on me, this unprecedented sense of security is so overwhelming that I'm about to cry. Lin Cheng looked at the value of his mental attribute and noticed a bracket after 17.2, mental, 17.2, 14.2. This meant that he had created a Flowing Light shield, consuming 3 points of mental energy. It didn't seem like much, but for most survivors on the first day of the apocalypse outbreak, even after completing several D-level tasks, their mental attribute would only increase by a fraction. Most people's mental values ranged between 4 and 6. A consumption of 3 points of mental energy would almost completely deplete their mental reserves. And Lin Cheng completed multiple tasks, raising his mental attribute to 17.2, which made the consumption of these 3 points seem insignificant. If he were to cast the Radiant Shield on all 3 people, the mental energy consumption would be 9 points. For Lin Cheng, this would consume about half of his mental energy, which he could barely accept. The mental energy consumption when using abilities is not fixed like in games. It varies depending on the quality of the ability user's mental energy, physical condition, and level of mastery over the ability. The higher the quality of mental power, 1 point of mental power is equivalent to 2 points of someone else's mental power, naturally consuming less when using abilities. The higher the proficiency in abilities, the better the physical condition, and the lower the consumption of mental power. At this moment, Lin Chan used the Radiance ability again, putting the ability into cooldown, and the experience points of Radiance increased by 1 point. Lin Sheng said, "Wait 10 minutes, then cast a shield on Wei Sheng before rushing out." The advantage of the Flowing Light ability is that, as a consumable ability, as long as the shield isn't broken, it can remain active, perfectly solving the issue of cooldown time. As long as the crisis ahead isn't imminent, Lin Chang and the two others can temporarily hide, wait for 20 minutes, and then set out once all 3 shields are activated. During the waiting time, Lin Chang took out food and water, and the 3 of them filled their stomachs, replenishing their energy and condition. 10 minutes later, Wei Shang's shield was also activated. Lin Chang prepared to charge out with the 2 of them, but Jiang Yu pulled him back and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to cast a shield?" Lin Chang smiled and said, "I'm really strong right now, plus I have a pair of white quality battle boots. My speed is directly 18.2 plus 5, a total of 23.5, even higher than my strength. These zombies can't hurt me at all. Don't worry, once my ability cools down, I'll cast a shield on myself too. Let's not waste time now." The 3 of them rushed out of the building. Over 200 zombies that had been wandering in the yard for a long time were instantly drawn by the scent of blood and charged madly. Across the street stood an 18-story residential building, and the survivors inside had long noticed the scene. At this moment, they saw 3 people suddenly rush out of the building, all dressed in patient uniforms from Lake City Psychiatric Hospital, only to be instantly engulfed by the zombie horde. The survivors were terrified and bewildered, their eyes wide with shock. Are they crazy? This is courting death. 3 people are nowhere near enough for these hundreds of zombies. They must be patients from a mental hospital. I saw them wearing blue and white striped clothes. No wonder the behavior is strange, completely insane. Immediately after, someone saw several heads flying into the air, accompanied by a large spray of black blood. Upon closer inspection, they were zombie heads. What the hell is this? Everyone was dumbfounded as more zombie heads flew into the air, finally creating gaps in the horde. They clearly saw that the 3 people were unharmed, wielding weapons and slaughtering zombies like mad. This scene was completely beyond their comprehension. One zombie after another fell, with the tallest man charging at the forefront, leading the other 2 and forcefully carving a bloody path. What struck them as most bizarre was that the first man could always dodge attacks in an unpredictable and uncanny manner just as the zombies were about to pounce on him. Every time they thought the man was surely about to be bitten and taken down, he would precisely evade, moving so quickly that they couldn't even see clearly, leaving them utterly shocked. The remaining 2 were even more terrifying. Unlike the leading man, they didn't dodge at all. No matter how many zombies surrounded them, they clearly saw the sharp claws of the zombies tear through the skin of the 2 people. 2 zombies even clung directly to the frail man. But when I blinked and looked closely, there wasn't a single wound on their bodies. Am I seeing things? I clearly saw those zombies bite them, but why don't they have any injuries? They're not even wearing armor, they're clearly just wearing hospital gowns. Something's really strange. These 3 people are completely off. So strong. That man leading them can single-handedly fend off zombies from all directions. He's simply not an ordinary person. Wei Shang was furiously slashing at the zombies in front of him. He had never feared death in battle, and now with the radiant shield, he was even more fearless. No matter how much the zombies bit, it could only be considered their loss. After 5 minutes, the durability of Wei Shang's radiant shield had dropped to about 70% in areas like his shoulders, arms, and neck, which were attacked most frequently, while other parts remained at full value. This ability is incredible. Wei Shang couldn't help but exclaim. After obtaining the white quality battle knife, his combat power surged. Within 5 minutes, he had already slain over 70 zombies, just 1 step away from completing the cumulative kills mission. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was more frugal with the use of the shield. She dodged whenever possible, only letting the zombies bite when she couldn't avoid. This greatly improved her efficiency in killing zombies, allowing her to avoid fighting while injured and focus all her energy on eliminating them. 10 minutes later, the radiant shield finished cooling down, and Lin Chang immediately equipped it. Ability experience points 3. The more than 200 zombies in the courtyard were finally cleared out. Lin Chang temporarily handed the storage ring to Wei Shang. Hurry and collect the magic crystals. I'll guard the back door to prevent more zombies from coming in. Later, we'll ride the motorcycle straight out. Wei Shang was shocked. Motorcycle? We still have a motorcycle? Lin Chang glanced at him. Sit behind me. Wei Shang's mental state made Lin Chang doubt he could drive the motorcycle steadily. Trigger the main quest. Ability upgrade. Each time you level up, the ability undergoes an unexpected qualitative change. Task content. Upgrade an ability from F level to E level. Task reward, all attribute points +4, primal stone necklace, silver quality, when worn, it nurtures the wearer's mental power anytime and anywhere, enhances the quality of mental power, and steadily restores the wearer's mental power when consumed. Primal stone necklace, silver quality, simply wearing it restores mental power and continuously enhances its quality. This is practically a divine artifact. Mental power equipment is extremely rare in high-level steals, let alone equipment that can both restore and gradually enhance mental power over time. After receiving the task, Lin Chang was full of energy. The radiant shield enveloped his body, glowing as he killed zombies, while also conveniently increasing the radiant experience points. Lin Chang stood alone guarding the back door of the sanatorium leading to the outside. Nearby survivors only saw zombies continuously being drawn into the mental hospital, but their numbers were far fewer than before. It seemed these three people were close to clearing out all the zombies in the vicinity. A zombie came, and Lin Chang killed it. Not a single zombie could harm him. The durability of the radiant shield on his body remained at 100%. For every 2 zombies he killed, the experience points increased by +1. The radiant experience points had already reached 22. Wei Sheng and Jian Yu placed all the collected magic crystals into Lin Chang's storage ring, a total of 241 pieces. At the entrance, Lin Chang had killed dozens of zombies, harvesting dozens of magic crystals. He took out 2 silver motorcycles from the ring. Wei Sheng ran over excitedly and returned the storage ring to Lin Chang. Lin Chang's magic crystal reserves were close to 300 pieces. The magic crystal energy in the motorcycle they had ridden earlier was not yet depleted, so he only needed to insert 1 crystal into the newly retrieved motorcycle. These 2 motorcycles are ours? Wei Shang was so excited he almost jumped up. Lin Chang skillfully mounted the motorcycle. You sit behind me. Put. Without hesitation, Wei Shang climbed on and said excitedly, if any zombies dare to come, I'll slash them. You just focus on driving. Lin Chang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Before Wei Shang could react, Lin Chang controlled the silver motorcycle and shot out with a whoosh. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, riding another motorcycle. The survivors upstairs were shocked as they watched the motorcycle speed away. How are their bikes so fast? Could it have been specially modified? I feel like the zombies in this area have already been cleared out by them. On the road, Lin Chang sped forward on his motorcycle at full throttle. The zombies on both sides of the street were drawn by the roar of the engine but couldn't keep up with the speed of the bike. Wei Shang sat on the back seat, screaming excitedly like a madman. This is so thrilling. I've been looking forward to getting out of the hospital, and I never thought I'd encounter such a cool scene. Ha ha ha, zombies can't catch up with us at all. Lin Chang, should we gather supplies first and then look for the stone tablet? Do you know exactly where the stone tablet is? Lin Chang replied, Lake City Prison and Lake City University. Upon hearing this, Wei Shang became even more excited. Prison, university. I've never been to these places before. Jiang Yu struggled to keep up behind Lin Chang's motorcycle. Her attributes were inferior to Lin Chang's, whether in reaction or judgment, she couldn't match his speed. As a result, she was left far behind by Lin Chang. Fortunately, 15 minutes later, they arrived safely and without incident outside the mall. A considerable number of zombies were wandering around the mall. As soon as they heard the sound of the motorcycle, they immediately swarmed over. Lin Chang said to the 2 of them, hurry up and complete the cumulative kill mission. Jiang Yu put away her motorcycle, picked up an iron rod, and charged at the zombies. Her movements became increasingly skilled, without a single unnecessary action. Every time she encountered a zombie, she smashed its head like breaking a watermelon with 1 strike. The durability of the flowing light shield on her body was still sufficient, allowing her to focus entirely on the slaughter. In less than half a minute, she completed the task. All attribute points increased by 3. Obtained a pair of white quality battle boots. At this moment, Jiang Yu's strength was 9.8, speed 9.4, plus 5, physique 10, and spirit 8.9. Her power had greatly improved. With the white battle boots, her actual speed was even more astonishing, reaching 14.4. Feeling the surge of immense power flooding into her body, crazily strengthening it, Jiang Yu was incredibly exhilarated. She didn't bother collecting magic crystals. Wearing brand new white combat boots, she charged into the horde of corpses again. This time, she was so fast that she seemed to turn into a phantom, directly flashing into the horde. The zombies didn't even notice her presence, just like Lin Chang before. The greatly enhanced strength allowed her to swing her stick with almost no resistance, easily smashing the zombies' heads. So strong. Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur softly. Meanwhile, Wei Shang also completed the task closely behind. His attributes are Strength 11.2, Speed 10.3, plus 5, Constitution 9, Spirit 17.3. Except for Constitution, all attributes exceed 10 points. The Spirit value is terrifyingly high at 17.3. Wei Shang, wielding a white quality combat knife, clearly has a combat power surpassing Jiang Yu. He let the surrounding zombies bite at him as he crouched down to put on his combat boots. With a flash of cold light, the 5 or 6 zombies lunging at him were instantly sliced in half. As the team captain, Lin Chang could check the attribute panels of the 2 members at any time. At this moment, seeing their attributes greatly improved, he knew the mission was completed. A mechanical system voice simultaneously echoed in Jiang Yu and Wei Shang's minds. City-level regional C-grade mission triggered. Resource contention. There are currently 716 players who have accepted this mission. In the apocalypse, the primary condition for survival is an adequate supply of food resources. Mission content: collect 10 tons of food supplies. Mission reward: all attributes plus 3, 1 storage ring, silver quality, storage space, 1000 cubic meters. Exactly the same as Lin Chang's mission. After the 3 communicated, they immediately collected the magic crystals obtained from killing zombies just now, totaling 674. They then turned the vehicle around and rushed toward the mall. The basement level of the mall is a large supermarket, and there might even be a large warehouse. Upon entering the mall, the number of zombies inside was noticeably fewer than outside. The entrance to the escalator leading to the basement level was piled high with shopping carts, barely blocking the passage downstairs. More than 20 zombies surrounded the cart, their low intelligence as zero-level zombies causing them to act purely on instinct. They gathered there, stretching out their arms and shoving the cart haphazardly, letting out eerie roars. In the large supermarket on the basement floor, over 1,000 survivors held their breath, intently watching the movements at the escalator entrance. It's been hours already, they shouldn't be able to break in. These zombies are just too dumb. As long as we hold this place, not letting any zombies in or other survivors sneak in, we can probably last at least half a year. We absolutely can't be soft-hearted. Never let anyone else in. Who knows if they have bite wounds from zombies? Exactly. Even though supplies here are abundant, if the number of people increases, the supplies won't be enough. No one can say for sure when rescue will come. One more person means one less chance of survival for us. Shoo, keep your voice down. At that moment, the sound of a fierce fight suddenly came from the escalator, followed by a series of crashes as shopping carts were overturned. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. At the bottom of the escalator, shopping carts rolled down one after another, and footsteps gradually echoed. 3 people wearing blue and white striped hospital gowns appeared near the checkout counters of the basement supermarket. Everyone froze, staring blankly at Lin Chang and the other 2, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. There were clearly so many zombies upstairs. How did these 3 manage to get down? Lin Chang didn't spare them a single glance. He instructed Wei Shang to guard the escalator entrance and kill any zombies that came down. Both he and Jiang Yu had storage rings and were responsible for gathering supplies. Once the 2 of them collected 10 tons of supplies, completed the task, and obtained 2 new silver quality storage rings, Wei Shang would then carry out his own supply gathering mission. Not wasting a single second, there were still plenty of tasks ahead. Lin Chang and Jiang Yu immediately rushed to the nearest shelf. The supermarket was in chaos, with many shelves toppled over and goods scattered everywhere. Corpses of zombies and humans lay on the ground, and the scattered food was soaked in blood. Lin Chang grabbed whatever he could and stuffed it into his storage ring. Food, drinks, quickly clearing out 3 entire shelves. At this moment, someone in the supermarket finally reacted. A burly man in his 30s stepped forward, angrily pointing at Lin Chang and shouting, "What are you doing? These things belong to all of us. Where did you put the stuff?" The others started clamoring noisily, all talking at once. "Look, the moment he touches something, it disappears." "Yeah, I thought I was seeing things." "What the heck? How did they do that? Special abilities? If that's the case, they'll empty the whole supermarket. And what are we supposed to eat?" Immediately, most people in the supermarket stared at Lin Chang and Jiang Yu with anger and hatred. Lin Chang completely ignored them. Seeing that Lin Chang was a tall man, they all turned their attention to Jiang Yu, who looked easier to bully. "Didn't you hear me tell you not to move? How can you be so selfish? Can't you see there are over 1,000 of us here? Just the 2 of you want to eat, and we don't? Hurry up and return what you took." Jiang Yu saw that Lin Chang didn't react and ignored those people, focusing on continuing to gather supplies as the task progress bar kept climbing. Seeing this, the crowd surrounded Jiang Yu aggressively. Many sharp-eyed individuals had already set their sights on the storage ring on her finger. "I told you to stop. Are you deaf? You wretched woman, try taking more stuff and see what happens." Jiang Yu paused, the iron rod just appearing in her hand. Lin Chang, however, suddenly charged forward. She was able to catch Lin Chang's movements, because her attribute points were no longer weak. In the eyes of others, all they saw was a shadow flashing past in their peripheral vision. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds sounded as 2 figures were kicked high into the air, crashing into several rows of shelves and landing heavily on the ground. Screams erupted from the crowd. They hadn't seen clearly what had happened and looked at Lin Chang in shock, still shaken. What did he just do? How could he directly attack and hurt people? He actually kicked those 2 people flying? Is that even possible? Flew over 10 meters away. Everyone turned to look at the 2, only to see their chests horrifyingly caved in, blood gushing from their mouths, motionless. Dead? They're dead. 2 kicks killed 2 people? What kind of strength is that? Lin Chang coldly swept his gaze around, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Jiang Yu snorted coldly, turned around, and continued putting things into the storage ring. Lin Chang said nothing, unwilling to waste words on these people. The commotion just now startled over a dozen zombies, which rushed down, scaring the thousands of survivors in the supermarket into screaming and scattering in all directions. It's all their fault. This is the end. These 3 jinxes. Who would have thought that Wei Shang, standing guard at the escalator entrance with a white battle knife, was slashing down one zombie after another? The ferocious and crazed zombies were utterly powerless in his hands. He single-handedly held the entrance, completely astonishing the thousands of survivors. Who exactly are these 3 people? The clothes they're wearing, they look like hospital gowns? Although the chest was stained with blood, the writing on it was faintly discernible, seemingly saying Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. 3 lunatics, and they're actually this formidable? Moreover, those 2 collecting supplies must have used some kind of spatial equipment like in novels. Otherwise, how do you explain all those items disappearing as soon as they touched them? Where on earth did they get such incredible equipment? Lin Chang noticed that his storage ring was already full after collecting just 1 ton of supplies. A large amount of space was occupied by 2 motorcycles. He called Jiang Yu, and the 2 continued deeper into the supermarket, trying to find the warehouse. 5 minutes later, they opened the warehouse door. Inside the warehouse, various supplies were neatly packed in boxes and arranged. After searching around, Lin Chang discovered that this was not only the supermarket's warehouse but also the storage room for the entire mall. Clothing, furniture, everything was available. The storage space was already full. Lin Chang turned around and gently closed the warehouse door. In the vast warehouse, at this moment, only he and Jiang Yu were present. He thought to himself that perhaps this could be considered as them having gathered all the supplies in the warehouse. The next second, the system's voice suddenly rang simultaneously in both their minds. Completed sea-level mission, resource seizure. Reward obtained, all attribute points +3, 1 storage ring, silver quality, storage space 1000 cubic meters. Lin Chang's all attributes +3. Strength 24.1, speed 21.2, +5, constitution 20.7, spirit 20.2. Significant improvement. All attributes exceed 20 points. Officially reached the strength of the first tier. From now on, even when encountering powerful first-tier zombies, there will be no pressure at all. Jiang Yu's attributes have also increased by 3 points. Strength 12.8, speed 12.4, +5, constitution 13, spirit 11.9. Silver quality storage rings had already appeared in their hands. The storage space is as much as 1000 cubic meters. Enormously vast. What can't be contained? The 2 were so excited that they disregarded everything and directly started raiding the warehouse. Empty out the supplies here, and they'll never have to worry again in this lifetime. Just as Lin Chang and the other person were frantically clearing out the warehouse, at the escalator, more than 20 people suddenly appeared at the top of the escalator. Wei Shang looked up. He initially thought they were zombies, but they turned out to be humans. The aura emanating from this group was completely different from that of ordinary survivors. Wei Shang had some mental issues, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Huqing Psychiatric Hospital for several years. For this reason, he was even more sensitive than ordinary people. He immediately sensed the sharp aura of this group, giving off a feeling somewhat similar to the dominance of Lin Chang. Wei Shang instantly became nervous. He originally didn't want to hurt anyone, and even if someone wanted to take refuge in the supermarket, he would let them in. But this group of people in front of him, he absolutely could not tolerate. Lin Chang and Jiang Yu were still in the warehouse. That group of people stared coldly at Wei Shang, slowly stepping onto the escalator, descending step by step. Wei Shang stepped forward to block the escalator entrance. The scar-faced man at the front sneered upon seeing this. Courting death. The people behind the scar-faced man looked at Wei Shang with mocking eyes. Yo, don't want to let us in? What kind of trash dares to block our way? Brother Dao, kill him and let him taste the power of a master with all attribute points over 12. Hearing this, Wei Shang immediately looked at his attribute panel. Strength 11.2, speed 10.3, +5, constitution 9, spirit 17.3. Strength barely counts as 12. After the bonus from the white combat boots, speed reaches 15.3. Constitution is a bit weak, only 9 points. Spirit 17.3, but unfortunately, he is not an esper, so this level of spirit is temporarily useless. Although his strength is 0.8 lower, he wields a white battle blade. With the enhancement of the white battle blade, the destructive power definitely exceeds 12 points. Wei Shang did not back down. Wielding a white quality battle knife in his hand, with more than a dozen zombie corpses at his feet, the scar-faced man was the first to rush up to him. Wei Shang said nothing and swung his knife with full force. Who would have thought a flash of cold light would appear before his eyes? A scar-faced man also wielded a white quality battle knife. The 2 white battle knives clashed fiercely. Clang! A piercing metallic scraping sound echoed. A power gap of 0.8 may not seem significant in numbers, but it is enough to create a distance. Wei Shang was immediately immediately forced back several meters. The survivors in the supermarket stared in shock at this scene. They had clearly witnessed Wei Shang instantly killing those zombies earlier. Thought Wei Shang was already strong enough. Didn't expect that now. Any one of these people who shows up is clearly stronger than Wei Shang. Who exactly are they? Do we even need to guess? They're definitely here to snatch the supplies too. Zombies are everywhere outside now. Anyone daring to go out at a time like this must be a formidable character. Heh, these people came at the right time. I didn't want those three earlier to take everything anyway. The scar-faced man stared at Wei Shang and the white battle knife in his hand with great interest. Speaking leisurely, that's strength. You must have added quite a few attribute points, right? Your strength is at least over 10. And you even have a white quality battle knife in your hand. Not bad. Killing you, I can get a white battle knife. I'm in such a good mood. Unlike the people I killed before, killing them was pointless, got nothing out of it. Really boring. Wei Shang slowly stepped back and asked, "Oh, so what's your speed?" The scar-faced man and his subordinates all burst into laughter. Is this person's speed really fast? You actually dare to ask Brother Dao about his speed? That's hilarious. The scar-faced man laughed twice and then said, 13 points. What, are you thinking of running away? Wei Shang continued to ask after hearing this, then how about the speed of your subordinates? The henchman of the scar-faced man eagerly replied, definitely not as high as Brother Scar's attribute points. You're all talk, you're all doomed. Are you trying to say your speed is higher than your strength? Who would be foolish enough to put all their free attribute points into speed instead of strength? Wei Shang retorted seriously, how can you say that? Some people are just afraid of killing zombies, so they specifically add to speed just to run away. You don't even understand that, how silly. The choked man was furious, pointing at Wei Shang and cursing, you lunatic, calling me stupid? Which hospital's patient gown are you wearing? Hilarious, a madman escaped from Hucheng Mental Hospital. The scar-faced man grew impatient and charged at Wei Shang with his battle knife. Unexpectedly, Wei Shang turned and ran, his speed astonishing. The scar-faced man swung his knife but missed, staring in shock at Wei Shang's fleeing figure. This guy is really fast, faster than me. His subordinates were also incredulous. What's going on? How can speed actually be stronger than power? No, look at the boots on his feet. Those seem to be equipment too. Really, how does he have so many good items on him? None of us are wearing speed combat boots, yet he has them? It's illogical. How did he manage to get so much good equipment all by himself? Doesn't matter how he got here, kill him. His battle blade and boots belong to Brother Dao. The scar-faced man greedily stared at Wei Shang's battle boots and laughed. Ha, luck is really on my side today. After killing so many useless ones, I finally get to kill someone worthwhile this time. Chase him down. Leave 2 people to guard the escalator, don't let him escape. I want to see how long he can run on the basement floor. Wei Shang fled directly into the depths of the supermarket, hoping to find Lin Chang and Zhang Yu for help. With the white combat boots, his speed clearly outpaced Scarface and his group. Unexpectedly, the survivors in the supermarket actually stopped him. Stop him quickly. Who told his companions to just kill 2 of our people? The food here was originally ours, but they insisted on taking it. We can't endure these hard days, but we won't let them have it easy either. This new group is clearly stronger than those 3, and there are more of them. If we curry favor with them, we might even get some food. Exactly, wasn't this guy pretty good at killing zombies just now? But now he's still being beaten by Scarface and can only run away. More than half of the survivors in the supermarket began to surround Wei Shang. They didn't dare to get too close, but they knocked over the surrounding shelves to create obstacles and disrupt his escape route. Wei Shang was completely baffled. He had clearly treated them well, killing many zombies to protect their safety, yet they were treating him like this? He sped up and sprinted, with more than a dozen people relentlessly chasing after him. Okay. Although he could easily shake them off with the help of his white combat boots, he was constantly hindered by the surrounding survivors and couldn't get away. These people are way too fast. How many system tasks have they completed? So fast, their speed is even faster than professional sprinters on TV. The survivors were dazzled and amazed. At that moment, a figure even faster than everyone present suddenly dashed out. Lin Chang immediately locked onto the scar-faced man with the fastest speed. He didn't need to figure out the whole story. He only believed what he saw with his own eyes. His companion was being chased by a group of vicious, greedy-faced people. Was there any need to say more? Lin Chang instantly burst out at full speed. No one at the scene noticed Lin Chang's actions. After all, his speed was simply too fast. Speed, 26.2. Lin Chang appeared behind the scar-faced man as swiftly as the wind, eerily and inexplicably. The white battle knife slashed diagonally downward, instantly severing the man's right arm. The scar-faced man saw nothing but a sea of red before his eyes, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. He stared in shock at his right shoulder, now a clean and smooth cross-section, his right arm gone without a trace. A delayed scream erupted. Ah, my arm. Where's my arm? In an instant, the supermarket fell silent except for the scar-faced man's wails. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Chang, who had appeared out of nowhere. How did he suddenly appear? Was that person's arm cut off by him? Exclamation point. instant. Damn, I just saw an arm fly out. I couldn't see anything clearly. Now this is true lightning speed. Among the thousands of people present, I bet no one saw clearly what happened in that instant, right? Wei Sheng stopped in his tracks, overjoyed, and ran to Lin Cheng's side as if he had found someone to rely on. Pointing at the scar-faced man, whose face was full of terror, he seemed to be complaining. He wants to kill me and take my knife and boots. Lin Cheng responded coldly, kill them all. Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Cheng. The scar-faced man's subordinates were even more shocked as they stared at their boss, who had already been crippled. The severed right arm hung limply like a useless object on a shelf several meters away. How is that possible? The boss's attributes all exceed 12 points. Who could cut off his arm and injure him so badly? When that person appeared just now, there were so many of us, yet not a single one of us saw his movements clearly. He practically appeared in an instant and instantly cut off the boss's arm. He's too strong. He's also wearing the mental hospital's patient uniform. How could a mental patient be this powerful? The scar-faced man was drenched in sweat, clutching his wound in pain, and glaring angrily at Lin Cheng. Amid his rage, he also felt an unprecedented fear. All his attribute points exceeded 12, making his strength roughly 3 times that of an average person. Normally, if someone displeased him, he would kill them with a single slash. Even when surrounded by several zombies, he remained unfazed. But just now, he hadn't noticed Lin Cheng appearing behind him at all. It wasn't until a sharp pain shot through his shoulder that he realized his arm had been severed. This level of power made him feel fear from the depths of his heart. Wei Shang stood beside Lin Cheng, pointing at those people and said, "They even said that thinking about killing me makes them happy, saying they can finally kill someone useful. They just want to steal my equipment." At that moment, more than a dozen zombies rushed down from the escalator. The fresh scent of blood from the scar-faced man, along with his previous agonized screams, had attracted the zombies wandering inside the mall. The thousands of survivors in the supermarket were instantly thrown into panic. The zombies are here. It must be the smell of blood here that attracted the zombies. Someone anxiously looked at Lin Cheng and Wei Shang. "What are you standing there for? Go kill the zombies. The zombies are here." Hearing this, Wei Shang angrily said, "You still want me to help you block the zombies? Dream on. Just now, they wanted to kill me. When I tried to escape, these people knocked over the shelves to block me, and someone even threw a cleaver at me. I'm furious." Lin Cheng's gaze instantly became sharp. A surge of killing intent emanated from Lin Cheng, leaving everyone present stunned. They stared at him with incomparably terrified eyes, feeling as if this invisible killing intent was suffocating them. Such terrifying killing intent. How many zombies, how many people has he killed? How can he emit such a horrifying aura? Get out of here quickly. He wants to kill us all. Someone directly suffered a mental breakdown under the oppressive killing intent in Lin City. Lin City said indifferently, "Oh, I see. Then kill them all, let them all die." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. "You bastard. We're humans, not zombies. Murderer. You will die a horrible death." Zombies kept pouring down the escalator, dozens of them invading the basement level. They stared excitedly at the countless food in front of them and pounced madly on the survivors. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Screams, cries, and curses filled the entire basement level. The commotion here continued to attract more zombies from within the mall, and their numbers gradually increased. The only exit was the escalator, and a large number of zombies were flooding down it, leaving the survivors with nowhere to escape. People were constantly being torn apart and devoured by the zombies. The scent of fresh human blood only further fueled the zombies' frenzy. Within just half a minute, this place turned into a living hell. The scar-faced man and his subordinates, noticing that Lin Cheng seemed to have his attention elsewhere, quietly retreated amidst the chaos, attempting to escape. At that moment, Lin Cheng crouched down, his gaze locking onto the scar-faced man whose face was twisted in pain. With a smile, he said, "A white battle blade, a white storage ring, quite impressive. Killing you will be my pleasure." The scar-faced man glared angrily, about to curse, but Lin Cheng had already swung his blade, severing his head. Blood sprayed out, staining the wall behind him. Lin Cheng handed the scar-faced man's white battle blade to Jiang Yu, while the white storage ring went to Wei Shang. With this, all 3 members of the team were equipped with white-quality battle blades. Lin Cheng handed his half-filled silver storage ring to Wei Shang, who instantly completed the resource seizure mission. All attributes increased by 3, and the silver storage ring was added to his inventory. Strength 14.2, Speed 13.3, plus 5, Constitution 12, Spirit 20.3. Wei Shang tightly gripped his storage ring, excitedly saying to Lin Cheng, "With such a large storage space, quickly bring my motorcycle over." Lin Cheng smiled faintly and temporarily ignored the matter. His figure suddenly vanished, moving at an astonishing speed, and in an instant appeared behind the 2 companions of the scar-faced man. The 2 fled desperately without looking back, but suddenly felt a chilling killing intent. Swish, a blade fell, severing their heads. 3 zombies lunged at Lin Cheng. He quickly adjusted his angle and slashed horizontally, instantly decapitating 2 of them, while the blade split the third one's skull right down the middle of its face. Lin Lin Chang swiftly scavenged the magic crystals and continued pursuing the other fleeing individuals. After killing all the people brought by the scar-faced man, the basement level attracted even more zombies. 200 to 300 people had already perished in the chaos. The survivors gritted their teeth and cursed Lin Chang bitterly. "Bastard, look at what you've done. I won't let you go even as a ghost." Lin Chang remained expressionless as he brought Wei Sheng and Jian Yu back to the warehouse they had just left. He and Jian Yu had only collected half of the supplies earlier when they heard unusual commotion outside and came out to investigate, only to find Wei Sheng being chased. "Close the door tightly. Don't let those people in. We'll finish collecting the supplies first, then go out to kill the zombies," Lin Chang said coldly. "Let these people first fall into despair, then die. It is far more cruel than being killed by Lin Chang with a single strike." The three of them moved the supplies from the warehouse box by box into the silver quality storage rings, while curses and the sound of pounding on the warehouse door continuously came from outside. Even in death, they wanted to die at the warehouse door, letting their blood spill here just to attract more zombies. Half an hour later, Lin Chang and the other two finally emptied the large warehouse of the mall. All kinds of supplies were complete and abundant. The screams of humans outside had long since disappeared. They were completely wiped out. Only the unconscious growls of zombies echoed. Indeed, quite a few zombies had gathered in front of the warehouse door, and the blood of those people had already seeped through the cracks into the warehouse. Unfortunately, their efforts were directed precisely at Lin Chang and the other two. Facing these Tier 0 zombies, Lin Chang and his companions were not afraid at all. The tightly shut warehouse door was suddenly kicked open from the inside with great force. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the entire basement level, and the heavy warehouse door was sent flying several meters, along with several zombies blocking the entrance being flung aside. The scene inside the supermarket was horrifying, with blood pooling everywhere and human skeletons scattered all around. The number of zombies reached over 500, some of which were previously infected survivors who had turned into zombies. Kill these zombies, gather enough magic crystals, and head to the next monument. The three were dressed in uniform gear, white quality battle knives, and boots, each wearing a white and silver spatial storage ring on their fingers, and their bodies were covered by a shimmering protective shield. Lin Chang's shimmering experience bar had already reached 31. Killing all these zombies should raise it to 100, completing the main quest ability upgrade. The three charged into the horde of corpses, slashing madly. The durability of the radiant shield remained sufficient, making defense unnecessary. They could focus entirely on offense. Lin Chang's radiant durability was closer to full value, making him unstoppable. With impressive speed and the acceleration provided by the white combat boots, these Tier 0 zombies could barely touch them. Combining immense strength with the power of the white combat blades, the three struck down with a single slash, instantly killing several zombies. Jiang Yu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "I just received a C-level mission, another one to accumulate zombie kills. Kill 300, all attribute points +4. Wei Shang replied, "I received a C-level mission to kill a Tier 1 zombie. The reward is +4 to all attribute points and a piece of white quality armor. But right now, there are only Tier 0 zombies. Where can I find a Tier 1 zombie?" The three of them kept killing zombies. Lin Chang had a shimmering shield around him, and for every 2 zombies he killed, the experience points for his shimmering ability would increase by 1. Kill while collecting magic crystals, and move toward the escalator. The three spread out, keeping a short distance from each other. This way, they could provide timely support to teammates, and someone could take the time to collect the magic crystals dropped by the zombies killed by the other two. All three had storage space, so collecting magic crystals was a matter of moments. They killed as they advanced toward the escalator at a steady pace. If there were other survivors on the scene besides them, they would surely be shocked. These three were already surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Except for the ground beneath their feet, almost every other space was completely blocked by zombies. The radiant light once again demonstrated its formidable power. Now, no matter how strong or fast they were, facing a dense swarm of zombies in an almost enclosed space, it was inevitable to suffer attacks. With the radiant light shield in place, their entire bodies were protected without any blind spots, allowing attacks to come at them without concern. As long as the shield's durability remained, they would not suffer the slightest harm. When they moved to the center of the supermarket, Wei Shang shouted loudly, "Lin Chang, the shield durability on my arm and shoulder is down to only 3%. Without hesitation, Lin Chang activated the radiant light. The mysterious energy fluctuation instantly spread out. A flash of light appeared on Wei Shang's body, and the radiant light shield was immediately replaced with a brand new one, its durability instantly restored to 100%. The new radiant shield will replace the old one and cannot stack. Hopefully, this flaw can be addressed in future radiant upgrades. How could this happen? This time, using the radiant, Lin Chang only consumed 2.8 points of mental energy, 0.2 less than before, indicating that his ability proficiency is steadily improving, and creating the radiant shield is becoming increasingly effortless. Jiang Yu, how much durability does your radiant have left? While slashing down a few few zombies in front of her. Jiang Yu replied, "The durability on my back is down to only 6%. Lin Cheng said, hold on for another 10 minutes, and Liu Guang will enter its cooldown period." The durability of the Liu Guang shield on his body was down to about 80% in several places. This battle was taking place in a confined and narrow space, and he had grown tired of dodging, opting instead to charge straight ahead and kill the zombies. After killing over 100, the Liu Guang experience value had risen to 86. If he killed about 30 more, Liu Guang would level up to E grade. The three of them had almost fought their way to the escalator entrance. The sounds of battle were completely unrestrained, and the zombie howls from the basement floor echoed continuously. Even the zombies outside the mall were drawn in, almost forming a small-scale zombie horde. At this moment, the escalator was completely blocked by a series of zombies, leaving no way through. Suddenly, Jiang Yu shouted, "My shield is broken." At the same time, a zombie fiercely bit Jiang Yu's shoulder. Just as the cooldown time ended, Lin Cheng unleashed his mental power, and a strange wave of energy spread out once again. A flash of light appeared on Jiang Yu, and a brand new shimmering shield emerged. The name Flowing Light has a long history. Whenever it blocks an attack for its user, the impacted area lights up with streaks of brilliance, using the shield's energy to neutralize the damage, as if the flowing light continuously circulates around the body. At this moment, Lin Cheng was already standing at the escalator entrance. Frenzied zombies were jammed on the escalator, all stuck there unable to advance. Behind and on the sides, even more zombies were lunging toward him. Lin Cheng's F-level Flowing Light experience points reached 94. Charge up! The white battle blade swept across the front, producing a sound of slicing through the air. The 5 or 6 zombies blocking the escalator entrance were instantly decapitated by Lin Cheng, their bodies falling heavily to the ground, as if a floodgate had been opened. The zombies on the escalator immediately tumbled and scrambled down. Lin Cheng charged at the forefront, slaying all the zombies rushing down. Not a single one could withstand his first strike. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu were responsible for clearing the zombies at the rear. The three of them steadily ascended the escalator step by step. Underfoot, it was no longer the escalator, but the corpses of zombies. Some magic crystals were even left behind, too late to pick up. F-level Radiance upgraded to E-level. E-level Radiance, defense significantly enhanced, cooldown time reduced to 8 minutes, each use can create up to 2 shields. Main quest, ability upgrade, completed. Reward, all attribute points +4, Primal Stone Necklace, silver quality, when worn, it can nourish the wearer's mental strength. Anytime and anywhere, enhance the quality of mental strength and steadily restore the wearer's mental strength during consumption. Player name, Lin Cheng. Strength 28.1, Speed 25.2, +5. Physique 24.7, Spirit 24.2, 18.4. Superpower, Radiance E-level, 0/800, cooldown time, 8 minutes. Special abilities, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. Equipment, Primal Stone Necklace, silver quality, Storage Ring, silver quality, Storage Ring, white quality, Battle Blade, white quality, Battle Boots, white quality. Tasks, System B-level task, Otherworldly Visitor, Team Exclusive task, Elite Member. A powerful force surged into Lin Cheng's body like a torrent, and he could clearly feel every inch of his skin being strengthened. All attributes +4, skyrocketing by 16 points in one go. His strength was now approaching 30 points. With the enhancement of the white Battle Boots, his speed even broke through 30 points. The Radiant ability was upgraded to E-level, with defense at least 5 times that of F-level. Each use of the ability could directly create 2 Radiant shields, and the cooldown time was reduced to 8 minutes. What delighted Lin Cheng the most was the silver quality Primal Stone Necklace. Although this necklace had no direct offensive or defensive effects, it could continuously restore mental energy and enhance its quality, far surpassing ordinary blue equipment. It was truly a rare treasure, especially invaluable in this apocalyptic world. He quickly took out the silver raw stone necklace from the storage ring and hastily hung it around his neck. As soon as the necklace was worn, a gentle yet powerful force surged into his body through his chest, reaching the mysterious spiritual world in his mind. Instantly, his spirit felt refreshed, and his mind became much clearer. The mental energy consumed earlier to create the flowing light shield was now slowly recovering at a rate of nearly 0.1 points every 10 seconds. At this moment, Lin Cheng was carrying out 2 tasks. One was the B-level system task, Visitor from Another World, which required him to kill a Tier 1 tyrant. The other was the team exclusive task, which required Jiang Yu to also become an ability user. There were still 42 hours until the tyrant appeared. This Tier 1 tyrant had a massive body, thick skin, astonishing vitality, and attribute points roughly around 30. With just 30 points in all attributes, it could only be considered passable. To kill it, Lin Cheng had to make thorough preparations, raising all his attributes to above 40 and acquiring an offensive ability. Mainline task triggered. Occupy the steel. Occupying powerful monoliths and controlling resources is the only path to becoming a ruler. Task content: temporarily occupy the Tier 0 monolith monolith located in Lake City Prison for 12 hours. During these 12 hours, no one except you and your team members may enter the monolith space. Completion will be deemed successful. Task reward, all attributes +4, ability, explosive touch. Lin Cheng's eyes widened. The task reward was actually an ability. And just from the name, explosive touch, it exuded immense offensive power. This was clearly an attack-type ability. In his previous apocalypse experiences, he had never heard of completing a task directly granting an ability as a reward. Abilities were usually only obtainable through monolith exchanges. He never expected that the mainline task of his apocalypse overlord system would actually grant an ability as a reward. Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Charge out quickly. First to Lake City University, then to Lake City Prison. At the beginning of the apocalypse, 3 stone tablets appeared in Lake City, and Lin Cheng didn't want to miss a single one. The first, the stone tablet at Lake City Psychiatric Hospital, granted him the radiant ability. Could the stone tablet at Lake City University also hold an ability? He absolutely couldn't miss it. Finally, head to the stone tablet at the Lake City Prison designated by the main quest. In fact, Lin Cheng already had a sense in his heart the trip to Lake City Prison would not be easy. Although the main quest was not graded like system tasks, the difficulty could be inferred from the rewards. Offering a superpower as a reward indicated that the dangers there were unknown and formidable. At this moment, Wei Shang was slashing at the zombies chasing them from the bottom of the escalator, while Lin Cheng dealt with the zombies surging from the top. Jiang Yu was stuck in the middle, frantically collecting magic crystals. My cumulative kill count has already exceeded 100. Just 200 more kills, and I can increase my attribute points again. Jiang Yu collected resources while reporting her task progress to her teammates. Wei Shang listened, his knife continuously slashing at the zombies in front of him. While hacking, he said, Lin Chang, hurry up and take me to find a tier 1 zombie. My task is stuck here. Lin Chang shook his head. Don't rush. Today is only the first day of the apocalypse outbreak. Tier 1 zombies are extremely rare and depend entirely on luck to encounter. As he spoke, the 3 of them finally fought their way to the top of the escalator and arrived on the first floor of the mall. What greeted their eyes was half of the first floor, almost completely blocked by countless zombies. Lin Cheng's face immediately changed. This is bad. At this rate, a zombie horde is going to form. Jiang Yu asked anxiously, what should we do? How can the 3 of us possibly deal with a zombie horde? Lin Cheng said calmly, first, fight our way to the mall entrance, get the motorbike out, and make a run for it. Around the mall was a high-end residential area. The apartment buildings near the commercial district were all upscale communities. At this moment, the survivors in these buildings were staring in terror at the surging zombie horde outside the mall, with only one thought in their minds, it's over. Why are all the zombies gathering here? What on earth is happening? The zombies around the mall had dispersed before. I was thinking of waiting until there were fewer zombies to go to the supermarket in the mall and grab some food, but I didn't expect. It's terrifying. The number of zombies must be in the thousands, right? Look at those streets leading to the mall. Zombies are still gathering. Something must have happened in the mall. These zombies couldn't all be converging on one place for no reason. As soon as the words fell, at the shattered glass wall, a group of zombies was suddenly slashed and sent flying. Truly sent flying. The severed bodies soared high into the air, crashing into the horde of zombies behind. What the hell is going on? Several flashes of metallic light streaked by, and more zombie remains were severed and sent flying. Black blood rained down like a dark storm over that area. The entrance was instantly cleared. Only then did everyone see 3 figures, their bodies covered in black blood, standing there. Lin Chang pulled out a white motorcycle from his storage ring. While slashing at the zombies surging forward, he instructed, Wei Shang, you and Jiang Yu ride together. Jiang Yu drives, and you handle killing the zombies. There are too many zombies this time. If Jiang Yu drives alone, she might be pulled down directly by the horde. Wei Shang must sit in the back to help fend them off. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to pull out the motorcycle, stepped onto it, and killed 3 zombies with her battle blade. Lin Chang swept his blade horizontally, slaying more than 10 zombies. Get on the bike quickly. You go first. Wei Shang sat securely behind Jiang Yu, his weapon swinging continuously. Jiang Yu felt nervous, but Lin Chang reassured her, this is a silver quality motorcycle. Trusted speed and performance. Remember how I drove last time when we were in the car? Just drive like that. The motorcycle can leap directly over large groups of zombies. All you need to do is focus on maintaining balance. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Yu started the motorcycle. The engine's roaring sound was aggressive and piercing, stirring even greater excitement among the distant horde of corpses, which accelerated their approach. The survivors upstairs were stunned speechless by the scene before them. These 3 people actually fought their way out of the mall? What the hell? There are still living people in the mall. There are survivors, fine, but how are these 3 so incredible? Since they appeared, the 3 of them have killed at least over 100 zombies combined. Am I seeing things? Did those 2 motorcycles just appear out of thin air? This is insane. Listen to the roar of those motorcycles. The zombies are getting even even more excited. Look downstairs, the zombies on the street are all starting to rush toward them. Are they courting death? How could they possibly break through the encirclement of thousands of zombies? Lin Chang cleared the zombies around the motorcycle with a few swift strikes. Roar! The engine thundered as the motorcycle sped forward at maximum speed. Just as it was about to crash into the first row of zombies, Jiang Yu lifted the front of the bike, and the entire motorcycle soared into the air like a nimble bird, drawing countless zombies to look skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chang instantly slew nearly 30 zombies. Without time to collect the magic crystals, he leaped onto the motorcycle and followed closely behind, charging out. The motorcycle carrying Jiang Yu and Wei Shang leapt over the horde of zombies. Before it landed, Lin Chang also launched his motorcycle into the air in pursuit. The surrounding survivors instantly exploded with excitement. What the hell kind of car is this? I want one too. Is this even a car? This is a plane, isn't it? Still flying, still flying. How far can it fly? Jiang Yu's motorcycle flew nearly 40 meters before slowly preparing to land. Below, although the density of zombies was not as high as the center of the horde, there were still dozens of zombies fixated on the motorcycle, quickly converging toward it. Wei Shang shouted loudly, "I'll handle it." He tightly gripped the specially designed handle on the edge of the motorcycle with one hand, while holding a battle knife in the other. The motorcycle was about to touch the ground. Dozens of zombies had entered the attack range. Wei Shang swung his battle knife, slashing at the zombies' heads with each strike, instantly clearing out the zombies on the right side. Jiang Yu saw the situation and quickly maneuvered the motorcycle, choosing to land on the right side where there were no zombies. The motorcycle tires rolled over the corpses of 2 zombies, causing a slight bump. But thanks to the powerful performance of the silver motorcycle and Jiang Yu's growing proficiency in driving, this minor bump was almost negligible. The motorcycle smoothly drove onto the road, flexibly dodging the zombies charging from left and right, instantly covering a distance of over 100 meters. Everyone was stunned. That's incredible. How is it even possible to be this amazing? Meanwhile, Lin Chang, driving the motorcycle alone at the rear, was about to land. He accurately chose a spot, and the tire rolled straight over the back of a zombie, using the zombie's back as a pedal. As the motorcycle landed, it crushed the zombie's skull and body. The surrounding zombies lunged forward madly. Lin Chang let go of one hand, controlling the handlebars with just his left hand. In his right hand, a white battle blade appeared. With unwavering determination, he swung it several times, severing the heads of countless zombies. Black blood splattered all over him. The silver motorcycle left a silver streak on the dusklit street before vanishing from sight. The surrounding survivors were dumbfounded, watching the 2 silver motorcycles disappear at the end of the street. They could hardly believe their eyes, even suspecting that everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. In the mall surrounded by thousands of zombies, not only were there survivors, but those 3 survivors even fought their way out of the mall. Each person swung their blade, killing dozens of zombies with a single strike. They also saw these 3 people being hit by zombies, but strangely, a stream of light merely flashed across their bodies. And after the zombies were cleared, no wounds appeared on their bodies. What happened next shocked everyone even more. 2 motorcycles appeared out of thin air beside the 3 people. As soon as the 3 got on the bikes, the motorcycles, like high-tech products, directly leapt over the horde of corpses, flying dozens of meters. In an instant, they broke out of the dense encirclement of zombies, then rode off on the motorcycle in a flash. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Is this real? What I just saw, everyone saw it too, right? Please tell me this isn't an illusion. What kind of motorcycle were they riding? It could actually take off from the ground. Where can you find such a motorcycle? And it directly flew over a distance of 40 or 50 meters. The distance of the leap aside, the height of the jump is truly terrifying. I estimate the highest point to be at least 7 or 8 meters off the ground, almost as high as a 3-story building. That's too scary. Even those professional motorcycles in competitions need some slope assistance, right? But these 2 bikes almost started from flat ground and were airborne within a few meters. What is this? The strength of the 3 people is even more shocking. I can't believe it's been less than half a day since the apocalypse broke out, and someone is already this strong. It's too unreal. Lin Chang drove the motorcycle more boldly than Jiang Yu. He charged recklessly down the road, as agile as a ground snake. The motorcycle was of silver quality, and even if it accidentally hit a vehicle on the road, it wouldn't sustain any damage. At this moment, the 3 had left the horde of corpses far behind, racing toward Lake City University at the fastest speed, triggering a regional Grade B mission, Zombie Horde Invasion. Currently, 17,087 players have accepted this mission. Before the apocalypse, Lake City University had over 120,000 students, faculty, and staff. After the apocalypse broke out, about half of the population turned into zombies. As time passed, among the more than 60,000 survivors, some became food for the zombies, while others were attacked by zombies, fled, got infected with the zombie virus, turned into zombies, and joined the zombie horde. The massive number of zombies on campus has formed a zombie tide, surging through every corner of the school. The zombie tide possesses a high degree of cohesion and rallying power. The campus zombie tide resonated with zombies outside the school, causing an endless stream of external zombies to converge on the campus, making the zombie tide grow increasingly larger. Mission content: clear the zombie horde within Lake City University. Mission rewards: reward levels. Upon meeting the requirements of a certain level, you may choose to complete the mission. Level 1 mission requirement: kill 600 zombies inside Lake City University. Level 1 mission rewards: all attribute points plus 5, 1 white quality immunity potion, 1 white quality healing potion. Level 2 task requirement: kill 1000 zombies inside Lake City University. Level 2 task rewards: plus 8 to all attribute points, 1 white quality immunity potion, 2 white quality healing potions, 1 white quality combat knife. Level 3 task requirement: kill 2000 zombies inside Lake City University. Level 3 task rewards: plus 18 to all attribute points, 3 silver quality healing potions, 1 silver quality combat knife, 1 gold quality permanent immunity potion. Lin Cheng's face immediately darkened. A mission involving a zombie horde attack. Zombie hordes are extremely dangerous, especially in the early stages of the apocalypse when ability users were still very rare. Although Lin Cheng now possessed an ability, his was defensive in nature. Without an offensive ability, he was at a significant disadvantage when facing a zombie horde. Earlier, in the mall, he had almost triggered a small-scale zombie horde and had decisively led his team to retreat. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the vicinity of Lake City University, they directly triggered a regional mission, and it was a medium-sized zombie horde numbering in the tens of thousands. He heard Wei Sheng behind him shouting loudly, "Both of us triggered the zombie horde attack mission." Lin Cheng freed one hand and made an OK gesture, signaling the two to stop at the next intersection. At the intersection, the sky was almost completely dark. Scattered streetlights dotted the desolate Lake City. On the first day of the apocalypse, the power system had not yet completely collapsed. In the darkness, Lake City seemed to be wailing and weeping. Right next to the intersection where Lin Cheng and the other two stood, in an old building at least 20 years old, an elderly man of at least 80 stood on the fourth-floor balcony, quietly sobbing. In another building across the street, a woman's desperate and broken scream pierced through the night sky. Suddenly, bang! A dull thud. A figure fell heavily, landing just 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Cheng and his companions. Blood immediately flowed from the sidewalk onto the road. It was a young man. He was not infected with the zombie virus. There had been no signs of struggle or noise before the fall. He must have committed suicide. Lin Cheng had already witnessed such scenes twice before. He thought he would be numb to it by now, but unexpectedly, his heart still twinged with pain. However, it was only for a fleeting moment. Having lived through this apocalyptic world once before, he understood clearly that completing tasks and improving his strength were the only things that mattered. Everything else was beyond his concern and beyond his ability to fight against. The only ones he cared about were himself and his comrades. Anyone who stood in the way of him completing his tasks had to die. That was the law of survival in the apocalypse. "Have you all gone through the requirements and rewards for the level 3 mission?" Lin Cheng asked in a low voice. They were about 2 kilometers away from Lake City University, but they could still faintly hear the roars of zombies coming from that direction. The scale of the sound far exceeded anything they had heard before. Jiang Yu nodded. I already have an accumulated kill mission. The target is to kill 300, and I've already killed 147. Lin Cheng analyzed for the two of them. Among the three of us, currently only I possess an E-level radiant ability. Fortunately, the radiant ability just upgraded, significantly enhancing its defensive power. Otherwise it would be very difficult for us to hold out in a 10,000 level corpse tide. After speaking, Lin Cheng immediately activated the radiant ability once, equipping both himself and Jiang Yu with an E-level radiant shield. The durability was fully intact, both at 100% E-level power. The defense was at least 5 times stronger than the previous F-level shield. This time, it consumed 4.5 points of Lin Cheng's mental energy. Compared to before, this was a huge gain. When the radiant ability was at F-level, creating one shield consumed about 3 points of mental energy, but now 4.5 points of mental energy produced 2 E-level shields. The mental energy he had previously expended had fully recovered with the help of the silver quality raw stone necklace. Level 3 mission rewards include plus 18 to all attributes, a silver potion, and a silver battle knife. With the silver battle knife, my combat power will increase significantly. Plus, there's a golden permanent immunity potion that I can give to Wei Sheng. After reviewing the level 3 rewards, Lin Cheng decisively decided to complete the level 3 mission. "How are you two holding up?" Jiang Yu replied, "My arm still feels a bit sore and numb. I used up quite a bit of energy earlier." Wei Sheng also said, "Same here, I feel a bit tired." Lin Cheng glanced at the building next to them and said, "Let's rest for an hour until our strength is fully recovered. In the meantime, I'll set up a glimmer shield for you. Once the raw stone necklace fully restores my mental energy and the cooldown for the glimmer ability is over, we'll make all the necessary preparations and head to Lake City University. An hour passed. Lin Cheng's mental energy was fully replenished. The three of them ate and drank their fill, completely regaining their strength and changed into clean, fresh clothes. As long as they completed the requirements for the level 3 mission, all of Lin Cheng's attributes would surpass 40, giving him enough confidence to face the tyrant. Before departure, Lin Cheng solemnly said, "We can't delay any longer. Once I complete the level 3 mission, regardless of your levels, both of you must choose to complete the mission and head to Lake City Prison. We'll act discreetly first and locate the stone tablet at Lake City University to confirm whether it contains any supernatural powers. If it does, dealing with the corpse tide will be much easier." Thanks to their previous active performance at the mall, the three of them had collected over 1,300 magic crystals. If they encounter silver quality supernatural powers, they can buy them directly. Even for blue quality ones, with effort, they can quickly acquire them. There is still 1 kilometer left to Lake City University. Roar! Bursts of zombie roars echoed from afar. Zombies on the streets surged like a parade of ghosts, all rushing in the same direction. Inside Lake City University, countless zombies swarmed in, invading madly from every corner. The main gate was packed with zombies, and the walls were piled high as they climbed over directly. Everywhere on campus was surrounded by zombies. On the first floor of the teaching building, all the classroom doors and windows had been destroyed by zombies, and more were rushing to the second floor. On the fourth floor, a group of students hid in a classroom, using desks and chairs to block the doorway tightly. Several burly students leaned against the pile of desks and chairs stacked to the ceiling, bracing their feet and desperately resisting. Ahead, more students used their hands to push against them, united as one, vowing to block these two doors at all costs. Through the curtainless windows, they saw more and more zombies wandering in the hallway. The zombies seemed to have caught the scent of living humans, furiously slamming against the two doors at the front and back of the classroom. Bang! Bang! It was as if death itself was knocking. Each impact shook their hearts. Everyone's faces were deathly pale, their eyes filled with fear and despair, but no one dared to make a sound. They understood that any noise would only attract more zombies. A few boys leaning against the desks and chairs felt the vibrations coming from behind them, their faces flushed red. Tension and fear surged within them as they used all their strength to steady their legs, their bodies drenched in sweat. Some were on the verge of breaking down, covering their mouths tightly, desperately holding back any sound. Bang! Bang! Roar! The sound of banging on the door, the zombies' growls, and the screams echoing from various parts of the school rose and fell in succession. Listening to the cries of their companions, they could almost see someone being torn apart by several zombies. Bang! The impacts grew increasingly violent. A few boys suddenly faltered, and the classroom door was abruptly pushed open by nearly half a meter. Everyone quickly gathered around and pushed the desks and chairs back into place. Bang! This time, the wooden door shattered instantly. Dozens of zombies outside grabbed the desks and chairs blocking the door and violently threw them aside. The zombies were now within arm's reach, their foul stench assaulting everyone's senses. At this moment, everyone's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Help! Help! Can someone come save us? Zombies swarmed in, and a few students on the outskirts who couldn't escape were grabbed and pulled into the horde. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by several zombies, blood splattering everywhere. Desperate and anguished screams erupted from inside the classroom. A few students, their eyes burning with rage, grabbed chairs and charged forward. "I'll kill you. Kill you all." Whether by luck or intent, one leg of the chair struck a zombie's temple, and the zombie collapsed to the ground. The student was overjoyed, a glimmer of hope appearing on their face. The temple. Before he could finish speaking, a zombie lunged at him from the side, knocking him down. Several more zombies immediately pounced, engulfing him in an instant. The remaining people no longer dared to step forward, they were too weak. Facing such a number of zombies, even mustering the courage to fight would be no different from courting death. At this moment, looking at the regional B-level mission issued by the Apocalypse system in their minds, they could only force a bitter smile. A level 1 mission requiring the killing of 600 zombies? What a joke! Under these circumstances, who could kill 600 zombies? Killing just 6 would already make someone a hero at Lake City University, let alone 600. And there were even more exaggerated numbers like 1,000 or 2,000. These were tasks no human could possibly complete. Absolutely impossible. No one could do it. In the classroom, there had originally been over 60 survivors. Zombies stormed into the classroom, and in just 20 seconds, only 7 or 8 survivors remained hiding in the corners and under the desks. The rest could only await death. Some even covered their ears, refusing to face the cruel reality. One student pulled out a hidden knife, clenched his teeth, and in despair, stabbed his own neck fiercely. The fresh scent of his blood immediately attracted 2 ferocious-looking zombies. Before his death, he gave the 2 zombies a victorious smile. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared at the classroom door, and several zombies were instantly sliced in half. Lin Chang heard the screams coming from this direction and rushed over with Jiang Yu and Wei Shang. Lake City University was vast, and finding the stone tablet here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had to first locate the survivors to gather information. The three of them fought their way in, but countless zombies followed closely behind, almost completely clogging the stairways and corridors. The overwhelming tide of thousands of zombies was utterly terrifying. Covered in blood, Lin Chang roared, "Block the door. I'll ask." Hearing the voice of a stranger, the 5 remaining survivors in the classroom looked up in shock, only to see that 3 more people had somehow appeared. In the room, a woman stood guard at the back door with a knife. As soon as a zombie showed its head, she would swiftly decapitate it with precision and speed. A thin man guarded the front door, his knife movements broad and forceful. Though not as agile as the woman, his strength and speed were equally formidable, and he too beheaded every zombie without letting a single one through. The third person charged directly into the center of the classroom. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of over 60 zombies in the classroom, all of them roaring as they charged toward him. Who are they? It's over, he's doomed. Dozens of zombies are attacking him. In the darkness, several flashes of cold light streaked by, and the heads of the dozens of zombies at the front flew off one after another, rolling into pools of blood as their heavy bodies collapsed in succession. Yet they couldn't see where that person's figure was at all. What's going on? They frantically searched the spacious classroom for Lin Chang's figure but couldn't find him at all. All they saw were zombies being cut down one after another. In less than half a minute, all 60+ zombies in the classroom were dead. Finally, they saw a figure standing steadily in the center of the classroom. The 5 survivors were so shocked they could hardly speak, their scalps tingling, and their worldview completely overturned. An unprecedented sense of astonishment filled their minds. He had single-handedly killed dozens of zombies in the classroom in less than half a minute. During this process, the 5 of them hadn't even caught a single clear movement of his. They almost believed Lin Chang was a ghost. In their understanding, this was simply not something a human could achieve, it was too overwhelming. "Have you seen a stone tablet in the school?" the figure spoke, his voice pulling the 5 back to reality. A girl timidly said, "A stone tablet? Is it black, very large, with strange patterns carved on it?" Lin Chang immediately looked at her and asked, "Yes. Where is it?" The girl said, "I haven't seen it myself, I just heard about it from someone else. That person was just eaten by zombies." Lin Chang said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know about the stone tablet." The girl stood up, mustered her courage, and took a step closer to Lin Chang, saying, "That person is my roommate. When the apocalypse broke out, she was in the corridor on the first floor of the girls' dormitory, being chased by zombies and fled out of the dormitory, eventually escaping to the teaching building. She said there was a strange stone monument standing in the lobby on the first floor of the dormitory building." "Which dormitory building?" Lin Chang asked. "Taoyuan Building 3. Specific location?" "Just head towards the basketball court, there's a curved slope, go up it, the 5th building on the right." Lin Chang frowned. Based on the girl's description, it was difficult for him to quickly and accurately locate Taoyuan Building 3. Even a minute's delay could mean the precious resources in the stone tablet might be snatched by someone else. He looked at the girl with determination. "Take us there." The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. "Okay. The outside is fraught with dangers, but as long as she follows these 3 people, her chances of survival are definitely much higher than the other survivors in the school." Lin Chang quickly scavenged the remaining dozens of magic crystals in the classroom. He led Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng all the way up, killing over 300 zombies, almost reaching the standard for a level 1 reward. But that wasn't his goal. He needed to kill 2,000 zombies to earn the silver quality battle blade and the +18 to all attributes reward. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng held the doorway, battling the zombies fiercely, with their kill count almost matching Lin Chang's. Unfortunately, when they rushed in, there were too many zombies, and many magic crystals were left uncollected. The 3 of them together killed over 1,000 zombies, but they managed to gather at most only 300 magic crystals. "How much durability do your 2 glimmers have left?" Wei Sheng said excitedly. "Still quite a lot. E-grade glimmers are really something else." Jiang Yu also replied, "It's about the same on my side. The durability of each part is around 80%. The advantage of Liu Guang upgrading to grade E was fully demonstrated in the onslaught of the zombie horde. The shield created by the grade E defensive ability made it almost impossible for these tier 0 zombies to break through." Lin Chang said, "Alright, try to pick up all the magic crystals. Let's head to the girls' dormitory first, the stone tablet is there." The girl's name was Liang Bingjie, a sophomore at this school. Lin Chang spent 2.5 points of mental energy to create an E-grade Liu Guang shield for her. After all, since they were asking for her help, basic safety guarantees were a must. Liang Bingjie felt a mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Lin Chang. The next second, it was as if an invisible barrier had formed over her skin. Like an illusion, the sensation vanished in an instant. Immediately after, various pieces of information about the flowing light appeared in her mind. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the durability data. This is my ability. As long as the durability doesn't hit 0, no attack can harm you." Liang Bingjie stared at Lin Chang in shock, repeating repeating, "No attack can harm me." Lin Cheng scanned the classroom. Find a weapon that feels comfortable to use. There are a lot of zombies outside. Even if they can't hurt you, they can drag you into a pile of corpses. You must take the initiative to attack the zombies. Liang Bingjie found a fire axe among the supplies left by other survivors and stared at the weapon in her hand, lost in thought. If the shield could really protect her from harm, could she kill the zombies and complete the mission successfully? Lin Cheng and the other two did their best to collect magic crystals, and the number had already exceeded 1,900. They positioned Liang Bingjie in the middle and charged straight out of the classroom. In the hallway, the zombies were packed so tightly there was no room to move. Liang Bingjie looked at the scene in front of her, unable to imagine how they could escape through this corridor. The zombies were almost pressed against her body, and even if she killed the ones nearby, more would surge forward in an instant. At this moment, Lin Cheng stood alone at the forefront, letting several zombies bite him fiercely. The white battle blade swept across, and in the narrow corridor, several rows of zombies were instantly slain. He tore the zombies off his body with one hand and flung them backward with a reverse throw, sending them tumbling downstairs. The space he had just cleared was filled again within mere seconds by a frenzy of zombies, swarming in like a tide. Lin Cheng's figure suddenly vanished mysteriously from where he stood. The zombie horde, losing their target, paused in confusion before turning to attack Jiang Yu and the other two behind him. A zombie's sharp claws suddenly grabbed Liang Bingjie's arm. She instinctively let out a scream but didn't feel the pain or tearing she had expected. Her mouth opened wide in astonishment. The shield really protected her from harm. At that moment, a flash of a blade streaked across the front, slicing through dozens of congested zombies at the waist. Lin Cheng's figure reappeared. The magic crystals hadn't even been fully picked up when Jiang Yu pulled Liang Bingjie along, and the group of four finally rushed to the fourth-floor stairway. Lin Cheng and the other two fought their way through, like gods of slaughter. No matter what appeared in front of them, it was met with a relentless barrage of strikes. Their strong physiques gave them stamina far beyond that of ordinary people, and Liang Bingjie bravely took the opportunity to kill a few herself. They carved out a bloody path in the terrifyingly crowded stairwell filled with zombies, a path paved with corpses. Below the teaching building, countless zombies were swarming, all drawn by the sounds of Lin Cheng and the others' battle. Two motorcycles suddenly appeared. Lin Cheng, already in a frenzy, said nothing and charged into the horde at an astonishing speed, swinging his blade wildly. Within Lake City University, his kill count exceeded 600, fulfilling the requirements for the level 1 mission. Lin Cheng and the other two worked seamlessly together, almost without needing to communicate. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng had already mounted the same motorcycle. Wei Sheng turned to the stunned Liang Bingjie and said, "Quick, get on the back seat of that bike." Lin Cheng charged into the horde of zombies alone. Countless zombies surrounded the two motorcycles, yet not a single one dared to approach. His killing efficiency was terrifying. With 28.1 points of strength and a white-quality battle blade in such a dense crowd of zombies, each swing could instantly kill at least 20 or 30 of them. The horrifying zombies in Liang Bingjie's eyes seemed as fragile as ants under Lin Cheng's blade. She desperately searched for Lin Cheng's figure amidst the horde, but just like when Lin Cheng first appeared in the classroom, all she could see were zombies falling one after another. She couldn't discern where Lin Cheng was hiding at all. This speed is just too terrifying. She was marveling when everything suddenly went dark. Lin Cheng abruptly appeared riding a motorcycle. Boom! The roar of the motorcycle engine exploded, and a sense of weightlessness surged over her. In Liang Bingjie's shocked and terrified gaze, the motorcycle sped forward a few meters before suddenly taking off into the air. At that moment, she almost couldn't help but curse out loud. She had imagined Lin Cheng riding a motorcycle into a horde of corpses, but she never expected the motorcycle to take flight. The ground grew farther and farther away, and her line of sight was now level with the third floor of the school building. She clung tightly to Lin Cheng's waist. Lin Cheng calmly spoke, "Lead the way." She immediately snapped back to reality, struggling to discern the direction from high above amidst the blood and chaos, pointing to a location, that way. Whoosh! The motorcycle landed and sped off like lightning. Turn ahead. Go up along the curve. Yes. The roar of the motorcycles had long attracted the survivors in several dormitory buildings along the road. Many people leaned by the windows, staring in astonishment at the two motorcycles speeding past below. The two motorcycles zipped through with a whoosh, occasionally leaping over the horde of corpses, just like a scene from a movie. Look, quickly, look. What the heck? Is that a motorcycle? It's flying so high? It actually flew directly over the heads of the zombie horde. That's insane. The motorcycle soared to its highest point, and its next descent was aimed directly at Tao Yuan's third building. At that moment, Lin Cheng suddenly heard the system's voice. Trigger special mission. Mission content: eliminate the first-order alien beast about to emerge from the spatial rift. Mission reward: all attributes +4, silver quality equipment, blessing of strength upon activation after equipping, +10 strength attribute points for 2 minutes, cooldown time, 12 hours. Less than half a meter in front of the motorcycle, the space suddenly distorted. Intense spatial fluctuations rapidly spread, drawing everyone's attention. A pitch-black spatial rift was torn open, and a giant black claw extended from the rift, swiftly striking the motorcycle that had no chance to evade. The powerful force of the first-tier mutant beast sent the silver-grade motorcycle flying with a single swipe. It was flung backward over 100 meters through the air. Lin Chang and Liang Bingjie, along with their motorcycle, crashed heavily to the ground, crushing a few zombies beneath them in the process. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang, who were following closely behind Lin Chang, were not spared either. A first-tier exotic beast completely emerged from the spatial rift. Jiang Yu urgently adjusted her direction, but remained powerless in mid-air. The exotic beast suddenly pounced, its thick tail sweeping Jiang Yu and her companion off the vehicle. The two fell heavily to the ground, while the motorcycle lost control and flew into the second floor of a dormitory building. Everyone's gaze focused on the first-tier exotic beast that had suddenly leapt to the ground. Its entire body is pitch black, with shiny, glossy fur, a physique resembling a lion, and an appearance akin to a black panther. Its limbs are sturdy, muscles well-developed, and claws sharp as knives, capable of piercing through intestines with a mere touch. Its powerful, raised long tail signifies its current state of heightened combat readiness. A pair of vertical pupils reveal a beast-like bloodthirstiness and indifference. Embedded in the center of its forehead is a black crystal core, which is a first-tier beast core of the exotic creature. As a mythical beast, its beast core is extremely special, valued as much as 100 first-tier magic crystals. It exudes a strong beastly aura, bringing an undeniable sense of oppression. Students in the surrounding dormitory buildings could feel this aura even from a distance, their breathing becoming difficult and their hearts filled with fear. What is this thing? It actually appeared out of thin air in mid-air. What a terrifying aura. Its mere presence is enough to make people afraid. If it charges into our building, we're all done for. Look at the zombies around us. They're all scattering. What the hell is this? Even the zombies are afraid of this beast? Even mindless zombies are scared. Those 4 people downstairs are doomed. Serves them right for being so cocky on their motorcycles, and now they've instantly caught the attention of this monster. Liang Bingjie quickly got up from the ground, unharmed, with only the durability of the glimmer shield reduced by about 15%. Just as she stood up and was about to tell Lin Chang where to hide nearby, she caught sight of a figure darting out with a whoosh. She finally couldn't help but curse Lin Chang. At the same time, she also received a special mission. What on earth is this? It's actually a first-tier exotic beast that emerged from a spatial rift. First tier. The power of that slap just now directly knocked them out of mid-air. How can Lin Chang still dare to go up? Could it be that he's willing to risk his life just to complete the mission? Hearing the anxious shout from behind, Lin Chang's face revealed a faint, calm smile. This was merely a first-tier mutant beast, not a first-tier tyrant. From that earlier strike, Lin Chang had roughly gauged the opponent's attributes to be around 25 points, similar to his own. Lin Chang's current stats were Strength 28.1, Speed 25.2, plus 5, Constitution 24.7, and Spirit 24.2, Max 20.4. Among these, both Strength and Speed clearly exceeded 25 points, leaving him with nothing to fear. Silver equipment, here I come. Lin Chang unleashed his full power, his body transforming into a blur under the dim streetlights as he instantly charged toward the first-tier mutant beast. The white battle blade came crashing down. The mutant beast, seeing Lin Chang's incredible speed, immediately dodged, causing Lin Chang's first strike to land on the ground. The hard ground shattered into fragments under the force of his full-powered slash. In the next second, Lin Chang disappeared from his original position again. With a speed exceeding 30 points, he instantly caught up to the mutant beast. What speed is this person? The beast abruptly turned around, its claws reaching for Lin Chang's face. Lin Chang did not dodge at all, swiftly twisting the direction of his battle blade to sweep horizontally from the side. Poof! The beast roared angrily, its powerful claws striking Lin Chang's face, forcing him to stagger back several steps. But Lin Chang's strength was superior. His battle blade slashed into the beast's side, carving a deep wound that sent blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought Lin Chang's head would be smashed by that claw, but unexpectedly, he stood there completely unharmed. The crowd looked stunned, their eyes wide open, trying to see more clearly. He's not hurt at all? I clearly saw the monster's claw hit his face. Even if his head didn't crack, his face should have been slashed open. The beast glared angrily, completely enraged, and pounced at Lin Chang once again. Its roar was filled with an oppressive force, and just hearing this sound would make others lose their will to fight. However, Lin Chang charged straight at the beast, and two blurred figures collided. Sharp claws clashed fiercely with the white battle blade, producing a piercing metallic screech. The contest of strength was decided in an instant, as the beast was sent flying backward by Lin Chang's overwhelming power. How can this beast be so large, yet weaker than this person? It's not that the beast is weak, it's that this person is too fierce. This person is incredible. The exotic beast rolled awkwardly on the ground a few times to dissipate the force, but before it could stand up, Lin Chang's figure had already rushed toward it again at an astonishing speed. The shadow of the blade fell like rain, slashing dozens of times within seconds in a full force burst. How is that possible? The thick-skinned, tough-fleshed Tier 1 beast was slashed until its hide was torn and flesh split, wailing incessantly, its majestic roars reduced to the yelps of a beaten dog. This stark contrast completely stunned all the onlookers. This is just too unbelievable. Is this even a human? He actually beat the monster like this. This person is too powerful. Just how many attribute points has he added? He's so fast I can't even see him clearly. Lin Chang slashed wildly, without any fancy moves, just simple and brutal full-force strikes, until the beast completely stopped struggling. Special mission completed. Reward obtained, all attribute points +4, silver quality equipment, blessing of the god of strength, activates upon equipping, granting +10 strength attribute points for 2 minutes, cooldown, 12 hours. A familiar surge of powerful energy flowed into the body, increasing all attribute points by 4. Strength surpassed 30 points, and the mental power limit also increased accordingly. Strength 32.1, speed 29.2, +5, physique 28.7, spirit 28.2, 25, 5. Superpower, flowing light E-level, 98/800, CD, 8 minutes. Equipment, Power God's Blessing, silver quality, CD, 12 hours. Primal Stone Necklace, silver quality, storage ring, silver quality, storage ring, white quality, battle blade, white quality, battle boots, white quality. Among the silver quality equipment, the Power God's Blessing is a red ring with a simple design, its band covered in scale-like patterns exuding a mysterious aura. Once activated, Lin Chang's strength attribute will increase by 10 points for the next 2 minutes. With his current power, his strength can instantly reach 42.1. In this post-apocalyptic world, no strength surpasses 42.1, not even the Tier 1 tyrant that appears 40 hours later can reach this number. The 2-minute boost duration is more than sufficient. It took Lin Chang roughly 2 minutes to slay a Tier 1 mutant beast. The only downside is the relatively long cooldown time, a full 12 hours. Such a powerful piece of equipment, if it could be used infinitely, would undoubtedly start at blue quality, not silver. Lin Chang crouched down, placed the Tier 1 beast core into the storage space, and then stored the entire corpse of the Tier 1 mutant beast. The beast's tail and claws could be used as materials for crafting weapons, provided he could acquire the relevant superpower, but that was a matter for the future. For now, the only value of this mutant beast's corpse was as food, extremely nourishing and rich in nutrients, capable of quickly restoring physical strength. Lin Chang's gaze swept toward the horde of corpses that had gathered again due to the death of the first-tier mutant beast. He put away his motorcycle, grabbed the visibly shocked Liang Bingjie, and together they ran toward Taoyuan Building 3, 100 meters away. Second floor of Taoyuan Building 1. Wei Sheng rushed up the stairs, cutting down zombies along the way, and stored his motorcycle in his storage ring. Facing the shocked gazes of the many students inside the dormitory building, he chuckled and said, "Hee, Lin Chang still won't let me ride my motorcycle, so here I am, taking it back." Taoyuan Building 3. Liao Yong stepped out of the stone tablet space, his eyes gleaming. Beside him were his subordinates, all elite members with attribute points exceeding 10, making their strength twice that of ordinary people. His own attribute points exceeded 20, making his strength 4 times that of an average person. Not to mention, he possessed a highly powerful offensive ability. Slashing through zombies along the way, he had just arrived near Lake City University when the mission, Corpse Tide Strikes, was triggered. For him, the third-level mission's requirement to kill 2,000 zombies was a piece of cake. Once his ability was activated, he could wipe out that many zombies in mere minutes. Shortly after entering the school, Liao Yong learned from a student that a stone tablet was hidden in the girls' dormitory, Taoyuan Building 3. That was the source of his ability exchange, and he was well aware of the tablet's value. He immediately led his men to fight their way there. Upon entering the stone tablet space, it did not disappoint. Inside was a purple quality ability. It required 5,000 zero-tier magic crystals to exchange for it. His current ability was silver quality, and its power already left him extremely satisfied. After silver quality comes blue quality, and only after that does purple quality appear. He couldn't even imagine how astonishing the power of a purple quality ability would be. Looking at the name and description of the ability, Liao Yong became utterly excited. Thunder element ability. Elemental ability. Capable of unleashing lightning. Absolutely game-changing. He swore that no matter the cost, he would obtain this ability. Liao Yong's dozen subordinates saw his excited expression and knew there was treasure inside, so they hurriedly asked, "Boss, what's in there?" Liao Yong scanned the surroundings. In the corridor, many students curiously poked their heads out to stare at the hall. Their boldness was due to the fact that when Liao Yong and his group appeared earlier, they had swiftly and cleanly cleared out all the zombies. Inside the building, outside the door, dozens of zombies surged in. Liao Yong raised his hand and released a fireball. A half-meter diameter fireball appeared out of thin air, its high temperature distorting the surrounding space. The fireball rapidly collided with the zombies at the entrance, blasting the dozen or so zombies that had already entered back out the door. The fireball then exploded. Intense flames swept cut through dozens of zombies, and a raging fire immediately ignited outside the door. In an instant, the hundreds of zombies gathered at the entrance were engulfed, and the area outside Building 3 turned into a sea of fire. Students in the surrounding dormitory buildings were all stunned, staring at the flames below, watching countless zombies rolling and roaring in the inferno. Fire. That's right. Using fire to burn zombies is totally feasible. That's not right. I was watching downstairs the whole time and saw a fireball fly out from the lobby of Building 3. Really? I saw it too. A huge fireball flew out and exploded right in front of the horde of corpses. How is that possible? It must have been someone pouring oil and then throwing a lighter down. The students in the first-floor corridor of Building 3 were the closest to the fireball. They clearly saw that as Liao Yong raised his hand, the fireball appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, the fireball shot explosively toward the zombies ahead. That fireball was created by this man. It wasn't a lighter, nor was it gasoline. This was his special ability. Whoa, am I seeing this right? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this really a power humans can possess? It's so unscientific. Player name, Lin Chang. Launching fireballs? Is this for real? Where on earth did he get this power? Amazing. If I had this kind of power, I wouldn't fear any zombies at all. A fireball directly engulfed 200 zombies in a sea of flames. The efficiency is astonishing. The survivors who witnessed this scene were not only shocked by Liao Yong's terrifying power but also filled with fear toward him. This man is even more frightening than the zombies. Liao Yong looked at the E-level fireball ability in the CD and said to his subordinates, "There's a purple quality ability in the steel." Purple quality? How many magic crystals does it cost? What kind of ability? Special abilities, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. Liao Yong said, 5,000 magic crystals, lightning element ability. In an instant, more than a dozen subordinates widened their eyes. Lightning element? Boss, we have to get this superpower. Your fireball ability is silver quality and already so powerful. This lightning element is purple quality, so its power must be even greater. 5,000 magic crystals, we only have a little over 3,000 magic crystals right now. Just use your fireball ability to burn down 2,000 zombies. Liao Yong frowned and said, "Of course. Actually, we've killed more zombies than that on our way here. The main issue is that collecting magic crystals in the zombie horde is too dangerous. So from now on, all of you must go out and collect magic crystals." Hearing this, someone in the team froze for a moment. In fact, quite a few people had already died along the way while searching for the stone tablet. Liao Yong's ability was convenient, capable of clearing a large area of zombies at once. But if someone went to collect magic crystals, casualties were inevitable. Everyone had been injected with the immunity serum, but if they were torn apart and devoured by zombies, what use would the serum be? Seeing the group's hesitation, Liao Yong snorted coldly, "If you want to rely on my ability to survive in the apocalypse, then you'd better behave and follow orders. This ability is mine for sure. I promise, whoever collects the most magic crystals for me today, the next time we find a stone tablet, no matter what ability is inside, I'll use magic crystals to exchange it for that person." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited. Superpowers. Liao Yong actually promised to award the next superpower to the person who collected the most magic crystals today. After witnessing his strength, everyone understood the importance of superpowers. With superpowers, what challenges could the apocalypse possibly hold? Liao Yong saw their interest and secretly sneered in his heart. The cooldown is 3 more minutes. Once I cast another fireball to clear out a wave of zombies, you all can go out and collect magic crystals. Boss, don't worry, this superpower is definitely yours for the taking. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. The entire Taoyuan Building 3 shook violently, accompanied by the sound of shattering and falling. That's right. Using fire to burn zombies is totally fine. No, I was just staring downstairs and saw a fireball fly out from the lobby of Building 3. Really? I saw it too. A huge fireball flew out and exploded right in front of the zombie horde. How is that possible? Someone must have poured oil there and then thrown a lighter down. The students in the hallway on the first floor of Building 3 were the closest to the fireball. They clearly saw that as soon as Liao Yong raised his hand, the fireball appeared out of thin air. Liao Yong waved his hand, and the fireball shot fiercely toward the zombies ahead. That fireball was created by this man himself. It's definitely not a lighter, and certainly not gasoline. This is his unique special ability. Whoa, am I seeing this right? My eyes aren't broken, are they? Is this a power humans can possess? This is way too unscientific. Throwing fireballs? This is way too realistic. Where does this power come from? What? So powerful. If I had this ability, I wouldn't fear any zombies at all. One fireball burned at least 200 200 zombies to death. The efficiency is simply astonishing. The survivors who witnessed this scene were not only shocked by Liao Yong's terrifying strength but also developed a sense of fear toward him. This person is even more terrifying than a zombie. Liao Yong stared at the E-level fireball ability in the CD and said to his subordinates, "There's also a purple quality ability in the stone tablet." Purple quality? How many magic crystals does it cost? What kind of ability is it? Liao Yong said, 5,000 magic crystals, lightning element ability. In an instant, his dozen or so subordinates were dumbfounded. Lightning element. Boss, we have to get this ability. Your fireball ability is already so powerful it's silver quality, and this lightning element is of purple quality, so its power must be even greater. 5,000 magic crystals. We currently have over 3,000 magic crystals. With your fireball ability, you can easily burn 2,000 zombies to death. Liao Yong frowned and said, "Of course, in fact, the number of zombies we've killed along the way is far more than that. The main issue is that collecting magic crystals in the zombie horde is too dangerous. So, from now on, all of you must go out and collect magic crystals." Hearing this, someone in the team was momentarily stunned. In fact, they had already lost quite a few people while searching for the stone tablets along the way. Although Liao Yong's ability was convenient and could instantly clear a large area of zombies, as long as someone went to collect the magic crystals, casualties were inevitable. Everyone had been injected with the immunity serum, but what use was it if they were torn apart by zombies? Liao Yong saw everyone hesitating and snorted coldly, "If you want to rely on my ability to survive in the apocalypse, you'd better behave. This ability is mine. I promise, whoever collects the most magic crystals for me today, the next time we find a stone tablet, no matter what ability is inside, I'll use magic crystals to exchange it for them." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became excited. An ability. Liao Yong actually promised to give the next ability to the person who collects the most magic crystals today. Alright, after witnessing Liao Yong's strength, they all understood the significance of supernatural abilities. As long as they acquire supernatural abilities, what is there to fear in this apocalyptic world? At that moment, Liao Yong noticed everyone was tempted and secretly sneered in his heart. The cooldown is still 3 minutes. Once I cast another fireball to clear out a wave of zombies, you can go out and collect magic crystals. Boss, rest assured, this superpower is definitely yours. At that moment, bang! A thunderous crash suddenly erupted, causing the entire Taoyuan's 3 buildings to tremble violently, accompanied by the sounds of shattering and falling, as well as the roar of engines. Liao Yong fiercely looked toward the end of the corridor. Several students at the end of the first-floor corridor screamed in shock. A silver motorcycle crashed through the outer wall of the dormitory building, directly charging into Taoyuan Building 3 from the side. Wei Sheng got off the motorcycle with a grin and apologized to Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the back seat in a daze. "Sorry, I got too excited. I finally got to ride a motorcycle." At the rear, Lin Chang, who was preparing to land, shouted, "Get out of the way." Jiang Yu reacted quickly, touching the motorcycle and storing it in her storage ring, while pulling Wei Sheng into a nearby dormitory. Bang! Another loud crash. Lin Chang, carrying Liang Bingjie, drove the motorcycle through the wall Wei Sheng had broken and rushed into the dormitory building. After coming to a stop and getting out of the vehicle, he was just about to scold Wei Sheng when he suddenly saw a group of people walking from the other end of the corridor. Liao Yong's face was grim, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Chang. Immediately after, his gaze locked firmly onto the silver-quality motorcycle beside Lin Chang. One of Liao Yong's subordinates strode forward angrily, pointing at Lin Chang and cursing, "Are you out of your damn mind? This building originally only had one entrance and exit in the lobby. Now you've smashed through the wall, and zombies can rush in from here. Are you a complete idiot?" Jiang Yu said coldly, "I advise you to watch your mouth." The survivors on the first floor saw this and sighed inwardly. Why did they have to provoke this group of people? This woman is so arrogant. Does she think a bit of beauty can turn the world upside down? It's the apocalypse now. That guy leading them is an ability user who can throw fireballs. If they had come through the main entrance of the hall, they would have seen the sea of flames at the door and realized just how terrifying an existence they've provoked. What? The other people in Liao Yong's team were sizing up Lin Cheng's group of 4 at this moment, their eyes full of mockery. "Oh, the pretty lady has quite a foul mouth. Do you know who we are? Do you know what kind of person our boss is? Saying things like that, you'd better watch out, or you won't even know how you died later." The subordinate of Liao Yong, who had spoken first, was extremely arrogant, glaring back at Jiang Yu without any fear. With Liao Yong, an ability user, backing him up, he wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, he also noticed that Liao Yong's gaze had long been fixed on the motorcycle beside Lin Chang. Wanting something from the other party, conflict was inevitable. He took the initiative to step forward, hoping to leave a deep impression on Liao Yong. After all, pleasing Liao Yong was the only way to survive longer in this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps one day, when Liao Yong found an unsatisfactory ability in the stone tablet, he might think of him. Gaining even a small benefit from a strong figure like Liao Yong would be enough to bring him endless advantages. With this thought, he strode forward, his face carrying a mocking and provocative expression. Once again, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chang and reached out to touch the motorcycle's front. Scolding you, so what? Don't you know what stupid thing you did? You've put the entire building in danger. Being scolded is the least of your worries. How about this? I see your motorcycle is pretty nice. Give it to our boss, and we'll spare your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was already about to touch the motorcycle. At that moment, a swift white light flashed by. The man's arm instantly separated from his shoulder and flew out. Warm blood splattered everywhere, landing on Liao Yong and his companions' faces and bodies. Ah! The man fell to the ground in agony, clutching his severed arm and screaming. Exclamations of shock erupted uncontrollably throughout the corridor. The students watching were utterly shocked. They never expected Lin Chang to be so ruthless, cutting off someone's arm with a single stroke without saying a word. Even more astonishing was that no one saw how Lin Chang made his move. All they saw were splashes of blood and a severed arm flying through the air. The man whose arm had been severed stared blankly at the limb lying several meters away, his heart filled with anger and fear. How could this be? His total attributes exceeded 10 points, making his strength twice that of an average adult male, with reaction speed and dynamic vision far surpassing ordinary people. Just now, he didn't even see how the man in front of him had cut off his arm. He only felt a sharp pain, and when he came to his senses, his arm was already gone. He looked at Lin Chang in horror, only to see Lin Chang standing with a knife, his expression indifferent. You bastard. Lin Chang revealed a faint smile, flipped the knife, and directly severed his head. Someone's been killed. How is he so fast again? No one can even react. He's too quick. At this moment, Liao Yong and his group's expressions became exceptionally vivid. The slightly smarter ones had completely changed their gaze. To be able to sever an arm in an instant and then decapitate someone right under their noses, with no one able to stop it in time, was enough to prove that Lin Chang's strength was unfathomable. Alright, obviously, a few not-so-bright guys failed to realize the danger. Three men strode aggressively toward Lin Chang, cursing under their breath. How dare you mess with our people? Lin Chang was only thinking about the stone tablet of Building 3 in Taoyuan. Without turning his head, he confirmed with Liang Bingjie behind him, is this Building 3 in Taoyuan? Liang Bingjie nodded vigorously, yes. The students in the hallway were all astonished that Lin Chang could still care about which building in Taoyuan it was at this moment. Is this guy really that clueless? There are more than 10 people on the other side, and they only have 4. Plus, he doesn't even know that the leader on the other side can actually cast fireballs. He killed someone on the other side. The one using fireballs definitely won't let him go. Receiving a definite answer, Lin Chang strode forward without hesitation. The three of them were momentarily stunned, then angrily realized that although Lin Chang was walking directly toward them, his gaze wasn't focused on them at all. He was staring into the depths of the corridor, completely ignoring them without even a glance. Bastard! For these three people who had always been accustomed to following Liao Yong's arrogance, this was an immense humiliation. Lin Chang saw the entrance to the hall, located right in the middle of the two side corridors, just a dozen meters away from him. A spirited smile appeared on his face. Was there really any supernatural power here? Behind him, Wei Shang and Jiang Yu naturally followed along. Liang Bingjie nervously lowered her head, tugging at Jiang Yu's sleeve, and quickly followed. Wei Shang said excitedly, my sixth sense tells me that this stone tablet definitely has supernatural powers. As soon as these words were spoken, Liao Yong, who had been silent all along, suddenly showed a drastic change in expression. And as the three of them got closer to Lin Chang, how could they still have the mind to listen to Wei Shang's words at this moment? There was only one thought in their minds, kill Lin Chang. The three of them wore ferocious and crazed expressions, mixed with the fury of humiliation, as they raised their weapons in unison and charged at Lin Chang with all their might. What was shocking was that even at this critical moment, as their weapons were about to strike Lin Chang, his gaze still did not fall upon them. It was as if they were nothing more than dust or ants, utterly unworthy of his slightest attention. Furious and ashamed, they roared, kill you. Lin Chang, who was just within reach, suddenly vanished like a phantom. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Lin Chang transformed into a fleeting shadow. A storm surged in everyone's hearts, their eyes widened in shock as they desperately searched for his figure. The next moment, a large amount of blood spurted from the chests of the three people. Lin Chang's figure appeared behind the three, standing right in front of Liao Yong. Before Lin Chang could even steady himself, the three had already collapsed into a pool of blood, their eyes wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. At this moment, the entire corridor fell silent, with only the trickling sound of blood forming a small stream on the ground. Everyone stared at Lin Chang in shock. This is too powerful. This speed, is he even human? How can a person possibly be this fast? What the heck? He just disappeared earlier. He's so fast, we can't see him clearly at all. In an instant, three people were killed. Lin Chang continued walking forward. Just as he was about to brush past Liao Yong, he suddenly sensed a surge of supernatural energy. The surrounding temperature suddenly skyrocketed. Liao Yong let out a crazed voice from beside him. I've been waiting for a long time. What do you think I've been waiting for? I've been waiting for my abilities cooldown to end. You're dead. The temperature in the corridor instantly soared. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang looked ahead in surprise. An Esper? A fire-type ability? The female students in the hallway weren't that surprised. They had seen Liao Yong's fireball before. Oh no! Run! If the fireball explodes in the hallway, we're all dead. This guy is doomed. No matter how fast he is, there's no way he can dodge the fireball. The sound of doors closing echoed one after another. A half-meter-wide fireball appeared out of thin air, almost brushing against Lin Cheng's face. The firelight illuminated the narrow corridor. Liao Yong's subordinates were stunned. Are you crazy? We're all going to die. Liao Yong, what are you doing? Liao Yong's face turned bright red as he screamed madly, die. The power in the stone tablet can only be mine. The fireball exploded directly on Lin Cheng. Rolling flames instantly engulfed the entire first-floor corridor. All the dormitory iron doors were tightly shut. In the corridor, Lin Cheng, Jiang Yu, Wei Shang, Liang Bingjie, and nearly 10 of Liao Yong's remaining subordinates were all consumed by the flames. Heavens! Liao Yong stood amidst the flames, laughing heartily. His superpower certainly wouldn't harm himself. As for his subordinates, if they die, he can just gather a new team. This is Lake City University, where there are plenty of young and strong people. Upon seeing his powerful fireball ability, who wouldn't fawn over him? This is still the girls' dormitory. When the time comes, pick a few young and beautiful ones to serve him. There will definitely be a bunch of female college students vying to come. In the flames, he walked toward the stone tablet. Lightning element power, it can only be mine. The flames in the corridor gradually extinguished. Liao Yong can now easily control the flames erupting from the fireball, with the simplest operation being extinguishing the fire. This was a new skill he unlocked after upgrading to level E. With this, even if he was inside a building, he could use his abilities without hesitation, without worrying about destroying his hiding place. After all, he had already killed everyone in the hallway. If the flames continued to burn, they might spread to the female students in the dormitory, and he was still planning to pick a few pretty ones. However, at that moment, he heard a faint voice behind him. You're waiting for your cooldown, but my cooldown is always ready. Liao Yong froze, and it took him a full 3 seconds to turn around and see Lin Cheng standing in the hallway. No, not just Lin Cheng, all 4 of them were still alive. At this moment, Liao Yong's expression was extremely comical, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. You were clearly hit in the face by my fireball. How can you still be alive? His roar immediately prompted the curious university students to open their doors. The hallway was still filled with lingering smoke, the walls and ceiling blackened by the fire, and several charred corpses lay on the ground. However, Lin Cheng and the other 3 stood unharmed to the side, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? They actually survived? How is that possible? The flames just now burned through the entire hallway and almost destroyed our door. Luckily, the fire suddenly went out for some reason. Everyone else is dead, so how are those 4 still alive? What on earth just happened? Lin Cheng stepped forward, staring at Liao Yong and asked, not bad for an ability. Is it E level? Liao Yong was utterly shocked. This person actually knew about ability rankings, not by stages like first or second, but by levels like F and E. Did this mean the other party also had abilities? Was his failure to kill these 4 people really because of this person's ability? But he hadn't seen the other party use any ability at all. Exclamation point. Lin Cheng moved closer to Liao Yong and said with a smile, on cooldown again? At this moment, Liao Yong was so frightened that he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, my ability is on cooldown too. Suddenly, Lin Cheng struck, grabbing Liao Yong's cheek with one hand and instantly pinning him against the wall, lifting him up. Liao Yong's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. Let go of me. Ugh, how is this possible? This man actually lifted him up with just one hand? Lin Cheng's hand gripped his face tightly, making him feel as though his facial bones were about to shatter. He desperately slapped at Lin Cheng's hand and arm with both hands, but it was completely ineffective. He was supposed to be a powerhouse with all attribute points exceeding 20, yet the opponent's strength far surpassed his. At this moment, he was like a chick being held by Lin Cheng's single hand. With just a little more force, the other could easily crush him to death. He still couldn't understand how Lin Cheng and the other 3 had survived his sea of fire. The surrounding survivors were all stunned into silence by the scene. The Liao Yong before them, who could release fireballs to kill hundreds of zombies at once, was now being lifted by Lin Cheng with one hand, his face gripped tightly. How could this happen? This is a superhuman who can kill hundreds of zombies. How could? Lin Cheng noticed the storage ring on Liao Yong's hand. He reached out with his other hand, grabbed Liao Yong's flailing wrist, and twisted it. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Liao Yong's hand went limp and hung down. Lin Cheng removed the storage ring and sent his mental energy into it. His eyes immediately lit up. Inside were over 3,000 Tier 0 magic crystals and more than 20 white-quality potions of various types. This was a huge windfall. The 3,000 plus magic crystals alone were incredibly valuable. The combined total of magic crystals on Lin Cheng and his 2 companions barely exceeded 2,000. The efficiency of the fire-based offensive ability in killing zombies was so impressive that even Lin Chang felt inferior. Liao Yong endured the intense pain and mumbled incoherently, begging for mercy. You saw the number of magic crystals inside, right? They're all yours, just spare me, okay? Lin Chang once again turned his gaze to Liao Yong's face. The moment their eyes met, Liao Yong froze abruptly, a chill surging from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What kind of look was that? It was like the gaze of a merciless beast, filled with extreme indifference and cruelty. Though there was a smile on the lips, it was brimming with murderous intent. Lin Chang let out a cold laugh. Those are my spoils of war. Kill him. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she increased the force of her hand. The continuous crack sounds of shattering facial bones echoed, making one's teeth ache. Woo, woo. Liao Yong's face was pinched so hard that he couldn't even cry out in pain. Lin Chang finally grew impatient, casually pushed Liao Yong's head to the side, and directly snapped his neck. He called out to Jiang Yu and the others behind him. Hurry up. I just heard this guy mention there's an ability inside. Ignoring the protests of the three behind him, Lin Chang suddenly burst forward at full speed into the hall. The burn marks inside the hall were not too severe, and the massive stone tablet still stood there. Lin Chang placed his hand on the stone tablet and instantly entered the tablet's space. As soon as he entered, he immediately detected an ability inside. Ability, Thunder Element, Purple Quality. Ability description. The ability user controls the power of thunder elements, unleashing lightning. Valued at 5,000 zero-level magic crystals. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng followed closely behind and entered the space as well. Lin Chang urgently said, quick, take out all the magic crystals we just collected. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng had no time for further words and immediately handed the storage ring to Lin Chang. Adding the 3,000 plus magic crystals from Liao Yong, the total number of zero-tier magic crystals now reached 5,289. Exchange. Lin Chang commanded in a low voice. A cluster of miniature purple lightning appeared before him. Lin Chang reached out and grasped it, and instantly, a torrent of violent thunderous power surged into his body like a flood. A streak of purple lightning flashed in Lin Chang's pupils, and the wild aura of thunder erupted from his body like an unbridled horse. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng were both shocked. Even though they knew Lin Chang was in front of them, the sudden surge of thunderous energy filling the entire stone tablet space still startled them. That aura was simply too terrifying. Information about the thunder element ability quickly flooded Lin Chang's mind. Simple and clear: control thunder, unleash thunder, no cooldown time. Purple quality ability, above purple, there is only gold. In his previous life, after struggling in the apocalypse for so long, Lin Chang had only heard of two people possessing the legendary gold quality ability. Normally, purple quality is the pinnacle and extremely rare. Now reborn, Lin Chang has unexpectedly obtained a purple quality attack type ability so quickly, and it's even of the lightning element. This feels almost like a dream. Abilities of purple quality have high levels and almost no cooldown. Only abilities of white and silver quality tend to have cooldown restrictions. However, this does not mean Lin Chang can use the lightning element without limits. The most important restriction is whether his mental strength is sufficient. Lin Chang already had 2 white quality healing potions and 1 white quality mental recovery potion, but he hadn't had the chance to use them. He had just killed Liao Yong and obtained over 3,000 zero-tier magic crystals and more than 20 various white quality potions from his storage ring, with mental recovery potions making up almost half. After all, Liao Yong was also an ability user, so it was reasonable for him to prepare a large number of mental recovery potions. The current potion reserves are 8 healing potions, 5 stamina recovery potions, and 13 mental recovery potions, all of white quality. There are still 289 zero-level magic crystals and 1 special first-level beast core left. This stone tablet is zero-level. First-level crystal cores cannot be used to purchase items here and can only be exchanged for attribute points. Lin Chang spent 280 zero-level magic crystals to buy 7 mental recovery potions, 5 stamina recovery potions, and 2 healing potions. The total became 20 mental recovery potions, and 10 healing potions and stamina recovery potions each. He also handed a few healing potions and stamina recovery potions to Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng. Lin Chang said in a deep voice, "Fight our way out, complete the level 3 mission requirements, then leave here and head to Lake City Prison to seize the monument." "What's the kill count?" Wei Sheng replied, "Over 600. Jiang Yu also said, "Me too." Lin Chang nodded and said, "Stay in the stone tablet for 2 minutes first, my Liuguang is still cooling down." Speaking of Liuguang cooling down, Wei Sheng said excitedly, "My Liuguang only has 8% durability left. This is an E-level Liuguang shield. It managed to retain over 70 durability after going back and forth in the zombie tide, but then that guy's ball of fire burned it and directly cost me 60 durability points." Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. "When the fireball appeared, I quickly hid in the nearby dormitory, so I only lost 40 durability points. I still have over 30 durability left now." She looked at Lin Chang and asked, "Boss, that person's ability is E-level, right? If it were F-level power, being able to shave off 20 durability points from the Liuguang would already be impressive." Lin Chang said, "Yes, his ability's power power is indeed E-level. The Liu Guang on me was instantly replaced with a brand new 100% durability one. Earlier, when fighting that exotic beast, it slapped me on the forehead, reducing the durability on my forehead to about 30%. Fortunately, the Liu Guang's cooldown had already recovered. As soon as the fireball appeared, I immediately replaced the Liu Guang on both myself and Liang Bingjie with brand new ones. Speaking of this, Lin Cheng suddenly froze and raised his voice. "Where is Liang Bingjie?" Jiang Yu said helplessly. "She's outside and refuses to come in, saying she's keeping watch for us." Lin Cheng said, "If we had been 10 minutes later, this ability might have been snatched by Liao Yong." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "That's right, that person kills zombies with fireballs way too fast. His spatial equipment actually holds more than 3,000 magic crystals, an astonishing amount." 2 minutes later, the cooldown time for the Radiant Shield ended. Lin Cheng and the other two left the steel space, only to see Liang Bingjie hiding entirely behind the massive steel. As soon as the three appeared, she immediately jumped out and asked in a low voice, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Lin Cheng stared at the female college student in front of him, thinking to himself, after all, it was thanks to her that we quickly found Building 3 of Taoyuan. Otherwise, if Liao Yong had obtained the lightning element ability. He handed Liao Yong's white storage ring to Liang Bingjie and said, "Inside, there's a white quality battle knife and some food. You can kill zombies yourself to complete the task. There are various potions in the steel space. We're leaving now." Liang Bingjie's eyes reddened, and before she could express her gratitude, she felt the energy fluctuation coming from Lin Cheng. Then, to her shock, she discovered that the Radiant Shield, which had only 30% durability left due to close contact with a fireball, had been replaced by Lin Cheng with a brand new one at 100% durability. She turned to look at Lin Cheng, only to see the three of them already rushing out of the dormitory building, wielding battle knives and fighting fiercely against the horde of zombies. Liang Bingjie was well aware of the defensive power of the Radiant Shield, capable of completely blocking even fireball abilities like Liao Yong's. At this moment, she could only marvel at how fortunate her fate was to have encountered Lin Cheng at such a critical moment. She looked at the B-level mission, Corpse Tide Strikes, in her mind and thought, under the protection of the Radiant Shield, how long can I last in the Corpse Tide? The white battle blade, she knew very well, was the weapon used by the three from Lin City, and its power was not to be underestimated. Charging out with the shield, how many zombies can I kill? Suddenly, she thought of Liao Yong, who had just been killed by Lin City. His ability is fireballs. Although I don't have that, I can still set fires. Who cares if I can collect magic crystals or not? As long as I burn them to death, the kill count will be mine. Work hard to burn 1,000 of them, complete the level 2 mission, and get +8 to all attributes. If I dare to go further and kill 2,000, I can get +18 to everything. By then, I'll be stronger. With the Radiant Shield, the white battle blade, and the storage ring, I can just charge out and collect magic crystals directly. Liang Bingjie was initially very scared, but after following Lin Cheng for nearly 20 minutes, watching how he and his team slaughtered zombies, defeated mutant beasts, and even survived and counterattacked under Liao Yong's fireball assault, she was unconsciously inspired by Lin Cheng's madness, fearlessness, and powerful aura. She longed to become a strong person like Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng also gave her a bit of confidence. This gave her a huge advantage compared to the other survivors in the school. She couldn't waste this advantage. She had to kill zombies, complete tasks, grow stronger, and survive. Liang Bingjie immediately rushed into the corridor, knocking on the doors of dorm rooms one by one, searching for lighters, alcohol, and other flammable materials. At the same time, she called on other girls to join her team, selflessly sharing her thoughts. As long as we have a fire source and flammable materials, everyone can complete the level 3 task, gain +18 to all attribute points, and also receive a silver quality battle knife and a permanent immunity potion. At that moment, boom! A deafening thunderclap exploded as if right next to her ears. In the dormitory where Liang Bingjie was, more than 10 girls screamed, holding their heads and crouching down. Purple lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating the entire girls' dormitory. Liang Bingjie froze for a moment, then ran to the window. Amid a pile of zombie corpses, she saw Lin Cheng, his entire body wrapped in lightning. Thunder entwined Lin Cheng's arms and also wrapped around the white battle blade. Instantly unleashed, like a spirit snake, the lightning swiftly darted through the horde of zombies, striking down everything in its path. Zombies fell one after another, electrocuted in an instant. In just a brief moment, over 200 zombies were killed by the lightning before its residual power finally dissipated. Since entering Lake City University, the kill count had reached 921. The 100 experience points accumulated by the F-level lightning element ability instantly maxed out, officially upgrading to E-level. Jiang Yu stared in shock at the large cleared area in the zombie horde before him, his heart filled with awe. So powerful. This is the might of a purple quality ability. Wei Sheng also looked at Lin Cheng and exclaimed, the power of thunder is truly fierce. Lin Cheng, I want to become an ability user too. Let me have the next ability. Lin Cheng replied with a smile, the next one is for Jiang Yu. I still have tasks to complete. complete. Elite member, both Lin Chang and Jian Yu have become ability users. The team's overall attributes increased by 1 point and the team points reached 200. Wei Sheng said angrily, then let's move on to the next one. Boom! Lin Chang had just unleashed a thunder strike which consumed a full 5 points of his mental energy. Before clearing the zombies, he had already used up 4 points of mental energy to equip Wei Sheng and Liang Bingjie with brand new radiant shields. His own shield's durability is still about 30%, which can last for quite a while. The lightning element instantly advanced to level E. The power not only surged dramatically but also consumed more mental energy afterward. Lin Chang immediately began testing the power of the E-level lightning element. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated shockingly along the road beneath the dormitory building. Several much thicker purple lightning bolts, like agile pythons, swiftly shot out from Lin Chang's body. Rumble! Purple lightning lit up the darkness once again, crazily striking the horde of corpses. Nearly 500 zombies were instantly killed by the lightning. E-level, purple quality offensive ability. Its power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Jiang Yu was once again so shocked that she couldn't speak. That's incredible, boss. This ability is way too powerful. What zombie horde? Why should we even be afraid of it? Lin Chang couldn't help but laugh, feeling extremely elated. Awesome. This kind of killing efficiency is truly satisfying. One use of the ability wiped out over 500 zombies. This time, it consumed 8 points of his mental energy. His mental power originally had more than 28 points, but now it's less than half. Fortunately, he is wearing a silver quality primal stone necklace, which can restore mental power at any time. He also has 20 mental power recovery potions on hand. Most importantly, this powerful lightning element ability has no cooldown time. As long as he has enough mental power potions, he can keep killing zombies. Hurry up and collect the magic crystals. You too, get killing. Once we've got enough, we'll leave. After saying this, Lin Chang began busying himself with collecting magic crystals. He didn't notice at all that in the surrounding dormitory buildings, thousands of students were staring at him in shock. This is just too outrageous. Earlier, he was casting fireballs alone, and now he's directly summoning thunder? Crazy. This world is simply insane. Amazing. He can kill hundreds of zombies with a single thunder strike. What's going on? He doesn't need to fear the zombie horde at all. What kind of trash is a zombie horde? Just keep unleashing thunder and it's over. I'm so jealous I could die. Liang Bingjie stood by the window, staring at Lin Chang, her heart completely ignited. Big brother Lin Chang is indeed powerful. I want to become stronger too. I want to go to the steel space to exchange for abilities. After saying this, she no longer stared at the figure she admired and yearned for so much, but turned around to start mobilizing the female college students in the dormitory. After collecting more than 300 magic crystals, the number of zombies around began to increase again. The thunderous power of Lin Chang is indeed terrifying, but it has a noticeable flaw: it's too loud. The terrifying thunderclap can be heard within a 2-kilometer radius. What's more, this is the center of the corpse tide gathering at Lake City University, and the thunder has practically become a beacon. In an instant, it attracted over 100,000 zombies, all surging toward it. Jiang Yu was struggling to hold on. It wasn't because she couldn't fight back, nor because the durability of the radiant shield had run out. It was because she was almost squashed into a meat patty by the zombies. She couldn't kill them fast enough. There were just too many. Upstairs, the survivors stared in shock at Jiang Yu and Wei Shang, who were surrounded and squeezed in the middle of the zombies, almost becoming one of them, their faces full of disbelief. What is going on? Why are those two people surrounded by countless zombies but not torn to pieces? The zombies are biting them like crazy. Normally, they would have been ripped apart and eaten long ago. How come those two? This is so bizarre. Wait, look, there's a flash of light on their bodies from time to time. Every time a zombie bites them, that spot lights up. Really? Is this also some kind of ability? Honestly, I'm so jealous. These three are simply invincible. They have the thunder to quickly clear zombies and the ability to make zombies unable to harm them. The zombie horde is completely helpless against them. Purple lightning illuminated the horde of zombies, instantly revealing countless ferocious and terrifying faces. Immediately after, hundreds of zombies fell to the ground one after another. The kill count exceeded 2,000. The goal of the level 3 mission has been achieved. Mission accomplished. Regional B-level mission, Corpse Tide Attack, completed. Mission level, level 3. Rewards obtained, all attributes plus 18. 3 silver quality healing potions, 1 silver quality battle blade, 1 gold quality permanent immunity potion. This time, an unprecedented surge of immense power flooded into Lin Chang's body. Every inch, both inside and out, was rapidly strengthened. All 4 attributes increased by 18 points. Strength 50.1, Speed 47.2, plus 5. Physique 46.7, Spirit 46.2, 28. Abilities: Thunder Element E-level, 94/800, Flowing Light E-level, 186/800, CD, 8 minutes. Equipment: Blessing of Strength, Silver quality, CD, 12 hours, Primordial Stone Necklace, Silver quality, Battle Blade, Silver quality, Storage Ring, Silver quality, storage ring, white quality, battle blade, white quality, battle boots, white quality. Task, main quest, occupy the steel, system B-level quest, visitor from another world, team exclusive quest, elite member. Strength breaks through 50 points. The other 3 attributes are also approaching 50 points. In terms of raw power, it has already surpassed a Tier 1 Tyrant, now also possessing E-level lightning element abilities. The Tyrant that will appear in 2 days is no longer a match for Lin Chang. The 3 silver quality healing potions and 1 gold quality permanent immunity potion from the rewards have already been stored in the storage ring. At that moment, the white battle blade in Lin Chang's hand suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a brand new silver quality battle blade appeared in his hand. The moment the silver battle blade appeared, it immediately exuded a palpable sense of oppression. Its power was at least 5 times that of the white battle blade. The blade was incredibly sharp, and the grip was absolutely perfect. The surge of energy emanating from Lin Chang was instantly detected by Wei Shang and Jiang Yu. The two immediately turned to look, their eyes filled with joy. Boss, the level 3 mission is complete. Let me calculate. Lin Chang's overall attributes were roughly 30 points before, and each attribute increased by 18 points. Doesn't that make it nearly 50 points now? It seemed to confirm Wei Shang's words when Lin Chang, who had been standing about 50 meters away from the two, suddenly disappeared on the spot. Wei Shang and Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. This time, they truly couldn't see Lin Chang's figure at all. Previously, with great effort, they could still catch a faint afterimage. Now, there was nothing. The next second, Lin Chang's voice, tinged with a smile, reached their ears. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and complete your kill mission. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 zombies surged forward like a tide. With his strength reaching 50.1, Lin Chang, wielding a silver battle blade, instantly slashed them away. Wei Shang blinked and roughly counted the number of zombies Lin Chang had killed with a single strike. That's right, over 100. Wei Shang stared intently at the silver quality battle blade in Lin Chang's hand and exclaimed in shock. Silver battle blade, so fierce? I don't even understand how you can kill 100 zombies with one slash. Slash again and let me see. The survivors upstairs were even more incredulous. That one slash of his killed so many zombies? Is that reasonable? That blade may be long, but the blade itself is at most 1 meter long, right? A 1 meter long blade, no matter how hard you swing it, how could it possibly kill 100 zombies? This defies science. Lin Chang gazed at the silver battle blade in his hand with satisfaction. Typically, no matter how powerful a battle blade is, its attack range is limited, making it difficult to increase the number of kills. However, the silver battle blade, combined with Lin Chang's terrifying strength of over 50 points, could unleash blade energy, a power that transcends limits. The invisible blade energy slashed through the front row of zombies without losing momentum, continuing to cut through the horde behind, felling 100 with a single strike. With this ultimate skill, Lin Chang no longer needed to expend mental energy, he only had to use physical strength to instantly annihilate nearly 100 zombies. Jiang Yu finally broke free from the horde of zombies and rushed to Lin Chang's side. My kill count has already reached 800. Lin Chang nodded and said, keep going. How's the durability? About 10% left. The cooldown time for the Radiant skill was complete. Lin Chang quickly applied 2 new layers of Radiant to himself and Jiang Yu. Use recovery potions when your stamina runs out. Don't be stingy. There's plenty of magic crystals. I just collected over 400 more. You two keep killing. If there are too many zombies, I'll use lightning elements to clear them out. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang each took a white quality stamina recovery potion, braced themselves against the glow, and charged out again. The zombie horde surged toward the location where Lin Chang and the other two were. The survivors upstairs looked down from their vantage point, and the zombies below were packed so densely that it was unbearable to watch. The road was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through, and many zombies even tumbled down the slope, crashing into the horde below. They couldn't get back up at all and were instead trampled into pulp by the other zombies. Feels like there are tens of thousands of zombies crowded around us already. Go check the dormitory on the other side, near the direction of the sports field. The zombies are much sparser there. Almost all the zombies have gathered around this dormitory building. The dense horde of zombies once again surrounded Lin Chang and the other two. In the night, the silver battle blade gleamed with a cold light. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the necks of dozens of zombies in front of it. An invisible blade aura, carrying a chilling killing intent, tore through the air. The zombies at the rear seemed to be struck by an invisible wave, their heads severed one after another. In an instant, nearly 100 zombies were slain. The zombie horde surged like a tide. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang were surrounded, unable to fully unleash their strength. Lin Chang swung his blade with his right hand and struck again. Purple lightning encircled the left arm, ready to strike. In an instant, a surge of thunder erupted swiftly. Lightning rampaged through the horde of corpses. Tiny bolts of lightning charged into the massive tide of corpses, seemingly insignificant. But wherever they passed, zombies fell one after another. The killing efficiency was astonishing, instantly clearing out a large open area. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang took the opportunity to slash the zombies zombies in front of them with their battle knives and charged toward the open area. After a brief respite, they continued fighting. 1200 now. Jiang Yu didn't forget to report the count from time to time. Lin Chang used 2 white-quality mental power recovery potions, restoring his mental power from only 6 points to 39 points. This quality of recovery potion can restore about 15 points of mental power per dose. Lin Chang said, "I'll collect magic crystals and fight my way out. By the time we leave Lake City University, the kill count should be about enough." Speed increased to 47.2, and with the bonus from the white combat boots, it exceeded 50 points. This greatly improved Lin Chang's efficiency in collecting magic crystals. "Lin Chang!" Jiang Yu shouted loudly. Zombies swarmed like a frenzied tide, directly engulfing the two of them. Wei Shang's attribute points hovered around 12. Jiang Yu had previously taken on a task to cumulatively kill 300 zombies, which was completed back at Lake City University, increasing all attributes by 4 points. Strength 16.8, Speed 16.4, plus 5, Constitution 17, Spirit 15.9. The strength is clearly much greater than Wei Shang's, but still not enough. Without the protection of the Radiant Shield, they wouldn't be able to withstand the zombie horde with their current strength. Now, with the overwhelming number of zombies, their strength cannot be fully utilized. Lin Chang paused briefly to collect magic crystals, and within seconds of not killing zombies, the two would be completely surrounded by the zombie horde. Seeing this, Lin Chang unleashed another wave of lightning elemental powers. Over 500 zombies were instantly killed. He charged to the two people's side with his battle blade, slaughtering madly. One zombie after another fell to the ground. Lin Chang said, "Hurry up and collect the magic crystals." Under Lin Chang's cover, the two began collecting magic crystals, while taking down a few zombies along the way. The road ahead was completely blocked by a horde of corpses. The only way to break through was to start the motorcycle. But if they leave like this, Jiang Yu and Wei Shang can only meet the requirements of the secondary mission. They were unwilling to accept this. But at this moment, they had no solution. Staying in the center of the zombie horde, only Lin Chang had the ability to crazily slaughter the zombies. When the two were surrounded, even breathing became difficult, let alone having the strength to kill enemies. Jiang Yu cursed under her breath and said to Wei Shang, "Hurry up and collect the magic crystals. The two of us can't kill 2,000 of them, so let's not waste the boss's time." Wei Shang nodded in response, "Yeah, our attribute points are still too low. What a pity. By the way, since we can't kill 2,000 of them, let's first aim to complete the second level condition, immediately gain +8 to all attributes, and then kill more zombies to earn some magic crystals. This way, we can more easily break through the tide of corpses. Otherwise, Lin Chang would have to keep providing us with shields, and who knows how much mental energy that would consume." Just as the two were about to select the option to complete the B-level mission under secondary conditions on the system panel, a familiar shout came from the second floor of the third building in the roadside peach orchard. "Brother Lin Chang, move aside quickly." The three of them simultaneously looked up at the building. Liang Bingjie was holding a glass bottle in her hand. "Alright, this is a Molotov cocktail I made." She lit the cloth stuffed in the bottle's neck, gathered her strength, and threw the Molotov cocktail in a direction away from the three of them. Smash! The Molotov cocktail hit a zombie. The bottle shattered, and alcohol splashed everywhere. The flames spread rapidly. The zombies were already densely packed, and dozens were instantly surrounded by flames, rolling around as the fire ignited more of them. Seeing this, Wei Shang quickly shouted, "Give me a few more." Liang Bingjie was not stingy. After all, Lin Chang and the other two had once saved her life in the teaching building, and had given her the confidence to stand firm in the apocalypse. It was her honor that the simple Molotov cocktails she made could be of help. Lin Chang said, "You two go up." Under Lin Chang's cover, Wei Shang and Jiang Yu fought off zombies while charging into Building 3 of the Peach Garden. Half a minute later, Wei Shang and Jiang Yu appeared at the second floor window of the girls' dormitory. "Boss, let's take out the ones on the right first." Each of them held several Molotov cocktails in their hands, some made with drinking alcohol, others with medical alcohol. Pop, pop, pop. 3 Molotov cocktails were hurled precisely into the densest cluster of zombies. Instantly, flames erupted, and the fire quickly spread. These flames were genuine natural flames, unlike the kind Liao Yong could control and extinguish at will. As long as the zombies passed it on one after another, the flames would not go out. Zombies themselves are highly flammable substances. Zero-level zombies are mindless creatures. They see flames but don't know to avoid them, still charging straight ahead. Even when they see their kind running around in flames, they fail to grasp the danger. They still swarm forward, ending up covered in flames, causing the fire to spread and intensify. A few small Molotov cocktails actually burned thousands of zombies to death. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang were stunned, watching the kill count on the panel continuously rise. "It's already 2,000. Liang Bingjie, flushed with excitement, shouted from the side, "I've killed over 1,000 myself." The two immediately chose to complete the task. Wei Shang and Jiang used full attributes each +18. Their strength skyrocketed. Previously, it was rare for either of them to have attribute points directly added up to 18. This time, every attribute increased by 18 points. The two had never experienced such a massive surge of power injected into their bodies all at once, as if they had been completely transformed. A completely different person from the one I was a second ago. At this moment, they finally had the confidence to stand beside Lin Chang, firmly believing they wouldn't hold him back. Wei Shang's attributes are Strength 32.2, Speed 31.3, plus 5, Constitution 30, Spirit 38.3. Zhang Yu's attributes are Strength 34.8, Speed 34.4, plus 5, Constitution 35, Spirit 33.9. All attributes exceed 30 points. In terms of attributes alone, it has already surpassed a Tier 1 Tyrant. At this moment, both of them simultaneously received the Otherworldly Visitor mission related to killing a Tier 1 Tyrant. Boss, we also received the Otherworldly Visitor mission. A total of 38 people have now received this mission. Zhang Yu stood upstairs and shouted down to Lin Chang. Lin Chang responded, hurry down to collect the magic crystals and prepare to retreat. He remembered that when he took the mission, there were fewer than 20 people, but now there were already 38. Zhang Yu and Wei Sheng only triggered the mission after their attributes increased significantly, which indicates that the trigger condition for the Otherworldly Visitor mission is reaching a certain attribute threshold. This means that the entire Lake City now has nearly 40 powerful evolvers. How many of them are superhumans? This thought flashed through his mind. Lin Chang immediately focused his attention on the zombie horde in front of him. If it weren't for his radiance ability, the Molotov cocktails thrown from upstairs would have already affected him. Ordinary flames are completely insignificant to Lin Chang's E-level radiance shield. He traversed the sea of fire like this, frantically collecting magic crystals. The number of Tier 0 magic crystals in the storage space had already exceeded 1,000. Zhang Yu and Wei Shang, relying on their all-attribute stats exceeding 30, directly jumped down from the second floor and landed steadily. This scene earned continuous praise from the students and the entire girls' dormitory building. The two replaced their weapons with brand new silver-quality battle knives. Wei Shang used the golden-quality permanent immunity potion he obtained, no longer needing to worry about the zombie virus infection. Player name, Lin Chang. The golden-quality immunity potions of Lin Chang and Zhang Yu were stored in the storage rings, reserved for future new members of the team. Wei Shang, holding his new battle knife, was ready to charge into the zombie horde and slay the undead, but found that everything in sight was flames. Students in other dormitory buildings, seeing that this method was effective, also began making Molotov cocktails, especially in the boys' dormitory across the way. The boys' dormitory already had plenty of lighters and even more alcohol, and now Molotov cocktails were being thrown fervently. Special abilities, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. The raging flames devoured the tide of corpses. At this moment, Lin Chang couldn't imagine how many students in the surrounding dormitory buildings had already met the requirements for the level 3 mission. Someone shouted from upstairs, don't rush to throw it. Wait until the zombies gather, don't waste resources. Have you killed enough of the 2,000? Can you stop and let me kill some? Big brother downstairs, what's your name? I want to follow you. Lin Chang laughed and said, college students really have energy. Zhang Yu leaned over to Lin Chang and said, Liang Bingjie completed the level 3 mission. I was going to give her the golden immunity potion we just got, but she told me she also received a level 3 reward. Lin Chang was genuinely happy for Liang Bingjie. That's great. Now all her attribute points have increased by 18. She got a permanent immunity potion, a silver quality battle knife, 3 silver quality healing potions, and the storage ring we gave her. The durability of her flowing light equipment should also be fully restored. I believe she will definitely survive the chaotic early days of the apocalypse and become a strong figure in her own right. Zhang Yu nodded and said, I think Lake City University will surely produce a lot of talent. Everyone already knows to use fire to kill zombies. By now, who knows how many people have completed their tasks and obtained their initial funds. The sea of fire blocked the zombie horde, preventing them from getting anywhere near their side. The three of them, glowing with radiant light, focused on collecting magic crystals. They harvested a total of 10,000 magic crystals, so many that they couldn't even be bothered to count. Lin Chang returned to the stone tablet space in Taoyuan Building 3 and purchased a large quantity of potions, healing potions, mental recovery potions, and stamina recovery potions. He stocked up on everything. Each type had its uses. After all, there were more than enough magic crystals to spend. He bought 50 of each type. At 20 magic crystals per potion, he spent a total of 3,000 magic crystals. Previously, he still had 10 healing potions, 8 stamina recovery potions, and 18 mental recovery potions left. Currently, Lin Chang is the only ability user in the team, and he possesses 2 abilities. All 68 mental recovery potions are with him, which is his confidence. After all, he had just spent 3,000 magic crystals extravagantly in the steel space. Upon leaving, Lin Chang and his 2 companions casually picked up over 3,000 magic crystals, keeping the total number above 10,000. Amidst the billowing thick smoke, the charred smell of some kind of meat continuously spread. 3 motorcycles appeared out of thin air. At Wei Shang's strong insistence, Lin Cheng finally handed over Wei Shang's motorcycle for him to keep. The three motorcycles sped out at full throttle, leaping over the sea of fire, rushing to the front of the zombie horde, and taking off again. Wei Shang shouted excitedly, "Oh!" After acquiring the lightning element ability, Lin Cheng single-handedly killed approximately 5,000 zombies using thunder, adding the ones he had killed earlier, including those slain with blade energy after obtaining the silver battle knife. A conservative estimate puts the total at 8 to 9,000 zombies. Even if the zombie horde this time numbered 100,000, Lin Cheng alone had taken care of about 1/10 of them. This trip to Lake City University left Lin Cheng very satisfied. He obtained tens of thousands of magic crystals, completed the B-level mission, Corpse-Tide Invasion, and received generous mission rewards, plus 18 to all attribute points and a silver quality battle blade. Along the way, he also triggered an unexpected event, encountering a Tier 1 exotic beast that emerged from a spatial rift. After adding attribute points and acquiring the silver quality equipment Blessing of Strength, his attributes received another boost. The most impressive gain was the purple quality ability extracted from the steel lightning elemental ability. This trip was absolutely worth it. Even Jiangyu and Wei Shang gained plus 18 to all attributes. This not only enhanced Lin Cheng's strength but also significantly boosted the combat power of the entire team. The three of them each rode on their motorcycles, all in high spirits. The next destination, Lake City Prison. Lin Cheng's Apocalypse Overlord system had triggered a main quest to occupy the steel, specifically the one located in Lake City Prison. Lake City University is nearly 20 kilometers away from Lake City Prison. Lake City Prison is built at the foot of a mountain, considered the outskirts of Lake City, very remote, with no other public facilities nearby. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, there is likely only this Lake City Prison. Lin Cheng always felt that a place like Lake City Prison, which is almost isolated and enclosed, would either be completely overrun by zombies or remain entirely self-contained. Temporarily occupying a stone tablet for 12 hours would grant a superpower reward. Such a generous reward indicated that this task was by no means simple. Fortunately, after passing through Lake City University, the strength of everyone in Lin Cheng's team had skyrocketed, giving them much more confidence. The night grew deep. Inside Lake City Prison, a unique stone tablet emitted a green eerie glow. Many prisoners in striped uniforms surrounded the stone tablet, forming a circle, yet keeping a distance of at least 5 meters. It seemed as though the stone tablet was a ferocious beast, and no one dared to approach it. This stone tablet was different in appearance from ordinary ones, with a striking color. The biggest difference was the text engraved on it. Ordinary stone tablets were carved with intricate and bizarre patterns, resembling both designs and runes, but this stone tablet had 7 words inscribed on it, all of which were easily understandable: arrogance, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, the 7 deadly sins. At this moment, the word wrath was continuously flickering with fluorescence. A sullen-faced prisoner suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Do you think Qi Yanhao can make it out alive?" The other prisoners burst into laughter upon hearing these words. Getting out alive? Maybe it's possible, but you'd only have a breath left. So many people have gone in before, all carrying treasures out, but in the end, they were barely hanging on to life. What makes Qi Yanhao think he has the ability to come out with strength to spare? Just because he's tall? Ha ha ha, he's probably the tallest one in our prison, isn't he? Among the dozens of prisoners present, most bore scars on their bodies. These scars were the battle trophies left behind after each time someone emerged alive from the stone tablet, and the crowd swarmed to snatch treasures, resulting in fights. Nearby, over 40 corpses were piled up, among which more than a dozen were people who had come out alive from the stone tablet, only to be killed by the collective effort of everyone else. Many more had perished in the chaotic battles. Here, there were no allies, only interests. A few people tightly gripped silver-quality battle knives, while others had obtained even rarer equipment, battle boots, rings, armor, and so on. Will he come out like Ning Hao earlier and gain supernatural powers? Heh, so what if he does? A few silver battle knives slashing at him, a few rounds of bullets fired. What can supernatural powers do to me? Ning Hao's body is still lying there. Hee, to be honest, why don't we try going into the stone tablet too? As soon as the words were spoken, they were immediately drowned in a burst of sneers. Are you sure? Then I won't stop you, because everyone who entered the stone tablet and came out alive was eventually killed by the treasure-snatching prisoners. Although Ning Hao brought out a superpower from inside, he still couldn't escape this fate. The ability he obtained was to manipulate space, allowing him to instantly distort the surrounding space. As soon as he emerged from the stone tablet space, he immediately twisted the space and appeared outside the prisoner's encirclement in an instant. Unfortunately, this ability had weak offensive power, and he was eventually caught and brutally killed. Ning Hao barely managed to complete the sloth task, but all 3 pieces of equipment on him were stolen. These prisoners guarded this place, and anyone who came out of the stone tablet alive would first be beaten half to death, and their task-earned equipment would be desperately snatched away. Then, they would be forced first to reveal what exactly was inside the stone tablet and the true meaning of the 7 words. Therefore, although none of the people present had personally entered the stone tablet, they had a general understanding of its situation. After entering the stone tablet space, one must choose one of the 7 special tasks: wrath, pride, envy, lust, sloth, greed, or gluttony, and then be transported into the midst of a group of monsters. As long as they successfully seize the special crystal stone from the monster's lair, they can complete the task and receive various equipment rewards. Killing monsters increases the task completion rate. The more they kill, the richer the rewards. Manhwa is tall and strong, with impressive combat abilities. In the stone tablet space, he managed to kill several monsters barehanded, seize crystals, and even unexpectedly received a special ability reward. Others, when breaking through the monster encirclement to grab crystals, nearly lost half their lives. Upon coming out, they might gain some attribute points and equipment, but it was all by sheer luck. This is precisely the reason why the prisoners guarding the stone tablet outside gained a significant advantage. They only needed to wait for those who survived the stone tablet to come out, then immediately snatch the rewards from the task completers, who were left half dead and fully equipped. Of course, most people who entered the stone tablet never returned. After an entrant chose a task, the corresponding words on the stone tablet would begin to flicker. When the flickering stopped, the person would emerge. However, if the words were instantly covered by a layer of dark bloodstains, it meant the person had died, and only then could the next individual enter the stone tablet. This stone tablet is extremely unique, allowing only one person to enter at a time. The next person must wait until the current one completes their task or dies before they can enter. The conversation ended, and the surroundings fell into a brief silence again. That's terrifying. This was the lobby of the building where the prisoners usually lived, relatively spacious. The passage leading to the outside world was equipped with iron bars at intervals. These iron bars, which usually restricted them, had now become barriers preventing the task completers from escaping. On the corridors of the second and third floors, many prisoners leaned out to watch the commotion. After multiple waves, the strength gap among the prisoners had already widened. Those who managed to grab a set of equipment, even if their attribute points hadn't increased, were far ahead of ordinary people with their battle knives and armor. These individuals could use their equipment to seize even more powerful gear in the future. Therefore, many prisoners simply chose not to participate, as getting involved was akin to courting death. Who hadn't witnessed the lethality of those silver battle knives? They could only watch the fight from a distance, waiting for the situation to resolve itself. They could still rely on the support of the big shots to form teams and leave Lake City Prison. After all, this was a prison, and most of the inmates were ruthless and vicious individuals. Faced with bloody scenes, they instead became excited and jeered, their mental fortitude incredibly strong. Before the apocalypse, they were hopeless prisoners with no future. After the apocalypse, they gained freedom. Wasn't that a good thing? In this chaotic world, it was the perfect time for them to showcase their skills. When the apocalypse broke out, there was also a wave of zombies inside the prison, but they were successfully suppressed by armed guards. Coincidentally, that noon, the prisoners were not in their cells but in the cafeteria eating. After the guards suppressed the zombies with firepower, the prisoners seized the opportunity to start a riot. Although the guards shot and killed many, the overwhelming number of prisoners managed to seize the firearms and quickly wiped out all the guards. Subsequently, someone discovered a mysterious stone tablet inside the building. Most of the stolen guns and ammunition were used by the first group of prisoners who entered the building to complete tasks and fight monsters. After the tasks were completed, the ammunition was almost depleted, and the remaining prisoners took advantage of the situation to scavenge. Seeing this, other armed individuals dared not enter and instead stood guard outside with their weapons. Even now, many prisoners still held guns in their hands. In the long wait, everyone saw the flickering words fury on the stone tablet finally extinguish, and their breaths caught for a moment. Someone excitedly shouted, "He's coming out." That's right, Shi Yanhao actually survived. Haha, guess what good stuff he'll bring back this time? The person holding a firearm immediately grinned, raising the muzzle to aim directly at the front of the stone tablet. The next second, a tall figure appeared before the stone tablet. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several machine guns fired simultaneously, their muzzles spitting flames, smoke filling the air, and bullets pouring down like rain. Just as everyone thought Shi Yanhao had been riddled with bullets and stopped firing, they saw another wisp of smoke amidst the bullet haze, this one carrying a bone-chilling icy aura. A man nearly 2 meters tall, Shi Yanhao, stood firmly in front of the stone tablet, his entire body encased in a layer of ice. The ice in front of him was riddled with countless holes, shattered crystal and fragments scattered around, with crimson blood seeping into them. He slowly grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Bastards, all of you, go to hell." Lin Chang and his 2 companions arrived at Lake City Prison. As they entered the building filled with the roar of gunfire, they saw Shi Yanhao lying in a pool of blood. Around him were scattered fragments of shattered ice crystals. A prisoner holding a black machine gun was stepping on his face, spitting on him viciously with a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. Shi Yanhao, not bad at all. You actually gained such a powerful ability and killed so many people. What a pity, though. Ning Hao mentioned before that using this kind of special ability consumes mental energy. Out of mental energy now, huh? Then die. Thousands of prisoners in the building stared at him with inquisitive eyes. His ability is really impressive. An ice type. With this ability, dealing with zombies outside would be much easier. Don't kill him. It feels like with this ability, he'd be a powerhouse out there. Are you stupid? Shi Yanhao just came out and said he wanted to kill everyone. Do you think he would team up with us to kill zombies? As soon as his mental strength recovers, the first ones he'll kill will definitely be us. No matter how strong his abilities are, if his mental strength is depleted, can he compete with a gun? Heh, he's too arrogant, and now he's cornered himself. As if those people down there would let him go even if he weren't arrogant. The man aimed the gun at Shi Yanhao's back. TSK, an ice element ability user, what a pity. Shi Yanhao let out a cold laugh, his face covered in blood, with several teeth knocked out. He hadn't expected the depletion of his mental energy to be so fatal. He had no idea that when using his ice element ability, the value in parentheses behind the mental column on the attribute panel was plummeting. Before it even hit 0, at just 3 points remaining, his vision went black, as if all the energy in his body had been drained. He collapsed straight to the ground, unable to use his ability any longer. Several bullets hit him instantly, leaving him bloodied and gravely injured. Yet he had no complaints. Heh, these bastards. His ice element ability was still fierce enough to take down over 50 of them before he fell. Cut the crap. If you're going to kill me, do it already. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shi Yanhao, the weak, still spoke fiercely. That person pressed his face hard with the sole of their shoe. Fine, I'll grant your wish. The barrel of the gun pressed against Shi Yanhao's back, just about to fire, when suddenly a loud bang echoed. All the prisoners turned their heads in unison to look. The iron railing at the entrance of the passage was chopped apart in just a few strikes by someone wielding a silver battle knife. 3 people, Lin Chang and his 2 companions. The prisoners showed no signs of panic. Instead, they looked at Lin Chang and his companions with mocking smiles, their eyes quickly locking onto the various equipment they carried. Yo, silver battle knives, and 3 of them. The shoes on their feet aren't simple either. They look at least white quality. Rich people, ha, why so foolish, barging into our Lake City prison? Isn't it obvious they just want to get beaten up? Look at the rings on their hands, so extravagant. The man leading the group is wearing 3 rings on his hand. Lin Chang's gaze focused on Shi Yanhao. His aura of dominance began to take effect. At this moment, he detected that the man beneath his feet, being trampled by the prisoner and about to be shot, was actually a powerhouse from his previous life, Shi Yanhao. Shi Yanhao, whose name contains the character Yan, meaning flame, controls ice elemental abilities. He was the leader of the Frost Base in his previous life, possessing immense strength comparable to the Red Lake Base. However, the Frost Base is not located near Lake City. In his previous life, Lin Chang had only heard of Shi Yanhao's name and knew little about his experiences. The only certainty is that Shi Yanhao is as renowned as Lei Wanjun, the leader of the Red Lake Base, and both are powerful figures at the leader level. Rumor has it that he has a violent temper, acts arrogantly, and possesses formidable strength. The Frost Base is over 1,000 miles away from Lake City. Lin Chang did not expect that when the apocalypse broke out, Shi Yanhao was actually in Lake City and even trapped in Lake City prison. Alright. Without hesitation, Lin Chang strode toward the direction where Shi Yanhao was located. Shi Yanhao was on the verge of death, his body riddled with bullets, his mental strength nearly exhausted, and slashed dozens of times by battle knives. He was almost dead. He was now just waiting to die, hoping someone would mercifully end him with a single shot. Unexpectedly, 3 strangers suddenly appeared. These 3 people were different from the rest. Everyone here was dressed in the prison uniforms of Lake City Prison, while they were wearing the patient gowns of Lake City Psychiatric Hospital, as if it were a surreal crossover. But none of that mattered. The key point was that the moment the leading man entered Shi Yanhao's line of sight, an indescribable emotion surged in Shi Yanhao's heart. This was clearly an unfamiliar face, yet at first glance, he felt an inexplicable trust toward this man. Not only trust, but also a sense of closeness, and even a faint feeling of submission. Unbelievable. I'm Shi Yanhao, I bow to no one, have no friends, and yet I feel this way about a stranger? Looks like I'm really losing it. My mind's gone fuzzy. He muttered softly. As Lin Chang boldly approached, the gun-wielding prisoners around the stone tablet all pointed their weapons at him, their faces showing excited expressions. Not afraid of death? Damn, look at their clothes, they're lunatics. No wonder they're so fearless. The entire prison building erupted into roaring laughter. Zhang Yu whispered to Lin Chang, "Boss, don't we have a pile of clothes in our space warehouse? Why did you still make us wear the set from Lake City Mental Hospital when we changed earlier?" Lin Chang replied, "This clothing is convenient, loose, suitable for killing zombies, and you don't feel bad if it gets bloodstained. Wear it once and throw it away. Damn it, still charging forward? Can't you recognize this as a gun? Is a mentally ill person's cognition really this low?" Lin Chang and Jiang Yu didn't mind, but Wei Shang seemed seemed as if he had been publicly scolded, angrily retorting, "Don't look down on mentally ill people." As soon as the words fell, the two directly opened fire on the three. Many prisoners covered their ears with a grin, jeering incessantly. Earned again. The three of them are quite well equipped, going through so much trouble to break in, only to end up courting death. At this moment, there were already few bullets left, and they still needed to save some for dealing with zombies, so they fired only a few shots before stopping. Who would have thought that everyone present instantly widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief? A prisoner rubbed his eyes and took a closer look, only to find that the three from Lincheng were completely unharmed. In fact, at the very moment the shots were fired, they had already reached the stone monument. What's going on? I clearly hit them. At such close range, I saw the bullets strike them. But why didn't they fall? They don't have any armor-type equipment either. What the heck? Could it be a superpower? A pair of white combat boots suddenly stopped in front of Qi Yanhao, followed by a flash of silver light. The heavy weight pressing on his face vanished instantly, and warm blood splattered everywhere, covering his face. Looking up, he saw that the man who had just been stepping on his face and pressing a gun to his back had already had both legs severed by Lin Chang and was now lying beside him, wailing in pain. Qi Yanhao stared intently at Lin Chang above him. The close proximity stirred an inexplicable sense of trust and familiarity in his heart, almost making him lose his composure. He widened his eyes, fixed his gaze on Lin Chang in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Did you cast a spell on me?" Lin Chang looked puzzled, crouched down, and handed Qi Yanhao a few healing potions along with a mental recovery potion. Qi Yanhao looked at the potions in his hand, and the trust in his heart made him drink them without hesitation. Instantly, his mental state recovered rapidly, his wounds healed at an astonishing speed, and he was overwhelmed with gratitude toward Lin Chang. He immediately stood up, first touching the wounds on his chest and shoulder, realizing he couldn't extract the embedded bullets. He had no choice but to raise his silver combat knife, cut open the skin, and widen the area around the bullet holes, finally removing several bullets. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, displaying remarkable resilience. Lin Chang was surprised to find that Qi Yanhao was extremely tall, standing over 1.9 meters, estimated to be around 1.95 meters. Lin Chang himself was not short, exceeding 185 centimeters, but Qi Yanhao was still significantly taller than him. His physique was robust, exuding an aura of menace uncommon to ordinary people, with a hint of ferocity on his face. Just standing there, he emanated a strong sense of oppression. After dealing with the bullet in his body, Qi Yanhao looked at Lin Chang and said somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you." The people around were all stunned. Wasn't Qi Yanhao about to die just now? How was he suddenly able to stand up? That person must have given him something to drink, that's why he recovered. The question is, why did the bullets just now have no effect on them at all? Someone fired at Lin Chang again, and the shimmering protective shield on Lin Chang's body flickered with light, blocking all the attacks. This time, everyone in the prison was completely shocked. It really doesn't work. Why on earth is this happening? On the ground, the man whose legs had been severed by Lin Chang wailed like a ghost. Qi Yanhao walked up to him, squatted down, grabbed his face with one hand, and sneered, "What now? When you were trying to kill me earlier, I told you to stop wasting time, but you wouldn't listen and kept dragging it out. Now that someone has brought me back to life, you're regretting it to death, aren't you?" The man's face was deathly pale, and from excessive blood loss, even his wailing had become much weaker. Qi Yanhao gave a cold smile, swung his blade, and directly chopped off his head. Afterward, he turned to look at the other prisoners around the stone tablet and arrogantly shouted, "Come on, didn't you want to kill me? Come on." That arrogant demeanor remained, but at this moment, no one paid him any attention. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the three newcomers from Lincheng, still shocked as to why the bullets had failed to kill them. Lincheng glanced at the armed men, smiled faintly, and charged forward with his battle blade. His speed was extreme, so fast that no one could see his figure clearly. In the dimly lit building, only the monument emitted a faint green glow, and flashes of silver blade light occasionally appeared, accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. In no time, all the armed men were slaughtered by Lincheng, and even those in the corridors on the second and third floors were not spared. They couldn't understand, wasn't Lincheng still on the first floor? How did he climb the stairs so quickly? What they didn't know was that Lincheng's attributes were nearing 50 points in all aspects, making it incredibly easy for him to leap from the first floor to the second. Lincheng eliminated all threats with lightning speed, casually confiscated all the firearms, and returned to the monument with satisfaction, completely intimidating the vicious prisoners on the first floor. "It's over. I thought he was here to deliver equipment, but it turns out he's a god of slaughter. With his strength, I wonder how many attribute points he's added. I can't even see his movements clearly. With the speed he just displayed, dodging those bullets would be a piece of cake. People like me don't even bother to dodge." At this moment, Qi Yanhao's physical and mental strength were fully restored. Without mercy, he killed everyone who had attacked him earlier, one by one. Around the stone tablet, only Lin Chang, Jiang Yu, Wei Shang, and Qi Yanhao remained. Lin Chang wasted no words and directly said to Qi Yanhao, "Join my team." team. How could Qi Yanhao refuse? From the moment Lin Chang appeared, the aura of dominance surrounding him had caused Qi Yanhao's goodwill toward him to skyrocket. For someone who had never been close to anyone, this feeling was simply unbelievable. Lin Chang had saved him and even helped him heal and recover his mental strength. What reason was there to refuse? He nodded and then added, but shouldn't we find a few more normal people to join? Lin Chang raised an eyebrow and smiled. What, you think we're not normal? Qi Yanhao said, yeah, 3 lunatics, plus 1 prisoner. Jiang Yu pointed at Wei Shang, only 1 prisoner. Lin Chang and I are just wearing these clothes by chance. Lin Chang glanced around at the still unmelted ice blocks and asked, did you acquire ice element powers? Qi Yanhao nodded. This saved quite a bit of trouble. In addition to him, the team now had another ability user, and it was an ice element with control effects and considerable power. Lin Chang was very satisfied. Right in front of them was the target of the main mission, the stone tablet of Lake City Prison. It was only at this moment that Lin Chang realized the special nature of the stone tablet. From the moment he appeared, the mission had started its countdown. In the next 12 hours, he would not allow anyone other than himself and his teammates to enter the stone tablet space. He had to complete the mission and obtain the ability reward. Gluttony, wrath. Jiang Yu stared at the stone tablet and curiously asked, aren't these the 7 deadly sins? This is completely different from the stone tablets we've seen before. Qi Yanhao, did you obtain your ability from this stone tablet? Lin Chang asked. Qi Yanhao nodded. Yes, you guys should hurry inside. He looked at Lin Chang. Your attribute points are quite high, right? If you go in, you'll definitely be able to kill all the monsters, obtain crystals, complete the task, and surely get the ability reward. Lin Chang's eyes immediately lit up. So, you're saying there's no option to exchange items in this steel space, and the only way is to kill monsters to complete the task? Qi Yanhao was somewhat puzzled, as this steel was the only one he had ever seen, so naturally, he didn't know that most steels outside were not like this. Lin Chang said, tell me everything that happened after you entered the stone tablet space. Since it was possible to gain supernatural abilities, he naturally wanted to try, not just for himself, but also to let Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng go in as well. This stone tablet might even turn the entire team into superhumans. Just as Qi Yanhao was about to speak, thousands of people on the scene suddenly received the same task simultaneously. City-level regional task triggered. B-level task, crime seizure, wrath, envy, greed, gluttony, pride, lust, sloth. A special monument has appeared in Lake City Prison, the crime monument. Task content, enter the monument and seize one of the crimes. Task reward, gain a special ability corresponding to the crime. Previously, the thousands of prisoners in Lin Chang's prison who were intimidated also received this task. This is the stone tablet. What does it mean by special abilities corresponding to crimes? Our prison has had at least 100 people go in, but only 20 or 30 came out alive, and only Ning Hao and Qi Yanhao gained special abilities. The other dozens of people completed the task and came out, but they didn't obtain any special abilities corresponding to their crimes. Want to give it a try? Are you crazy? Those 4 are guarding there, and you dare to go? The leader, Lin Chang, hasn't even shown his abilities yet. Just with his speed and blade, he wiped out all the gunmen without leaving a trace. You dare to go? The prisoners who were tempted just now immediately shrank back, not daring to act recklessly. In front of the stone tablet, Lin Chang and the other 3 also received their tasks. City-level mission, which means most people in Lake City have received it. Things are probably going to get lively now. Lin Chang had long anticipated that the main storyline wouldn't be this simple. The people in the prison were easier to deal with. As soon as he arrived, he revealed his identity. Regardless of whether the others had offended him or not, he struck decisively, taking down everyone holding firearms. This intimidated the remaining prisoners, making them hesitant to approach the steel, which allowed him to occupy it for 12 hours. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, the city-level mission related to the steel was triggered. I believe that at this moment, at least 70 to 80,000 people, if not 100,000, have received this task. Holding onto the stone tablet for 12 hours among tens of thousands of people is indeed worthy of earning a superpower reward. Compared to these, Lin Chang was more concerned at the moment about the specific details of this special crime stone tablet. He turned to Qi Yanhao again and asked, what happened after you went in? Qi Yanhao scratched his head and chuckled. After going in, you have to choose a crime. He continued, I think the one that suits me best among the 7 deadly sins is wrath, so I figured I wouldn't go against my nature. I thought maybe choosing a sin that matched me would make the task a bit easier. I chose wrath and was then transported to a chaotic space. There were countless monsters there, probably over 100, but they weren't very strong. I took down more than a dozen barehanded, then rushed toward the glowing spot, touched the crystal, and the task was completed instantly, and I received the reward. I obtained the ice elemental ability, a silver battle blade, a white storage ring, and +3 to all attribute points. Then the steel appeared. Then you all arrived. After hearing this, Lin Chang frowned slightly. Did the system mention anything about crime corresponding to special abilities when you completed the task? No, Qi Yanhao replied firmly. After Qi Yanhao officially joined the team, Lin Chang Shang could see his various attribute points: Strength 9.3, Speed 8.1, Constitution 10.6, Spirit 7.5. Although all attributes only increased by 3 points, his initial attribute points were already 2 to 3 points higher than the average adult male, showing a solid foundation. Wei Shang stared at the stone tablet in front of him and said excitedly, "Lin Shang, I want to go in." "Hold on, let's wait for 12 hours to pass, then we'll explore slowly." Wei Shang was puzzled, but Lin Chang's mind was racing with thoughts. Next, it's uncertain how many people will flock to Lake City Prison to complete this task. Once any of them enter the steel to undertake the mission, it will affect their combat effectiveness. Lin Shang absolutely does not want to slow down the progress of the main quest. According to the crime seizure mission and the intelligence provided by Qi Yanhao, the tasks within the crime steel are by no means simple. Qi Yanhao killed quite a few monsters and, although he gained ice elemental abilities, he did not receive the reward of the special ability corresponding to the crime, indicating that obtaining this reward is no easy feat. Therefore, Lin Shang must be the first to enter, figure out the method to acquire the special ability corresponding to the crime, and then come out to inform Jiang Yu and Wei Shang, ensuring they can also obtain this special ability. Wei Shang or Jiang Yu must not go in first, to avoid missing this opportunity. Qi Yanhao had previously tried, and it was confirmed that someone who has entered once cannot enter a second time. On the other hand, if Lin Shang goes in now, and other enemies who catch wind of this take action against Wei Shang and the other two, the consequences would be unpredictable. Lin Shang must personally stay here to feel at ease. In these 12 hours, he would neither go in himself nor let Wei Shang and the others go in, and certainly wouldn't allow anyone else to enter. Complete the main mission first, then talk. Completing the main mission would also grant a special ability reward, Explosive Touch. By then, entering would give them more confidence to clear the mission and obtain the special ability reward corresponding to the crime. After Lin Shang briefly explained his thoughts, only then did Wei Shang give up the idea of going in immediately. Jiang Yu, as always, completely followed Lin Shang's lead. The newly joined Qi Yanhao sighed, "You're really smart." At this moment, Wei Shang glanced sideways at Qi Yanhao and asked warily, "Are you a prisoner here? What were you locked up for?" Qi Yanhao snorted coldly, "Assault, intentional injury. They killed my family, why can't I take revenge? It's a pity I didn't finish them off. I was convicted of intentional injury, showed no remorse, and was sentenced to several years." It was late at night. Although the other prisoners in the jail didn't dare provoke Lin Shang, none of them left either. Some, bolder ones, even went back to their beds in the cell and fell sound asleep. Lin Shang and the other three sat around the four sides of the stone tablet, taking turns keeping watch. 3 slept while 1 stayed awake. After 2 rounds, there was movement from the passage. Without needing a reminder, the alert Lin Shang immediately opened his eyes and instinctively checked the progress of the main mission. Occupation time had reached 2 hours and 18 minutes. A group of people surged in through the passage. Lin Shang and the other three stood with knives in hand, about 7 or 8 meters in front of the stone tablet, their expressions vigilant as they faced the newcomers. Lin Shang calmly observed the crowd in front of him and said indifferently to the 3 beside him, "Each of you guard one of the other 3 directions of the stone tablet. Don't let anyone take advantage of the chaos to break into the stone tablet space, or my task progress will be reset to 0. Wei Shang moved to the right, Qi Yanhao went to the left, and Jiang Yu guarded the rear. This left only Lin Shang standing at the front, facing the group alone. The prisoners were no longer drowsy. They all perked up their ears, intently listening to the commotion in the hall downstairs. Many got up and leaned against the corridor railing, just like before, staring fixedly below. The newcomers saw that the situation, where 4 people had been firmly blocking the stone tablet and preventing others from approaching, had changed. At this moment, the other 3 had spread out to guard different directions, leaving only one person standing in front, facing their group of over 50 alone. Someone immediately laughed and said, "Oh, are you looking down on us? What's the meaning of this? You're killing me with laughter. Just the 4 of you, can you really stop over 50 of us? Do you know? Almost half of Lake City has taken on this task. With just a few of you, you still dare to dream of keeping others out? Do you really think you alone can stand against so many of us? That's way too arrogant. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Do you really think 4 people can guard the stone tablet? Truly overestimating yourselves." As soon as the words fell, several more groups of newcomers poured into the hall. The hall, which had only Lin Shang and his 3 companions just moments ago, instantly became crowded. Lin Shang ignored the mocking words, simply stepping forward, his eyes calm yet flashing with a chilling killing intent. He slowly said, "Whoever takes 1 step forward dies." Everyone present was stunned for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? Those few people actually dare to boast so shamelessly. Anyone who doesn't know might think they have hundreds of people over there. I'll go ahead and give it a try." Lin Shang, who was standing 10 meters away just a moment ago, had somehow appeared in front of the crowd and swiftly decapitated the person who had just spoken. The person had just taken a step forward, but before they could steady themselves, their head flew off and their body collapsed to the ground. The vast hall hall instantly fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock at the expressionless Lin Chang. How did he get over there? How is he so fast? Arrogant. Let's go together and take him down. They had the advantage in numbers, all coming for the stone tablet. The more people, the greater the strength. Who would be afraid of Lin Chang alone? Although Lin Chang's speed and decisiveness just now startled quite a few people, thinking about their superior numbers, the crowd charged at Lin Chang in unison. The first wave of people who rushed forward found that Lin Chang, who was just standing there, vanished like a phantom in the next second. This scene made cold sweat break out all over their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of blades and swords piercing flesh echoed continuously. Angry roars and screams erupted from the crowd. Where on earth is he? Help, help! Blood splattered as someone's abdomen was pierced with a single stab and another's head was severed with one slash. Blades flashed intermittently, yet no one could catch a glimpse of Lin Chang's figure. This ghostly speed filled them with utter terror. The prisoners upstairs widened their eyes, their hearts overwhelmed with growing shock and fear. So powerful. He alone can actually hold off hundreds or even thousands of people. What kind of strength is this? I'm shocked. Those who had just arrived were previously ambitious, thinking they could break into the stone tablet and looking down on Lin Chang's determination to guard it. Unexpectedly, Lin Chang alone managed to defeat all of them. In the crowd, someone cried out, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I won't go, let me go." Lin Chang paid no attention. He had already warned them, yet these people still dared to provoke him. 10 minutes later, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were scattered everywhere. In the hall, apart from Lin Chang and his 3 companions, there were hardly any survivors left. Lin Chang, covered in blood, walked toward the stone tablet at an unhurried pace. Qi Yanhao stared at Lin Chang in shock, his eyes vacant. "What's wrong?" Lin Chang asked. Qi Yanhao swallowed hard, feeling parched. "Lin Chang, how are you so strong? What are your attribute points at?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Lin Chang, without using any abilities, had managed to kill hundreds of people with just a battle knife. Lin Chang replied, "Strength has surpassed 50, and the other attributes are almost at 50 as well." Qi Yanhao was shocked. "What, 50? How many missions have you completed? This is insane." Wei Sheng said smugly on the other side, "I'm also over 30. And you dare to say around 10 o'clock. Qi Yanhao then realized that he was indeed the weakest in the team. "I have ice element powers. Do you have any powers?" Although unwilling to admit defeat verbally, the tone carried a hint of challenge. Wei Sheng immediately felt displeased and responded angrily, "Once Jiang Yu gains abilities, I'll be next." Anyway, abilities will come sooner or later, and who knows how long it'll take for your attribute points to catch up to mine. 20 minutes later, someone else came looking because of the task related to the stone tablet. They had not yet passed through the passage or entered the hall when they smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. "What's going on? The smell of blood is so heavy. How many people have died in there? It must be a fight over the qualification to enter the stone tablet." Everyone was already mentally prepared. However, when the view suddenly opened up, everyone was stunned. For a moment, no one could say a word, because what came into sight were hundreds of brutally killed corpses. As soon as they stepped in, they stepped onto blood. Corpses were strewn haphazardly at the doorway, making it nearly impossible to find a place to step. What is going on here? Looking up at the glowing stone tablet in the center of the hall, 4 people could be seen sitting cross-legged on the ground. Qi Yanhao was the first to speak. "Leave." Everyone looked puzzled. Lin Chang calmly observed the group, his gaze stern. Fear rose in everyone's hearts as they thought, could it be that these 4 don't allow anyone to approach the stone tablet? Anyone who gets close is killed by them? Are these hundreds of people all they're doing? "Brother, let's talk this out. Yeah, we're here to complete the mission too. If you've completed the mission, what's the point of guarding the stone tablet? Why not let us try our luck as well? We're all survivors and should stand united. You can't hog all the benefits and prevent others from improving their strength." Qi Yanhao let out a cold snort, looking extremely impatient. "Our boss is completing the mission, and the mission is to prevent anyone from entering this stone tablet. I'll say it once, leave." Hearing Qi Yanhao's words, the crowd immediately felt unsettled. Why are we not allowed to enter the stone tablet? Who is so overbearing? What kind of task is this? Stop bragging. Everyone received tasks to enter the stone tablet and compete for special abilities, so why is his task so strange? Qi Yanhao didn't say anything more, just glared fiercely at this group of people. At this moment, footsteps were heard again from the passage. Everyone turned to look at the entrance, secretly hoping for a powerful figure to arrive and join forces to deal with these 4 arrogant individuals. A group of imposing people surrounded a man as they walked in. The aura of the newcomer immediately overwhelmed everyone present, and the scene fell silent. The man and his subordinates first fixed their gaze on the corpses on the ground, then looked toward the 4 people in front of the stone tablet, smiles appearing on their faces. "So there are experts here." The man stepped into the pool of blood and pile of corpses, striding toward the stone tablet. The prisoners upstairs held their breath. His subordinates behind him showed no fear and walked toward the stone tablet in unison. Lin Chang finally stood up, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, and gave a faint warning, "Take one more step and you die." The The man paused for a moment but still stopped in his tracks. His subordinates behind him also stopped, all casting disdainful glances at Lin Chang. Oh my, so arrogant. We're so scared. The people from the previous group, seeing how arrogant this group sounded, immediately understood that a strong individual had arrived here. They jeered from the back. These 4 people are too arrogant, not letting anyone enter the stone tablet. They say their boss's mission is to forbid anyone from entering the stone tablet. These corpses were all killed by them. Kill them. The leading man suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of the person who had just said, kill them. The prisoners were utterly shocked. This speed feels similar to Lin Chang. The man grabbed the person's neck with one hand, saw the extreme terror in the other's eyes, and chuckled lightly. Teaching me how to do things? As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his hand, snapping the neck, and casually tossed the corpse onto the pile of bodies. In an instant, no one at the scene dared to make a sound, only endless fear filled the air. This speed and method are simply terrifying. Oh, in a suffocating silence, the man turned around, slowly returned to his original position, stared directly at Lin Chang, and provocatively said, if I take one step forward, will you really make me die? Lin Chang chuckled. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Then, the man suddenly heard Lin Chang's mocking laughter coming from right behind him. Even if you don't take a step forward, I can still make you die. Everyone was instantly shocked. Wang Hao was even more astonished. His speed was already very fast, but at this moment, he hadn't noticed Lin Chang quietly appearing behind him. He hurriedly turned around and swung his blade, but his chest suddenly felt a chilling cold. Looking down, he saw a gleaming silver blade had already pierced through his chest and emerged on the other side. How is this possible? Wang Hao murmured in terror. Lin Chang pulled out his battle knife, leaving no chance for anyone else to react. The dozens of subordinates Wang Hao had brought were instantly slaughtered by the flashes of his blade. Meanwhile, the group of people who had rushed in earlier screamed frantically, desperately surging toward the passageway, crowding to escape this hellish scene. Too terrifying. This strength is simply despair-inducing. Damn it, what kind of mission is this? Retreat now. Occupation progress, 7 hours and 39 minutes. Daylight had fully broken. A whole night had passed, and more people gradually entered. Those who ignored the warnings and insisted on moving forward were all mercilessly killed by Lin Chang on the spot. Most people were so frightened by the scene that they backed off, while only a few stayed, gathering outside Lake City Prison. According to the subordinates around that person, this is a task to occupy the stone tablet. There's a time limit, and completing it takes about 1 or 2 days. We can wait until that person finishes the task before going in. Sigh, that person is such a freak. The apocalypse hasn't been going on for long. How can someone be this strong? It's just too unreasonable. It's terrifying. Did you see the carnage in the hall last night? It was full of corpses, rivers of blood. Fortunately, this is the suburbs. Around here, there's only Lake City Prison, not many residential areas, and no zombie gatherings. Otherwise, I can't even imagine how many zombies this strong smell of blood would attract. This person is such a jinx. Not even 10 minutes after the words were spoken, everyone heard the howls of zombies coming from afar. The faces of the thousands of people standing outside the prison instantly turned pale, and many cast their eyes toward the person who had just spoken. Why did you have to say something so unlucky? The zombies are really coming. Judging by the sound, it's not just a dozen or 20 of them. There are quite a lot. Someone gritted their teeth and said, we can't let the zombies gather. We have to go up and intercept them in advance to prevent a zombie outbreak. If we fight the zombies here, the noise will attract more of them. Then let's go intercept them. In the prison, Lin Chang and the other 3 ate something, drank water, and silently kept watch in front of the stone tablet. The prisoners upstairs quietly observed without making a sound. Mission progress, 9 hours and 46 minutes. There were just over 2 hours left to complete it. Everything was moving quickly. The main mission was about to be finished, and the supernatural ability reward was within reach. Lin Chang was filled with anticipation, though outwardly he appeared calm with his eyes closed, resting. After more than an hour, the 4 suddenly heard the sound of zombies outside. Jiang Yu frowned tightly. It seems like zombies are gathering here. The sound of battle echoed, seemingly from those who were scared off by Lin Chang last night, now fighting against the zombies. Shi Yanhao asked, should I go out and clear the zombies? If they break in, we'll have to fight them, and we won't be able to guard the stone tablet properly. The boss's task is almost complete. We can't afford any mistakes. Lin Chang shook his head. No, if the zombies come in, let them come in. We'll kill them inside. We must not leave the stone tablet's side. The prisoners upstairs couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this. After witnessing Lin Chang's terrifying strength, who would dare to rush in recklessly? Even if they managed to complete the task inside, they'd either be hacked to death or killed upon coming out. Who would dare step in? Time ticked by second, and the commotion from the zombies outside grew increasingly intense. Jiang Yu whispered, it seems the scent inside the building has attracted the zombie horde. Wei Sheng asked, Lin Chang, how much longer? 19 minutes. Almost there. Lin Chang couldn't sit sit still. He stood up, his eyes fixed intently on the stone tablet in front of him. Once the task was completed, he could enter the tablet and gain special abilities. Lin Cheng said, "Once I go in, you won't need to guard the tablet anymore. The moment the zombies rush in, start fighting immediately." After saying this, he took out 10 mental power recovery potions and handed them to Qi Yanhao. Qi Yanhao was also an ability user, but his mental power was weak and would be exhausted after using ice elemental powers 2 or 3 times. Qi Yanhao excitedly took the potions. "Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely earn more magic crystals for you." Outside the building, the survivors were no longer able to resist the growing horde of zombies. The smell of blood permeating the building finally attracted a tide of corpses. It was only because Lake City Prison was in a remote location that the tide arrived several hours late. "Damn it, we can't hold them off, and we can't escape either. Quick, get into the building. That lunatic is still inside. Going in will definitely get us killed." There's no time to worry about that. These people were full of grievances, trapped between a tide of corpses in front and Lin Cheng blocking their retreat from behind. No matter what they chose, it was a dead end. But now there was no choice at all. They could only fight while retreating, rushing into the building in panic. The interior of the building was narrow and included prison cells, making it easier to defend and harder to attack once inside. There was only one path to survival here: if they could convince Lin Cheng that they had no intention of entering the stone monument and were forced to break in solely to resist the tide of corpses. They could only hope that the madman wouldn't attack them on sight. 5 minutes passed. Lin Cheng stood quietly in front of the stone monument, the sounds of fighting at the entrance echoing in his ears. Survivors swarmed in, followed closely by zombies. Those who entered first didn't dare venture deeper into the hall. Instead, they turned and sprinted toward the stairs leading to the prison cells upstairs, shouting, "We're only here to fend off the tide of corpses. Don't attack." Zombies kept pouring in, and the prisoners cursed, "Why did you bring the zombies here? It wasn't us who brought them. It's the smell of corpses and blood here that attracted them. If you have the guts, go curse Lin Cheng." 2 minutes later, Jiang Yu stepped forward. "I'll go." Lin Cheng nodded. Jiang Yu's total attribute points had exceeded 30, significantly boosting her strength. Wielding a silver battle blade and clad in the 100% durability radiant shield that Lin Cheng had just equipped her with, she moved at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from beside the stone tablet and instantly appeared at the passage entrance. The silver battle blade slashed down, instantly cutting several charging zombies in half. Just as she was about to strike again, a group of survivors rushed in. Seeing the murderous expression on Jiang Yu's face, they were almost scared out of their wits. "Get out of the way." Scrambling and stumbling, they squeezed past Jiang Yu and quickly turned toward the nearby staircase. Jiang Yu stood her ground alone. No matter how many zombies came, she killed them all, truly embodying the phrase "one person holds the pass, 10,000 cannot advance." In front of the stone tablet, Lin Cheng's gaze was fixed on the task progress in his mind. Main quest completed. Occupy the stone tablet. Reward obtained. All attribute points +4. Ability, Explosive Touch. Explosive Touch, a purple quality ability. No cooldown time. As long as the palm touches an object, it can trigger an explosion. Lin Cheng was shocked. Amazing. Purple quality. Offensive type. His hands gained the ability to detonate. Anything he touched could instantly trigger an explosion. So powerful. All attribute points +4. Lin Cheng's overall attributes finally broke through the 50 threshold. Strength 54.1. Speed 51.2 +5. Physique 50.7. Spirit 50.2. 47.9. Abilities: Lightning Element E level 109/800. Flowing Light E level 233/800. Cooldown 8 minutes. Explosive Touch F level 0 out of 100. Equipment: Blessing of Strength, silver quality. Cooldown 12 hours. Original Stone Necklace, silver quality. Battle Blade, silver quality. Storage Ring, silver quality. Storage Ring, white quality. Battle Blade, white quality. Battle Boots, white quality. Tasks: System B level task, Crime Contest. System B level task, Visitor from Another World. Team exclusive task, Elite Member. After a night's rest, mental energy had fully recovered. Just now, he used Radiance to equip himself and Jiang Yu with brand new Radiance shields, and in the middle of the night, he also equipped Qi Yanhao and Wei Shang. Lin Cheng turned around. "I'm inside the stone tablet. You can kill the zombies without worry." This was an unfamiliar stone tablet space that Lin Cheng had never seen before. 7 words floated in the void ahead. He recalled what Qi Yanhao had once said. He had chosen a word that matched his own crimes. What about Lin Cheng? Which one would he match? Closing his eyes and pondering for 3 seconds, Lin Cheng suddenly revealed a smile, his gaze fixed intently on the word greed. In his previous life, he was just the most inconspicuous soldier in the apocalypse. He belonged to a medium-sized faction under the Red Lake base, living aimlessly and serving as cannon fodder. His daily tasks involved clearing out zombies and collecting rations on time. When enemy forces attacked, he charged forward. When faced with a zombie horde, he charged forward. Injured but without healing potions, the hard-earned magic crystals he saved were all spent on exchanging attribute points at the monument. monument. He possessed only a ridiculously useless ability. In that strictly hierarchical apocalyptic world, someone like him, a low-level pawn, didn't even dare to look directly at those powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities. Countless times, lying on the ground, he fantasized if he could seize the opportunity at the onset of the apocalypse and gain immense power and abilities, what kind of life would he lead? He longed to possess, longed for immense power, world-destroying abilities, supreme status, subordinates bowing to his might, unquestionable authority, and a reputation that shook the apocalypse. He was extremely greedy. Living another life, he wanted to have it all. In the next moment, Lin Cheng chose the word greed, and his vision suddenly went dark. Mission content: kill monsters and obtain crystals. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Cheng found himself in a chaotic world. Surrounding him were hundreds of beasts with arched backs, bared fangs, and roaring angrily, giving Lin Cheng no time to react as they pounced directly at him. The moment the silver battle blade swung out, Lin Cheng noticed something unusual. With his 54.1 points of strength combined with the silver battle blade, a single slash only managed to carve a bone-deep wound on the beast. Shi Yanhao had previously said that these beasts were not very strong. Moreover, before entering the stone tablet, Shi Yanhao had already completed 2 tasks, earning a fraction of attribute points, with an average of less than 7 points per attribute. With such strength, he could have come in to kill more than a dozen monsters, seize crystals, and gain ability rewards. But the beasts in front of Lin Cheng were absolutely ferocious in strength. He vaguely felt that the strength of each beast, if converted into attribute points, was on par with his own, whether it's speed, strength, or physique. Otherwise, that slash just now would have already split the beast in half. With one swing of the blade, Lin Cheng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This stone tablet is a special monument that Lin Cheng had never seen in his previous life. A crime contest is still a B-level mission, so how could a group of beasts with attribute points not exceeding 10 serve as the boss? The strength of these beasts will adjust according to the abilities of those who enter the stone tablet. When Shi Yanhao entered, the beast's strength was similar to his. When Lin Cheng entered, the beast's strength matched his. Hundreds of beasts evenly matched with Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng smiled faintly, lightning instantly coiling around his arms as he struck toward the surrounding beasts. The E-level power of the lightning element, when faced with these beasts with 50 points of defense, surprisingly failed to kill them in one blow. However, those beasts were paralyzed by the electricity, collapsing to the ground and twitching. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng swiftly dashed forward, his silver battle blade slashing down fiercely, beheading several beasts in the blink of an eye. The remaining beasts swarmed forward. Lin Cheng swung his knife with one hand while slapping at the beast charging at the forefront with the other. The moment his palm collided with the beast's head, bang! Red flames erupted, and the explosive firelight instantly obscured Lin Cheng and the surrounding beasts from view. The blasted beast was a bloody mess, its massive head already deformed. What tremendous power! But these beasts are equally formidable, with all attribute points exceeding 50. Even an F-grade explosive touch cannot achieve an instant kill. At this moment, Lin Cheng unleashed his full power. Thunder continuously struck among the beast horde, his figure swiftly weaving through them, the silver battle blade slashing rapidly. The other free hand alternated between grabbing a beast's leg and holding up a beast's head. Explosions echoed one after another, resounding throughout the entire space. Even if these beasts have higher attribute points, without special abilities, they still cannot match Lin Cheng, who possesses 3 supernatural powers. In less than 10 minutes, half of the 100 beasts before him had perished. The remaining beasts, under the dual assault of Lin Cheng's thunder and explosions, were already on the verge of collapse. Lin Cheng quickly consumed 3 mental recovery potions, nearly restoring his mental strength to full capacity. Then, he stepped forward to finish them off one by one. Killing all the monsters should yield the highest reward, right? Just as he thought he could claim the crystal and gain special abilities, he noticed the hundreds of beast corpses on the ground slowly dissipating. In the eerie chaotic space, black mist suddenly began to swirl. Amidst the swirling black mist, vague humanoid shapes slowly began to form. Lin Cheng had already walked up to the crystal and discovered that it was different from what Shi Yanhao had previously described. Shi Yanhao had said that the crystal he obtained was pure white, but the crystal before him now was 2/3 white at the top, while the bottom third was black. Looking around, Lin Cheng finally understood that to gain special abilities, his task was only 1/3 complete. Those humanoid figures were entirely composed of black mist, faceless yet exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. The number exceeded 20. In the next second, Lin Cheng launched the first attack, unleashing the power of lightning elements without reservation, furiously bombarding the black mist figures, causing their forms to continuously dissipate. At the same time, 2 shadowy figures shrouded in black mist rushed to Lin Cheng's front. Their speed was almost on par with Lin Cheng. He chose not to dodge, swinging his blade with one hand while gripping one of them by the neck with the other. Flames erupted once again. A person behind him kicked Lin Cheng in the back. The immense force sent Lin Cheng flying through the air. He was protected by a shimmering barrier, so he was completely unharmed. After falling to the ground, Lin Cheng quickly got up and and immediately engaged in fierce combat with the surrounding figures once again. The figure that appeared this time was clearly much stronger than the previous wave of beasts. He fought fiercely for a full 20 minutes before finally defeating these figures completely. Lin Chang gasped for breath and turned his head to look at the crystal. The black color spread rapidly, already covering 2/3. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile as he refocused his energy, waiting for the next wave of attacks. This time, a black figure appeared once again, but there was only one. As soon as they clashed, Lin Chang was fiercely sent flying by the opponent. Inwardly, he was utterly shocked. The total attribute points of this shadowy figure must have reached 60 points, completely overpowering Lin Chang. His strength, speed, and physique were all clearly inferior to the opponent. His only advantage was reduced to those 3 supernatural abilities. The touch of explosion erupted repeatedly. The power of thunder continued to strike. Mental energy drained rapidly. Lin Chang was knocked to the ground by wave after wave of attacks. Fortunately, he was protected by the flowing light, otherwise, he would have been vomiting blood incessantly. Outside the stone tablet, chaos erupted inside the building. Countless zombies swarmed in. Jiang Yu and the other two fought fiercely. Jiang Yu and Wei Shang both had attribute points exceeding 30, and at this moment, they unleashed their full power, slaying zombies one after another. Shi Yanhao consumed the golden quality permanent immunity potion given to him by Jiang Yu. However, his attribute points were still below 10, and faced with such a dense horde of frenzied zombies, he could only desperately release ice elemental power. Ice condensed on the ground, quickly forming a layer of ice several centimeters thick, instantly freezing the feet of dozens of zombies. Wei Shang took the opportunity to wipe out the group of zombies in one fell swoop. Shi Yanhao was busy replenishing his energy with a mental recovery potion. Jiang Yu arrived beside the two and frowned, saying, "The boss has already been inside for half an hour." Why? At that moment, the high window of the building was suddenly smashed by something, and a bottle-like object was thrown inside. Jiang Yu quickly noticed the anomaly and took a closer look. It was a Molotov cocktail. She had used one before at Lake City University and immediately recognized its purpose. Several zombies were instantly engulfed in roaring flames. Immediately, more Molotov cocktails were thrown in. Jiang Yu shouted loudly, "Retreat quickly. This place is about to turn into a sea of fire." Liang Fei stood 200 meters away from the prison building. He stood on the hood of a large truck, lighting the cloth strip at the mouth of the Molotov cocktail in his hand. Squinting his eyes, he aimed at the prison building's window and threw with all his might. The Molotov cocktail landed accurately through the window 200 meters away. The surrounding survivors were once again stunned. From such a distance, with the prison building's window being so small, the fact that Liang Fei could hit the target precisely every time was simply unbelievable. Is this the power of supernatural abilities? Liang Fei looked smugly at the raging flames inside the prison, with thick smoke billowing out of the windows. Faintly, he could hear the anguished howls of the corpses inside. His supernatural ability, precise and flawless. Throwing bottles with such accuracy by hand, it's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be with firearms. Doesn't Lin Chang and his group like guarding the stone monument? Heh, I want to see how they guard it now. Truly despicable, serves them right to be burned to death. Why? Liang Fei glanced at the person and said, "Who exactly is this Lin Chang? How did he scare you all into not daring to go in?" He and his 3 companions are guarding the stone tablet. Anyone who dares to come within a step will be cut down by him. Luckily, we ran into brother Liang Fei, so we can deal with those 4 without having to go inside. Oh, Liang Fei said disdainfully, "Just 4 people scared you like this? How pathetic." The others felt annoyed but didn't dare to show it, so they could only awkwardly say that Lin Chang is indeed strong. Liang Fei sneered, "How strong? Does he have superpowers?" Those people hurriedly replied, "Of course not. Brother Liang Fei is a superpowered individual. How could Lin Chang be a match for him? He's just relying on a knife to hack away." Liang Fei threw out 2 more Molotov cocktails, once again accurately tossing them into the high windows of the prison building. "My few big brothers haven't arrived yet. They're all ability users. Once they get here." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After all, Liang Fei's ability was only precise hits. If he were to really face Lin Chang, would he only be able to throw Molotov cocktails at him? Lin Chang is so fast that his precision is useless. Those words just now were merely to push Liang Fei to be the scapegoat. I didn't expect that Liang Fei actually had someone backing him, and there are even a few big-shot ability users. That Lin Chang is definitely doomed. Brother Liang Fei, when will your big brothers arrive? If Lin Chang completes the task soon, he might just run away. He's carrying quite a lot of good equipment. Also, I heard that the prisoners in the prison have guns, but all the guns were taken by Lin Chang and are now hidden in his storage ring. If you can get those guns, your abilities will become even stronger. Sure enough, when Liang Fei heard this, he became excited. Are you serious? Lin Chang actually has a gun on him? Absolutely true. When we entered the building, we even saw bullet marks on the wall. There's no mistake. Liang Fei suddenly jumped down from the front of the car, landing steadily. Just from this move alone, the people around could tell his attribute points were not low. Not to mention, throwing a Molotov cocktail into a high window 200 meters away requires not just accuracy but also extraordinary arm strength. Alright, I'll just wait for the big brothers to loot everything in Linchang. Ha ha ha. Guns? That's awesome. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and the other two rushed out of the building, their bodies shimmering with light. Ordinary flames were ineffective against them, but they were still blackened all over and coughing heavily from the smoke. Wei Sheng cursed angrily while hacking at the zombies in front of him. Which idiot threw the Molotov cocktail? Don't you know there are people inside? Several zombie heads flew into the air, revealing Jiang Yu's cold eyes. She quickly scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto a group of people several hundred meters away. Over there. Shi Yanhao suddenly turned his head to look over, and before Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng could react, he rushed straight ahead. Jiang Yu froze, shouting, Shi Yanhao, what are you doing? Wei Sheng hurriedly said, this guy must be having an anger outburst. Before the words were finished, Wei Sheng shook off the zombie beside him and quickly chased after him. Wei Sheng's speed was over 30 points, while Shi Yanhao's was not even 10 points, and within 2 seconds, Wei Sheng caught up to him. Poof! But these 2 seconds were enough for the two to escape the horde of corpses. Wei Sheng pushed Shi Yanhao to the ground and said, what are you doing? Lin Cheng isn't here, we all need to keep a low profile. Shi Yanhao cursed, keep a low profile, my foot. Those people threw bottles and burned us, and you can tolerate that? Wei Sheng was stunned, I can't tolerate it. Shi Yanhao, then it's simple. All your stats are above 30 points, just take them out directly. Wei Sheng nodded, makes sense. He got up and stepped aside. Jiang Yu was standing amidst the group of corpses. She had just seen Wei Sheng restrain Shi Yanhao and felt relieved, but then saw Wei Sheng release Shi Yanhao, and the two of them stride toward that group of people. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Liang Fei and his group saw Wei Sheng and Shi Yanhao striding over. It's them. These two are Lin Cheng's subordinates. We've seen them before. Look at them. Huh, their whole bodies are covered in soot. Liang Fei raised his eyebrows and stared at the two. Although his abilities weren't very effective before he got a gun, his attribute points were all over 20. He was already considered strong and feared no one. Among these people, even their leader Lin Cheng didn't have any abilities, let alone these two. He completely disregarded Wei Sheng and Shi Yanhao. Who threw the Molotov cocktail? Shi Yanhao got straight to the point, his face cold and indifferent. Coupled with his astonishing height, his presence was intimidating. Yet, the crowd burst into laughter. So what if we threw it? Who told you to hog the stone tablet that everyone needs to use for tasks? Serves you right. It's a miracle you weren't burned to death! Exclamation point. Liang Fei admitted directly, I threw it. No one expected Wei Sheng to disappear instantly from where he stood, his speed astonishingly fast. The next second, he was already in front of Liang Fei. Liang Fei's face froze instantly, terrified to realize that this man's speed far exceeded his own. You dare! Before he could finish saying 2 words, the silver battle blade directly chopped off Liang Fei's head. Everyone stepped back in shock, exclaiming, you madman! They never expected that Lin Cheng's subordinates would be so formidable. In their eyes, Wei Sheng's speed was almost indistinguishable from Lin Cheng's. Both vanished in a flash and reappeared amidst the enemies, directly taking heads. Wei Sheng snorted coldly. Was he the only one who threw? What about the others? No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, a shout came from the side. Liang Fei. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a group of travel-worn people rushing over. Leading them was a fat man, none other than Liang Fei's older brother, Liang Qi. He stared in shock at the bloody head on the ground less than 3 meters away, desperately trying to discern from the blood whether it was his younger brother's head. How is this possible? I was only 20 minutes late arriving at Lake City Prison. How could this happen? The others present immediately realized, weren't these the big brothers Liang Fei had mentioned? It was said that they were all superhumans. Lin Cheng and his men were as good as dead. Instantly, someone rushed toward Liang Qi, pointing at Wei Sheng and another person, shouting, it was them. They also have a boss guarding that stone tablet, stopping us from completing the crime competition task. Before these people could say more, Liang Qi, with bloodshot eyes, was already staring intently at Wei Sheng and roaring, bastard, go to hell. Outside the prison, all the zombies had been completely cleared out, numbering over 5,000. Jiang Yu, Wei Sheng, and Shi Yanhao lay in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. Liang Qi pulled out 2 mental recovery potions from his spatial equipment and drank them in one gulp. The surrounding survivors were now filled with fear, staring intently at Liang Qi. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his wind element ability, directly subduing the 3 of them in one move. The radiant shields on the 3 still had considerable durability, but Liang Qi's ability was at least E-level in power. They had intended to rely on the radiant shields to withstand the damage and take the opportunity to kill Liang Qi. However, the opponent's wind element was too overwhelming. A howling wind surged, making it impossible to get close to Liang Qi. Just like that, the 3 were continuously slashed by invisible wind blades until the energy of the radiant shield was completely depleted. Without the shield, they were merely ordinary evolvers, unable to approach Liang Qi with just their strength and silver battle knives. Although Qi Yanhao's ice element caused some damage to Liang Qi, the damage was utterly negligible. Liang Qi's attribute points definitely exceeded 30, with physique representing robust stamina and defense, making the damage from F-grade ice elements extremely limited for him. The three were ultimately defeated completely. The surrounding zombies were also annihilated one by one under the attacks of the wind blades and Liang Qi's powerful subordinates. Liang Qi's face was grim as he stepped on Wei Shang's hand and said coldly, "Dare to kill my brother? I'll make you wish for life but beg for death." The other survivors looked at Liang Qi with a mix of awe and reverence. Liang Qi is just too strong. So many zombies, and while dealing with these three people, he casually took care of. The wind element ability is truly amazing. Those wind blades are almost invisible and even sharper than battle knives. The three of them were like clowns, unable to get close to him before being defeated. If it weren't for Liang Qi wanting to keep them alive for torment, they'd already be dead. Heh, they were so arrogant just now, but now they'd been beaten like dogs. Why isn't that Lin Chang coming out? Isn't he the most arrogant one? His three subordinates are almost dead, yet he's hiding and not coming out? Could it be that he's scared? Ha ha ha. Wei Shang remained silent, his back slashed by dozens of deep wind blade wounds that exposed the bone, leaving his flesh mangled. One of his arms was nearly severed. He had thought that having all his attribute points exceed 30 would make him strong enough, but when facing someone with powerful abilities, he was still helpless. Liang Qi felt something uncomfortable under his foot. Retracting his foot to take a look, he discovered the storage ring on Wei Shang's finger. He chuckled, squatted down to remove the ring, but suddenly froze. "I'm so stupid. That's not how you take off a ring. You have to cut off the finger." Liang Qi's dozens of subordinates joked, "Boss is right. You have to cut off the finger to take off the ring." The surrounding survivors laughed gleefully at the misfortune. "Heh heh, if not dead, then crippled. His finger was chopped off. Let's see how he wields a battle blade in the future." Serves him right. Just as the battle blade was about to strike, a sudden gust of wind swept past. Liang Qi's pupils contracted sharply, and he reacted swiftly, immediately withdrawing his blade and retreating. But how could Lin Chang let him go? With one hand, he directly seized Liang Qi's wrist that was holding the blade. Bang! Flames burst forth, and a deafening explosion engulfed the two. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. What the heck? It exploded. What kind of heaven-defying power is this? The speed was too fast. I didn't even see his shadow when he arrived. Liang Qi let out an angry scream, feeling his wrist suddenly empty, with scorching heat and intense pain overwhelming him. His palm had been blown away, and the arm was a bloody mess, charred and mangled. Lin Chang sneered coldly and sheathed his battle blade. When he arrived, he saw that Zhang Yu and the other two had already been defeated but had not yet been killed. Clearly, Liang Qi wanted to torture them. In that case, he would repay in kind. Since Liang Qi enjoyed a slow and painful death and liked torment, he would oblige him. Liang Qi suddenly unleashed his wind element ability, and a massive wind blade formed above the two of them, with a fierce gale sweeping through the surrounding space. The survivors could hardly stand steady in the violent wind, instantly staggering and stumbling in all directions. He kept his eyes wide open, staring intently at Lin Chang and Liang Qi in front of him. As the aftermath of the explosion had just dissipated, Liang Qi was seen retreating rapidly once again. A palm was gone, an arm was in a horrifying state, almost useless. The clothes on the body were almost torn to shreds, unable to cover anything, utterly miserable. The face was full of shock and anger. As soon as the words fell, the wind blade slashed toward Lin Chang's head, carrying a strong wave of supernatural energy. This is Liang Qi's wind blade. How could he possibly dodge it? He's doomed. Just as everyone thought Lin Chang would be decapitated by the wind blade, a mass of pitch-black energy suddenly appeared above Lin Chang's head. The moment the black energy appeared, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. What kind of power is that? As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura, making people instinctively want to flee. It felt as if just one more glance would result in being directly devoured. What is this thing? It's too horrifying. Is it another one of his abilities? Just how many abilities does he have? Could it be that he successfully obtained the special ability corresponding to the crime from the special stone tablet? The wind blade, carrying an astonishing momentum, was instantly devoured upon contact with the black energy, disappearing without a trace. Everyone present was utterly shocked, their eyes fixed intently on the black energy above Lin Chang's head. The wind blade is gone, even its aura has completely vanished, as if it never existed. How terrifying! Wind blades are not physical objects but elemental attacks formed by supernatural powers, and they can actually be directly devoured. What on earth is this thing? It's simply defying the heavens. This is precisely the special ability Lin Chang obtained from the sin of greed, the power of devouring, capable of consuming everything. Inside the stone tablet, Lin Chang battled fiercely with the powerful figure that appeared last for nearly half an hour and finally emerged victorious. Not only that, he also upgraded Explosive Touch to an E-level ability during the battle, and the experience points for the lightning element increased significantly. It took nearly 10 mental recovery potions to defeat that shadow figure with all attributes exceeding 60 points. He obtained a completely black crystal and completed the mission with with 100% progress. The black crystal fused into his body, and Lin Chang officially gained the devouring ability of the power of greed. At this point, on the special steel bearing the 7 deadly sins, only 6 sins remain. Greed has already been claimed by Lin Chang. To attack that shadowy figure, Lin Chang used his Radiant Stream skill almost every time its cooldown ended. Now, the Radiant Stream on him has only 10% durability left, with 4 minutes remaining until the next cooldown. He then unleashed the newly acquired power of greed to face Liang Qi's Windblade. I can only say, this ability is just too useful. Even supernatural attacks can be devoured. What can't be devoured? Liang Qi looked utterly dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the Windblade that disappeared into the black energy, almost forgetting the intense pain in his body. He opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself, "This." Before the words were finished, Lin Chang suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his neck. "Whose finger do you want to cut off?" His other hand abruptly seized Liang Qi's other wrist. The agonized scream almost shattered everyone's eardrums. Liang Qi's 2 arms were completely crippled. The power of the E-level explosive touch had blasted the rest of his body into a bloody mess. Not a single patch of skin on his body was intact, as if he had been skinned alive. It was unimaginable what kind of pain he was enduring at this moment. He stared intently at Lin Chang in front of him, incredulous. A person could actually possess 2 such powerful offensive abilities at the same time. Not only the explosive ability that had blown him to pieces, but also the black devouring energy that made his wind blades vanish completely. How could someone be this strong? How long has it been since the apocalypse broke out? The other survivors present looked at Lin Chang and the disfigured Liang Qi in utter terror. Just how many abilities does Lin Chang have? Explosions, and that black energy that can devour elemental attacks. He's actually an ability user. Back when he was guarding the monument in the prison building, he killed at least hundreds of people, without using any abilities even once. I thought he wasn't an ability user, but it turns out he has 2 such powerful abilities. At this moment, the severely injured Jiang Yu and the other 2 were instantly invigorated. Jiang Yu struggled to take out a healing potion and, trembling, drank it down before mustering the strength to speak. That black energy just now. Did the boss successfully gain a special ability from the stone tablet? Shi Yanhao, on the other hand, looked puzzled. Why isn't my ability this special? Lin Chang grabbed Liang Qi by the neck and unleashed an E-level explosive touch. The explosion shook the surrounding ground, causing it to tremble. When the flames dissipated, Liang Qi had completely disappeared, blown to pieces with no remains. The subordinates he brought along stood no chance against Lin Chang, and were instantly wiped out by him. The surviving onlookers took the opportunity to flee the scene quickly while Lin Chang was dealing with Liang Qi's group. So Lin Chang is an ability user, and his powers are so strong. He didn't use his abilities earlier when guarding the stone tablet because those monsters were too weak, and he didn't need to. If I had known he was so powerful, I would have left long ago. Why would I foolishly stay here waiting to die? In the spatial equipment left behind by Liang Qi and his subordinates, there were over 6,000 magic crystals and dozens of various potions. The harvest was quite decent. Jiang Yu and the other 2 used a large amount of healing potions before finally recovering. "Boss, did you kill all the monsters inside the stone tablet?" Shi Yanhao immediately asked Lin Chang what had happened inside the special stone tablet. "No, I killed 3 waves in total." Shi Yanhao was stunned. As far as he knew, he had only killed the dozen or so monsters in the first wave. To kill all 3 waves, was that the requirement to obtain the corresponding special ability? Lin Chang briefly explained the situation with the special stone tablet. "Shi Yanhao has been there once, so he can't go again. The 2 of you are left to go. You must obtain the special ability. It's really powerful. His power of greed is actually the power of devouring. It can devour everything. Although each use consumes about 10 points of his mental energy, its power is extremely strong, capable of directly devouring even ability-based attacks. It's practically as strong as cheating." Previously, Liang Fei set the building on fire. The prisoners who had remained inside were either burned to death or escaped. The fire had not yet been extinguished, and the entire building was engulfed in flames, teetering on the verge of collapse. The 4 of them waited for over 40 minutes until the building completely crumbled and the flames gradually subsided. Only then did they dig out the stone tablet from the charred remains. Remember, there are 3 waves of monsters. The first wave consists of beasts, slightly weaker than you, but not by much. The second wave consists of shadows, whose strength is entirely on par with yours. The third wave has only 1 figure, but their strength far surpasses yours, stronger by about 6 or 7 points, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Chang has abilities, so dealing with that final figure isn't too strenuous. Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu, however, don't have abilities, so to kill that powerful figure, they would have to rely on hand-to-hand combat, which would undoubtedly be a tough battle. I've prepared brand new glimmer equipment, along with a large supply of healing potions and stamina recovery potions, which should support you through all 3 waves. After finishing the first wave, stand next to the crystal. If you can't hold on, take the crystal and complete the mission. Wei Sheng checked the potion and couldn't help complaining, "Lin Chang, you're too verbose. I already understand. I definitely need to acquire a special ability before coming out, but I haven't decided which one yet. I'll think about it inside. You guys wait for me outside, and absolutely don't leave me behind. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Who would leave you behind? I really don't know what you're thinking. Wei Shang stared at Lin Chang reluctantly, repeatedly urging, don't leave, just wait for me here. After receiving Lin Chang's affirmative response, he finally entered the stone tablet. The three of them stayed by the stone tablet, and another group of people arrived midway. Originally, Lin Chang had already completed the task of occupying the stone tablet, and Wei Shang was inside the stone tablet space, making it impossible for others to enter. They didn't want to bother with those people either. However, those people assumed that Lin Chang and the other two had gained immense benefits from the special stone tablet and decided to make a move. Lin Chang had no choice but to take action and kill them all. Wei Shang spent almost twice as much time in the special stone tablet as Lin Chang. Over an hour later, he finally emerged, covered in blood. As soon as he came out, he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow, and Lin Chang quickly handed him a healing potion. All 20 healing potions are used up? Did you gain a special ability? Which sin did you choose? Wei Shang hadn't had time to drink the potion yet. He coughed and revealed a smug smile. The power of sloth control. Lin Chang quickly stuffed the healing potion into Wei Shang's mouth. Alright, how does it control? Everything can be controlled. I can directly invade others' mental worlds, peek into their memories, and manipulate them to serve me. Jiang Yu said excitedly, it feels super powerful. You can directly read other people's memories and even control them. This way, when you encounter a strong enemy, you can secretly manipulate their trusted subordinates, gather intelligence, and then have them help you deal with the enemy. It's truly amazing. Jiang Yu was instantly full of anticipation. Only Qi Yanhao was unhappy. What the heck? I ended up with a trashy ice element. It's so useless. Everyone only has one chance to enter the special stone tablet, and he had already obtained the ice element ability from it, so he couldn't go in again. Wei Shang said smugly, that's what you get for rushing in before getting to know us. Seeing Wei Shang's injuries so severe, Lin Chang instructed Jiang Yu to carry all the remaining healing potions. After all, they didn't have many left to begin with. The three of them had been severely injured by Liang Qi, using up more than 20 potions. Fortunately, there were still quite a few potions hidden in Liang Qi's spatial equipment. Afterward, I need to find a regular stone tablet to exchange for some potions, otherwise, the next actions will be hard to ensure. Although Lin Chang still possesses the power of greed and is strong, it consumes an astonishing amount of mental energy. Mental recovery potions also need to be prepared in greater quantities. Jiang Yu entered the stone tablet with the team's healing potions. She spent about the same amount of time as Wei Shang, nearly an hour and a half. When she came out, she was covered in blood, her face swollen to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Wei Shang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her in this state. Ha, you're even uglier than me. You brought more healing potions than I did, yet you ended up like this. It's absolutely hilarious. Jiang Yu limped and opened her mouth to speak, but first spat out a mouthful of blood, then clutched her chest in pain, feeling as if several ribs were broken. That figure was simply too ferocious. Although she still had plenty of healing potions on her, there was no time to use them. Without any special abilities, she could only rely on hand-to-hand combat, being pinned to the ground and beaten heavily time and again. Fortunately, she managed to hold on in the end. She finally understood why this was a B-level mission. It required killing 3 waves of enemies to gain the special ability of Sin, an extremely difficult task. Before Lin Chang could ask, she rasped, the power of arrogance, the power of suppression. Jiang Yu used 2 healing potions in a row before she had the strength to continue explaining, suppressing others' abilities. For example, if the opponent has 30 attribute points, I can suppress their strength to 27 or 28. As I grow stronger, this suppression effect will become even more powerful. Lin Chang's eyes lit up. That's amazing. A difference of just 2 or 3 attribute points can create a significant gap. In the future, even if you encounter someone with higher attribute points than you can suppress their strength to be almost equal to yours. At this moment, Qi Yanhao was almost on the verge of collapse. Are the special abilities corresponding to Sins all this powerful? This is simply unreasonable. Lin Chang obtained the power of greed devour, Wei Shang obtained the power of sloth control, and Jiang Yu obtained the power of pride suppression. The trip to Huqing prison yielded tremendous gains. Lin Chang originally had more than 10,000 magic crystals, and he got an additional 6,000 or so from Liang Qi. Most of those magic crystals were collected by killing zombies near the prison. While waiting for Wei Shang and Jiang Yu, Lin Chang also took Qi Yanhao to collect over 1,000 magic crystals nearby. The number of magic crystals in the storage ring had exceeded 17,000. Can you ride a motorbike? Qi Yanhao had just joined the team, and as part of the benefits, he was automatically given a silver quality motorbike. Seeing the 4 motorbikes parked in front of him, his eyes lit up. These motorbikes look so cool. Are they ours? Is there enough fuel? How much longer can they run? Wei Shang skillfully mounted the motorcycle. You've never seen this before, have you? This is a motorcycle powered powered by magic crystals, no need for fuel at all. As long as we have magic crystals, our motorcycle can run forever. Shi Yanhao replied excitedly, I can drive. I can drive. Jiang Yu asked, Lin Chang, where are we going now? Lake City University, Lake City Prison, and Lake City Psychiatric Hospital. These were the famous monuments that appeared in Lake City during the early outbreak of the apocalypse in Lin Chang's previous life. Thinking back now, the reason these three monuments became famous was, of course, because they were extremely special. Two of them possess supernatural abilities, and the crime stele in Lake City Prison is particularly unique, containing 7 special abilities. The entire Lake City must have more than just these 3 steles. Lin Chang has encountered several individuals with supernatural abilities along the way, and these abilities were all obtained from other steles. However, the special abilities granted by the crime stele are not considered supernatural abilities. Powers like the force of greed are similar to special abilities such as Dominator's aura or Plant Killer. Therefore, Wei Sheng and Jiang Yu are not truly supernatural ability users. Lin Chang's team-exclusive mission is still stuck at the step of turning Jiang Yu into a supernatural ability user. Go find other stone tablets. Those with abilities are the best, but even without abilities, they can be exchanged for some potions. At this moment, Lin Chang finally triggered a new mission. Triggered a sea-level mission. Hunting time. The zombie virus not only affects humans, but all living beings worldwide are targets of the infection. Once animals are affected, they turn into mutant beasts, possessing terrifying combat power and fully unleashed bloodthirsty instincts. Mission objective: kill 10 mutant beasts. Mission reward: all attribute points +4. Trigger a global mission. Faction formation. Mission content: form or join a faction organization. Mission reward: all attributes +2 for all faction members. Additional explanation: successfully establishing a faction will unlock more features of the Doomsday system, including faction rankings, recruitment, global wanted list, public forums, trading zone, faction exclusive missions, and more. Trigger the main quest of the Doomsday Overlord system. Member positioning. In a team, each member has their own role. The team currently consists of 4 people. Please determine their precise roles within the team based on their unique abilities and combat styles. The roles should be as diverse as possible to avoid repetition. Mission prerequisite: all members must become superhumans. Mission rewards: all attributes +5. Purple quality equipment, mental arcana. In an instant, 3 missions were triggered simultaneously. 2 system missions and 1 exclusive mainline mission from the Apocalypse Overlord system. Kill mutant beasts, build a faction, ensure all members become superhumans, and establish clear roles. Lin Chang interpreted clear roles to mean that the superhumans in the team must possess diverse abilities: combat, support, healing, and control. Lin Chang's radiant ability belonged to the support category, while his thunder element and explosive touch were combat-oriented. Therefore, it would be best if the abilities of other members did not overlap with his. The newly joined Shi Yanhao possesses ice element abilities, which are both offensive and controlling. This means there is still a need for a healer-type ability user. In other words, one member of the team must acquire a healing ability to ensure a 100% completion of this main storyline mission. A global mission. It used to be at the city level, but this time it has directly escalated to a global scale. Faction creation. That sounds so impressive. Why don't the 4 of us create a faction too? What should we name it? I never expected the Apocalypse system to have so many functions. It's truly astonishing. Trading zone feature? And a forum? Even global wanted notices? That's just too much. We can actually put out wanted notices on others? Ha ha ha. There are only 4 of us. Can we really form a faction? Lin Chang was no stranger to faction formation. He had experienced it in his previous life. When this task first appeared, survivors scrambled to form factions, believing that the more people they had, the better. However, they failed to consider that a faction must have a strong leader to guide it. The result led to severe consequences. Immediately following the faction formation task came a citywide mission called Faction Supremacy. It was like raising venomous creatures. Factions in the city fought and slaughtered each other. Surrender was an option, but surrender meant being annexed. The moment the faction domination mission began, all factions realized that members must be carefully selected, preferably those with special abilities. High standards? At the very least, they needed to have over 15 points in all attributes. Too few people met the criteria? Then limit it to young and able-bodied men. In this way, those who surrendered were left with no refuge. To gain faction domination points, the weak were abandoned or even killed by their factions. In a city, only the top 10 factions could receive generous rewards. In the previous life, the large-scale faction Red Lake Base, which spanned 3 cities, stood out in this faction domination battle and eventually became a powerful organization renowned in the apocalypse. Lin Chang felt a bit curious. In the previous life, Lei Wanjun, who established the Red Lake Base, would he form a faction again in Lake City in this life? Boss, have we decided on the name of our faction? Jiang Yu asked, looking at the 24-hour countdown displayed below the faction formation mission. Lin Chang said, I haven't decided yet. There's still 24 hours, no rush. Let's find the stone tablet first and get everyone an ability. Wei Sheng and the other two also received the hunting hour mission. Wei Sheng's task was to kill a tier 1 zombie, Zhang Yu needed to kill a mutated plant, and Shi Yanhao had to accumulate the kills of 100 zombies. Four motorcycles roared back and forth, speeding through the streets. The famous wealthy neighborhood Shanshui Yishu in Lake City features several 6-story small villas on the outskirts, while the depths of the community boast beautifully landscaped standalone villas. With garden landscapes, artificial rock formations, and natural hot springs, the entire villa area is situated on the outskirts of Lake City. At this moment, all villa doors are tightly shut, and the neighborhood is completely deserted. On the roads within the community, faint traces of blood can be seen. A black-gray mutated wolf dog, unusually large in size, is hunched over, devouring a person. The person's neck has already been bitten through, lifeless. The mutated wolf dog has torn open his abdomen and is feasting on the internal organs. From the surrounding villas, residents couldn't help but gently pull open a crack in their curtains, holding their breath in terror as they watched the scene unfold. Everyone living in this neighborhood is wealthy, and they often socialize to expand their networks. At this moment, they instantly recognized the mutated wolf dog as one illegally kept by a certain homeowner in the community. When the owner walked the dog, it was always restrained with a thick iron chain and wore a muzzle, causing others to avoid it from afar. Its size was already noticeably larger than other large dogs, and now, in its mutated form, it was even more massive. Despite this, they recognized the wolf dog at first glance. Seeing the beast core on the mutated wolf dog's forehead, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of fear. How many people has it eaten now? It even swallowed zombies. All the zombies in the neighborhood were eaten by it. On the first day of the apocalypse, I saw it mutate with my own eyes. At that time, its owner was still walking it, but then it suddenly went berserk, and the first one it ate was its owner. I witnessed it too. When it first mutated, its size hadn't changed so drastically, but today it feels like it's as big as a cow. Must have eaten too many people and zombies today, growing larger in size and stronger in power, attacking and biting anything it encounters. Who could possibly defeat it? This mutated wolf dog had never left the Shanshui Ishu villa. When the apocalypse first broke out, there were still many zombies in the neighborhood, but it devoured them all. It even triggered a small zombie tide, attracting hundreds of zombies to swarm and attack it. However, this mutated wolf dog was clearly different from the zombies. Its intelligence was exceptionally high. Even before mutating, it was quite smart, and after mutating, it became even more cunning and clever. Those zombies were no match for it. Faced with the siege of hundreds of zombies, it cleverly hid away, waiting for the zombie horde to disperse before emerging to take them down one by one, swallowing them all. In just one day, it advanced to a first-tier mutated beast. After it had eaten all the zombies, the survivors hid in their homes, too afraid to come out. The mutated wolf dog finished off the last person who tried to sneak out to search for supplies, and the readily available food was gone. As it ate, it used its beastly eyes to scan its surroundings, first locking onto a few spots where curtains swayed lightly, then using its sense of smell to locate villas with human activity. Not bad, there's still quite a bit of stored food, enough for me to eat for another 2 days, it thought to itself. Once it finished eating everything in the neighborhood and left, it would likely advance to a second-tier mutated beast. Inside a villa, a family of 5, both old and young, listened nervously to the sounds outside. 5 minutes ago, they heard the mutated wolf dog that had been wandering around the neighborhood eating on the path right outside their door. Now, the horrifying sounds of tearing and swallowing had ceased. They prayed that the mutated wolf dog had left the doorstep, but no one dared to peek out the window, fearing they might startle it. The middle-aged man held his daughter tightly, whispering words of comfort. "It's okay, we will definitely wait for the rescue." Before he could finish, a sudden crashing sound interrupted him. Everyone inside instantly tensed up. Bang! A violent impact caused the door to shake violently. This door, made of expensive marble, was now teetering on the verge of collapse after just one hit. Is it that dog? It must be. The question had barely formed in their minds when, in the next second, the heavy door was shattered into pieces. What kind of terrifying strength and explosive power could cause this? A massive mutant wolf dog lunged crazily at the 5 people inside the house. Ah! Help! The desperate screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. The nearby families naturally heard the sounds of the mutant wolf dog climbing over the wall into the garden and crashing into the door. They came to a terrifying conclusion: the mutant wolf dog, which had previously only hunted zombies and survivors within the neighborhood, had now started breaking into survivors' homes. This meant that staying at home was no longer safe. The horrifying screams reverberated through the neighborhood. Some acted decisively, believing this was the best chance to escape the neighborhood, while the mutant wolf dog was busy breaking into another house to feed. Several families immediately rushed out with their loved ones, running at full speed within the neighborhood. Who would have thought that a ferocious growl of a wolf dog would suddenly come from behind? Turning back, they saw that the wolf dog was actually chasing after them. Seeing the mutated mutated dog's massive size and sharp teeth, they instantly felt despair. How could this happen? Wasn't it eating just now? This beast, eating what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Damn it, it actually treats everyone in the neighborhood as its food reserve. Before the words had even faded, the mutated dog was already in hot pursuit, its speed astonishing. With a fierce swipe of its paw, it tore open a person's back, leaving flesh and blood flying everywhere. The sheer force sent the person flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately after, another swipe ripped through half of another person's body, pinning them under its paw, their internal organs crushed to pulp. Player name, Lin Chang. The mutated dog charged forward again like a bolt of lightning. Its massive size belied its unbelievable speed. In just a few seconds, 3 people were killed, 2 were gravely injured, and despair hung thick in the air. Half the neighborhood stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the bloody massacre. What on earth is that? Has the dog mutated? Why is it so strong, far more powerful than those zombies? We can't escape at all. That dog will never let anyone get away. Haha, lived for 30 years, only to end up as food for a dog in the end. That speed, that strength, who could defeat it? Special abilities, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. Among the fleeing people, only 3 were running at the front, but they had already given up in their hearts. With the speed of that mutant dog, it would catch up to them in less than 3 seconds. Behind them, the low growls of the mutant dog grew closer and closer. At that moment, a sound resembling the roar of engines suddenly broke into the neighborhood. Everyone turned their shocked gazes toward the source, only to see 4 silver motorcycles roaring in. The mutated dog's attention was instantly drawn. It let out a low growl, its claws still swiping toward the head of a person in front, but its eyes were locked firmly on Lin Chang and his group, treating them as prey. The crowd stared in astonishment at the 4 motorcycles that had barged in. Are these people crazy? The streets are full of zombies, and they actually rode in on such loud motorcycles? Could there be a massive horde of zombies following right behind them? You're really bold, barging in without knowing the situation in the neighborhood at all. That mutated dog has already set its sights on the 4 of them. They're doomed. I really don't understand what they were thinking. Did they come here just to die? The mutated dog swiped its paw and smashed the head of the person in front, then charged toward the motorcycle. The survivors in the neighborhood, upon seeing this, had already begun silently mourning Lin Chang and his group of 4. They saw the 4 from Lin Chang facing the rapidly approaching, ferocious mutant dog, yet they didn't turn around to flee. The motorcycles didn't slow down at all, charging at full speed toward the mutant dog. Everyone was shocked, staring at the 4 from Lin Chang with doubt. Are they crazy? They clearly saw the mutant dog coming, so why didn't they turn around and run? From what I see, their motorcycles are so fast, they seem even faster than the mutant dog. How could they not escape? Are these people insane? They have vehicles but don't run, and instead, they're charging straight at the mutant dog. What's the meaning of this? Do they think they can kill the mutant dog by ramming it with their motorcycles? Too bad they have no idea how strong this mutant dog really is. A thunderous roar exploded across the entire neighborhood without warning. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, their eyes wide with shock as they saw lightning erupt from Lin Chang's body, directly striking the mutant dog charging at full speed. The mutant dog, which had been sprinting moments ago, suddenly crashed heavily to the ground from midair, twitching a few times. Its black-gray fur was scorched, clearly severely injured. Before anyone could react, another thunderous boom followed, and purple lightning struck the mutant dog lying on the ground once again. This time, the mutant dog let out a miserable cry and then remained motionless. At this moment, the neighborhood returned to a deathly silence. There were no more low growls from the mutant dog, nor the rumble of thunder. Everyone stared in shock at the 4 people on the motorcycle, then incredulously at the corpse of the mutant dog lying on the ground. It was hard to believe that the terrifying mutant dog, which had rampaged through their neighborhood all day and devoured countless zombies, had fallen here just like that. What was that? What did I just see? It seemed like thunder was released from a person and struck that mutant dog directly. What on earth is going on? Humans can release lightning? This isn't some TV drama. But the lightning did indeed come from that person, striking the mutant dog dead twice in an instant. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. This guy is just too incredible. He can actually kill this ferocious mutant wolf dog in one hit from a distance. This mutant dog devoured at least 100 zombies and 100 survivors in a single day. Its strength grew visibly with its size and speed, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. But this person is even more terrifying than it. Lin Chang got off the vehicle and stored the entire corpse of the mutated dog, along with the Tier 1 beast core on its forehead, into his spatial equipment. Not bad luck. This thing is Tier 1. Tier 1 beast meat is highly nutritious. As long as we eat this kind of mutated beast meat regularly, our attribute values can gradually improve. Chi Yanhao said excitedly, "That's great. We can actually eat meat. I thought we'd be stuck eating instant noodles and biscuits for the rest of our lives." Lin Cheng explained, "In the apocalypse, mutated beast meat is in high demand because it contains extremely high nutritional value. Eating it can quickly restore stamina, and eating it long-term can increase attribute points. Ordinary survivors don't have the strength or qualifications modifications to eat mutant beast meat. They rely on instant food for sustenance over the long term. Although their attribute points are increasing, their bodies lack proper nutrition, and their overall condition is far inferior to those who regularly consume mutant beast meat. Zhang Yu sighed. No wonder this mission is called Hunting Hour. This is truly real hunting. The group completely ignored the strange looks from the surrounding survivors, packed up the mutant dog carcass, and prepared to leave. Just as Lin Chang was about to mount the motorcycle, he suddenly felt something unusual. He turned to look at the grass by the roadside, his brows furrowed. Weren't there some vines here when we came earlier? Why are they gone? Did you see them? Wei Shang glanced over. Didn't notice. What vines? At that moment, Lin Chang suddenly remembered the special ability he had acquired but never used, Plant Killer. All three said they hadn't noticed the vines on the grass, proving they hadn't touched them. That can only mean that the vines moved on their own. A plant that can move on its own in such a short time must be a mutant plant. Lin Chang's Plant Killer ability makes mutant plants naturally fear him, instinctively wanting to escape when they see him. Or perhaps they sensed that Lin Chang had consumed too many psionic plants and were filled with murderous intent, determined to hunt him down. Obviously, this mutated plant, fearing Lin Chang, sneaked away while he wasn't paying attention. Good. Finally encountered a mutated plant. In the apocalypse, mutated plants are also extremely rare treasures. Mutated plants produce crystalline fruits containing pure and powerful energy, which can significantly enhance attribute points when consumed. Rarer fruits can significantly enhance the quality of mental power. Fruits that enhance the quality of mental power are the rarest of all. Lin Chang doesn't dare to hope for the top-tier fruits. As long as they can improve his strength, even ordinary fruits would satisfy him. Mutated plants? Boss, are you talking about that vine? We've never seen it before. It has already slipped away while we weren't paying attention. But it's okay, the range of activity for mutated plants is limited because their roots are anchored in the soil. No matter how strong it is, it can only move within a restricted area. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Her system task was to kill a mutated plant, and upon completion, all attributes would increase by 3 points. Shi Yanhao looked around. This is obviously a wealthy residential area, with lush greenery and all kinds of trees, grass, flowers, and plants. Finding the vine you mentioned here is indeed a bit difficult. Lin Chang smiled confidently. It's very easy to find. Mutant plants need to eat zombies and humans to grow stronger. As long as we follow the area in the neighborhood with the strongest scent of blood, we will definitely find the roots and stems of that mutant plant. Zhang Li was a retired soldier who lived on the top floor, the 6th floor, of the Shanshui Ishu Villa district. When the apocalypse broke out, he was at home having a meal with his wife and child. Fortunately, the three of them did not turn into zombies. They immediately sealed the doors and windows, avoiding any attention from the zombies. Zhang Li also used the window to observe the movements of the mutant dog in the neighborhood. Therefore, he did not risk going out to search for supplies, as the reserves at home could last for about a week. However, the unexpected still happened. In the middle of the night yesterday, the three of them were sleeping soundly when they suddenly heard strange noises coming from the floor, as if some kind of insect was burrowing under the tiles. The sound was exceptionally clear in the dead of night. While they were carefully inspecting the living room tiles where the strange noise originated, a segment of green vine suddenly broke through the tiles and instantly wrapped tightly around the three of them. The vine was as thick as a thigh and incredibly strong. The more they struggled, the tighter it bound them. At the same time, other thinner vines pierced their skin and began to suck their blood and flesh. They could clearly see the vines acting like straws, occasionally bulging with lumps. Each time a lump appeared, a chunk of their flesh was mercilessly gouged out. The pain was so intense that it was unimaginable and unbearable for an ordinary person. Even more cruelly, the vines tightly bound their mouths, preventing them from making any cries or pleas for mercy. During these long 12 hours, Zhang Li watched helplessly as other tiles in the house were pierced by vines, eventually causing the entire floor to collapse. He was able to see the horrific scene in the neighbor's apartment. Below, most of the 6-story building had turned into a hollow space, densely filled with vines. Many people downstairs were entangled by the vines. Some had already shriveled into corpses, resembling fruits hanging from a tree. Zhang Li still maintained his years-long exercise routine, and his physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. He managed to endure these 12 hours without being drained. However, he watched helplessly as his wife and child, less than 5 meters away, were sucked dry by the vines within 3 hours. Their 2 shriveled corpses were strung up on the vines and continued to have their last nutrients extracted over the next 7 to 8 hours. At this moment, he saw the vines piercing his wife and child's bodies slowly move. Several vines, like dexterous hands, worked together to tear apart the dried corpses and toss them away. Zhang Li's eyes turned red. Although he knew full well that his wife and child were long dead, he still felt an overwhelming pain at this moment. As he lowered his head to search for his wife and child's bodies, he unexpectedly noticed a few fruit-like objects growing beside some corpses that had not been discarded. His eyes widened as he saw the fruits wrapped in green peels, resembling flower buds. Suddenly, he looked around and discovered, less than 3 meters away, doomsday, a fruit the size of a quail egg that had somehow appeared. In an instant, he understood the fruit was situated between him and his wife and child. It was the crystallization of the blood and flesh absorbed from the three of them. At this moment, Zhongli had a bold idea surge in his mind. If he ate this fruit, he might be able to break free from the vines and escape. But as soon as he thought about how the fruit contained the essence of his wife and child, he felt a wave of nausea and suffocation. Almost simultaneously, Zhongli heard noises coming from the neighborhood. 20 minutes ago, he had heard the roar of motorcycle engines, followed by two thunderous sounds, and then the neighborhood returned to silence. Hurry, the front is the neighborhood gate, we can finally escape, someone shouted. That's great, but why didn't those four people leave after killing the mutant dog? They seem to still be searching for something in the neighborhood, another person said in confusion. Who cares what they're looking for? Anyway, the neighborhood is finally safe now. Let's take this chance to escape quickly. I always feel this place is terrifying, and the danger is far more than just that dead mutant dog. Someone responded urgently. Look at that villa. Why are the windows filled with plants? Someone exclaimed in shock. Really? What on earth is going on? Another person asked in surprise. Zhongli heard someone stop outside the building. At that moment, countless vines inside the building suddenly began to writhe, like hunters lurking in the dark, launching an attack without warning. Outside the building, people saw countless vines rapidly shooting out from every window. Terrified, they turned to flee, but the vines pierced their bodies at lightning speed, instantly impaling over a dozen people and dragging them into the building. The others fled frantically, their screams echoing one after another. Exclamation point. What the hell is this thing? Plants can move? And in this way? Those people's bodies were actually pierced directly by plants, and dragged into the building. Crazy, this world has completely gone mad. Even plants can mutate and kill people. Is there any safe place left in this world? There are such terrifying mutant plants hidden in our neighborhood. Damn it! To escape the neighborhood through the main gate, we have to pass by this villa. We'll have to climb the wall to save our lives. But the attack range of those vines was unimaginably large. Someone ran 20 meters away and was still pierced through the body. Dragged violently by the strong vines, they were quickly pulled into the mansion and became part of the fruit. The group of people fleeing behind stared dumbfounded at the scene dozens of meters away, feeling as though their worldview had been shattered once again. What on earth is going on? Is that really a plant? Vines? That thing directly pierced through those people's bodies. Did you notice that those who were pierced had wounds on their arms and thighs, avoiding vital areas, and even major blood vessels weren't touched? Why is that? Could it be that the mutated plants are torturing people? It could clearly deliver a fatal blow in one strike. It's too terrifying, truly too terrifying. This world has gone mad. Is there any hope left for humanity? Even the plants by the roadside can take lives. Run quickly, its vines can stretch really far. Stay away from that building. As soon as the words fell, dozens of vines once again surged out from the window. At a speed of nearly 10 meters per second, they were almost in front of them in an instant. They couldn't react at all, and more people found their legs as heavy as lead, unable to run. Just when they thought they would end up like those before them, pierced by the mutated plants and dragged into the mansion. But suddenly, they discovered that the hundreds of clawing, lightning-fast vines had actually stopped in midair just 5 or 6 meters away from them. Bang bang bang. Well, what's going on? Why isn't it moving? Should we take this chance to escape? What if it starts attacking again when we move? Then what on earth should we do? Everyone was almost on the verge of tears. The frozen vines twisted and deformed in midair, resembling octopus tentacles, neither advancing nor retreating, as if hesitating whether to attack them. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. At that moment, footsteps came from behind. Wow, they really found it. We searched deep inside the neighborhood for half a day, and it turns out it was right at the entrance? Why isn't it attacking those people? Was it really scared off by the boss's plant killer? I think it both hates and fears the boss, hesitating between running away or starting a fight. They couldn't help but look back and saw the 4 people who had just taken down the mutant dog in the neighborhood strolling leisurely in this direction, completely unhurried, as if they were out for a casual walk. Lin Chang stared at the dense vines ahead, his eyes almost glowing. So many vines. Looking at the building ahead, the entire structure had been hollowed out by this mutated plant, turning it into its lair. The lair was right at the entrance of the neighborhood, yet its vines could extend deep into the area, proving the immense power of this plant. The vine Lin Chang had seen by the roadside deep in the neighborhood was only as thick as a finger, but now, near the lair, every vine is as thick as a thigh. These vines move underground, and the farther they move, the thinner and weaker they become. At that time, the vine was curious about the 4 people in Lin Chang, and it might even have felt both hatred and fear because of Lin Chang's plant killer power, secretly emerging from the ground to watch the commotion. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Lin Chang. From the villa window, Lin Chang caught a glimpse of the tip of the vine iceberg and secretly rejoiced, feeling that he had truly hit the jackpot today. It had only been such a short time since the apocalypse began, yet such a massive mutated plant had already grown, taking over the entire 6-story villa. Lin Chang absolutely did not believe that it hadn't borne any essence fruits. At At this moment, Lin Chang and his group had completely drawn the attention of the survivors ahead. They heard the conversation of the 4 people from Lin Chang and tried to analyze the information with their frightened, short-circuited minds. In the end, they came to a shocking conclusion. These 4 seemed to be saying that the mutated plant suddenly stopped midair and dared not move forward because it was afraid of the leader among them. For a moment, they couldn't help but find it somewhat laughable. What a joke! How could such a terrifying mutated plant possibly fear them? Compared to that ferocious and terrifying mutated wolf dog, if this mutated plant remained still, no one would even think it was harmful. However, its ruthlessness far surpassed that of the mutated wolf dog. With a thunderous strike, it instantly slaughtered dozens of people. In just a moment, the number of survivors it killed far exceeded that of the previous mutated wolf dog. How could this mutated plant possibly fear these few people in front of it? Moreover, it was even harder to deal with than the mutated wolf dog. Cutting off a few vines probably wouldn't affect it in the slightest. Its vines, just the ones extending into this mansion, alone, numbered in the hundreds. Each one was as thick as a thigh, easily piercing human skin and flesh, then dragging people into the building. They were only 4 people. How could they possibly handle these hundreds of vines at the same time? They would likely be overwhelmed and have their hearts pierced by countless vines. At this moment, someone suddenly remembered that before the mutated wolf dog had died, it seemed to have never approached this building, even deliberately avoiding this area. Even the mutated wolf dog was afraid of this mutated plant, so how could the 4 of them claim that the plant stopped attacking because it was afraid of their boss? While everyone was deep in thought, Lin Chang and his group of 4 had already walked into their midst. Hey, stop moving forward. Haven't you seen those vines? They just pierced through the bodies of over 40 people one after another and dragged them straight into that mansion. I don't know why it has stopped now, but I guess this distance is probably the maximum range its vines can stretch. We're standing just outside that range. These words immediately resonated strongly with the other survivors present, and they instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling greatly relaxed, because they thought this explanation was the most reasonable. No wonder it suddenly stopped. I've always said, after all, it's just a plant. It definitely can't move too far away from its root system. We're so lucky, we just happen to be standing outside its attack range. As long as we stay here, we're safe. We can even climb over the wall to escape the neighborhood. Luckily, we didn't run too fast just now. If we had gone 5 more meters forward, we might have already been pierced by the vines. What was surprising was that Lin Chang and the other 3 seemed to not have heard their words at all and continued to walk forward resolutely. They went straight through the crowd and stopped 3 meters in front of the mutated plant. They didn't even pause, intending to keep moving forward. Everyone's eyes widened, thinking that Lin Chang and the others must have gone mad. Did you even hear what we said? This is a mutated plant. It can kill people. It just wiped out dozens of people in an instant. Don't go any further. Why bother stopping them? Judging by their behavior, they seem to truly believe the lie that this mutated plant is afraid of their boss. That's hilarious. It's like bragging without even thinking. Have you lost your mind? Do you really think you're the protagonist of a movie? Encountering a mutated plant that didn't continue attacking, and you think it's afraid of you? What idiots! Amid the crowd's mocking jeers, Lin Chang had already walked up to the mutated plant. Yes, keep walking forward. I really want to see if it dares not attack you. This is hilarious. Just a little closer, and you'll be turned into a sieve by those vines. At this moment, the expressions of the few people at the front suddenly changed. They saw that as Lin Chang approached, the countless clawing vines of the mutated plant seemed to shrink back slightly. They could hardly believe their eyes. The mocking words instantly got stuck in their throats, leaving them unable to utter a single word. They could only stare wide-eyed, frozen in place. Lin Chang took another step forward, completely entering the so-called attack range of the mutated plant. The people behind were all waiting to see Lin Chang's tragic fate of being pierced by 1,000 arrows, and some had even prepared their mocking lines for what would come next. They even began to anticipate that the other 3 people following closely behind Lin Chang would scream and turn to flee, surely regretting their arrogance and foolishness. However, the next second, everyone was stunned, because they still hadn't seen the scene of Lin Chang being pierced by countless vines. Clearly, Lin Chang had already fully entered the area they had identified as the attack range of the mutated plants. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the sound of vines twisting and rubbing against each other in midair. They saw Lin Chang take 2 more steps forward, and at that moment, they clearly saw hundreds of vines actually start retreating. Those vine-like tentacles, resembling octopus arms, actually started to retreat bit by bit as Lin Chang approached. Everyone widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. An unprecedented shock surged in their hearts. They saw Lin Chang continuously forcing back those mutated plants. Just moments ago, they were about 5 meters away, but under Lin Chang's relentless advance, they had now been pushed back over 10 meters. If they retreated any further, the mutated plants would almost be forced back into the building. Am I seeing this right? Those mutated plants are actually retreating, and it's all because of that person? This mutated plant is actually afraid afraid of that person. What on earth is going on? This is a mutated plant capable of instantly killing dozens of people, yet it's afraid of a human? It's so strong, with countless vines, and there must be at least 1,000 remaining inside the building that haven't moved. How could it be afraid of this person? When he moves forward, it retreats. That's incredible. But why is this mutated plant afraid of him? Is it because he's truly powerful? Lin Chang's face carried a faint smile. He wasn't intentionally showing off here, it was just that ever since he acquired the special ability of being a plant killer, he hadn't encountered a single mutated plant. This time, he was particularly eager to test just how afraid this mutated plant was of him. After all, the plant was simply too amusing, it neither fully retreated nor stopped flailing its claws in midair, posing as if it could attack at any moment. This made Lin Chang curious to know whether it feared him more or hated him more. At the same time, having lived through one lifetime, Lin Chang was well aware that mutated plants were far smarter than zombies and mutated beasts, to the point where they could even be regarded as humans. Their intelligence was the highest. So, Lin Chang couldn't help but speak. I ate a lot of energy plants yesterday, and I really like them. But if you bear fruit, I'm sure I'll like you even more. In the next second, hundreds of retreating vines suddenly froze in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Immediately after, the sound of swooshing filled the air as those vines frantically lunged toward Lin Chang. The dense vines suddenly tightened and shot towards Lin Chang from all directions at high speed. Like a volley of arrows, the atmosphere instantly became exceptionally grim. Everyone present could feel the astonishing killing intent of this mutated plant without any disguise. It was hard to imagine that a plant could emit such a ferocious aura. How was it any different from a human? The survivors in the rear were completely baffled by Lin Chang's actions. The mutated plant had clearly backed off, yet he deliberately said those words to provoke it. Wasn't this an obvious act of courting death? The strength of the mutated plant was evident to all, and it was already fortunate enough to make it retreat. But this guy insisted on putting everyone in danger, utterly foolish and malicious. What is he thinking? Is there something wrong with his brain? He's gone mad, deliberately provoking the mutated plant. I really can't understand what he's doing. Now it's over, he's definitely doomed. The mutated plants have gone completely berserk. Suddenly, a pitch-black energy appeared in front of Lin Chang. As the power of greed emerged, the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by a black hole. The frenzied vines instantly rushed into the black hole. The black hole acted like an unparalleled barrier, separating Lin Chang from the countless vines. Not a single frenzied vine managed to touch Lin Chang. The survivors were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. They had expected to see Lin Chang instantly pierced by the vines, but unexpectedly, the terrifying black energy in front of him devoured all the attacking vines. SSSS. At this moment, they could even hear the screams of the mutated plants. What on earth is going on? What is this black thing? The vines can't even pass through? Not only can't they pass through, but they're all being devoured by the black energy. What a terrifying power. Countless vines frantically retreated, with transparent sap flowing from the severed parts, as if they had been neatly cut by a knife. This time, the mutated plant truly backed off. In an instant, it shrank back into the villa. Lin Chang burst into full speed, his figure flashing as he rushed into the building. The survivors stared in disbelief at the scene before them. If the mutated plant had previously only been wary of Lin Chang, retreating one step for every step he advanced, now, after a brief clash with him and losing a large number of vines, it was completely terrified of him and retreated into the building without hesitation. He's so damn strong. That black energy is too terrifying. Standing here, I can feel the horrifying surge of power that erupted in an instant. It feels like everything will be swallowed by that black hole. What kind of power is this? It's too frightening. At this moment, these people only felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard. They originally thought that Lin Chang would definitely not be a match for the mutated plant. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fight began, the mutated plant suffered a major setback and quickly retreated to its lair. Meanwhile, inside the building, the survivors who had been dragged in just 2 minutes ago stared desperately at the others around them, who were also trapped in the same predicament, silently praying that someone would step forward to save them all. However, they couldn't break free from the vines at all. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines wrapped around them. If they continued to struggle, they would suffocate to death from the constriction even before the vines finished draining their flesh and blood. Zhangli was trapped at the top of the vines, watching more and more people being dragged into the building as nutrients for the vines, his heart filled with despair. He felt he couldn't hold on much longer, his vision began to blur, and it was as if his life was flashing before his eyes. Everyone was helplessly awaiting their doom, ready to face death. However, what followed was a shocking scene. Hundreds of vines stretching out from various windows instantly retracted. Not only that, the tips of the vines were neatly severed. It was as if they had been sliced by some sharp weapon, with bright red sap continuously flowing out. That sap was very likely the blood of the mutated plants. Just as everyone was in shock, a figure rushed in right after. Some survivors immediately recognized that it was Lin Chang, who had previously killed the mutated wolf wolfdog in the neighborhood. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Even the life flashbacks in Zhang Li's mind came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, all he could see was Lin Chang's figure. Many people have already guessed that it was Lin Chang who dealt a heavy blow to this mutated plant. But this is just too unbelievable. There were at least hundreds of vines, and yet all of them were cut off at one section? What kind of incredibly sharp blade would it take to accomplish that? What shocked them even more was that after Lin Chang entered the building, the main body of the mutant plant, those thousands of vines wrapped around them like a tree trunk, began to tremble violently. Even the vines binding them and piercing into their bodies squirmed and contracted uneasily, as if greatly stimulated. At this moment, they could actually feel the fear and struggle of the mutant plant. Everyone stared at Lin Chang with eyes as if looking at a savior. Lin Chang did not immediately make a move but instead searched with his gaze among the densely intertwined vines, as if he had discovered something. A chilling smile appeared on his face. On the rooftop, Zhang Li understood what Lin Chang had seen. It must be the fruit borne by the mutated plant. In the next second, a silver battle knife suddenly appeared out of thin air in Lin Chang's hand. Boom! A muffled thunderclap exploded. They were shocked to see that the originally imposing silver battle blade was entwined with purple lightning, slithering like small snakes. The aura suddenly surged, making their hearts tighten and filling them with overwhelming fear. Immediately after, something even more maddening happened. Those thousands of vines finally couldn't hold on and began to frantically contract and writhe. The vines around the mouth loosened, the ones piercing the body withdrew, and the vines tightly wrapped around the body also unraveled. Everyone finally regained their freedom. Despite the wounds bleeding profusely and the harsh impact of free fall, fortunately, the ground was woven into a soft carpet by the vines, sparing them from serious injuries. They finally broke free from the vines' restraints. However, some unlucky individuals were torn into pieces by the furious and terrified vines, falling tragically. Everyone fell to the ground, staring in horror at the countless clawing vines above, ready to strike back at any moment. Looking again at Lin Chang beside them, his face was full of confidence. These people feel only gratitude and admiration for Lin Chang. They desperately climbed out of the building, fearing accidental injury from the aftermath of Lin Chang's fierce battle with the mutated plants. Zhang Li was almost drained of blood and flesh, crawling weakly on the ground like a dehydrated sponge. In his hand, he tightly clutched a fruit the size of half an egg, formed from the blood and flesh of his wife and child, as well as most of his own. He thought to himself that he must at least take this fruit. He didn't dare let Lin Chang see, his heart full of guilt. He knew it was Lin Chang who saved him, and he also knew that Lin Chang came for these fruits. If Lin Chang completely defeated the mutated plant, all the fruits would undoubtedly be Lin Chang's spoils of war. But he still wanted to secretly take this fruit away. Everyone had already climbed out of the building, except for Zhang Li, who was the most severely injured and was struggling with difficulty, moving as slowly as a snail. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Chang's legs walking toward him, and in an instant, despair surged over him like a tide. He was already on the brink of death. Most of his flesh and blood had been drained, and the fact that he was still clinging to life was nothing short of a miracle. He kept muttering unconsciously, "Please, I beg you, let me take this one, just this one. This is the crystallization of my wife and child. It's their flesh and blood, the last thing they left behind." Zhang Li felt his fist, which was clutching the fruit, being forcibly pried open by Lin Chang. He closed his eyes in despair, completely drained of strength, ready to rest here forever, at least to die alongside his wife and child. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he suddenly felt his cheek being pinched, his mouth forcibly pried open. Something was shoved into his mouth. In an instant, a gentle yet powerful energy surged into his internal organs, and his body was immediately revitalized. Flesh and blood regenerated rapidly, and his lost vitality was swiftly restored. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Lin Chang didn't even glance at him, coldly saying, "Get out of here." Thunder entwined the silver battle blade as Lin Chang's gaze locked onto the mutated plant before him. He roughly counted the fruits. There were at least 20. This mutated plant was massive, at least a peak first-tier mutated plant, its strength beyond doubt. The most troublesome aspect wasn't its combat power but its astonishing vitality. Regeneration was the innate ability of mutated plants. The hundreds of vines previously severely damaged by Lin Chang's greed force were now writhing in the air, already regenerating a segment. To avoid a prolonged battle and wasting mental recovery potions, Lin Chang decided to go all out. A flash of red light passed through his fingertips as the blessing of the god of strength activated, instantly boosting his power by 10 points to an astonishing 64.1. The effect would last only 2 minutes. He had to completely annihilate this mutated plant within those 2 minutes. The red aura representing the blessing of the god of strength flickered faintly, swirling around Lin Chang. In an instant, Lin Chang's figure vanished, and the next moment he directly targeted the thickest vine. Countless vines immediately converged on this main vine, vowing to protect it to the death. The silver battle blade, entwined with thunder, swung horizontally with a deafening strike under the boost of 64.1 strength. Hundreds of vines converged in an instant, like moths to a flame, only to be severed upon contact with the battle blade. The blade, unstoppable like a hot knife through butter, cleaved into the heavily protected main vine and cut it in one strike. Hiss! The mutated plant let out an angry and pained screech. At the same time, the surrounding vines quickly wrapped around Lin Chang layer by layer, sealing him in tightly. The black power of greed erupted instantly, enveloping his entire body. The gravitational force, like a black hole, unfolded in an instant. The dozens of survivors outside the building, along with Jiang Yu and the other two, simultaneously felt this astonishing aura and were utterly shocked. The boss's aura of greed is truly terrifying. Can't help but want to escape. The survivors were even more terrified. What kind of aura is this? It's too horrifying. Looking out from the window, thousands of vines were flying and battling fiercely inside the building, clearly in the midst of an intense fight. The moment the power of greed erupted, countless vines tightly entwining Lin Chang's body were instantly devoured. Lin Chang broke free in an instant, gulping down 4 doses of mental power recovery potions. Using the power of greed consumed mental energy at an alarming rate. Upon closer inspection, the main vine was almost entirely severed, with only the root remaining, hidden, and shielded by other vines. Lin Chang smiled faintly. In that case, I'll cut them all down. Let's see where you can hide then. What followed was Lin Chang's near-mad frenzy of slashing. With the blessing of the god of strength, his power was immense. The thick, sturdy vines were like paper. Under his blade, severed one after another. The cut vines, oozing sap, fell with a splat, while the severed ends writhed, attempting to regenerate rapidly. Lin Chang did not use the power of thunder or the touch of explosion for large-scale attacks, fearing damage to the fruits. He could only resort to the most straightforward and unadorned method of slashing. A vine tens of meters long was cut down to 20 meters, and Lin Chang continued chopping from the base until it was completely severed. Most of the time, he didn't bother to check the remaining length of each vine. As long as a vine appeared in front of him, he hacked at it wildly. The sap, containing powerful regenerative energy, splashed all over Lin Chang. He even had the leisure to open his mouth and drink it. Once the sap entered his body, it quickly restored his stamina and even noticeably replenished his mental energy. Whenever countless vines attacked simultaneously from the shadows, tightly wrapping Lin Chang like a zonzi, he would unleash the power of greed, devouring all the surrounding vines completely. Then, he would swing his blade and slash. Not caring which vine he hit, he just cut everything within his field of vision. He aimed downward, trying to chop as close to the base as possible. Outside the building, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, a silver battle knife slashed through the wall. Bang! Bang! With several consecutive strikes, the wall was sliced open like tofu. They could only glimpse the chaotic scene inside through the windows. Countless severed vines were cut down, crashing to the bottom of the building, with transparent sap spilling onto the ground. The aroma was so enticing that it made people want to approach, even feeling parched and thirsty. This sap must be some kind of tonic, right? Just smelling it makes me feel energized. This isn't ordinary sap, it's from mutated plants that absorb human flesh and blood. Of course, it's a tonic. What a pity, all of it wasted on the ground. I really want to go over and lick it, but I'm too scared to die. Lin Chang frantically swung his blade and slashed inside. A minute later, he surveyed the area. 80% of the vines had been chopped bare, leaving only a few meter-long segments suspended in the soil, teetering precariously. Lin Chang held his breath, charged forward again, and swung his silver battle blade wildly, with no technique, driven by a single thought: slash. Slash hard at the roots. As long as he didn't hit the fruit, it didn't matter. Half a minute later, thousands of vines had been completely chopped down, revealing the main vine, which was now only 5 meters long. Lin Chang smiled. At this moment, he felt a rare sensation of soreness and numbness in his arms. In just over a minute, he had lost count of how many times he had swung his blade. Then, he unleashed one final strike, appearing in front of the main vine and stabbing directly into the severed section. Hiss! Another sharp, teeth-gritting sound unique to mutated plants echoed. The severed vines, which had been writhing incessantly moments ago, all stopped moving. The 2-minute enhancement from the blessing of strength ended just in time. Lin Chang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, then lowered his head and began biting into the severed section of the main vine. It was soft like jelly as it entered his mouth, instantly clearing away most of his fatigue and alleviating the soreness in his arms. This thing possessed immense healing power. The vine's ability to regenerate quickly was entirely due to this healing effect, practically equivalent to countless healing potions. Lin Chang stood up, and Jiang Yu and the other two entered the room. Seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but gape in astonishment, simultaneously giving Lin Chang a thumbs up. Awesome! Just 2 minutes, we were even timing you. Lin Chang waved his hand, panting as he said, hurry and collect the fruits from those broken vines. There should be more than 20, don't miss a single one. I didn't damage any of them. Each one is a treasure. The three immediately began to act, searching through the countless broken vine segments for the mutated plant essence fruits, each only the size of an egg. These broken vines should also be stored fresh in the spatial equipment. They can be used as healing potions with instant effects and can also restore stamina. Just one bite, and you'll you'll feel completely revitalized. Wei Sheng exclaimed in shock, so powerful? With so many vines, we have no idea how long it would take us. The three of them listened and immediately broke into smiles. The trouble had been greatly reduced. Since all the vines would be placed into the storage rings, they could count them one by one and easily locate all the fruits. Once items are placed into the storage rings, time essentially stops, preserving them forever. The mutated plant vines won't lose vitality when stored, and when taken out to eat, their effects remain exactly the same as they are now. Lin Chang rested for 2 minutes and then joined the collection effort. The four of them placed all the mutated plant vines into the storage rings, collecting a total of 24 essence fruits. Lin Chang couldn't wait to eat one, and it melted in his mouth instantly. No exaggeration. A surge of powerful energy flooded his body, increasing each attribute by 2 to 3 points. Although the improvement wasn't huge, Lin Chang was extremely satisfied. He discovered that this fruit significantly enhanced the quality of his mental strength. In the mysterious mental realm of a certain area in his mind, the fruit's energy continuously nourished him. Threads of energy seeped in, rapidly improving the quality of his mental strength. Lin Chang felt incredibly lucky. Not only had he encountered a peak first-tier mutated plant, but it had also produced an astonishing number of over 20 fruits. The primary effect of these fruits turned out to be a substantial enhancement of mental strength quality. Compared to simply increasing attribute points, such an improvement was far more precious. Lin Chang had no hope for this at all, but unexpectedly, it gave him such a huge surprise. Not only that, this fruit not only enhances the quality of mental power but also has an extremely remarkable effect, an incredibly powerful healing ability. Describing it as a healing effect seems insufficient. To be precise, it should be called a formidable regenerative ability. Even if gravely injured, as long as one can barely hold on to a breath, eating one fruit can bring them back from the brink of death. Because of this, Lin Chang was reluctant to consume all the fruits now. He wanted to save some for emergencies. At critical moments, these fruits could become his trump card. With this in mind, Lin Chang first devoured 10 fruits. Each attribute increased by about 20 points. He felt an endless surge of power flowing into his body, his entire being refreshed, and his strength skyrocketed. The quality of his mental power also directly advanced by 1 level. Previously, every time he used the power of greed, it consumed about 10 points of mental power. Now, it only required 7 points. As for using lightning element abilities, explosive touch, or streamlight, it now only consumed about 2 points of mental power. This improvement was simply astonishing. Strength 75.6, speed 70.3 plus 5, physique 71.9, spirit 74.5, 72.9. Abilities: Thunder Element E level 182/800, Streamlight E level 259/800, cooldown 8 minutes, Explosive Touch E level 11/800. Special abilities: Power of Greed, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. Tasks: Global Task, Faction Formation, Main Task, Member Location, System C level Task, Hunting Time, System B level Task, Otherworldly Visitor, Team Exclusive Task, Elite Member. All attributes have surpassed 70 points. Lin Chang almost forgot about the Tier 1 Tyrant that would appear in 24 hours. Tier 1 Tyrant? What kind of trash is that? With all attributes barely reaching 30 points and just a larger physique, Lin Chang could easily kill it with 2 punches. 14 fruits remained. Lin Chang distributed them to Jiang Yu and the other 2, giving each person 2. Although the attribute points gained were not significant, the improvement in the quality of mental strength was excellent. Finally, with 8 fruits left, Lin Chang placed them in his storage ring, thinking they might come in handy someday. Each of Jiang Yu and the other 2's attributes increased by about 7 points, with mental strength improving even more and the quality of mental strength significantly enhanced. Wei Shang, strength 39.7, speed 36.7 plus 5, constitution 36.3, mental strength 47.5. Jiang Yu, strength 41.5, speed 40.4 plus 5, constitution 42.7, mental strength 40.2. Shi Yanhao, strength 16.7, speed 14.8, constitution 18.2, spirit 15.5. All of Jiang Yu's attributes have surpassed 40 points, while Qi Yanhao still lags significantly behind the others. Jiang Yu looked at the segments of vines coiled around the storage ring. I originally planned to kill this mutated plant myself, but I feel like I'm no match for it. We'll still have to rely on the boss. Qi Yanhao was already eager to go out and hunt mutated beasts and zombies to complete tasks and improve his attribute points. Boss, let's leave here quickly. As Lin Chang led the 3 out of the villa, Zhang Li cautiously approached, not daring to look Lin Chang directly in the eye. Brother, thank you. What's your name? Lin Chang stared at Zhang Li, silent and speechless. At this moment, Zhang Li's flesh and blood had completely regenerated. Not only had his previous injuries healed, but they had been doubly replenished. His attributes had also significantly improved, making him look like a completely new person. Lin Chang could hardly associate the current Zhang Li with the figure lying on the ground 20 minutes ago. Zhang Li said nervously nervously, I just want to know the name of the brother who saved my life. Player name, Lin Chang. Wei Sheng, standing nearby, said, Lin Chang, his name is Lin Chang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li quickly nodded and said with heartfelt gratitude, Brother Lin Chang, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Chang casually waved his hand and left the residential area with the three others. Having experienced an apocalypse once, witnessed human suffering and the ugliness of humanity, he thought his heart had long grown numb. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Li's words just now, he couldn't help but instinctively shove the fruit into the other's mouth. In the suburbs of Lake City, near the pig farm, corpses were scattered everywhere, and frenzied mutant pigs rampaged through the streets. These pigs were originally raised for meat, slaughtered before reaching adulthood, and sent to the market. Only breeding pigs were truly mature, with much larger physiques. Now, with the apocalypse erupting, all the pigs in the farm had undergone mutation and evolution. Their bodies had all grown significantly, with some even doubling in size. They looked just like monsters. Beneath their hardened snouts, two long, curved, and sharp tusks had grown. Survivors living near the pig farm had never imagined that pigs could possess such formidable combat power. Only the older generation, who had lived in rural areas and raised pigs at home, understood that pigs were inherently terrifying fighters. As the old saying goes, first the pig, second the bear, third the tiger. A pig's combat power even ranks above bears and tigers. Equipment, blessing of strength, silver quality, cooldown, 12 hours, original stone necklace, silver quality, battle blade, silver quality, storage ring, silver quality, storage ring, white quality, battle blade, white quality, battle boots, white quality. The pigs in the pig farm had already lost their wild nature, but once they mutated, they went completely insane. The mutated and evolved genes seemed to be filled with boundless violence and bloodlust, exuding a desire for destruction from inside out. After mutating, their size increased dramatically, and their temperament became extremely ferocious. These mutated pigs first slaughtered all the survivors in the pig farm, leaving not even a single bone behind. Afterward, they wantonly destroyed the pig farm and charged into the streets. What followed was a living hell. Countless mutated pigs frantically rushed toward the surrounding buildings, their massive size and astonishing weight, combined with an unbelievable strength that left survivors in shock. One pig's charge, and the wall would instantly collapse. The mutated pigs stormed directly into buildings, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. When facing hordes of zombies, hiding inside buildings still offered a slim chance of survival. But once these mutated pigs broke out, the buildings were no longer standing. They effortlessly destroyed walls and structural supports. A single pig charging through would tear a person apart with its two curved tusks. The survivors stood no chance of fighting back. Previously, when they saw some survivors starting to clear out zombies, they were filled with hope. But when the mutated pigs appeared, they realized just how fragile and helpless they truly were. Zombies were like ants in front of these mutated pigs. The zombie hordes that once roamed the streets were completely wiped out by the army of mutated pigs in less than half an hour. These pigs eat everything and are not picky. The survivors discovered that when they ate humans and zombies, their bodies grew visibly larger at an alarming rate. How could this happen? Hiding here is completely useless. Even if we don't make a sound, these pigs are acting like lunatics, as if they won't stop until they've destroyed every building in sight. We can't hold out here any longer. This is terrifying. These mutant pigs are absolutely horrifying. No one can kill them. Their size and strength are so overwhelming that no one can stand a chance against them. I think the entire Lake City might be wiped out by these pigs. Before, we were afraid of zombies, but compared to these mutant pigs, zombies are nothing but trash. It's over. We're really done for this time. When the zombies were rampant, as long as we stayed quiet, we still had a chance to survive. But now, with these crazed, destructive mutant pigs, we have no chance at all. Our street is about to be wiped out, and there are so many of them. At least over 300, right? What's even scarier is that, despite being so fat and huge, they're not slow at all. At that moment, the survivors hiding on the top floor of a self-built villa suddenly spotted an extremely terrifying presence among the herd of pigs. An old woman, trembling, pointed at the pig and said, "A breeding boar, it must be a breeding boar." The massive black pig that stood out among the herd had tusks twice as long as those of the other mutant pigs. Its size was even more horrifying. Over 3 meters in length, more than 2 meters in height, it was a colossal beast. Sparse black bristles grew on its back, and its entire body exuded an overwhelming aura of terror. The moment the survivors saw this monster, clearly the leader of the herd, their mental defenses collapsed instantly, and despair flooded their hearts. How could they possibly survive from the hands of such a monster? Just looking at its size and appearance, everyone was completely completely hopeless, their faces pale as paper. So terrifying. How could such a horrifying creature exist? If it crashes into us, it could directly bring down this entire building. This time, we're really doomed, there's no way out. I'm starting to miss the zombies that used to wander the streets. These mutant pigs are the real monsters, they eat anything they see, crash into anything they encounter. We're completely doomed. The largest mutant pig was even more ferocious, leading the charge at the front and crazily ramming into nearby buildings. One hit, and a building would collapse. Rubble and debris fell onto its body, shattering instantly without leaving a scratch. Its skin and the steel-like bristles on its back were like an impenetrable fortress. They couldn't imagine anything capable of piercing the tough hide of this mutant pig. It's too overwhelming. The mutant pigs charged in to hunt for survivors, and once they spotted a target, they would kill it in just a few bites. Heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously through the streets as the pigs wantonly destroyed everything in sight. The remaining survivors could do little but wait for death in their homes. They're coming, they're coming. Hundreds of mutated pigs frantically charged, causing the ground to tremble and buildings to shake. This was a self-built villa in the suburbs, with 2 heavy iron gates installed in the yard, not railings, but solid iron doors. 5 or 6 crazed, mutated pigs rammed into the gates simultaneously, causing them to twist and deform instantly, with 2 sections even breaking apart directly. Dozens of mutated pigs rushed into the yard, most heading straight for the 4-story villa ahead. On the top floor, more than a dozen people dared not approach the edges and could only huddle in the center of the platform, trembling with fear. The villa beneath them shook violently, their faces pale. One person pulled out a small self-defense knife, tears streaming down his face, and finally gritted his teeth and plunged the knife into his neck. The others paid no attention to the suicide, they even envied his courage. After all, faced with those terrifying mutated pigs, they couldn't even summon the resolve to take their own lives. The building beneath them shook violently, suddenly sinking sharply for a moment, seemingly on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed from the street, immediately drawing the attention of hundreds of mutated pigs. The survivors widened their eyes in shock, remaining motionless, and whispered, "What's that noise? They're no longer attacking our house." It was the sound outside that lured them away. Does it sound like someone is riding a motorcycle? Previously, no one in the village could drive a car or ride a motorcycle to escape. They would all be stopped by the mutated pigs, which are incredibly fast. Well, it's understandable. People with vehicles must be desperately trying to escape now. Unlike us, all the cars outside are smashed, and we can only wait here to die. This might be a good thing. Those people lured the mutant pigs away, so we might have a chance to go downstairs and escape. Escape? The village is full of mutant pigs. How are we supposed to escape? Downstairs, the mutant pigs charged toward the village entrance. The village had only 3 roads, with neatly arranged villas lining the sides. 4 motorcycles were parked at the village entrance. Lin Chang and his companions were 100 meters away, watching as hundreds of frenzied mutant pigs rushed toward them, the ground shaking violently. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "Qi Yanhao, is this really your village? You said there was a pig farm nearby, but all these pigs have mutated. Each one has a beast core in the center of its forehead." Qi Yanhao's face turned pale. They weren't this big before. Their size is terrifyingly overwhelming. A silver battle knife appeared in Wei Shang's hand, and he said excitedly, "Great, killing 10 each will complete the mission." Lin Shang thought about future food supplies. Those instant meals lack nutrition, but the meat of mutant beasts is the most delicious. Hundreds of giant mutant pigs eating one a day would be enough for a year. Kill them all for me. Roast pig every day. The survivors in the village were already few, only a few dozen people, most of whom were hiding on rooftops. At this moment, seeing Lin Chang and the other 3 straddling motorcycles at the village entrance, they were all stunned. Who are they? Isn't that Qi Yanhao? All those pigs are rushing toward them. Why aren't they running? Are they crazy, coming here on purpose to die? In the eyes of the survivors, the 4 people from Lin Chang were simply fools. Faced with hundreds of crazed mutant pigs charging at them, they remained completely motionless. This wasn't just stupidity. Did they actually think they could handle these mutant pigs? Just one of them could wipe out all 4. At that moment, they suddenly saw the 4 motorcycles vanish into thin air. Lightning abruptly coiled around Lin Chang's body. Before they could react, the lightning surged out of Lin Chang like serpents, striking the dozens of mutant pigs at the forefront. The mutant pigs collapsed to the ground with agonized screams, their massive, oppressive bodies crashing down, their flesh scorched black by the electricity. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The thunderous power showed no signs of abating, continuing to sweep through the pig herd in the rear, taking down more than 20 mutant pigs before gradually dissipating. The power of E-level lightning elemental abilities was astonishing, but the mutant pigs had thick hides and tough flesh. A single wave of lightning attacks could only temporarily paralyze them. They were still struggling on the ground, trying to get back up. Lin Chang chuckled. These mutant pigs are actually a bit tricky to kill. After saying that, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood, reappearing in the blink of an eye beside the fallen mutant pigs. The silver battle blade came crashing down. The speed of the blade was so fast that others couldn't see it clearly, slicing off the heads of several mutated pigs like lightning, instantly killing dozens. At this moment, the survivors in the village were completely stunned. Is this a thunderous attack? It directly paralyzed more than 30 pigs. They can't even stand up. What the hell is this? How can this person be so strong? This is a mutated pig herd that nearly destroyed several surrounding villages, and he, alone, killed more than 10 of them in just a few seconds? Are you kidding me? This heaven-defying strength is truly stunning. Not only that, Zhang Yu and the other two immediately joined the battle, following closely behind Lin Chang. Qi Yanhao unleashed the power of ice elements, and the ice rapidly spread, freezing more than 10 mutated pigs ahead. But these mutated pigs were exceptionally ferocious, and it seemed they were about to break free from the ice restraining their legs. Zhang Yu, whose total attribute points exceeded 40, and Wei Shang, who was close to reaching 40 points, moved with astonishing speed, instantly dashing to the frozen mutated pigs. With the power of their silver battle knives and their immense strength, they swiftly slaughtered over a dozen mutated pigs under Qi Yanhao's control. At the same time, Lin Chang completed the Hunting Hour mission. Completed sea-level mission, Hunting Moment. Reward received, all attribute points plus 4, Strength 79.6, Speed 74.3 plus 5, Constitution 75.9, Spirit 78.5. Lin Chang's strength has already far surpassed most people in the apocalypse. On the other side, Zhang Yu and the other two quickly completed the Hunting Moment task. Qi Yanhao, lacking strength, could only use ice elements for support. With the help of Zhang Yu and Wei Shang, they finally completed the task successfully. All attributes plus 4 for everyone. Wei Shang's total attributes broke through the 40-point mark, while Qi Yanhao had 2 attributes surpass the 20-point threshold. The mutated pig herd charged madly. A fast-moving mutant pig charged forward, directly knocking Qi Yanhao into the air. He was slammed into a wall with a bang, breaking through it as Qi Yanhao was pushed toward the house inside. Everyone stared at Qi Yanhao and the mutant pig. Qi Yanhao is doomed. I've never seen anyone survive being directly rammed by a mutant pig. The 2 tusks of the mutant pig can directly rip out his internal organs. However, immediately after, they were all stunned. The mutant pig ramming Qi Yanhao suddenly froze, its entire body stiff and unable to move. Qi Yanhao got up from the ground, raised his silver battle blade, and slashed at the mutant pig's neck. After completing the task, his strength reached 20.7. Combined with the power of the battle blade, he struck down with one slash, breaking through both ice and flesh. Although he didn't completely sever the mutant pig's neck, its blood seeped into the shattered ice layer. He gathered his strength and delivered another full-force slash, completely severing the mutant pig's head. The survivors stared at Qi Yanhao in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Because Qi Yanhao had no injuries on his body, only clothes torn by fangs, and the exposed skin didn't even have a single scratch. What the? How is this possible? He was clearly knocked flying over 10 meters. How could he not have a single injury? His strength is far inferior to the other 3. He was clearly doomed just now. Actually counter-killed that mutated pig? Are you kidding me? His skin is so tough? Is it made of iron? Even iron wouldn't hold up. The strength and tusks of these mutated pigs can instantly destroy iron doors. There's no way he could still be alive. But not only is he alive, he doesn't even have a single scratch on him. That's just absurd. What on earth is going on? Qi Yanhao was pushed to a spot farther away from Lin Chang and the others, surrounded by several mutant pigs eyeing him. These pigs were very clever and quickly identified Qi Yanhao as the weakest among the 4, immediately targeting him as an easy prey to crush. Qi Yanhao instantly felt his scalp tingle, completely losing face, and shouted, "Boss, save me." 5 ferocious mutant pigs charged at him simultaneously. He immediately unleashed the ice element, freezing the legs of several pigs. But their strength was too great. In less than 3 seconds, they shattered the ice and continued charging at Qi Yanhao. The durability of the protective glow on Qi Yanhao's upper body was down to about 70%. Just now, one pig's charge cost him roughly 20 points of durability. If these 5 pigs attacked head-on simultaneously, his radiant light shield would definitely not hold up. The survivors widened their eyes, eager to see whether Qi Yanhao could still emerge unscathed this time while facing the siege of 5 mutated pigs. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Qi Yanhao. Lin Chang appeared. He first delivered a fierce kick, sending Qi Yanhao flying far away. The survivors didn't even catch a clear glimpse of Lin Chang's figure and thought it was the mutated pigs that had knocked Qi Yanhao away. Can he escape unscathed this time? Maybe he was lucky before, but he can't be this lucky every time. Soon, he'll be torn to pieces by those mutant pigs and turned into pig feed. The silver battle blade swung, directly severing the heads of 2 mutant pigs. On the other side, Lin Chang grabbed the head of another mutant pig with one hand. A violent explosion suddenly erupted. The shockwave from the blast caused several nearby villas to shake intensely, shattering intact glass in an instant, and the temperature in the air rose sharply. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Where did that explosion sound come from? The flames instantly engulfed the remaining 3 mutated pigs. The one at the center of the explosion had its head mangled and was instantly killed. The other two, though not at the center of the blast, were still severely impacted at close range, their bodies charred. Lin Shang swung his blade and severed the heads of the other two pigs. As the residual flames of the explosion dissipated, everyone could only see the corpses of 5 mutated pigs. At this moment, their emotions could no longer be described as mere shock. When did this guy even get here? I didn't see him at all. That's amazing. Explosive skill. This is just too defying. Was that previous thunder attack also unleashed by him? Is this what they call supernatural power? This group of survivors, in order to complete the faction establishment task, directly recruited nearby people to form their own faction. After completing the task, all their attributes increased by 2 points. However, they were no match for these mutated pigs. The key point is that after completing this task, they unlocked many features of the Apocalypse system, including the public forum. When avoiding mutant pigs earlier, many people saw posts from other survivors on the forum and learned about the existence of the stone tablets and supernatural abilities. According to those posts, supernatural abilities are extremely rare. In the apocalypse overrun by zombies, finding a stone tablet is already difficult, and exchanging for supernatural abilities from the tablet is considered a stroke of luck. The price of supernatural abilities is very high. Even the lowest quality white abilities require 300 magic crystals to exchange, and 300 magic crystals mean killing 300 zombies. What does this mean? Even the most trashy white abilities are out of reach for many people. It is said that those powerful offensive abilities are definitely not of white or silver quality, they must be at least blue quality, and the exchange price for blue quality abilities is as high as 2,000 magic crystals. The thunder ability and explosion ability this person just used are incredibly powerful, capable of instantly killing several of these ferocious mutant pigs. They must be the blue quality abilities mentioned on the forum. Even if these two abilities are of blue quality, it would still cost 4,000 magic crystals to exchange for them. Killing 4,000 zombies? I can't even imagine it. Unbelievable. This guy is too strong. Even these mutated pigs are no match for him, let alone those zombies crushed by the mutated pigs. No wonder he can collect so many magic crystals to exchange for abilities. Killing zombies is effortless for him. At this moment, Chi Yanhao quickly got up and said eagerly, "Boss, thanks." At this point, Lin Chang and his team had already killed more than 50 of the 300 mutated pigs. Zhang Yu and Wei Shang, whose overall attributes had surpassed 40 points, began to show their prowess. Although they didn't have abilities, the power of their silver battle knives was fully unleashed, leaving the mutated pigs howling in agony. Even though the mutated pigs were numerous and smarter than zombies, they had E-level radiant shields and moved extremely fast, making them hard to hit. However, when the number of mutated pigs increased, Lin Chang directly unleashed his lightning elemental ability, blasting the pigs until they were charred inside and out, then quickly moved in to finish them off. The 4 of them went on a frenzied pig slaughter, leaving the dozens of survivors in the village dumbfounded. Those 3 are just too strong. Our village's Chi Yanhao has ice abilities, but could he take down 2,000 zombies with his strength? Didn't you see how powerful their boss is? Their boss can take down hundreds of zombies with just 1 lightning ability burst and 1 explosion ability burst. 2,000 magic crystals are a piece of cake for him. I think the other 2 don't have abilities, probably just because they haven't found the stone tablet yet. Suddenly, all the survivors fell silent, as an extremely terrifying aura swept over them. It made their scalps tingle instantly, and waves of fear surged in their hearts. Everyone turned to look in the same direction, only to see the largest black mutated pig staring intently at Lin Chang in the distance with its glowing green eyes, exuding a shocking and horrifying aura. Is it that breeding pig? Lin Chang stared at the black mutated pig, which was clearly 2 sizes larger than the others, and said, "This aura, it's close to the 2nd tier." When Zhang Yu and the others sensed the aura of this black mutant pig, they were already utterly shocked. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly the strongest enemy they had encountered. Just its aura alone made them feel extremely threatened, their hair standing on end. Its strength definitely surpassed Zhang Yu and Wei Shang, who had over 40 points in all attributes. Chi Yanhao asked nervously, "Boss, for the 2nd tier, how many points are there in total attributes?" Lin Chang replied, "Around 70 or so." Zhang Yu glanced sideways and asked, "Isn't that about the same as you? How many total attribute points do you have now?" Strength and mental power are close to 80, and the other 2 attributes are around 75, basically reaching the 2nd tier. Wei Xing seriously added, "Lin Chang said this pig is close to the 2nd tier, which means its overall attributes are still below 70. Lin Chang said, "I actually wish it really were 2nd tier. If it were, we could not only obtain a 2nd tier beast core but also eat the meat of a 2nd tier mutant pig." At the same time, the mutant pigs that had been recklessly charging forward suddenly retreated, making way and clearing the area for their pig king. The survivors in the village were now filled with extreme fear, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the largest mutant pig. Their hearts were overwhelmed with despair and dread. Most of them could could barely stand, let alone dare to look directly at the pig. The intense sense of oppression made it almost impossible for them to lift their heads. This aura, it's too terrifying. A pig can actually emit such a horrifying aura? I'm standing on the rooftop and I'm about to be scared to death. The strength of this pig is at least several times that of other mutant pigs. Why haven't these 4 people run away yet? There's no way to win. This pig's aura is completely different from other mutant pigs. Its size isn't even in the same league. Its steel bristles on its back are not just weapons but also defense. With their repeated attacks, I'm afraid they can't even scratch its skin. Moreover, it's clearly enraged. It has always led the herd of pigs to wreak havoc in the village, but it has never exuded such a terrifying aura before. Almost simultaneously, the menacing, near second-tier mutated pig charged fiercely at Lin Chang and the other 3, fully unleashing the aura of a peak first-tier mutated beast. Shi Yanhao instinctively activated his ice element ability, and a 5 cm thick layer of ice rapidly spread underfoot, instantly freezing one of the mutated pig's legs. But the pig seemed completely unfazed, lifting its leg in a leap and shattering the ice layer with a sudden burst. My ice is completely useless against it. Its power is too strong. A dark shadow darted out from beside Shi Yanhao, and Lin Chang instantly appeared next to the mutated pig, firmly grabbing its long, curved tusk with one hand. Good stuff. If I take it down and process it a bit, it could rival a silver-quality battle blade. The mutated pig's strength had already reached the peak of Tier 1, equivalent to nearly 70 attribute points. Lin Chang was incredibly fast, but the pig was no slouch either, able to track his astonishing speed. Seeing Lin Chang arrogantly gripping its tusk, it burned with rage, let out a furious roar, and charged at Lin Chang. The survivors in the village were all stunned. This guy really isn't afraid of death. He actually rushed straight to the mutated pig and grabbed its tusk? Does he think he's not dying fast enough? Lin Chang immediately let go. He couldn't bear to destroy this precious tusk. It was an excellent material for weapons. With his superior speed, he leaped into the air, perfectly dodging the mutated pig's attack. Boom! Thunder roared as dozens of powerful lightning bolts struck down on the mutated pig, all landing on its massive body, wrapping around it tightly and relentlessly striking. The mutated pig let out an enraged roar at the center of the thunderstorm. At the same time, Lin Chang landed his silver battle blade, enveloped in lightning, striking precisely at the gap between the steel bristles on the pig's back, slashing down with all his might. The battle knife only cut in a few centimeters before encountering significant resistance. Sure enough, tough skin and thick flesh. Even under the thunderous strike, this mutated pig still hadn't lost its ability to move. Relying on his strength of 79.6 and the silver battle knife, Lin Chang managed to pierce only a few centimeters deep beneath the mutated pig's skin and flesh. This guy's defense is so astonishing it's hard to believe. The mutated pig suddenly twisted its massive body, thrusting its pig head fiercely toward Lin Chang. The surrounding survivors, seeing that Lin Chang's thunder power was indeed not as effective as before, couldn't help but murmur to themselves, sure enough, this big pig's strength far surpasses that of other mutated pigs by several times. His thunder is completely useless. Previously, when he unleashed a thunderous strike, it could completely incapacitate at least a dozen mutant pigs, but now it barely has any effect on this mutant pig. I've said it before, this mutant pig is incredibly powerful, and its aura is downright terrifying. Who in their right mind would go head-to-head with it? Truly asking for trouble. Lin Chang moved at lightning speed, disappearing instantly from his original spot. The thunder element ability erupted once again. His mental power has reached 78.5. After consuming 10 essence fruits produced by the mutated plants, the quality of his mental power has greatly improved. Coupled with the silver quality equipment, the primal stone necklace, the enhancement of his mental power is subtle and continuous. Now, when he uses his lightning element ability, it almost only consumes 2 points of mental power per use. Moreover, his thunder element ability is of purple quality and has no cooldown time. As long as his mental strength isn't exhausted, he can continuously unleash thunder. In comparison, the touch of explosion is more destructive. Lin Chang didn't want to damage the tusks and steel bristles on the back of this mutated pig, so he unleashed the thunder force wildly. Once, twice, still unable to split open this defensively abnormal mutant pig. Then 10 times. After 10 strikes, it only consumed a little over 20 points of mental energy. Lin Chang now has nearly 80 points of mental energy, and relying solely on thunder, he can strike it dead. Everyone suddenly noticed that Lin Chang's combat strategy had changed. He no longer engaged in close combat with the mutant pigs, nor did he use his blade to slash. He relied solely on unleashing thunderbolts frantically. Deafening thunder echoed through several nearby villages. Purple lightning flickered incessantly in mid-air, exuding an extremely terrifying aura that completely stunned the survivors. They stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. What the hell is this? I just saw on the forum that using abilities consumes mental energy, and the stronger the ability, the more it consumes. Yeah, but this person has been continuously unleashing thunder for 2 minutes now, right? Does his mental strength never run out? This is too outrageous, and that mutated pig can't catch up up with him. He doesn't use a knife to slash, nor does he actively approach it, so the pig simply can't get him. Obvious wounds have already started appearing on the pig's body. The relentless thunder left everyone so shocked that they were rendered speechless. The largest mutated pig couldn't even touch Lin Chang. Its speed seemed fast to ordinary people, but Lin Chang was even faster. As long as Lin Chang didn't get close, it couldn't reach him. At this moment, everyone saw the extremely furious mutated pig chasing Lin Chang all over the village. But it just can't be caught. Lin Chang continuously unleashed thunder strikes on the mutated pig. Large, obvious wounds from the lightning strikes had already appeared on the pig's body. The moment of breaking through its defense was not far away. Can't even touch it. This guy's speed is faster than a mutated pig. Plus, the mutated pig's speed has clearly slowed down. It's already seriously injured. Something's off about this person. I clearly saw on the forum before that using abilities consumes mental energy. Yet his lightning has been striking for so long. No, I need to post on the forum and ask others. This is definitely not normal. At this moment, the king of the pigs in the herd could no longer bear it. It let out a long roar. The more than 200 mutated pigs that had retreated a few minutes ago and stopped attacking immediately received the king's command. They all turned in unison, fixing their gaze on the remaining three, Jiang Yu and the others, and began to close in. Lin Chang saw this scene and secretly sighed in his heart. Pigs truly have high intelligence. The pig king was driven into a corner but did not command the remaining mutated pigs to besiege Lin Chang. It knew very well that even its own speed was far inferior to Lin Chang's. As long as Lin Chang wanted to escape, it would be even more impossible for the other mutated pigs to catch him. So, the pig king directly ordered over 200 mutated pigs to besiege Lin Chang's three teammates. It could see that Lin Chang genuinely cared for these three teammates. If they were in danger, Lin Chang would definitely step forward to help them. In this way, Lin Chang would be drawn to assist the three, which could also buy some breathing room. People used to insult pigs as inferior to humans, often saying insulting someone is worse than a pig, but in reality, pigs are fierce, have strong combat abilities, and aren't lacking in intelligence. Jiang Yu and the other two noticed the pig herd surrounding them and cautiously took several steps back. Over 200 of them. How long can we hold out? Jiang Yu drank a vial of stamina recovery potion while staring intently at the herd of pigs in front of her. Shi Yanhao, you're in charge of releasing the ice layer to control these mutated pigs. Wei Sheng and I will charge in and slash them. If any mutated pig comes at you, don't hesitate, run straight to us. Shi Yanhao nodded in agreement, though there was a trace of bitterness in his heart. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Jiang Yu's arrangement, but rather that he lacked confidence in his own abilities. With all attributes hovering around 20 points, he was considered outstanding among survivors and could easily handle ordinary zombies. However, against these mutated pigs, most of which were at the first tier of strength, his attribute points were far from sufficient. If not for his relatively strong ice element ability, he wouldn't even qualify to participate in this battle. He resolved to grow stronger quickly, rapidly enhance his strength, catch up to Lin Chang and the others, and never again be the one holding the team back. As the three were discussing their strategy, the more than 200 mutated pigs, exuding a menacing aura, charged at them with overwhelming momentum. Wei Shang, you can handle this. Your mental strength is very strong. What on earth is going on? Wei Shang nodded nervously. Don't worry, I will do my best to suppress their strength. It's time to use our sin abilities. At the same time, the charging herd of pigs was overwhelming, drawing the attention of many survivors. Those three people are about to be besieged by all the remaining mutant pigs. They're doomed. Without the boss here, how can they possibly deal with over 200 mutated pigs at once? At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The five pigs at the forefront suddenly slammed on the brakes, abruptly turned around, aimed their curved and long tusks at their companions behind them, and lunged fiercely. The attacked mutated pigs were completely caught off guard. After all, they were of the same kind. Who would have thought that their own would suddenly turn back and violently strike them? Unprepared, the first five pigs to be attacked had their abdomens pierced by tusks. With a powerful toss of their robust heads, the tusks slashed through the bellies of several pigs like scythes, spilling their guts instantly. After killing five companions in an instant, these five mutated pigs continued to charge at other nearby pigs. Their actions immediately caused chaos within the herd, halting the pigs' charge toward Jiang Yu and the other two. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, her emotions unprecedentedly excited. Amazing. Wei Shang, your power of sloth is truly incredible. Shi Yanhao lamented bitterly. Why didn't I get a crime ability? This is too strong. Apart from that pig king, these mutated pigs all have attributes. Close to 30 points, right? They're all first tier. Wei Shang can control 5 of them at once and even make them attack their companions. Wei Shang was also quite surprised at this moment. Ever since he acquired the power of sloth, this was the first time he used his special ability. He had previously witnessed Lin Chang's power of greed, which was an absolutely overwhelming devouring force. In comparison, his non-lethal control ability initially left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Now Lin Chang was dealing with the pig king, king, and he couldn't afford to mess up. He had to contribute. So he directly unleashed his control ability, which consumed mental energy. His mental energy was at 51.5 points, and controlling 5 mutated pigs at once and making them attack their companions consumed 14 points of mental energy. This consumption exceeded his expectations. He had thought his mental energy would be completely drained, but unexpectedly, quite a bit remained. He recalled Lin Chang repeatedly telling him that his mental energy was very strong, with a high initial value, indicating that the quality of his mental energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. Being able to simultaneously control 5 mutated pigs with strength close to the first tier only consumed 14 points of mental energy, which made him very happy. At first, he was apprehensive, thinking that the power of laziness was useless and wouldn't come in handy. However, the facts proved that this ability was incredibly useful. It easily created chaos among the pig herd, allowing several mutated pigs to directly take out quite a few of them. Wei Sheng also discovered that activating this special ability wasn't strenuous at all. The process was quite smooth. Previously, whenever he saw Lin Chang using his lightning element ability and explosive touch, he always thought that to unleash such powerful forces, Lin Chang must be exerting himself greatly. But now, witnessing Lin Chang using his ability firsthand, he realized that once you obtained this power, it didn't feel strenuous at all. The power seemed to have merged into his body, and using it felt as natural as breathing. The only difference was that it consumed mental energy. Wei Shang was so excited that he almost forgot to breathe. Coming back to his senses, he found that the 5 mutated pigs under his control were already on the verge of death, besieged by the furious attacks of other mutated pigs. He decisively gave up control over the 5 pigs that were beyond saving and quickly selected another 10, unleashing the power of sloth. In an instant, these 10 pigs, scattered among the herd, suddenly turned around and began attacking the other mutant pigs. At this moment, the surviving pig herd was completely dumbfounded. The herd had just dealt with the 5 traitors, only to suddenly face 10 more traitors, doubling the number instantly. Originally, it was thought that only those 5 had issues, and once resolved, there would be no further trouble. Who would have expected that the 10 who had just been angrily joining in the attack on the traitors would, one moment appearing normal, suddenly and without warning, start attacking the other mutant pigs around them the next moment? The pig herd erupted in fury once again, and several nearby pigs were quickly killed in the surprise attack. The rest of the herd reacted and collectively turned to attack the traitors. Wei Sheng saw that the 10 pigs under his control were now surrounded and severely injured. He decisively severed the connection with those 10 and selected another 10 from the attacking group. Subsequently, the scene became even more chaotic. The 10 heads over there hadn't been completely eliminated yet, and another batch of 10 heads rebelled. The pig herd was completely caught in a melee, leaving no time to care about Jiang Yu and the other 2. Jiang Yu stayed in place. There was simply no chance for her to make a move. Wei Shang, your power of laziness is truly extraordinary, effortlessly causing the enemy to fall into infighting and chaos, having nothing to do with us at all. Shi Yanhao held a few mental power recovery potions in his hand, ready to act, but in the end, he didn't even get a chance to step in. Jiang Yu's power of arrogance wasn't even used. Why would she use it? To make these mutated pigs fight among themselves? She didn't need to suppress their strength at all. Just let them fight each other, fight with all their might, fight fiercely. The survivors in the village were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that with hundreds of mutant pigs besieging 3 people, without Lin Chang, the 3 would definitely be torn to pieces in an instant. Who would have thought that this group of mutant pigs started fighting among themselves before even reaching the front? At first, the few leading pigs suddenly went berserk and rammed into the bellies of their own kind, plunging into chaos. Then, several more waves of pigs rebelled, with over 200 pigs engaging in a full-blown melee. Where in their eyes was there any trace of Jiang Yu and the other 2? What on earth is going on? Aren't these mutant pigs supposed to be very united? Why did they suddenly start attacking each other? This is way too sudden. I think I saw on a forum that there's a type of psychic ability user who can control others mentally. This kind of ability user can even control zombies and mutant beasts. Could it be that one of those 3 has this kind of psychic control ability? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? I think these mutant pigs just started fighting among themselves, and it has absolutely nothing to do with those 3 people. Their luck is just off the charts. How is this even possible? Under Wei Sheng's instigation, more than 200 pigs fell into complete chaos. Even those pigs he had controlled for less than half a minute before being surrounded fought back desperately against their companions' attacks, biting each other relentlessly. Mutant pigs are smarter than zombies. They have their own consciousness. Seeing other companions attacking them, even if they were not controlled by Wei Shang, they still angrily and indignantly continued to attack other mutant pigs. Wei Shang looked at the chaotic scene he had created and contentedly swallowed 2 mental power recovery potions. Good, these mental power potions are really effective. We must make sure Lin Chang prepares more for us. Although the 3 of them were safe despite the danger, Lin Chang's side was a one-sided crush. The Pig King finally couldn't hold on anymore. Under Lin Chang's seemingly endless thunderous bombardment, the Pig King let out a long angry roar, and its massive black body unwillingly collapsed heavily to the ground. Its skin was completely damaged, with several layers of flesh blasted away by Lin Chang, making the entire pig lose 2 circles of weight. It let out continuous painful screeches, its pair of green glowing eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Chang, who had finally stopped. It was full of unwillingness, not even managing to land a single punch on this man. To be toyed with like this, it felt as if it had been struck by lightning. The other pigs had even started disobeying orders, fighting among themselves. It was on the verge of advancing to the second tier. After devouring so many humans and zombies, it had actually lost to Lin Chang. Lin Chang, seeing that Wei Sheng and the other two had already gained control of the situation, leisurely walked up to the strongest mutated pig and carefully examined its 2 tusks. Almost completely intact. The steel bristles on its back were nearly all destroyed, which was somewhat regrettable. But as long as these 2 tusks were preserved, Lin Chang considered it a gain. If its hide could be fully stripped, it could definitely be refined into extremely strong armor. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Lin Chang swung his blade at its neck, and the massive pig head immediately rolled to the side, completely ending the reign of this enormous mutated pig king. The survivors on the rooftop watched the scene before them in disbelief. Before Lin Chang and his team arrived at the village, the surrounding villages had been shrouded in fear of the mutant pig horde. At least 1,000 people had been devoured by the pigs, and even the nearby zombie hordes had been wiped out by them. These mutant pigs were ferocious and bloodthirsty, yet at this moment, their leader had been personally slain by Lin Chang. What was even more incredible was that this pig king, whose mere presence exuded an aura that intimidated everyone, hadn't even managed to touch a single finger of Lin Chang. Yet Lin Chang had struck it down with the sheer power of thunder. Such terrifying strength. I just confirmed on the forum that the thunder power this guy used is definitely an ability, and it's highly likely to be a purple grade ability. They say elemental abilities all start at purple grade. Purple grade? No wonder the power is so astonishing. But if that's the case, the mental energy consumption must be enormous, right? This guy actually managed to sustain thunder attacks for 2 or 3 minutes straight? Are you kidding me? That's way too exaggerated, completely unreasonable, too terrifying. This team is absolutely shocking. Do you still think it's a coincidence that some of the pigs in the horde suddenly turned against the others? I think there's no way. It must have been these people behind it. Didn't you see the proud and excited expression on that skinny man's face? He must be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. If that's true, this group is terrifying. The boss can wield thunder and explosions, his strength is solid, and when he goes all out, even the pig king can't catch up. Shi Yanhao has ice elemental powers, and that man can even make mutant pigs rebel? It's truly chilling. Lin Chang stored the corpse of the mutant pig into his storage ring and turned to look at Wei Sheng and the other two. Due to the infighting, the original herd of over 200 pigs was now reduced to just over 120, most of them injured. The 4 of them wasted no time, unleashing their full firepower, determined to completely annihilate these mutant pigs. The survivors were dumbfounded. Just 20 minutes ago, they had been waiting for death, but the arrival of Lin Chang and his team had completely turned the tide. The mutant pig herd was swiftly and cleanly wiped out, and they no longer had to die. It all felt like a dream, almost unbelievable. Looking at the field littered with pig corpses, Lin Chang and his team saw their food supply for the entire next year. The appetite of evolvers and ability users far exceeded that of ordinary people, and these pigs were much larger than normal ones. Moreover, they were all mutant pigs, providing a stronger sense of satiety. Eating them not only filled their stomachs but also quickly restored their strength. Over time, it could even add a few attribute points, which was entirely normal. Rich in nutrients, they were hundreds of times better than the instant food they had previously scavenged from supermarkets. Hurry up and collect the corpses. Take them all, not a single one is to be left behind. A large number of mutated pig carcasses were stored in the 4 people's storage rings. Shi Yanhao only had a white quality storage ring, and it was quickly filled. The mutated pigs were enormous, and they weren't sure how long the meat would last. Seeing that Shi Yanhao had nothing to do, Lin Chang instructed, "Go roast a whole pig for us to eat." He retrieved various seasonings and roasting tools from the supermarket warehouse supplies they had found earlier and handed them to Shi Yanhao. Shi Yanhao selected a medium-sized pig and eagerly said, "No problem, this is my specialty. Back when I lived in the village, we often helped people roast pigs. Don't worry, I'll make it look, smell, and taste amazing." With that, he got to work. Lin Chang and the other two collected all 300+ mutated pig carcasses, and the aroma of roasted meat was already wafting through the air. At this moment, Shi Yanhao finally fully understood what Lin Chang had said earlier. The scent of roasted mutated pig meat was overwhelming, at least dozens of times richer than that of ordinary roasted pork. The aroma of this barbecue instantly whets the appetite and invigorates the spirit, as if it could truly restore energy and enhance strength. Wei Sheng eagerly stood by the roasted pig, urging impatiently, "Is it ready yet? Don't delay us from finding the stone tower." tablet. Jiang Yu chuckled and said, I think you're just craving the meat. Meanwhile, the survivors in the village caught the rich scent of the roasted mutant pig, and each couldn't help but drool. They all recognized the pig roaster, Qi Yanhao. He was one of the villagers. Previously, he had been imprisoned in Lake City for assaulting others. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse broke out, they saw Qi Yanhao return to the village. Unfortunately, his parents had passed away in an earlier accident and couldn't witness his current impressive appearance as an ice element ability user. Those four, with over 300 mutant pigs, surely can't finish them all. Do you think they'll share some with us? We originally planted vegetables and raised chickens and ducks, but they were all eaten by these mutant pigs. The crops were also destroyed beyond recognition. Now there's only a little rice left at home, which won't last long. Someone go talk to Qi Yanhao. He's from our village, so he'll definitely help us. Several people's expressions immediately changed. Don't even think about it. Qi Yanhao went crazy in the village before, saying we killed his parents. He definitely won't help us. Several elderly individuals said solemnly, that was a misunderstanding. He's been in prison for over a year. He must have figured it out by now. If we don't keep some pork from these pigs, how much longer can we last? And these are mutant pigs. Eating them will definitely enhance our strength. Someone on the forum said that after the apocalypse, mutant beasts will become the main food source for survivors. Downstairs, Lin Chang and the other three had already started devouring the food ravenously. The taste was truly amazing. They had been rushing around and mostly eating instant food, but now they finally got to enjoy this flavorful and aromatic roasted mutant pork. For a moment, they couldn't even spare the time to talk, focusing solely on stuffing meat into their mouths, their lips glistening with oil. Earlier, they had raided the warehouse of a large shopping mall, where they found all kinds of seasonings. The roasted mutant pork they made could outshine any delicacy. The more they ate, the more energized they felt. As the meat went down, they immediately felt a warm sensation spreading through their bodies, as if some kind of power was slowly nourishing them. In the villa area, survivors gradually walked over, but the four of them completely ignored them. Only Qi Yanhao, while eating, finally looked up and glanced at the familiar faces around him. He knew every one of them. After all, he had grown up in the village, and these people were more or less related to him, with connections through their ancestors. Yet now, his gaze toward them was filled with indifference. 2 years ago, the village unified the demolition of old houses to build rural villas, concentrating the villas to expand farmland. Qi Yanhao's parents had been working away from home for years and hadn't managed their land. Taking advantage of their absence, the village committee allocated them the smallest plot of land for building. When they returned, they caused a big scene in the village, but by then, others had already started excavating and building their homes, leaving only their family with a plot 1/3 the size of others, squeezed into a corner. Qi Yanhao heard his parents say they were going to sue the people in the village. The next day, news came that the two had accidentally fallen into the river and died. There was no evidence to suggest foul play, and the authorities ruled it an accident. But Qi Yanhao didn't believe it. One night, he stormed into someone else's house with a kitchen knife and an iron rod, injuring several people, and was eventually arrested. He was sentenced to several years and has been imprisoned in Huqing prison ever since. At this moment, a middle-aged woman around 50 hesitated before stepping forward. Xiaohao, you're out? Oh dear, this was all just a misunderstanding. You won't blame us, will you? Lin Cheng finally raised his eyes to look at the villagers. What exactly happened? Qi Yanhao let out a cold laugh. Boss, I wanted to tell you earlier, I feel like wiping out this village, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree. What? The other villagers were utterly shocked upon hearing this. They were furious beyond measure. Qi Yanhao, what did you just say? You want to slaughter this place? This is the Qi family village. You yourself have the surname Qi. Do you even know what you're saying? This is utterly outrageous. When relatives are in trouble, if you don't want to help, fine, but you're actually thinking of killing us all? Do you have any conscience left? If your parents knew what you just said, would they be so angry they'd come back to life? As soon as these words were spoken, the other villagers were instantly stunned. No one said another word, and they all cautiously watched Qi Yanhao's expression. Lin Cheng put down the pork chop in his hand and said calmly, tell me your reason for wanting to massacre the village. Qi Yanhao turned to look at Wei Shang, who was busily gnawing on meat, and said, Brother Wei Shang, help me restrain that middle-aged man. It was he who first discovered my parents' bodies by the river. I remember you once said that your power of laziness can also peer into others' memories. Wei Shang nodded. I just tried to peer into the memory of a pig and found that its daily life was nothing more than eating and sleeping. Suddenly, it mutated and started killing people like crazy. I could even sense some of the emotions of the target I was probing. After hearing Wei Shang's words, the survivors present finally confirmed that the traitorous pigs that kept appearing among the herd earlier were all controlled by Wei Shang. This ability was terrifying. Not only could he control enemies, but he could also peer into their memories. This was simply an otherworldly power. At the same time, a few of the survivors immediately looked flustered, even terrified, especially the middle-aged man whom Qi Yanhao was was pointing at. You have no evidence at all. On what grounds are you accusing us of killing your parents? He retorted hastily. Wei Sheng stood up and said coldly, that's right, without evidence, we won't kill anyone recklessly. Shi Yanhao was a reasonable person, he even asked me to first probe your memory before deciding whether to act. Why are you all so anxious? If you weren't guilty, why would you react like this? It really makes one suspicious. Is your ability 100% reliable? Who knows if you're just spouting nonsense, the middle-aged man retorted. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Sheng suddenly vanished from his spot. In the next instant, a hand fiercely gripped the middle-aged man's neck. The power of sloth erupted, and the man's pupils began to lose focus. Fragmented memories surged into Wei Sheng's mind. Wei Sheng furrowed his brows and finally uttered, not a single one of them is innocent. Kill them all. Lin Cheng sat motionless, and Jiang Yu also sat silently. Shi Yanhao wanted revenge, and of course, he had to personally settle accounts with his enemies to ease the hatred in his heart. The dozens of villagers who survived in that village were completely wiped out by Shi Yanhao. Shi Yanhao returned covered in blood, silent, without asking Wei Sheng what he had seen, and directly picked up a large piece of pork chop from the grill and devoured it ravenously. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Cheng scratched his head. For the name of the faction, everyone should come up with one. Shi Yanhao said, of course, it should be decided by the boss. Lin Cheng recalled the dream from his previous life to become powerful, surrounded by strong individuals, and then establish a world-renowned base. In that case, the faction should be called a certain base. Overlord system, Overlord base? Although it sounds a bit tacky, Lin Cheng couldn't think of a better name right now. Of course, he wanted to be an overlord. Since he had obtained the Apocalypse Overlord system, he was determined to become an overlord. Thus, Lin Cheng immediately created his own faction on the system panel. Faction name, Overlord Base. Power region ranking, none. Power leader, Lin Cheng. Number of power members, 4 people. Average evolution level of power members, first tier. Number of ability users in the faction, 2. Faction exclusive missions, none. Faction points, 0. Unlock system features, faction ranking feature, recruitment feature, global wanted list feature, public forum feature, trading zone feature, faction exclusive missions feature, faction points feature. Triggering faction exclusive mission, faction conquest. Mission content, using cities as units, initiate a 7-day faction conquest mission. During the mission, killing a member of another faction earns 1 point. Completely annihilating a faction earns 100 points. Annexing and subjugating a faction earns 50 points. Mission start time, the moment the global mission, faction formation, expires. Mission rewards, at the end of the mission, the top 10 factions in each city based on points will receive rewards. First place rewards, all attributes plus 10 for all faction members, purple quality equipment elemental blade, purple quality equipment charging base shield, purple quality equipment black armor machine tool. Second place rewards, all attributes plus 8 for all faction members, blue quality equipment reaper's scythe, purple quality equipment thunderfall tower. Third place rewards, all attributes plus 8 for all faction members, blue quality equipment chaos twin blades, blue quality equipment poisonous maze. Fourth place rewards, all attributes plus 5 for all faction members, blue quality equipment scorching blade, silver quality equipment wall of frozen ice. Fifth place reward, all attributes plus 5 for all faction members, silver quality equipment swift boots, silver quality equipment quicksand land. Sixth to 10th place reward, all attributes plus 5 for all faction members, silver quality battle knives, 10 pieces. These rewards made Lin Cheng's eyes widen in amazement. The first place reward actually includes 3 pieces of purple quality equipment. One of them is a weapon, while the other 2 seem to be equipment designed specifically for the base. The rewards for 2nd to 5th place are also highly enticing, featuring various purple and blue quality equipment, with at least one item seemingly closely related to base construction. Lin Cheng had heard in his previous life that there was a machine tool in the headquarters of the Red Lake base. As long as various materials were fed into it, it could produce powerful equipment. What was mentioned must be the black armor machine tool, the first place reward for this mission. Lin Cheng must get his hands on this item. His storage ring was filled with various materials, and once he had the black armor machine tool, it would immediately come in handy. Complete the global mission, faction formation. Reward obtained, all attributes plus 2 for all faction members. Lin Cheng's strength and spirit attributes have surpassed 80 points. Shi Yanhao's overall attributes have finally exceeded 20 points. There are still more than 10 hours left until the global mission, faction formation, deadline. Once the faction formation mission ends, the faction conquest mission will immediately begin. However, this does not prevent new factions from being formed later. It's just that factions formed during the faction formation period can receive an additional reward of plus 2 attribute points for all members. During the faction conquest period, newly formed factions can also immediately participate in the ongoing conquest. At this moment, Jiang Yu and the others focused all their attention on the 2 new features that piqued their curiosity, the public forum and global wanted list. Although they were a few hours late in forming forming their faction, the public forum was already flooded with tens of thousands of posts. Wei Sheng kept scrolling through the forum, while Jiang Yu focused on the public recruitment page. She clicked into the exclusive page for Lake City, wanting to see if there were any other strong factions in Lake City besides theirs. The results surprised her quite a bit. There was only one faction recruitment announcement on the page, and the faction's name was Red Lake Base. She was shocked to discover that in order to post a faction recruitment announcement in the recruitment section, certain real information about the faction had to be disclosed. Even the benefits promised in the recruitment announcement were guaranteed by the system and had to be fulfilled, otherwise, the faction and its leader would face severe penalties. And this sole Red Lake Base recruitment post in the Lake City recruitment area revealed public faction information that left Jiang Yu utterly shocked. Take a look at the recruitment section in Lake City. That Red Lake Base seems to have some background. Lin Chang was stunned for a moment, then immediately checked the recruitment section. Recruitment information as follows. Faction name, Red Lake Base. Faction leader, Lei Wanjun. Number of members, 87 people. Average evolution level of members, Tier 1. Number of ability users in the faction, 3 people. Recruitment requirements, minimum Tier 1 evolver, total attributes exceeding 20 points, actively recruiting ability users. Benefits, join the Red Lake Base to receive a white quality combat knife and ensure all members have immunity time exceeding 24 hours. Ability users joining will receive a silver quality combat knife and a gold quality permanent immunity potion. There is an application button below, simply click it, and after mutual confirmation, brief communication can be conducted through the system. Shi Yanhao stared at the opponent's average evolution level, unable to hide his surprise. There are more than 80 of them, and their average evolution level is at Tier 1. This is practically the gathering of all the elites in Lake City. They even have 3 ability users, while we only have 2, just the boss and Shi Yanhao. Their treatment is really extravagant. Not to mention the battle blades, ability users joining them can even get a golden permanent immunity potion. It seems they've completed quite a few special missions before and still have extra golden immunity potions on hand. If we want to win the championship in the power struggle, this Red Lake Base is undoubtedly our strongest opponent. The 3 of them all turned their gaze toward Lin Chang. At this moment, Lin Chang's heart was surging with passion. In his previous life, Red Lake Base was an unattainable existence, and the medium-sized force he joined was dependent on it. In his previous life, Jiang Yu, a powerful warrior of the Red Lake Base, was an unattainable existence for him. But in this life, Jiang Yu joined his team and became his loyal companion. Now, Lin Chang's overall attributes are approaching 80 points, making him a second-tier ability user with 3 abilities: Lightning Element, Explosive Touch, and Streamlight. At the same time, he also possesses 3 special abilities, among which the Devouring Power of Greed's Force is his ultimate trump card. Now, his strength has firmly placed him among the top ranks of all survivors in the apocalypse. In his previous life, the name Lei Wanjun always filled him with both fear and longing. But in this life, he has already accumulated enough capital to dare to confront this powerful figure head-on. Lin Chang secretly looked forward to seeing what kind of sparks would fly when his current self faced the formidable Lei Wanjun from his previous life. Lin Chang no longer paid attention to the recruitment information of the Red Lake Base and turned his focus to the forum. Lake City section. Frequenting the forum is crucial. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people will share information about the monoliths, and some might even reveal whether there are abilities inside. Shi Yanhao appeared somewhat puzzled. Why would they do that? Isn't this extremely important information? If I found a monolith, I definitely wouldn't publicize it. I'd quietly save up magic crystals to exchange for the good stuff inside. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and said, maybe most people simply don't have the ability to kill that many zombies? Lin Chang, while quickly browsing the forum, explained, that's right. Most people consider it their limit if they can save up a few dozen magic crystals to exchange for a few white quality immunity potions from the steel. If they want to obtain abilities, it starts at 300 magic crystals, and that's just for the lowest white quality. They could save up their whole lives and still not gather that many magic crystals. Therefore, some well-meaning individuals directly post the steel information on the forum, and some even engage in intelligence trading in the marketplace section. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, the trading section can directly buy and sell intelligence? If the transaction is done within the system, wouldn't the intelligence be 100% authentic? Because the system guarantees it. She thought of the information she had just obtained from the recruitment section and quickly figured this out. She opened the trading section and saw someone selling extra white quality immunity potions at a price of food resources that satisfied them, but she didn't see anyone selling intelligence. Wei Sheng suddenly said, someone said they saw a stone tablet. It seems there's even a purple quality ability inside. Someone is already guarding the stone tablet, not letting others in, waiting for their companions to bring magic crystals to trade. Others are dissatisfied and have posted on the forum, trying to attract more people to create chaos. Lin Cheng immediately saw a post about that place. It's a small town right next to Lake city, not far from the suburbs, about 6 kilometers away from us. The four of them quickly packed the barbecue ingredients into their storage rings, got on their motorcycles, and sped off. Jiancha Town. In the middle of the town's only vegetable market, on a crowded narrow road, stood a black stone monument. The stone tablet was engraved with the number 0, 0 level stone tablet. At this moment, the path was a river of blood, almost submerging the entire road. Corpses lay in pools of blood. There was only one living person on the entire road. The man stood in front of the stone tablet, holding a silver-quality battle knife, exuding an intimidating aura of killing intent. A pink scar ran across the man's face, clearly a sign of a severe injury that had almost completely healed after extensive use of healing potions. He was about 1.7 meters tall, appeared young, and had fair skin. If he weren't standing in a pool of blood wielding a blade, he would surely attract the attention of many women. He coldly scanned the surviving people around him. The remaining individuals were all hiding in the shops on either side of the street or upstairs, not daring to step onto the street, because as soon as they entered, they would be killed by him. No matter how many opponents there were, he would swiftly slay the enemies with blade techniques so fast that no one could clearly see them. This completely terrified everyone. Too terrifying. Just how many full attribute points has this person broken through? That speed is simply impossible to track. Earlier, there was a team of over 30 people who charged in, but no one managed to enter the steel space. They were all cut down by him one by one at least 5 meters away from the steel. One strike, one kill. His strength is terrifying. He's so strong. How come he doesn't even have a few hundred magic crystals? You don't know. People who have entered the steel before said that the abilities inside are of purple quality, and it costs 2,000 magic crystals. Even for him, taking out 2,000 magic crystals at once would be very difficult, right? Then why is he guarding this place? Zhu Yan listened to the discussions around him, a cold and arrogant smile appearing on his face. He said to the crowd, "I come from the Red Lake base. Our base is actively recruiting strong individuals. As long as your total attribute points exceed 20, you will receive a white quality battle knife and sufficient immunity medicine upon joining." As soon as he finished speaking, many survivors were instantly shocked. How could they not know about the Red Lake base? It was the only force in the entire Lake City that had issued a recruitment announcement, and the benefits were extremely generous. As long as an ability user joined, they could even receive a gold quality permanent immunity medicine. Before this, most people had never even heard of something called gold permanent immunity medicine. It was only after seeing the Red Lake base's recruitment announcement that they realized there was such a thing. With just one use, it could solve the problem once and for all, freeing them from having to constantly monitor the remaining immunity time on their system panel. He's actually a member of the Red Lake base? No wonder he's so strong. The recruitment announcement from the Red Lake base even revealed the average evolution level of its members. First tier evolution. That's incredible. My total attributes are only around 18 points. If I work harder, could I join too? Their group has more than 80 members, already quite a large team. Exactly, with so many people, and all of them being first tier evolvers on average, it shows they're all elites. Zhu Yan listened to everyone's discussion, the smile on his face growing even wider. The faction he belonged to was none other than the Red Lake base. Compared to these people in front of him, they were on a completely different level. What's more, his boss, Lei Wanjun, had nearly broken through 70 points in all attributes and was on the verge of advancing to a second tier ability user. A first tier evolver only needed to reach 20 points in all attributes, making their strength 5 times that of an ordinary person. To advance to the second tier, one needed to break through 70 points, with overall strength about 18 times that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, Lei Wanjun was also a powerhouse with a purple quality ability. As for Zhu Yan himself, his total attributes had surpassed 30 points, making him a first tier evolver as well. His strength was more than 10 points higher than the average level at Red Lake base, and he was one of Lei Wanjun's trusted confidants. This time, he had acted alone and discovered the stone tablet with abilities in Jiancha Town. Knowing Lei Wanjun's personality, it was highly likely that the purple ability within it would be handed directly to him. Once he became an ability user, he could fully secure his place among the core members of Red Lake base. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan became even more excited. He had already seen the ability there. It was a purple quality fire elemental ability. Elemental ability fire. The destructive power was self-evident. If he could obtain this power, his combat strength would soon surpass the other two ability users, except for Lei Wanjun, making him the second in command of the Red Lake base. At that time, during the power struggle, he would definitely make a good impression in front of Lei Wanjun. The vision of soaring to great heights in the post-apocalyptic future seemed just within reach. Zhu Yan had already contacted Lei Wanjun through the system. Lei Wanjun was on his way with magic crystals and his subordinates. "Brother, my total attributes have already reached 18 points. Do you think I can join? I'll break through 20 points very soon." In the shop, a man around 30 years old spoke to Zhu Yan ingratiatingly. Zhu Yan glanced at him him casually and said, you can, but you must have all attributes exceed 20 points to enjoy the recruitment benefits. The man immediately beamed with joy. Really? I thought the recruitment requirements were rigid. Thank you, brother, you must be someone with influence. At the Red Lake base, this small favor, I'm counting on you. I'll definitely serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Brother, what's your name? The man's flattery was perfectly timed, and a trace of smugness mixed with disdain flashed across Zhu Yan's face. Zhu Yan. The other survivors also stopped caring about the matter of the stone tablet and began flattering him one after another. Handsome guy, let us join too. Although the two of us are average in strength, we look pretty good and can help you cook. Zhu Yan immediately looked at the woman who had spoken. Not bad indeed. Being a plaything in the base, the boss wouldn't mind either. He waved his hand grandly. You two can join as well. Everyone was instantly shocked, thinking, is this even possible? Then they all began frantically flattering him. At that moment, the roar of motorcycles broke the lively atmosphere. Everyone immediately fell silent, staring in surprise toward the end of the street. Four flashy silver motorcycles appeared there, showing no signs of stopping as they reached the intersection. Everyone stared at the four motorcycles that showed no intention of stopping, completely dumbfounded. What are these four people trying to do? Can't you see the street is full of corpses and blood? Zhu Yan coldly stared at Lin Chang and his group of four. He could tell that these four motorcycles were at least silver quality equipment. How strange. This aura, this speed, if not silver quality equipment, then what else could it be? Moreover, they must be top tier among silver quality items. Silver quality vehicles are extremely rare equipment. Even their Red Lake base doesn't have any. If he could acquire all four of these motorcycles, he would once again achieve great merit for Red Lake base. Precisely because of this, he dared not underestimate Lin Chang and his group, who possessed four silver quality motorcycles. Ordinary people, as soon as they step onto this street, are immediately attacked by him. But this time, he did not act rashly. Instead, he stood cautiously in place, staring intently at the four individuals. The motorcycles stopped one after another in front of the stone monument. The surrounding survivors, however, couldn't sit still. In their eyes, these four were already considered half members of the Red Lake base. As long as they pleased Zhu Yan, they could loosen the conditions and join such a powerful force. Therefore, they were very savvy. Previously, they didn't dare step onto the street, but now, more than a dozen people mustered their courage and directly rushed to the stone monument to block Lin Chang and the others. The 30-year-old man with an all-attribute score of 18, who had already been promised by Zhu Yan to join the Red Lake base, was the first to step forward. Who the hell are you people? Didn't you see that this stone tablet already belongs to brother Zhu Yan? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chang punched him hard in the face. The man let out a muffled groan and fell straight backward. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Chang to be so ruthless and silent, taking action without saying a word. What was even more terrifying was that when the man hit the ground, his face was deeply caved in, a bloody mess, and his brain was clearly completely destroyed. That single punch had directly killed a man with an all-attribute score of 18, almost a first-tier revolver. In an instant, everyone was utterly shocked. He didn't even use a weapon, yet he killed someone with a single punch? What kind of strength is this? If I remember correctly, this person's total attribute points exceed 18. The remaining people standing in front of the stone tablet hesitated and retreated, but they quickly remembered that they were defending Zhu Yan, an important member of the Red Lake base. With Zhu Yan backing them up, what was there to fear? They had just been caught off guard earlier, but now Zhu Yan would surely support them. They had to seize this opportunity to make a good impression in front of Zhu Yan. Another man, forcing himself to be brave, jumped out and shouted loudly, "Are you all crazy? Do you even know who you're attacking? We are from the Red Lake base." Before the voice had faded, Lin Chang threw another punch. This time, the man didn't even let out a groan. His head was directly smashed by Lin Chang's punch, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The others immediately widened their eyes, and many began to scream. Is this guy insane? Didn't he hear the words Red Lake base? How dare he still make a move? What kind of strength is this? One punch and someone's head explodes? Is that even reasonable? After watching him throw two punches, I realized a terrifying fact. I couldn't even see how he punched. His punching speed is too fast. By the time I reacted, the person was already dead. The remaining people completely dared not make a move anymore. They could only retreat awkwardly, withdrawing to the sides of the street, hiding in shops, wishing they could shrink their heads like turtles. Even Zhu Yan remained silent. Would they really be willing to throw their lives away? At this moment, only Zhu Yan remained in front of the stone tablet. Lin Chang seemed to ignore them and walked toward the stone tablet with Jiang Yu and the other two. Zhu Yan felt nervous. He had clearly seen Lin Chang's two punches just now. That strength was completely beyond comprehension. Such speed, such explosive power, was absolutely unattainable for a first-tier revolver. Even with his total attribute points at 30, he was definitely no match. However, he was unwilling to let someone easily enter the stone tablet and seize the fire element ability inside. Thus, he tried his best to maintain a facade of coldness and composure. composure, holding his blade horizontally in front of him. This stone tablet has been occupied by the Red Lake base. If you don't know what the Red Lake base is, you can now open the system recruitment function and check the Lake City section. He directly brought up the Red Lake base, intending to make the other party understand how powerful the organization behind it was. The survivors who had retreated to the side started acting arrogantly again upon hearing the name of the Red Lake base. That's right, this is a stone tablet occupied by the Red Lake base. How dare you come here? Red Lake base, with more than 80 people, and the average evolution level of members reaching the first tier. Do you dare to provoke us? Among their 80+ people, there are even 3 ability users. What the hell are you, daring to touch the belongings of Red Lake base? If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. Brother Zhu Yan has already contacted his boss, and he's rushing over quickly. I advise you to get lost. Lin Chang listened and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lei Wanjun is coming? He was also quite eager to see just how strong Lei Wanjun really was. After all, sooner or later, they would have to face off directly in the battle for power. If he could resolve it now, it would undoubtedly mean one less formidable opponent for him. At that time, the reward for the first place in the power struggle will be without any pressure. The others sneered coldly. Only now do you realize you're scared? Then why don't you hurry up and leave? Just as the two were mocking, with smiles still on their faces, they suddenly felt a piercing cold and sharp pain in their chests. The smiles instantly froze and stiffened. The others nearby all turned to look at them. They saw ice spikes as thick as fingers, exuding cold air, brutally piercing through their chests, with the sharp ice spikes protruding from their backs. The icicle was gradually stained with bright red blood. The two of them were filled with disbelief, staring intently at Shi Yanhao, who had thrown the icicle. They simply couldn't believe that among these 4 people, there was actually an ice element ability user. An ability user? There's actually an ability user among them. Among the more than 80 people at the Red Lake base, there were 3 ability users. There's actually an Esper among these 4 people? Shi Yanhao glared at the survivors on both sides with a hint of ferocity in his eyes, spitting out a threatening warning. Stop yelling here. At this moment, Zhu Yan's expression could no longer remain calm. Shi Yanhao was clearly not the leader of these 4, yet he possessed such a powerful ice element ability. The leading man. At this moment, Wei Xingxing excitedly said aloud, I found another location with a stone tablet on the forum. Lin Chang, let's quickly go in, exchange the items, and leave. Lin Chang nodded. Alright. With that, he stepped toward the stone tablet space. Zhu Yan was filled with fear but had no choice but to stand in front of Lin Chang once again. He had already reported to Lei Wanjun that there was a purple quality fire element ability hidden within the stone tablet. If Lei Wanjun arrived and found that the ability had already been swapped out, Zhu Yan would surely die from Lei Wanjun's wrath. Lei Wanjun was lenient with his subordinates but extremely strict. Missing such a precious purple ability, Lei Wanjun is highly likely to fly into a rage, resulting in a 90% chance of the other party's death. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and said, Lin Chang, right? The 4 of you are very strong. Why not join our Red Lake base? Lin Chang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. The other survivors initially wanted to say something in rebuttal, but upon seeing the still partially melted ice spikes on the 2 corpses nearby, they chose to remain silent. Zhu Yan frowned. What are you laughing at? Lin Chang said indifferently, what level is your Red Lake base? And you still want me to join? Zhu Yan felt a rush of blood to his head, almost unable to believe his ears. The surrounding survivors stared at Lin Chang in shock, wanting to speak but not daring to. Is this person crazy? What level is the Red Lake base? What else could it be? 87 members, 3 ability users, average evolution level, tier 1. This is already an elite team capable of resisting a horde of corpses. In today's apocalyptic world, where can you find a team stronger than this one? This person actually thinks the level of Red Lake base is beneath him? Lin Chang took a step forward and said coldly, Red Lake base is just at that level. It doesn't deserve me joining. Zhu Yan's mind buzzed with a loud roar. After the apocalypse broke out, he met Lei Wanjun and resolved to follow him no matter what. Lei Wanjun was too powerful. He had never seen anyone stronger than him. As long as he stayed by Lei Wanjun's side, he believed he would grow stronger and eventually become an important member of the Red Lake base. It could be said that after the apocalypse, Zhu Yan's heart belonged solely to the Red Lake base. This was his only belief to persist in this cruel and bloody apocalypse. Yet the Red Lake base, which he regarded as incomparably powerful and unmatched, was dismissed by Lin Chang as just this level. In an instant, Zhu Yan was consumed by rage, completely losing his sanity. He raised the silver quality battle knife in his hand and shouted, Die for me. Lin Chang smiled faintly and said calmly, Jiangyu. He turned slightly, and Jiangyu stepped forward. The swing of the silver battle blade was a beat slower than Zhu Yan's, yet it reached Zhu Yan's neck even faster. The next second, Zhu Yan's head fell to the ground. The silver battle blade that had not yet approached Lin Chang clattered to the ground. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, hardly able to believe what they were seeing and what was happening before them. What is going on? Zhu Yan struck first, but the woman behind Lin Chang struck later, yet she was the one who beheaded Zhu Yan first. first. That woman's strength is even greater than Zhu Yan's. My goodness, this is unbelievable. Zhu Yan is a genuine Tier 1 evolver, with strength even surpassing the standard for Tier 1. He had been guarding the stone tablet alone, killing at least 100 people. Dozens of people attacked him together, yet he managed to keep them all away from the stone tablet. No one could touch the tablet, and no one could even injure him. But now, he was beheaded in one strike by the woman behind Lin Chang. While everyone was in shock, Lin Chang and his 3 companions all entered the stone tablet space. Purple quality ability, Fire Element, valued at 5,000 Tier 0 magic crystals. Lin Chang's magic crystal count exceeds 17,000. Just 5,000? Lin Chang chuckled and immediately exchanged for the ability. A small fireball floated in front of him. Jiang Yu, this ability is yours. Jiang Yu was overjoyed and grabbed the fireball without hesitation. Fire Element ability, unleash flame power. No cooldown, she said excitedly. At this moment, the number of superhumans in the team has reached 3. Lin Chang naturally needs no further introduction. He possesses 3 abilities. Shi Yanhao is an ice element superhuman. Jiang Yu, a fire element superhuman. All are elemental types, with extremely strong combat power. Complete the team-exclusive mission, Elite Member. Rewards obtained, +1 to all attributes for all team members, 200 team points, 2 white-quality battle blades. The long-pending team-exclusive mission is finally completed. Although the full team attribute +1 and the 2 white war blades are insignificant for Lin Chang's team at the moment, the 200 team points are still quite considerable. When the team points reach 500, the team benefit LV1 Doomsday motorcycle can be upgraded to LV2. Lin Chang hopes that after upgrading to LV2, the vehicle will directly improve to blue quality, with even more powerful functions. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chang spent 5,000 magic crystals to purchase a large batch of potions, a total of 250 vials. Among them, 200 vials are white-quality mental power recovery potions. Previously, there were only a little over 20 vials left, which was clearly far from enough given the growing number of ability users in the team. Out of the 200 vials, Lin Chang took 80, while the remaining 120 were evenly divided among Jiang Yu and 2 others, with each receiving 40 vials. The remaining 50 are some healing and stamina recovery potions, distributed among a few people. There are still over 7,000 Tier 0 magic crystals left. The beast cores from those mutated pigs earlier also count as Tier 0 magic crystals, but there are only a few hundred of them, which is just a small fraction in Lin Chang. Currently, Lin Chang has 1 silver quality surplus battle knife and 5 white quality ones. The extra one naturally belongs to Zhu Yan. The silver battle knife is for backup, while the white battle knife is used to craft weapon equipment materials. As long as he secures first place in the Lake City Power Contest, he will obtain purple equipment, the black armor machine tool. By then, the materials in the storage ring will all come in handy. Out of the stone tablet, Lin Chang asked Wei Shang, "Where is the other stone tablet you mentioned earlier?" "It's also in the outskirts of Lake City. Let's hurry over. Look at the posts, people are already going crazy over there, fighting for a blue quality superpower." Lin Chang's eyes lit up. Another superpower. Let's get over there quickly. The 4 of them mounted their motorcycles and instantly sped hundreds of meters ahead. Those hidden survivors appeared one after another and entered the stone tablet space, but soon came out again. The purple quality ability was really exchanged. They're really rich. 4 people casually took out 5,000 magic crystals. It's simply unbelievable. Didn't you see how strong they are? With their strength, I'd find it strange if they didn't have 5,000 magic crystals on them. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the end of the street. The survivors all turned to look. They saw a man in his 30s, leading a group of people, striding toward them. He was tall and imposing. Even from such a distance, the survivors could feel the invisible pressure emanating from him. Everyone immediately stepped back in unison, trying to flee the place. But the man was even faster. He saw from a distance that Zhu Yan's head was facing him in front of the stone tablet. In an instant, an astonishing killing intent erupted from his body. The survivors, who had already sensed the hostility of the approaching figure, were utterly terrified. Under the oppressive force of this horrifying killing intent, most people's legs gave way, collapsing directly onto the blood-stained ground, their strength to flee instantly stripped away. They stared in despair at the man gradually approaching, their hearts filled with extreme fear and disbelief. How could this be? With just one person's appearance, without doing anything, the killing intent erupted so intensely that it made their hearts tremble, their legs weak, and fear surged uncontrollably, leaving them unable even to think of escaping. Watching the man's increasingly close steps, they seemed to see the Grim Reaper walking toward them step by step. This terror was utterly suffocating. Lei Wanjun walked up to the stone tablet, glanced at Zhu Yan's corpse, and then entered the space within the tablet. Merely 2 seconds later, he reappeared. The other members of the Red Lake base stared in shock at Zhu Yan, who lay on the ground. His body was now separated from his head, his neck cleanly severed with no other wounds on his body. This was enough to prove that Zhu Yan had been killed in a single strike. Zhu Yan was a first-tier evolver survivor with all attributes exceeding 30 points. Who could possibly have the ability to kill him with one blow? The people of the Red Lake base were now in a state of panic, desperate to know who had done it. Without a doubt, it couldn't have been the survivors lying weakly in the pool of blood, nearly dead from the oppressive killing intent of their leader. Lei Wanjun looked down from above, staring coldly at a survivor at his feet, and said icily, "Speak your name." The survivor trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though death was imminent. Under the gaze of those cold, overwhelmingly oppressive eyes, his mind went blank. Trembling, he stammered, I'm Wang Yu. Smack! Lei Wanjun stomped down, crushing his head instantly. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The survivors' thoughts came to a halt, leaving only endless fear in their minds. The members of the Red Lake base didn't even blink, clearly long accustomed to Lei Wanjun's ruthless ways. Lei Wanjun slightly shifted his gaze, looking at a woman who had just fallen to the ground next to Wang Yu. Her expression was blank. The head of the person earlier had exploded right in front of her, splattering blood all over her face. She stared ahead, seemingly on the verge of being scared senseless. Lei Wanjun spoke coldly again, "Name." After waiting for 2 seconds, there was still no response. He lifted his foot again, and a crisp sound rang out. Lei Wanjun turned around and looked at another survivor. "Name." "Lin Chang. His name is Lin Chang," someone hurriedly replied. 5 minutes later, in front of the black stone monument at the center of the vegetable market in Jianjin town, dozens of headless corpses were scattered. Indeed headless, as all their heads had been crushed by Lei Wanjun in a fit of rage. Before leaving, the more he looked at Zhu Yan's corpse, the angrier he became, even smashing Zhu Yan's head. "Useless. You made me lose a purple quality elemental ability," he growled through gritted teeth. "Lin Chang, very well, I will remember this name. Kill him. He has magic crystals on him, I saw it. That person also has magic crystals. Damn it, bastard, I'll kill you." In the outskirts of Lake City, in front of a zero-tier black monument, over 100 survivors were engaged in a fierce battle, all for the sake of seizing the magic crystals from one another to exchange for a blue quality ability within the monument, which required 2,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, the blood and shouts of humans continuously attracted nearby zombies. These people were not weak. Those capable of competing for magic crystals here had significantly enhanced their attribute points. Even as a dozen or so zombies were drawn in one after another, 100+ individuals were still able to handle them with ease. At this moment, bloodthirsty flames burned in everyone's eyes. They understood the importance of abilities. Even a support-type ability could provide immense assistance. They had killed countless zombies, each carrying at least a dozen magic crystals, and had long since equipped themselves with white-quality immunity serums, making them unafraid of the zombie virus. When zombies came, they killed until nothing was left of them. As for the people around them, they killed anyone they saw. Killing meant seizing the other person's magic crystals, bringing them one step closer to the blue quality ability. In order to survive in the apocalypse, everyone now reveals their beast-like bloodthirsty instincts. Blue quality ability. It must be mine. Get lost. Go to hell. The corpses piled up higher and higher. The companions who had just agreed to join forces to kill and gather magic crystals stabbed a knife into each other's backs the very next second. Sorry, there's only one ability, and it has to be mine. Corpses piled up like mountains. The number of survivors dwindled, while the number of zombies kept increasing. Everyone desperately stabbed those around them, cold and ruthless. Yet no one noticed the horde of zombies gradually closing in. Unknowingly, a small-scale zombie tide had quietly formed. Hundreds of zombies gathered. By the time someone noticed, it was already too late. Stop it. The zombie horde is coming. Get lost. Go to hell. Really, look around you. The remaining dozens of people finally noticed that the zombie horde was only a mere 100 meters away. However, at this moment, everyone was already consumed by bloodlust, and under the stimulation of adrenaline, they felt no fear at all. Zombies. Perfect. Killing these hundreds of them means hundreds of magic crystals, right? They can be exchanged for blue quality abilities. Exactly. Dozens of people finally stopped fighting each other, their eyes sharp as they stared at the approaching tide of zombies. In the distance, more zombies could be vaguely seen gathering, and the battle was about to erupt. Armed with various weapons, they instantly charged toward the zombie tide to start the fight. At first, the zombies fell one after another, but a few minutes later, exhaustion set in. As soon as one person was knocked down by a zombie, several others would immediately pile on, leaving no room for resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the excruciating pain of being bitten tore through their bodies, ultimately dying in the depths of utter despair. The number of dead increased, and the scent of blood attracted even more zombies. What was originally a small horde of 300 to 400 had now swelled to nearly 800, and with those approaching from afar, there were almost 1,000. The desperate screams before death caused the remaining survivors' adrenaline to gradually subside. As they calmed down, they realized they were already surrounded on all sides. What should we do? The zombies are increasing. What should we do? Quickly, enter the stone tablet space. Those close to the stone tablet immediately touched it to enter. Most of the people on the outskirts, after recognizing the reality, lost their fighting spirit, fell into disarray, and were instantly torn to pieces by the zombie horde. Only a few dozen people successfully entered the stone tablet space, escaping the zombie attack. The survivor's mind was filled with the chaos and screams from earlier, their legs heavy as if filled with lead, and the memory still left them trembling with fear. The blue quality ability before their eyes suddenly seemed out of reach. To gather 2,000 magic crystals, they had to venture out to hunt zombies, but when the zombies swarmed, they were utterly powerless and could only snatch the magic crystals from their companions. Entering the steel space allows a maximum stay of 30 minutes, after which you will be forcibly ejected. Hopefully, by then, the zombie horde will have dispersed. Someone gave a bitter smile. A horde of tens of thousands of zombies would take at least 2 hours to disperse. Then what should we do? Just wait to die? What else can we do besides waiting to die? Someone suggested, how about this, we take out all the magic crystals we have and see if we can gather 2,000 of them. What if we manage to collect enough? You're crazy. There are only a dozen of us. How could we possibly gather 2,000 magic crystals? And many people's magic crystals fell to the ground during the fight with the corpse horde just now. At this moment, a man suddenly remembered something. His gaze fell on the ability within the stone tablet space, and his expression froze instantly. This is killing me with laughter. So the ability inside the stone tablet is this? Excuse me, what use does this ability have? Do you guys have this thing? Risking our lives out there for this. If I had come in earlier to see what this ability was, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Now, because of this completely useless ability, we're trapped here by the corpse tide. More people turned to look at the ability. At a glance, everyone immediately found it utterly ridiculous, and some couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Funny, absolutely hilarious. Ha ha ha. When I first saw so many people in a chaotic fight, I thought there must be some powerful abilities involved. Even if it was just a defensive one, I would have accepted it. But in the end, ha ha ha. At this point, unless a miracle happens, in 25 minutes, we'll be torn to pieces by the horde of corpses outside. Before the words were finished, the space around the stone tablet suddenly distorted. 4 figures suddenly appeared. The dozen or so people originally in the stone tablet space were immediately startled. They had been inside for 5 or 6 minutes already. If there were still people outside, who could possibly break through the horde of zombies and enter after such a long time? They should have long been dead without a burial place. Upon closer inspection, the 4 were covered in black blood, clearly the blood of zombies. Brothers, how many zombies did you kill to get in here? Wei Shang replied, we killed them all. Everyone was in an uproar. Killed them all? How is that possible? There were over 1,000 zombies gathered outside, already forming a zombie horde. Almost everyone was dead, and there were only 4 of them. How could they have killed over 1,000 zombies outside in just a few minutes? This was simply treating them like a joke. Brothers, stop joking. We escaped from the zombie horde into the stone tablet space. We clearly saw how many zombies were outside. How could the 4 of you have killed them all? Someone questioned. Wei Sheng snorted lightly. Forget it if you don't believe me. Lin Cheng's gaze had already been drawn to the only ability in the stone tablet space, a blue quality ability, gun mastery, valued at 2,000 magic crystals. Zhang Yu exclaimed, gun mastery? Where are we supposed to get a gun? The stone tablet space doesn't sell guns at all. Even completing tasks hasn't rewarded us with any guns. The survivors echoed one after another. Got tricked by the forum again. We had no idea it would be this ability. If I had known, I wouldn't have come at all. Where are we supposed to get a gun? Even if we can use a gun in the future, it's still the early days of the apocalypse. Why waste 2,000 magic crystals on this instead of something more useful? To put it bluntly, this is a completely useless ability. Think about it. Even if you get a gun, you still have to ensure a supply of bullets. How is that even possible? Sigh, brother, it's hopeless. While it's still possible, quickly post on the forum and warn others not to come here to die. The 10 or so of us here are beyond saving, and there are tens of thousands of zombies outside. Lin Chang, however, felt secretly excited. That's right, there are no guns in the stone tablet space, and weapons aren't sold either. Even the missions issued by the apocalypse system rarely reward firearms, and bullet supply is a major problem. Ordinary people might never encounter them in their lifetime. But the first place in the upcoming faction championship can win purple quality equipment, the black armor machine bed. With this thing, as long as there are enough materials, even cannons can be made. How could it be impossible to make a gun? Exchange. The other dozen or so people in the stone tablet space were stunned when they saw Lin Chang instantly pull out a large handful of magic crystals from his storage ring and exchange them for the gunmanship specialization ability, which they considered completely useless. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped open in utter shock. First, just casually pulling out 2,000 magic crystals? This tycoon is incredible. Second, would anyone really spend 2,000 magic crystals on this kind of gun skill ability that you don't know when you'll use? Isn't this just a big foolish tycoon? Third, casually pulling out 2,000 magic crystals to buy such a low-cost performance ability. If this tycoon says they killed over 1,000 zombies outside, who wouldn't believe it? Tycoon. Master Tycoon, did you really wipe out all the zombies outside? Woo woo woo, rich big brother, save my life. Lin Chang waved his hand. Wei Sheng, this ability is yours. Wei Sheng didn't care when this ability would come in handy. He only knew that he was the only one in the team without an ability, and he had to have one. He immediately grabbed the blue light orb. Blue quality superpower, gun mastery, no cooldown. It also comes with a bunch of perks, exceptional vision, quick reflexes, and precise throwing. Who says the superpower is useless now? The moment he acquired it, his eyes instantly became incredibly bright and he felt more comfortable than ever in his life. With a casual adjustment, it was like switching the focal length of a high-powered lens. As long as he throws a stone, with over 40 points of strength, he can instantly pierce through a zombie's head 100 meters away. Wei Sheng laughed wildly. This ability is just too awesome. The surrounding survivors cast strange looks. Is it really that useful? Without a gun, how can this ability be used? Truly a tycoon. They must already have plenty of abilities. This one is just the icing on the cake. Definitely not bad. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Main quest, member positioning, completed. The entire team consists of ability users. 1 sniper, 3 combatants, 1 support defender, and 1 crowd controller. Rewards obtained, all attribute points +5. Purple quality equipment, mental arcana. A powerful force surged into Lin Chang's body, and the sensation of being strengthened from the inside out was already very familiar. Strength 87.6, speed 82.3 +5, physique 83.9, spirit 86.5, 86. 1. Abilities, Thunder Element E level 248/800, Radiance E level 266/800, CD 8 minutes, Explosive Touch E level 20/800. Special abilities, Power of Greed, Overlord Aura, Plant Slayer. Equipment, Mental Arcana, Purple quality, Blessing of Strength, Silver quality, CD 12 hours, Primal Stone Necklace, Silver quality, Battle Blade, Silver quality, Storage Ring, Silver quality, Storage Ring, White quality, Battle Blade, White quality, Battle Boots, White quality. Tasks, Faction Exclusive Task, Faction Conquest, System B-Level Task, Visitor from Another World. All attributes break through 80 points. Lin Chang finally obtained his first piece of purple quality equipment, Mental Arcana. This is a type of arcane ability closely related to mental power. After triggering this main storyline task, he had been eagerly anticipating the appearance of this purple equipment. At this moment, a book radiating a purple glow lay quietly in his storage ring. As soon as Lin Chang acquired the Mental Arcana, all the information about this equipment surged into his mind. The secret art of spirit is a secret technique specifically used for cultivating spiritual power. As long as you learn the content of the book and dedicate time to practice daily, the quality of your spiritual power will steadily improve. Even more astonishing is that the spiritual power consumed during practice can quickly recover. Lin Chang couldn't help but feel shocked. This secret art of spirit was undoubtedly the most top-tier equipment he had ever obtained. Its importance and rarity even far surpassed those purple quality offensive abilities. As long as he mastered it and practiced diligently every day, the quality of his spiritual power would significantly improve. However, improving the quality of spiritual power has always been an extremely difficult task. Even the superpower houses in the apocalypse of the previous life dared not claim that their spiritual power quality was several times greater than that of ordinary ability users. This is because, apart from innate talent, there are almost no other ways to enhance the quality of spiritual power. The frequent use of abilities in daily life has a negligible effect on improving spiritual power quality. Only through years of warfare, daily frenzied use of abilities, and repeatedly struggling between the consumption and recovery of spiritual power can one feel a slight improvement in the quality of spiritual power. The process was long and arduous, requiring immense effort and an astonishing amount of time. In the previous life during the apocalypse, there was no shortcut to quickly and steadily improve the quality of mental strength. Therefore, when Lin Chang previously obtained the silver quality equipment, the Primal Stone Necklace, he was already ecstatic. The main function of the Primal Stone Necklace was to restore mental strength, and wearing it long-term could enhance the quality of mental strength. However, the effect was not very significant, offering only slight assistance, but it was already better than what many others had. But now, Lin Chang had finally acquired the mental secret technique. As long as he learned it and spent time practicing daily, the quality of his mental strength could be significantly improved. In Lin Chang's mind, this equipment was comparable to gold quality. How could it possibly be considered only purple quality? If others found out that he possessed this treasure, his journey through the apocalypse in this life would likely be spent evading the pursuit of various forces. But now Lin Chang was no longer afraid. With his current formidable strength being hunted down, even a global manhunt, he feared nothing. Bring it all on. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Chang glanced at the surrounding survivors and said in a deep voice, "Let's go out. There are no more zombies outside." At this moment, how could those people still doubt Lin Chang's words? Just the strength he had displayed earlier was enough to convince convinced them that the four-person team before them was extraordinarily powerful. Although they all longed to get close and cling to such strength, they were well aware of their own limitations and knew they wouldn't easily be deemed worthy. Thus, they left the stone tablet space one after another. As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted by rivers of blood. Corpses were piled up like mountains, and zombie bodies covered the streets. The magic crystals on their foreheads had all disappeared as well. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing this scene still left them with an unprecedented sense of shock. Not only did they kill them all, but they also collected all the magic crystals. In just 5 or 6 minutes, how could the four of them accomplish so much? That's incredible. That man's name is Lin Cheng. I'll never forget that name for the rest of my life. Wei Shang was on the side, so excited that he was jumping and dancing like a little child. Lin Cheng took out the purple quality spiritual secret technique. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the full attention of Jiang Yu and the other two. The mere presence of that book exuded an extremely powerful and mysterious aura, making them unable to look away. This aura was stronger than any equipment they had ever owned before. Just from the aura alone, they knew this was no ordinary item. None of them knew that Lin Cheng had a mainline mission as an apocalypse overlord. Seeing Lin Cheng take out such a powerful item at this moment, they were all so shocked that they were speechless. Boss, what on earth is this thing? This aura is incredible. What kind of book is this? And it's purple? Could it be purple quality equipment? This is the first time we've ever seen purple equipment. When did you get this? I can even feel spiritual energy flowing on it. The last to speak was Wei Shang. Lin Cheng couldn't help but take another look at him. As expected, someone born with strong mental power is particularly sensitive to the perception of mental energy. Mental secret techniques, as long as we take the time to learn them, will rapidly enhance the quality of our mental power. The group immediately widened their eyes. What? There's such a treasure? Could this be the legendary golden quality equipment? Shi Yanhao exclaimed in surprise. That's incredible. Lin Cheng said, let's leave the stone tablet first and find a safe place to study the spiritual secret technique. When the tyrant appears, we'll kill him. The battle for dominance will begin, and we must take first place. We have to obtain the black armor machine tool. Less than 30 minutes after Lin Cheng and his group left, Lei Wanjun arrived at the scene with all the members of the Red Lake base. Upon entering, they found neither supernatural powers nor any living people, only a pile of zombie corpses scattered around the stone tablet. Lei Wanjun let out a cold laugh. Late again. It seems those people were right about Lin Cheng having motorized transportation tools. A young man with only one arm and a sullen expression said emotionlessly, it's said that the motorbike isn't ordinary, its speed is extremely fast, possibly silver-grade equipment. Lei Wanjun looked at the one-armed man, his gaze rarely showing a hint of warmth. Su Qing, there are only 6 hours left before the tyrant appears. All 3 of us have received the mission. The one-armed man called Su Qing also looked at Lei Wanjun, seemingly already guessing what he was about to say, and immediately interrupted. The reward for the visitor from another world mission is +10 to all attributes. You take it. You've just advanced to tier 2 and need to consolidate your strength. All your attributes have reached 80 points, which is much stronger than when I leveled up from 40 to 50. He frowned and said in a deep voice, I can't shake this feeling of unease. Lin Cheng is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lei Wanjun hesitated to speak. Su Qing was his younger brother, whom he had grown up with. When they were children, during a playful scuffle, Lei Wanjun accidentally pushed Su Qing to the edge of the road. A motorcycle happened to pass by, crushing Su Qing's arm so badly that it had to be amputated. Lei Wanjun had always felt guilty about it. Over the years, as long as he had food to eat, he made sure Su Qing never went hungry. When the apocalypse broke out, the first person he thought of was Su Qing. He rushed home and rescued Su Qing from a horde of zombies. He tied the severely injured Su Qing to his back with a rope, fought desperately to break through the zombie encirclement, and brought Su Qing to the monument to exchange for immunity and healing potions. Together, they completed missions, killed zombies, gained attribute points, acquired abilities, and eventually established the Red Lake base with over 80 members. Even in the apocalypse, Lei Wanjun always thought about making Su Qing stronger than most people. Now, Su Qing's attributes have exceeded 40 points, but Lei Wanjun feels this is still not enough. Regarding the task of killing the tyrant visitor from another world, he wants Su Qing to deliver the final blow and gain the reward of +10 to all attributes. In Lei Wanjun's eyes, the killing of the tyrant is undoubtedly the glory of the Red Lake base. At dusk, in the city square of Lake City, this place is a shopping mall, usually bustling with people. A few days into the apocalypse, thousands of survivors were trapped inside the mall. Most of these survivors, who have managed to live until now, have killed zombies and have had some good luck. On the 5th floor of the mall, there is a tier 0 steel. Although it doesn't grant abilities, it offers a variety of potions and even sells quite a few white-quality battle knives. Over the past few days, the survivors have temporarily formed a team here. As soon as the faction formation task was released, they established the Lake City Survivors Alliance, consisting of over 2,000 survivors trapped in the mall who dared not leave easily. What's going on? Fortunately, the mall is well stocked with supplies, so food and drink are not an issue. Over 2,000 people united to kill invading zombies and protect the steel on the 5th floor. Remarkably, over 100 people have attributes exceeding 20 points, officially becoming Tier 1 evolvers, and a few have attributes exceeding 30 points, showcasing considerable strength. Coupled with the white quality battle knives exchanged from the steel, everyone's combat power has significantly increased. Ordinary zombies could no longer pose a threat to the United Survivor Alliance of Lake City. They had even elected a leader, Duan Sihan, 28 years old, with a total attribute score exceeding 30 points and excellent organizational skills. At this moment, Duan Sihan was staring at the newly appeared task on the Apocalypse System panel, eliminate the mutant plant. Upon completion, each attribute would increase by 5 points, totaling a 20-point boost, which was incredibly tempting. Previously, he had completed multiple tasks within the mall, such as killing a single zombie, accumulating kills of 100 zombies, purchasing items at the monument, gathering supplies, and so on. All of these could be accomplished within the mall, allowing him to accumulate over 30 points in total attributes. However, the newly triggered task required him to eliminate a mutant plant, and despite searching the mall thoroughly, he found nothing. To continue growing stronger, he had to leave the mall and seek more opportunities outside. Staying trapped in this confined space, how could he possibly complete the next tasks of the Apocalypse System? Thinking of this, Duan Sihan shared her thoughts with the other members of the survivor team, immediately sparking resonance. I'm the same. The mission is to kill mutant beasts, but there aren't any mutant beasts in the mall. I need to go out and find 3 different stone tablets. Once completed, all my attributes will increase by 4 points. It seems that many people's missions can't be completed inside the mall. Anyway, we have plenty of people, so why not organize a 100-person team to go out regularly? This way, everyone can complete tasks, explore more places, and maybe even encounter ability-enhancing stone tablets to strengthen our power. That's right, staying in the mall all the time isn't a long-term solution. Those who need to go out, step forward. Let's discuss the number of people for the first outing. Ideally, everyone should be at least first tier strong, and each team should have at least 2 leaders with all attributes above 30 points. Half an hour later, Duan Sihan selected 56 people, with the weakest being first tier evolvers with all attributes reaching 20 points. Each person had their own tasks to complete. The first deployment should not involve too many people, to avoid delays caused by excessive tasks. The other members watched the team leave with a mix of worry and anticipation. Duan Sihan also felt a trace of nervousness in her heart. Don't worry, we will definitely return safely. Guard the mall well and don't leave casually. A group of over 50 people had just reached the first floor of the mall building and were preparing to remove the layers of iron panels. The dusk light filtered through the gaps in the disordered iron panels, casting a dim, golden glow across the hall. Suddenly, a thin black crack appeared in the air, unnoticed by anyone, and split open 3 seconds later. The black spatial rift resembled the gaping maw of a monster, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the area. Everyone held their breath, completely silent. Their gaze locked onto the crack about 2 meters above the ground, and a primal fear surged deep within them. The darkness seemed to transform into a monster devouring their souls. Boom! A massive figure burst out of the crack without warning, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for the 50-plus people about to leave the mall and the mall's iron-sealed doors. Under the dusk, the mall in the city center square was suddenly smashed open by this colossal creature. The deafening noise, the eerie spatial distortion, and the terrifying aura emitted by the unknown being made all the survivors in nearby buildings instantly turned their eyes toward the front of the mall. A gigantic creature, covered in black scales, resembling both a dragon and a serpent, slowly flapped a pair of pitch-black wings as it hovered in mid-air. Standing over 10 meters tall, with a powerful tail, its body stretched to at least 50 meters in length, an absolute behemoth. This is a Tier 1 tyrant, with all attributes exceeding 30 points. Its massive size and the special abilities of a tyrant make its actual strength equivalent to around 50 points in all attributes. The scales covering its entire body make its defense extremely strong. The survivors in the building stared in shock at the monster in front of the mall, as if their entire worldview had been overturned. A massive shadow was cast on the open ground, and the glow of dusk was quickly fading. What on earth is this thing? It's terrifying. This doesn't look like a creature from our world at all. Even mutated beasts aren't this horrifying. Did it come out of the mall? That place was clearly under our control. How could such a terrifying monster suddenly appear? Look at those people it knocked flying. Duan Sihan, along with more than 50 members, was violently struck by the tyrant without any warning. Most of them were crushed into pulp on the spot, while only a few with all attribute points exceeding 30 lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Duan Sihan felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping heavily. The tyrant loomed directly above him, completely blocking his view. At this moment, he felt utterly insignificant, like an ant that that could be crushed at any moment. The overwhelming power and terrifying aura plunged him into complete despair. Who could have imagined that just a minute ago he was organizing the team, brimming with confidence, ready to set out and complete the mission? In the next instant, this monster suddenly emerged from within the mall, instantly annihilating over 50 of them. Faced with such a terrifying existence, what meaning did their lives hold? They didn't even have the right to struggle. At this moment, the tyrant slowly flapped its wings, hovering mid-air, yet it did not rush to deliver a fatal blow to those who were barely clinging to life. It simply disdained to pay them any attention. Duan Sihan and the others, gravely injured and on the brink of death, would require countless healing potions to survive, otherwise, they were left to their own fate. Inside the mall, the remaining 2,000 members of the Lake City Survivors Alliance were stunned as they witnessed the tyrant violently destroy the mall's entrance. How is this possible? Duan Sihan and the others. How could this happen? They haven't even left the mall yet. How is this possible? That thing came out of that crack. The crack is still there. Are Duan Sihan and the others all dead? They were all Tier 1 evolvers. What kind of joke is this? This thing is too terrifying. We need to run. It's no longer safe here. They had just settled down in the mall for less than a day, and the Survivor Alliance of Lake City had only been established for half a day. They thought they finally had the confidence to survive in the apocalypse. As long as they stayed united, they could overcome any difficulty. It wasn't until the tyrant appeared that they realized how naive they had been. Faced with such a monster and absolute power, they were less than ants. The zombies gathered around the mall fled to the distance the moment the tyrant appeared. Even the mindless zombies were unwilling to challenge this terrifying existence. The survivors inside the building witnessed this scene for the first time, finding it hard to believe. Even the zombies don't dare to linger here. It's so huge, if it wanted to destroy the building. Before the words were finished, they saw the tyrant in midair suddenly turn its head toward the 30-plus story office building. Everyone instantly froze in fear, their blood running cold. The next second, the tyrant fiercely flapped its massive wings and charged toward the building. It's over. The enormous black wings stirred up a violent wind. The monster hadn't arrived, but the hurricane had. The tyrant slammed into the 10th floor with a loud crash, half of its black body breaking through the walls. Everyone watched as the building, as fragile as a pancake, had its upper 20-plus floors above the 10th seemingly snapped, toppling to the side. Rumble, dust rising everywhere. Survivors above the 10th floor swayed along with the building. Many, caught off guard and unable to grab onto anything nearby, fell directly out of the windows, crashing heavily to the ground. Then, the collapsing building came crashing down, killing hundreds instantly. The tyrant swung its tail, shattering the concrete below the 10th floor, with steel bars snapping and crumbling like tofu. Screams echoed continuously from inside the building. The tyrant forcefully pushed off the ground with its four-claws. Boom. The remaining structure completely collapsed. It quickly flew toward another high-rise 100 meters away, slamming into it with full force. Boom. Yet another building broke in half and collapsed. Standing amidst the wreckage, its long tail swept across, leveling several nearby structures to the ground. Stones and glass rained down as survivors hiding in various buildings screamed in terror, utterly at a loss. They are like ant nests discovered by higher dimensional beings, facing their doom simply because the higher dimensional beings casually stomped twice or spat twice. At this moment, everyone felt their own insignificance and the unstoppable despair. If such creatures exist, Lake City might be completely destroyed. How could anyone possibly deal with such monsters? Only those superhumans mentioned on the forum. Even if it's a superhuman, it's impossible. Its massive size and incredibly hard scales didn't leave a single mark after knocking down several buildings. Who could possibly kill it? We can only wait for death. I can't think of any other way. In just 10 short minutes since the tyrant appeared, more than 30 buildings around Lake City's central square were smashed and completely collapsed. The number of dead survivors exceeded 3,000, and the injured were countless. Originally, I thought hiding in the building would avoid most of the zombies, but unexpectedly, such a monster appeared. At this moment, survivors from dozens of streets around rushed out from their hiding places in the buildings. Lake City, which hadn't seen signs of life for a long time, was now crowded with people on the streets, proving that the city hadn't been completely overrun by zombies. The streets were in complete chaos. The tyrant kept attacking the surrounding buildings, seemingly finding the destruction amusing. It deliberately caused the buildings to collapse toward the streets, crushing the survivors desperately fleeing on the roads. Run! Hurry and save yourselves. Quickly notify other people in Lake City on the forum. Everyone must evacuate. We can't stay here any longer. A man was pinned down by a falling boulder, his lower body trapped, and his cries for help went unheard. The next second, a panicked crowd swarmed in and trampled him to death. At that moment, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted. Everyone looked up abruptly, only to see blue lightning pouring down like torrential rain, centered around the tyrant, forming a terrifying thunder zone that enveloped half of the tyrant's massive body. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but stop in their tracks to look up at the sky. A figure had somehow appeared on the ruins of a building just destroyed by the tyrant. His entire entire body was surrounded by deep blue lightning, and his expression was grim. An ability user has appeared. This lightning ability is way too powerful. We are saved. Half of the tyrant's body was engulfed by the raging thunderstorm, letting out an angry roar. That roar was like the cry of an ancient creature. Since the tyrant's appearance, it was the first time everyone had heard its voice. This roar deeply stirred the fear within their hearts, as if their bloodline was being suppressed, and a shudder arose from the depths of their souls. But amidst this terrifying aura, the thunder zone formed by dozens of lightning strikes, though incredibly powerful, carried a faint sense of familiarity and closeness. Because only this person could possibly defeat the tyrant. Only someone with such powerful abilities could overcome this terrifying monster. This thunderous aura is too overwhelming. This person's strength is off the charts. I've never seen such a powerful ability user. Who is this? The forum says that the leader of the Red Lake base, Lei Wanjun, possesses thunder abilities. Could it be him? The tyrant roared angrily, struggling to flap its wings amidst the thunderous strikes, and finally escaped the lightning zone. However, its body, covered in dense scales, remained completely unharmed, without a single scratch. It directly charged at Lei Wanjun, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning. This scene left the surrounding survivors dumbfounded. What? Struck by lightning, and yet its scales are completely unharmed? Not even a single mark. This is unbelievable. What kind of heaven-defying defense is this? The tyrant's massive body lunged forward. Even Lei Wanjun, with all attribute points exceeding 70, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that was impossible to ignore. How strong is the power of a first-tier tyrant? First-order revolvers and first-order zombies have all attribute points around 20. After receiving the mission of the otherworldly visitor, he had encountered a first-order tyrant and estimated its strength to be around 40 points. But now, all his attributes exceed 70 points, and he possesses the purple quality thunder ability. A full power ability burst, yet it didn't cause any damage to the tyrant? What kind of joke is this? This is a purple quality superpower, with extraordinary power. What did you say? The tyrant is within reach, its massive body exuding an overwhelming aura. The surrounding survivors, witnessing this scene, were all in despair. Some averted their gaze and continued to flee for their lives. Unexpectedly, the figure that seemed insignificant before the tyrant suddenly vanished from its original spot. The tyrant lunged into empty air, crashing its entire body into the remnants of a building several meters high. It immediately flapped its wings and swiftly turned around. In an instant, the tyrant locked onto Lei Wanjun's new position again. Those cold, bloodthirsty beast eyes stared fixedly at Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun was standing at the entrance of the city square. The survivors, who had thought he was doomed, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He's not dead? I thought he was completely dead. That tyrant is so fast, and it has wings, it can fly. How did he manage to escape? What kind of speed is that? I was completely stunned. Meanwhile, although the others at the Red Lake base arrived a step later, they had already seen from afar the scene of the tyrant emerging unscathed from Lei Wanjun's first wave of minefield attacks. This tyrant, isn't it a first tier? How could a first tier possibly withstand the boss's Thunder Zone attack? Su Qing grew a little impatient and, without a word, prepared to rush forward. Lei Wanjun, however, suddenly turned his head and looked at the people from the Red Lake base. Stop right there. Deng Shiyun, come here. The third ability user from the Red Lake base, a woman with a high ponytail, crouched down from within the crowd. The people around her quickly stepped aside. She pressed one hand against the ground, and black talismans spread from her palm to the surface, rapidly expanding. A strange and mysterious totem gradually took shape, emanating waves of unsettling energy. Deng Shiyun stood up, thick black aura surging from her body, her presence utterly terrifying. Instantly, she drew the attention of all the survivors. Another ability user. This aura is so eerie. The next second, the black mysterious totem on the ground seemed to boil, constantly rolling and surging. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the totem. It was a bizarre humanoid creature, entirely gray-white, covered in black totems, and standing over 2 meters tall, summoned by Deng Shiyun. This was Deng Shiyun's purple quality ability, Deadpool Summoning. The aura of the Deadpool was exceptionally powerful and eerie, completely shocking the surrounding survivors. This is just too unbelievable. What the heck is this thing? It feels so terrifying. There really are all kinds of superpowers. 2 superpowered individuals appearing in one team? If this isn't Red Lake base, I'll eat dirt, alright? This thing, was it summoned by that woman? What exactly is this thing she summoned? It feels way too horrifying. Swish! Deng Shiyun remained expressionless, pointed at the tyrant, and the death servant instantly charged forward. Its speed was no slower than Lei Wanjun, whose total attributes exceeded 70 points. Beside her, a member of the Red Lake base handed over several mental power recovery potions. After drinking them, she immediately repeated her previous action and summoned another death servant. Deng Shiyun's total attributes exceeded 45 points, but her death servant's summoning ability was of purple quality. Each time she summoned a death servant, it completely drained her mental power. As a result, the death servants she summoned all had total attributes attribute points above 50, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. Unless the last trace of power in the Death Servant totem was exhausted, the Death Servant would never fall or retreat. At this moment, 2 Death Servants had already charged to the tyrant's sides. Although both of them were over 2 meters tall, making them towering figures among humans, they still appeared insignificant before the tyrant. Black death energy swirled around the Death Servants, as if it were their elemental power, capable of condensing into various attacks aimed at the tyrant. Unfortunately, these attacks caused no harm to the tyrant. Lei Wanjun said indifferently, "You keep recovering your mental energy and summon dozens more. I refuse to believe we can't take this thing down." The surrounding survivors wore complex expressions, their eyes fixed on the tyrant and the 2 Death Servants as they continuously attempted to attack. In their eyes, the 2 Death Servants summoned by Deng Shiyun were already beings capable of crushing all of them. The astonishing size, terrifying aura, the Death Servant totems imbued with mysterious power, and the corrosive death energy rolling out from their bodies. Just these 2 Death Servants alone could massacre the thousands of survivors present. Yet, the 2 Death Servants besieged the tyrant for half a day without causing a single scratch, instead being repeatedly swatted away by the tyrant's tail and wings, slamming hard into the ground. The sound of the Death Servants hitting the ground was like heavy iron blocks falling, each time sinking several meters deep into the earth. After the 2 Deadpools were blasted away, Lei Wanjun seamlessly followed up, and the minefield descended once again. The terrifying aura of thunder swept across several surrounding blocks, leaving the survivors in awe. Too terrifying. His thunder, no matter how many times you experience it, still makes your heart race with fear. This time, the tyrant reacted a bit faster, perhaps having already adapted to the paralyzing effect of the thunder. This time, in less than 5 seconds, the tyrant charged out of the minefield, furiously lunging straight at Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun's face changed drastically, turning livid as he shouted angrily, "Deng Shiyun, where are your death guards?" The tyrant had grown accustomed to the thunderous strikes, and the paralyzing effect was greatly diminished, rendering his mental energy wasted. 2 newly summoned death guards lunged at the tyrant. Burning with rage, the tyrant swung his massive black tail, brutally sweeping the 2 death guards away. Lei Wanjun could only flee in panic. Witnessing this scene, the survivors were instantly filled with a sense of disparity and despair. Even such a thunderous attack can't do anything to the tyrant. Do we still have hope? This thunder zone can instantly kill thousands of zombies. That woman's Death Servants sent 2, enough to slaughter all of us. But in front of the tyrant, they mean nothing. How are we supposed to fight this? Did you notice? Lei Wanjun's thunder attack range seems to be very limited. Yes, he used the thunder attack twice, and both times it only set up a thunder zone within a fixed range. Once the tyrant charges out of that range, he seems to have no way to deal with it. Is that just how thunder element abilities work? Lei Wanjun moved at an incredible speed. As long as he fled with all his might, even if the tyrant had wings, it would be hard to catch up. The enraged tyrant stopped, turned around, and faced the 4 Death Servants who had caught up. It suddenly leaped into the air, its massive body slamming down onto the ground, completely crushing the 4 Death Servants. In the distance, Deng Shiyun's face was pale, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. One of the Death Servants has completely dissipated. The people at the Red Lake base were utterly shocked. That was a Death Servant with all attributes exceeding 50. Its strength far surpassed that of a first-tier evolver, and it even possessed death energy attacks, akin to elemental attacks. As long as its totem power wasn't completely dispersed, it was a fearless war machine. But a Death Servant had never dissipated so quickly before. Even when facing a horde of thousands of corpses, it could last for over an hour. How is this possible? Isn't this tyrant a first-tier one? How can it be this powerful? Deng Shiyun forcibly endured the backlash, swallowed 4 doses of mental power recovery potions, and summoned another Death Servant. With the summoning, her face grew even paler. The tyrant directly targeted the Death Servant, and 2 more were completely annihilated in succession. Deng Shiyun felt a sharp pain in her mind, as if her mental world had suffered a heavy blow. Her eyes rolled back, and she unexpectedly fainted. The survivors of the Red Lake base were all struck speechless with shock upon witnessing this scene. The woman from Red Lake base who summons monsters has fallen. This tyrant is simply defying the heavens. Lei Wanjun saw that Deng Shiyun's spirit world was severely damaged as her death guards continuously dissipated. His face turned as dark as water, growing increasingly grim. He roared, "In the name of the Red Lake base, post in the Lake City district. Call on all ability users to come and besiege the tyrant. Otherwise, the entire Lake City will fall." Damn it! He originally intended to quickly kill the tyrant and complete the otherworldly visitor mission, but reality proved that as a second-tier ability user, he was no match for the tyrant. He had to rely on the strength of other ability users. But with more people involved, who could guarantee that the credit for the final blow would go to him? There was no other way now. If it really came to action, he would have to eliminate the other ability users when the tyrant was on the brink of death to claim the victory for himself. The other survivors, upon hearing Lei Wanjun's words, all showed expressions of just as expected. "I knew they were from the Red Red Lake base. This guy is Lei Wanjun. His strength is indeed impressive, but the tyrant is even stronger. Half a day has passed, and it seems like it hasn't been injured at all. If all the ability users in Lake City gather together, there might still be a chance of victory. At this moment, an abrupt male voice responded to Lei Wanjun. I'm here. I've come to help you. Lin Chang stood on the rooftop of a 10-story building, his face full of smiles. Lin Chang instantly attracted everyone's attention. The survivors looked at him in confusion, then burst into laughter. Who is this? Don't know. Is he alone? Is he blind? The tyrant is so strong, can't he see that? And he still has the audacity to boast about helping Lei Wanjun. What a joke. The leader of the Red Lake base, does he even need his help? Even Lei Wanjun's thunder element ability didn't cause any significant damage to the tyrant. Who does he think he is? And he dares to act all arrogant. Someone like him could be slapped to death by the tyrant with just one swing of its tail. At this moment, Jiang Yu and the others climbed up as well. The four of them were full of energy. In the past few hours, they had found a safe spot and devoted themselves to studying spiritual secret techniques. Lin Chang couldn't help but marvel that the team members he had chosen were indeed renowned powerhouses in his previous life. Their aptitude was truly extraordinary. The spiritual secret techniques, which were obscure and difficult for ordinary people to grasp and required a significant amount of time to master, were surprisingly easy for them. After just an hour of study, they had all entered the right state of mind. While cultivating, it seemed as if they had completely lost track of time, even missing the moment when the tyrant appeared. After just a few hours of intense training, all four of them clearly felt a qualitative leap in their spiritual power, leaving them refreshed and invigorated. Only then did they hurriedly rush to the location where the tyrant had appeared. On the way, they encountered a few Tier 1 zombies. Wei Sheng finally completed his task of killing a Tier 1 zombie, earning +4 to all attributes and obtaining a piece of white quality armor. At this moment, his attributes were as follows: Strength 50.7, Speed 47.7, +5, Constitution 47.3, Spirit 60.5. Shi Yanhao also completed his cumulative zombie killing task, earning +4 to all attributes. His stats were now: Strength 27.7, Speed 25.8, Constitution 30.2, Spirit 26.5, which allowed him to catch up slightly in progress. When the four of them arrived in a rush, they were surprised to see Lei Wanjun using a thunder zone to attack the tyrant. Unexpectedly, the tyrant's scale armor had an exceptionally strong defense, and Lei Wanjun's thunder zone had not caused it any harm. I didn't expect the leader of the Red Lake base to also be a thunder element ability user, Jiang Yu thought to herself as she looked at the disheveled Lei Wanjun in the distance, secretly speculating about the opponent's attribute points. Shi Yanhao's gaze was firmly locked on the tyrant. Boss, are you sure this tyrant is only at Tier 1? I feel like it could slap me to death with one hit. Wei Sheng snorted coldly and glanced at Shi Yanhao. Oof, at least you have some self-awareness. Shi Yanhao also glanced back at Wei Sheng but said nothing. What was the point of arguing? He didn't even have an overall attribute score exceeding 30 points yet, so how could he dare to loudly debate with Wei Sheng, whose overall attributes were nearing 50? Just wait, when the day comes that he catches up to Wei Sheng and his overall attributes explode off the charts, if this guy dares to spout nonsense again, he'd definitely give him a good beating. For now, Shi Yanhao could only swallow his anger and pretend he hadn't heard Wei Sheng's words. Not to mention Shi Yanhao, even Lin Chang was a bit stunned at this moment. In his previous life, he'd heard that a Tier 1 tyrant's overall attributes were roughly around 30 points. With racial advantages, size advantages, and defensive advantages, its actual strength would be about 40 points at most. But now, this tyrant before him was completely unharmed under Lei Wanjun's thunderous bombardment? How could this possibly be only 40 points of strength? This was utterly ridiculous. When Lin Cheng first received the Visitor from Another World mission, he was still calculating his attribute points, thinking that to be safe, he needed to break through 40 points in all attributes, and pair it with an offensive ability to securely defeat a Tier 1 tyrant. If he didn't work hard enough in the next 2 days and his attribute points barely exceeded 40, today would be a disaster. This tyrant's tough skin and thick flesh were unprecedented. Facing it with 40 points of strength was practically suicidal. Lin Chang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he had worked hard enough. The assistance provided by the Apocalypse Overlord system was immense, allowing him to break through 80 points in all attributes within just a few days and gain multiple abilities and special powers. Lin Chang said to Wei Sheng and the other two, "You'll be responsible for cover in the surrounding area. Before coming here, I equipped all four of us with brand new E-grade radiance, so don't worry. You use your abilities for ranged attacks, I'll go in." Normally, Wei Sheng would definitely clamor to charge in as well, but today was different. He had just acquired the gun mastery ability, but unfortunately, there was no gun available. Back at Lake City Prison, Lin Chang had killed all the armed prisoners and collected countless firearms. However, those ordinary guns and bullets couldn't penetrate the scales of a tyrant at this level. Wei Sheng simply gave up on the idea of wasting bullets bullets and instead started using rocks. With his strength exceeding 50 points, combined with the weight of the boulder plus the precision and extraordinary foresight brought by gun mastery, it was definitely more powerful than ordinary firearms. He took out a boulder half the height of a person from his storage ring, which could definitely be considered a massive rock. The buildings on several surrounding streets had been mostly destroyed by the tyrant, so picking up such large rocks was easy. On the way here, Wei Shang had collected quite a few. He patted the large rock beside his foot and solemnly said, "Lin Chang, you go first. I will do my best to assist you from the side." Lin Chang looked at the giant rock and couldn't help but remind him, "Wei Shang, your ability is of blue quality. Sometimes, don't trust your aim too much, especially when your teammate and the enemy are locked in intense combat." Wei Shang said with a serious expression, "Impossible. You're so small, and that tyrant is so huge. There's no way I'll hit you." Jiang Yu said, "I'll use my fire element ability to assist you. It shouldn't burn you, right?" Lin Chang hesitated. "I still think it might burn me. After all, it's fire, and touching it would definitely scald me." Shi Yanhao said excitedly, "My ice definitely won't freeze you." Wei Sheng suddenly said, "Your ice spikes. Back at the market, didn't you use ice spikes to kill someone? You form the ice spikes, and I'll throw them." While the group was still discussing how to kill the tyrant had already charged fiercely at Lei Wanjun again. Meanwhile, Lin Chang and the other four had long been treated as a joke and completely ignored. Lei Wanjun had already taken the mental power potion, and his mental strength had recovered significantly. His Thunder Zone ability has significant limitations. He can only designate one area to become a Thunder Zone, and the lightning can only strike there. God knows how much he longs to possess the Thunder Element ability among elemental powers. It is said that true elemental abilities offer endless combat possibilities. As long as one masters the elemental power, techniques can be developed infinitely. Everyone thinks his ability is the Thunder Element, but only he and the people at Red Lake Base know that his ability is actually just the Thunder Zone. Thunder could not move freely under his control. Enemies he encountered in the past would die after a single wave of his thunderstorm bombardment. But today, when facing the powerful level 1 tyrant, the flaws in his thunderstorm ability were immediately exposed. The tyrant had extremely strong defenses. After suffering a single lightning strike, it quickly adapted to the paralyzing effects of the electricity and instantly flew out of the thunderstorm zone. The thunderstorm he created by consuming a large amount of mental energy could only output for a very short period of time. What's even more frustrating is that this output didn't even scratch the tyrant's scale armor. At this moment, Lei Wanjun had no choice but to go all out. Facing the charging tyrant once again, he no longer dodged. Using himself as bait, he directly allowed the tyrant and himself to be simultaneously covered by the Thunder Zone. He is a second-tier ability user with all attributes exceeding 70 points. In a head-on clash, he will never lose. Engage the tyrant in the Thunder Zone and focus all the damage from the Thunder Zone on the tyrant. The next second, the survivors saw the tyrant suddenly pounce in front of Lei Wanjun, its sharp claws aiming straight for his chest. He's not dodging. Why isn't he dodging? The minefield erupted violently, completely engulfing Lei Wanjun and the tyrant's massive figure. The minefield area is twice as large as before. Lei Wanjun has used all his strength. He has completely covered the tyrant. I understand. He wants to entangle the tyrant himself, keeping the tyrant within the minefield. Impressive. Such courage and boldness. As soon as the words fell, bang, a figure was flung high from the edge of the minefield. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lei Wanjun. His chest was drenched in blood, with several deep claw marks that exposed the bone courtesy of the tyrant. The people who had just been praising Lei Wanjun suddenly opened their mouths wide in shock. Lei Wanjun faced the tyrant head-on, with the minefield as support, yet he didn't last even 3 seconds before being struck out of the minefield by the tyrant? What a ridiculous guy. Immediately afterward, the tyrant's massive body was also thrown out. It's over, Lei Wanjun is doomed. What is he even doing? Is he joking? Clearly being crushed by the tyrant, yet he dares to confront him head-on. I thought his stats were high, but it turns out he's just messing with me. Just as Lei Wanjun struggled to stabilize himself in mid-air and was about to be severely injured by the tyrant, Deng Shiyun woke up. After she fell unconscious, the remaining death servants fell into a stagnant state, neither dissipating nor taking action. Her face turned pale, and her consciousness instantly connected with the death servants. The death servants suddenly erupted, charging toward Lei Wanjun in mid-air, recklessly shielding him. The tyrant was furious beyond measure. These lifeless bugs again. It flapped its wings, swept its tail, and the death totems on several death servants instantly disappeared. All the death servants were killed in an instant. A shout came, and Deng Shiyun, 100 meters away from the center of the battlefield, suddenly let out a scream. Blood gushed from the corners of her eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. The intense pain made her roll her eyes like a dead fish. The next second, she fainted. Su Qing reached out to check Deng Shiyun's breathing. She's dead. Lei Wanjun fell to the ground in a sorry state. The tyrant followed closely behind, flying in. All the survivors shook their heads and sighed, while desperately calling for help in the lake City section of the public forum. Lei Wanjun is powerless to turn the tide. The woman from Red Lake Base seems to be dead. Really, look at the expressions of those people from Red Lake Base. That ability user seems to have truly died. Could it be that the successive deaths of those death guards would even affect her personally? The Red Lake Base is a powerful force in Lake City, yet after being here for half a day, not only did they fail to harm the tyrant in the slightest, but they also lost the life of such a powerful ability user. At this moment, Lei Wanjun thought of nothing else. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. His Thunder Zone was completely ineffective against the tyrant. His strength was no match for the tyrant. The opponent's size advantage was simply overwhelming. He could only flee desperately, completely disregarding whether he lost face or not. Everyone could see Lei Wanjun desperately fleeing along the street littered with rubble, steel bars, and the corpses of survivors. The tyrant, meanwhile, was rapidly pursuing him through the air. A massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down from the sky. It struck directly on one side of the tyrant's wing. The tremendous impact of the lightning made the tyrant let out a horrific roar, its entire body tilting violently in midair. The intensified electric shock caused its already numbed body to react fiercely, plummeting abruptly toward the ground. The ground collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the massive tyrant was directly swallowed into it. Lei Wanjun didn't look back, focusing solely on running desperately forward. However, he quickly felt the ground shaking and turned around belatedly. Just now, did he hear the sound of thunder? But he clearly hadn't released a thunder zone. Where on earth did this thunderous sound come from? He saw the clown who had said he would help him, holding a silver warblade entwined with lightning, standing on the fallen tyrant's back and suddenly slashing down with a fierce strike. Lei Wanjun was utterly shocked, and all the other survivors on the scene were equally dumbfounded. They stared intently at Lin Chang, unable to believe what they were seeing. Another lightning element ability user had appeared, and this person had actually brought down the tyrant, who was accustomed to the paralysis of lightning. It's just a bolt of lightning. This person is also a lightning element ability user? His lightning is purple, completely different from Lei Wanjun's. His lightning aura is clearly much stronger. Who on earth is this person? They're even stronger than the leader of the Red Lake Base. Too fierce. The tyrant has been knocked down for the first time. It's simply unbelievable. He's way too bold, daring to stand directly on the tyrant's back. Although the first strike brought the tyrant down, the scales and armor still seem intact. It doesn't seem to have caused any substantial damage. Lin Chang's overall attributes had surpassed 80 points, and at this moment, he stood on the tyrant's back. Taking advantage of the tyrant's temporary inability to recover, he frantically swung his blade more than 20 times within 2 seconds, creating layers of blade shadows. Each strike emitted a sharp, piercing clash, with sparks flying between the battle blade and the hard scales. Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. What kind of monstrous speed is this? The tyrant roared furiously, its tail whipping fiercely toward Lin Chang on its back. Lin Chang moved with incredible speed, vanishing in an instant and reappearing dozens of meters away. The tyrant soared into the air, roaring in fury as it unleashed its wrath on Lin Chang below. The pain was excruciating. Though its scales were tough, being the outermost layer of its flesh, they were not easily damaged, yet the pain was intense. This person's lightning strike was far more powerful than the numbing pain caused by the previous lightning field. The earlier lightning field enveloped the entire body, and once the numbing sensation was adapted to, it was bearable. But this person's single bolt of lightning struck with at least 10 times the power of before. The pain and numbness intertwined, as if a weight of 10,000 pounds had slammed into its body. The tyrant continued to roar in anger, incessantly shouting at Lin Chang. In the distance, Shi Yanhao endured silently, forming 5 sharp, chilling ice spikes. Wei Shang grasped one of them, aiming at one of the tyrant's eyes 100 meters away. The gunmanship specialized ability activated, heightening all senses. His gaze became intensely focused. Every movement of the wind and grass registered in his mind. Wind direction and speed, the tyrant's slow wing flaps in midair, the rise and fall of its body as it roared, all killing intent concentrated into the ice spike. Like a swift viper, the ice spike shot out instantly, hurtling straight toward the tyrant's eyeball. Jiang Yu and Shi Yanhao held their breath, staring intently at the scene. Lin Chang's gaze was fixed on the tyrant's expression, and it suddenly shifted slightly, because at this moment he vaguely sensed the hidden killing intent emanating from Wei Shang. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, hidden extremely cleverly. Lin Chang's full attributes have already exceeded 80, while Wei Shang's full attributes are also nearing 50 points. However, when the ice spike was about to pierce within a 50-meter radius around Lin Chang and the tyrant, Lin Chang only then sensed a faint trace of killing intent. This is likely an effect of the gunmanship specialization ability. How could a sniper possibly reveal killing intent before pulling the trigger? With a flash in the corner of his eye, the ice spike flew rapidly, its speed incredibly fast. In the next second, it reached the tyrant. Even more shocking was that the tyrant was not stationary in midair. It flapped its wings, maintaining its position, with its body slightly rising and falling, the amplitude approximately 2 meters. Moreover, the tyrant was roaring at Lin Chang, and its movements were far more complex complex than simply rising and falling 2 meters. Its actions were erratic and unpredictable, especially its massive head. Yet under such circumstances, the ice spike managed to precisely hit the tyrant's left eyeball amidst its erratic and unpredictable movements. The ice spike exploded on the eyeball but did not pierce through. In an instant, the entire block fell into a deathly silence. The tyrant also froze, ceasing its movements and roaring, staring incredulously at the shattered ice shards before it. It thought incredulously, hit in the eyeball by such a fragile icicle? And at the moment the icicle touched its eyeball, it didn't notice at all? How is this possible? Someone capable of creating such a fragile icicle wouldn't even count as second tier. How could an icicle get so close to it without it noticing? The surrounding survivors were even more stunned, too shocked to utter a single word, just as shocked as the tyrant. Lei Wanjuan's eyes widened even further. If this icicle wasn't shot by Lin Chang, then who could it have been? He hadn't seen it clearly at all. The icicle actually exploded right on the tyrant's eyeball. This was simply absurd. However, in the midst of this suffocating silence and stillness, a man's cursing voice suddenly rang out. Shi Yanhao, your ice spike is too weak. You ruined my perfect attack. Shi Yanhao defended himself with grievance. Among all my attributes, only my physique exceeds 30. My ice element is still a bit short of reaching E level. How could I possibly condense an ice spike capable of penetrating the tyrant's defense? Immediately, everyone's gaze turned toward Wei Sheng and the other two. Aren't these the 3 people brought by that man? There's even an ice element ability user among them? That's unbelievable. That person's overall attributes don't even exceed 30. How could they possibly hit the tyrant's eye with an ice spike? And they're still over 100 meters away from the tyrant. Feels like it was another man who threw the ice spike. He's complaining that the other man's ice spike isn't strong enough. Who exactly are those 4 people? They seem even more mysterious than the Red Lake base. The tyrant also fixed its gaze on Wei Sheng and the other 2 in the distance. The next second, without any warning, it suddenly flapped its wings, covering nearly 100 meters in just 2 seconds. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Wei Sheng and the other 2. They had no time to react. By the time they came to their senses, the enraged tyrant was already bearing down from above. At this moment, the 3 of them fully displayed the demeanor of true warriors. No despair, no panic, perfect timing, no chance to escape, then they would fight back with all their might. A chilling frost burst forth wildly from Qi Yanhao's body. In the air, massive ice layers half a meter thick instantly formed out of nowhere on the tyrant's wings. This thick layer of ice immediately restricted the tyrant's movements. It roared furiously, struggling with all its might. The crystalline ice layer was instantly covered with countless cracks, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. However, at this very moment, Jiang Yu suddenly erupted in layers of flames. Flames instantly engulfed the lower half of the tyrant. The power of arrogance erupted for the first time. Jiang Yu watched as her mental power value rapidly declined, but she didn't care. As long as she held on for 2 seconds, Lin Chang would definitely arrive. The suppression of the power of arrogance suddenly slowed the tyrant's speed of breaking through the ice. The tyrant widened its furious beastly eyes, unable to believe that this woman, who hadn't even reached the second tier, was suppressing its power. Wei Sheng immediately aimed at the tyrant's left eyeball. The silver battle blade shot out swiftly. This time, the distance was extremely close. With the burst of 50 points of strength and the bonus from the gunmanship specialization ability, the silver battle blade precisely pierced through the tyrant's left eyeball. It went straight in, with even the hilt no longer visible. Wei Sheng was overjoyed. I did it. At the same time, the tyrant completely broke free from the ice's restraints. Its scales seemed fireproof, as the flames couldn't ignite at all. The massive black wings flapped wildly, swooping fiercely toward the 3 of them. Stop laughing. Quickly think of a way to control it, Jiang Yu shouted. Reminded by Jiang Yu, Wei Sheng finally remembered that he still possessed the power of sloth. It was truly because his marksmanship was too focused. All his attention had been concentrated on breaking the tyrant's eyeball, and he had forgotten everything else. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sharp claws were already closing in. Wei Sheng shouted loudly, I'm not afraid. I have the glimmer shield and the white armor. Jiang Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. In the very next second, a figure suddenly appeared like a phantom, blocking the 3 of them. Accompanying Lin Chang's arrival was the power of devouring. Black energy instantly condensed in front of Lin Chang. Before the tyrant could react, a large claw directly reached into that mass of devouring power. Instantly, it was dumbfounded. Its claw seemed to have disappeared. The tyrant frantically flapped its wings, flying into the air, emitting a sharp, panicked cry. This sound was completely different from its previous angry roar. Lin Chang listened and felt that the cry sounded remarkably like a dog's bark. Could it be that all creatures other than humans make this sound when they feel fear and panic? Survivors in the nearby neighborhoods hid behind buildings, and Lei Wanjun was now staring at the tyrant fleeing into the sky with a face full of shock and confusion, hardly able to believe his eyes and ears. They actually saw that incredibly powerful tyrant running away? They actually heard that ferocious and brutal tyrant let out a miserable scream like a drowned rat? Are you kidding me? Just a second ago, the tyrant was about to kill Lin Chang's 3 subordinates. Although the 3 of them unleashed ice and fire elemental powers before their deaths and even managed to blind one of the tyrant's eyes, which was shocking, but this couldn't change the fact that they were killed by the tyrant. However, at the last moment, Lin Chang suddenly appeared, with a mass of pitch-black energy floating in front of him. Immediately afterward, the tyrant fled in panic, screaming in terror. Look quickly, everyone. The tyrant is missing one of its big claws. Really? Was that black energy from that man? But what exactly is that black energy? I didn't sense any powerful aura at all, and yet it silently destroyed one of the tyrant's claws? The tyrant's defense is practically invincible. Exactly. Logically, to destroy one of the tyrant's claws, you'd need to hack at it hundreds of times or strike it with lightning hundreds of times. But that man's black energy did it so effortlessly, without making a sound. It's too bizarre. His 3 subordinates all seem to be ability users. One with ice elements, one with fire elements, and the last one directly threw a silver battle blade into the tyrant's eye. Lei Wanjun stared blankly at the 4 people from Lincheng. He was puzzled. Who exactly were they? Apart from the leader, the other 3's attribute points were definitely far inferior to his. Yet the 3 of them working together actually managed to blind one of the tyrant's eyes? How was that possible? He, a second-tier ability user, was actually no match for these 3? In just 2 minutes of their attack, the tyrant had already lost 1 left eye and 1 claw. Lake City, how could there possibly be a force stronger than his Red Lake base? Which faction do these 4 people belong to? Suddenly, Lei Wanjun remembered what Lin Sheng said to him when he appeared. I'm here, I've come to help you. Could it be that this person knows him? Wei Sheng and the others saw the tyrant fleeing and anxiously shouted, Boss, is it trying to escape? Lin Sheng, stop it quickly. Lei Wanjun's body instantly froze, his expression changing drastically. Lin Chang, the very Lin Chang who killed Zhu Yan. Lei Wanjun's mood instantly became incredibly complicated. He had been searching for Lin Chang for a long time, but unexpectedly, during the Visitor from Another World mission, Lin Chang took the initiative to appear before him, and he also possessed lightning-based abilities just like him. The black energy ability Lin Chang had just unleashed was even more terrifying and horrifying. He couldn't understand what kind of power it was. He only saw the tyrant's claw reach into the black energy, and the claw actually disappeared. Lin Chang's strength far surpassed his own. Thinking of this, Lei Wanjun was almost driven mad. In the stone tablet that Zhu Yan had previously found, there was a purple quality fire element ability. Zhu Yan was killed by Lin Chang, who arrived earlier, and Lin Chang also obtained that purple quality fire element ability. When the woman in Lin Chang's team used the fire element ability, he should have guessed that these 4 were Lin Chang's accomplices. From the survivors near the stone tablet, he had also received information about the actions of Lin Chang's group of 4. But his reaction was extremely slow, and it wasn't until someone shouted out Lin Chang's name that he suddenly realized the person in front of him was none other than Lin Chang, whom he hated to the core. Instantly, Lei Wanjun's gaze turned ominously dark. If it weren't for Lin Chang, he should have obtained the true elemental ability, the purple quality fire elemental ability. When facing a tier 1 tyrant, he wouldn't have been so miserable. Moreover, a precious superhuman in his team also lost their life because of this. Lin Chang. Lei Wanjun chuckled lightly and swiftly darted toward the direction where the group from the Red Lake base was located. Alright, I'll let you have your moment in the spotlight. Once you've exhausted your momentum and drained your mental energy, I'll come to kill you and steal the final blow against the tyrant. Let you taste the feeling of having something important taken away. Lin Chang looked up and stared at the tyrant above, his mental energy suddenly surging. Mental energy, 86.5. Under the long-term nourishment of the silver quality equipment, the primal stone necklace, and after hours of practicing the purple quality mental secret technique, Lin Chang's mental energy quality had long surpassed that of ordinary ability users. At this moment, his fully unleashed mental power formed invisible waves, impacting the mental worlds of the surrounding survivors, throwing them into chaos and panic. They had no idea what was going on. What's happening? What is this thing? I feel like something is scanning my body. Instantly, Lei Wanjun's expression turned incomparably grim. If Lin Chang hadn't appeared, he could have obtained a true elemental ability, the purple quality fire elemental ability. When facing a first-tier tyrant, he would never be so embarrassed. Even worse, one of the precious espers in his team had already perished. Lin Chang. Lei Wanjun let out a silent cold laugh and swiftly darted toward the direction where the group from Red Lake base was located. Alright, I'll let you bask in the limelight. When you're done playing and have exhausted your mental energy, I'll come to kill you and steal the final blow on the tyrant. Let you taste the feeling of having something important taken away. Lin Chang looked up at the tyrant above, his mental energy suddenly surging. Mental energy 86.5. Under the long-term nourishment of the silver quality equipment, the original stone necklace, and after hours of purple quality spiritual secret method cultivation, Lin Chang's mental power quality had already far surpassed that of ordinary ability users. At this moment, the fully unleashed mental power formed invisible waves, impacting the mental worlds of the surrounding surrounding survivors, leaving them utterly panicked yet completely unable to understand why. What's going on? What is this? I feel like something is scanning the inside of my body. What a bizarre feeling. What exactly is this person doing? Immediately, the thunder element's power erupted. A violet aura instantly filled the heavens and earth. Dozens of terrifying purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air in the sky, striking down toward the tyrant. The deafening roar of thunder echoed throughout the entire city district. Everyone felt as if their eardrums were about to burst. The expressions on their faces were filled with extreme terror. When Lei Wanjun used his lightning abilities before, they had never experienced such a shock. The aura of this thunder was simply too terrifying. Make them feel as if they could be killed at any moment by the residual thunder. This is absolutely the aura of a strong one. They looked up, staring in horror at the purple lightning in the sky. All the purple lightning struck the tyrant. The massive tyrant struggled desperately under the continuous bombardment, flapping its wings with all its might, but it couldn't withstand the suppression of the purple lightning and gradually descended. It let out bursts of wails, and the scales on its body began to emit smoke under the terrifying strikes of the lightning. Many scales even directly peeled off from its body and fell to the ground. Everyone stared in disbelief at the metallic-like scales continuously dropping to the ground. The tyrant's scales were broken so easily? Then what exactly were they doing all this time before? Lei Wanjun couldn't believe his eyes even more. After setting up a minefield and bombarding it multiple times, the scales remained completely intact. At this moment, however, it seemed like something Lin Chang could easily break through. This made Lei Wanjun look like an absolute joke. The survivors looked up at the purple lightning relentlessly pursuing the tyrant, forcing it to descend continuously, their eyes filled with shock. This person's lightning is truly fierce. Ha 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 ha. Did you notice? This guy's purple lightning can keep chasing the tyrant and striking it. Lei Wanjuan's lightning can't achieve this level. Really? Who is this person? How can he be so strong? His lightning's power is at least dozens of times that of Lei Wanjuan's, directly blasting off the tyrant's scales. Lei Wanjun just put in so much effort and didn't even leave a mark. They both have lightning elemental abilities, so how can the gap between them be so huge? Why can this guy's lightning be controlled at will, but Lei Wanjuan's can't? Su Chang stood beside Lei Wanjun, gloomily staring at Lin Chang. Brother, Lin Chang's thunder ability seems completely different from yours. Lei Wanjun was extremely reluctant to admit it, but he had to face the facts. Lin Chang's thunder and his thunder zone were worlds apart. His thunder zone could only form within a designated fixed range, unable to move or pursue targets. And the thunder of Lin Chang, just like now, can relentlessly chase and strike the tyrant, with power, control, and variability far surpassing Lei Wanjuan's thunder zone. At this moment, no matter how unwilling Lei Wanjun was, he could only admit his ability must be a true thunder element ability. Su Cheng exclaimed in shock. What? Damn it, why does he get to possess the thunder element ability? And he even stole our fire element ability. He must pay the price. Su Cheng's face twisted to the extreme. Lei Wanjun sneered coldly and reassured, don't worry, I will make him pay the price. At that moment, a group of people suddenly barged into the surrounding neighborhood. They were particularly conspicuous, because no one paid attention to the commotion of the battle here. Even though someone on the forum had warned about a terrifying tyrant appearing in this area, they still dared to come over. These people gazed from afar at the terrifying dozens of purple lightning bolts in the sky, continuously striking the tyrant, almost knocking it down. Their faces were full of shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. What on earth is going on? The forum clearly said this tyrant was invincible and had almost destroyed half of Lake City. Now it's being chased and beaten by a lightning element ability user? And the tyrant is letting out such miserable screams, I'm starting to feel sorry for it. Player name, Lin Chang. Lake City actually has such a powerful lightning element ability user? This aura is just too terrifying. I really can't believe you guys, a young girl said helplessly. When we arrived, didn't we see on the forum that someone posted saying Lei Wanjun from the Red Lake base was using lightning element powers to deal with the tyrant? Oh, right, wait, no. That post also said Lei Wanjun wasn't a match for the tyrant at all, and his lightning didn't cause any harm to the tyrant. So much time has passed, how could his lightning have had no effect at all? I think we can't intervene at all. That lightning is too terrifying. If we recklessly charge into the battlefield, we might not get killed by the tyrant but end up struck down by Lei Wanjuan's lightning instead. These dozens of people, like Lin Chang and Lei Wanjun, received the Visitor from Another World mission at least 24 hours ago. They are all top-tier individuals in Lake City with total attribute points exceeding 30, and many of them are espers. They contacted each other in advance on the forum, intending to team up to deal with the tyrant, while also trying to find out if anyone had set out earlier to scout the tyrant's strength for them. Subsequently, they saw help posts from nearby survivors on the forum, as well as an invitation for a joint hunt of the tyrant issued in the name of the Red Lake base. Although the forum had long been aware of the tyrant's terrifying strength, thinking about the mission rewards and the fact that the people from the Red Lake base were all here, they ultimately decided to come and see for themselves. themselves. Many of them came with the intention of joining the Red Lake base. At this moment, they all regarded Lin Chang as Lei Wanjun, their eyes filled with amazement and admiration. The leader of the Red Lake base, Lei Wanjun, is truly formidable. This thunder is too fierce. If we could join the Red Lake base, with Lei Wanjun's thunder element ability, what would we have to fear from zombies? Even the tyrant wouldn't stand a chance against him. Those who were still hesitating, upon witnessing Lei Wanjun's incredibly powerful thunder, immediately changed their minds. Joining the Red Lake base was now a must. Lei Wanjun's current strength far surpasses everyone else in the apocalypse. If they join now, they would instantly become senior members. Moreover, their overall attribute points are generally above 35, with many even exceeding 40, and there are quite a few ability users. With this level of strength, joining the Red Lake base would definitely make them core members. The future looks bright. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar in the direction of Lin Chang and the tyrant, "Brother Lei, do you need our help?" Lin Chang was momentarily stunned. Brother Lei? Could these people really be mistaking me for Lei Wanjun? Wei Sheng rolled his eyes. Are these people out of their minds? If they saw Qi Yanhao, would they call him Ice Bro? And Jiang Yu, Fire Sis? The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. It shouldn't be that ridiculous. I think they just see Lin Chang as Lei Wanjun. Qi Yanhao and Wei Sheng immediately became furious. They glanced at Lin Chang and the tyrant. The situation was already under control. The tyrant was no match for Lin Chang and was being thoroughly beaten. There was no need for them to step in. Lin Chang, help me find my silver battle knife. After saying that, Wei Sheng and Qi Yanhao ran toward the dozens of people who had just arrived. Jiang Yu, utterly helpless, decided to ignore those two fools and stayed by Lin Chang's side to prevent any unexpected situations where no one could help. That group of people, seeing someone running toward them, thought it was someone sent by the Red Lake base to negotiate, and smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Only upon getting closer did they realize the two men's faces were frighteningly dark, with an air of confrontation. May I ask who you two are? A man who appeared to be in his 30s spoke first. Wei Sheng snorted coldly. Humph, we are Lin Chang's companions. Dozens of people exchanged bewildered glances. Who is Lin Chang? Qi Yanhao sneered. He's the person you call Brother Lei. He's not Lei Wanjun, but our boss, Lin Chang. Stop shouting his name around here. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds before they reacted. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Where did this lunatic come from? You say that person isn't Lei Wanjun? Then who else could it be? Every survivor in Lake City knows that it was right here where Lei Wanjun fiercely battled the tyrant with thunder. Who is Lin Chang? Never heard of him. You two are absolutely crazy. Get out of the way and stop blocking us from watching the show. Meanwhile, the tyrant was continuously forced back by Lin Chang's thunder, now less than 10 meters from the ground and on the verge of falling. At this moment, the tyrant was in a wretched state, with a third of its scales completely stripped off, leaving it bloodied and battered. The exposed flesh, no longer protected by scales, was covered in charred marks left by the thunder strikes, a truly pitiful sight. Its once majestic black wings now had several large holes blasted through them, severely hindering its ability to fly high. The tyrant let out piercing roars of agony, clearly just a few more thunder strikes away from being completely defeated. At this moment, Wei Sheng and another person no longer bothered to argue with those people. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Chang and the tyrant, eagerly anticipating witnessing the fall of the tyrant with their own eyes. Suddenly, Lin Chang felt his body tighten and was startled. Something invisible had tightly wrapped around his body. He focused his gaze and, with his sharp vision enhanced by over 80 points in all attributes, quickly noticed the surrounding space distorting, as if an invisible giant hand was gripping him firmly. In the eyes of others, Lin Chang's body suddenly tensed up, his arms pressed tightly against his sides, and his legs clamped together, looking extremely strange. Damn it! Qi Yanhao cursed angrily, rushing toward Lin Chang at full speed. Jiang Yu and Wei Sheng followed closely behind. At this moment, the group was shocked to discover that Wei Sheng's speed far surpassed theirs, and Qi Yanhao was not lagging behind either. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a man's voice ring out. Lin Chang, dare to go against me, and your only fate is death. Lin Chang? Who's shouting Lin Chang? The group who had come together to deal with the tyrant and join the Red Lake base was instantly stunned. This person is Lin Chang. So where is Lei Wanjun? A deep blue thunder zone suddenly enveloped the tyrant and Lin Chang. This was Lei Wanjun's thunder zone, with dense lightning strikes falling, making it impossible to see the figures of Lin Chang and the tyrant. At the same time, flames rushing in from the side instantly engulfed Lei Wanjun. He felt his body being scorched, consumed with rage. The purple great fire element ability was clearly his, as was the thunder element ability. So why had Lin Chang taken them? But it didn't matter. He was going to kill Lin Chang and that woman with the fire element ability right now. Lei Wanjun burst out of the sea of flames, his body covered in burns, and reached out to strangle Jiang Yu by the neck. Who would have thought that when he rushed out of the sea of flames and his vision gradually recovered, he was horrified to find 4 people standing in front of him, Lin Chang and his 3 subordinates. Lei Wanjun's expression instantly became incredibly comical. How is this possible? You were controlled by Su Qing's void hand and surrounded by my thunder zone. How is this possible? Lin Cheng smiled and said, your companion's ability is indeed impressive, but the power is too weak. I broke free with ease. As for your thunder zone, it's pathetically weak and can't even break through the shield on my body. Lei Wanjun was utterly shocked. Before Lin Cheng even made a move, his mental defenses had completely collapsed because of Lin Cheng's words. With all his attribute points exceeding 70, he was a second-tier ability user, possessing the powerful purple quality Thunder Zone ability, yet he suffered repeated defeats in front of Lin Cheng. His subordinates were killed, his fire element ability was taken, and he, the helpless tyrant, was repeatedly beaten back after Lin Cheng made his move. He had intended to take advantage of the situation, kill Lin Cheng in the process, and have Su Cheng use the Void Hand to launch a surprise attack, catching Lin Cheng off guard. But Lin Cheng's overwhelming strength easily neutralized all his tricks. Lin Cheng possessed the Thunder Element ability that Lei Wanjun had dreamed of, while his Thunder Zone was merely a fixed skill of the Thunder Element. In the face of the true Thunder Element, it was utterly laughable. Lei Wanjun gave a bitter smile, completely admitting defeat. His final Thunder Zone erupted with a roar, exhausting all his remaining mental strength. The deep blue Thunder Zone illuminated the night sky, with lightning and thunder, its powerful aura enveloping nearly half of Lake City. All the survivors in Lake City heard the terrifying thunderous roar, burning with Lei Wanjun's final life force and fury. So terrifying. Is it coming from the tyrant's side? The next second, an even more terrifying roar of thunder exploded, and purple lightning struck down from the pitch-black sky. Piercing through the deep blue Thunder Zone like a sharp sword, it plunged straight into the midst. The purple light instantly illuminated half of Lake City. This entirely different aura of thunder quickly overshadowed the previous deep blue thunder, filling half the city. Everyone was utterly shocked, staring in disbelief at the anomaly in the sky and feeling the sudden change in the surrounding atmosphere. What on earth is going on? Could it be gods fighting? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The deep blue thunder ahead was already astonishing, but the moment this purple lightning erupted, it completely crushed the deep blue thunder zone. In an instant, the deep blue thunder zone collapsed with a loud crash, vanishing into nothingness. Under the relentless bombardment of the purple lightning, it dissipated without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded, speechless. A bolt of purple lightning struck Lei Wanjun directly, and he fell forward, dying swiftly and decisively. Lin Cheng didn't spare a glance at the falling purple lightning. Step 1. Break through the deep blue minefield. Step 2. Draw out a bolt of thunder and slay Lei Wanjun. Step 3. Completely eliminate the first-tier tyrant. At this moment, the tyrant, already collapsed on the ground and unable to fly anymore, was still futilely flapping its damaged wings. Dozens of purple bolts of thunder continuously struck its massive body, rumbling and shaking the earth, until Lin Cheng heard the notification sound in his ear. Completed the city regional B-level mission. Visitor from another world. Rewards obtained, all attributes plus 10, 1 battle blade, silver quality, 1 space key, great unknown. All attributes plus 10, a total increase of 40 points. A surge of power flooded into Lin Cheng's body. His already formidable physique was further greatly enhanced. All attributes exceeded 90 points. It felt amazing. Strength 97.6, speed 92.3, plus 5, constitution 93.9, spirit 96.5. The space key is of purple quality, one of the top 10 space keys of the Purple Pinnacle Secret Realm. With this key, Lin Cheng's mind clearly knew the exact location of the Purple Pinnacle Secret Realm. It was on an island 1,000 miles away. All 10 key holders must gather on the island for the secret realm to be opened. Lin Cheng wanted to set off immediately but was unsure whether the other 9 keys had already been obtained by others. He believed that those who acquired the keys would eventually be unable to resist posting on the forum to gather key holders to head to the island. It wouldn't be too late to depart then. Additionally, with this newly acquired silver battle blade, Lin Cheng now had 2 extra silver battle blades in his possession. At this moment, Wei Shang, borrowing Qi Yanhao's silver battle blade, was searching for his weapon in the tyrant's left eye socket. Found it. Although the blade was drenched in blood when pulled out, it did not affect its subsequent use in the slightest. The tyrant's corpse was massive, but fortunately, Lin Cheng's silver storage ring had ample space. Just as he thought of this, Lin Cheng reached for Lei Wanjun's corpse and discovered a silver-quality storage ring. Inside were plenty of food supplies and over 7,000 zero-tier magic crystals. Lin Cheng immediately transferred the magic crystals to his white-quality storage ring specifically used for storing magic crystals. Previously, he had 17,000 zero-level magic crystals in his possession. He spent 5,000 to exchange for fire element abilities, 5,000 to purchase potions, and 2,000 to exchange for firearm expertise, leaving about 5,000 remaining. Now, with the 7,000 sent by Lei Wanjun, the number of zero-level magic crystals has once again exceeded 10,000, reaching over 12,000. Truly astonishing wealth. Magic crystals indeed seem to multiply the more they are used. Lei Wanjun's silver battle knife was also confiscated by Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng Chang placed the entire corpse of the tyrant into the silver storage ring he obtained from Lei Wanjun, planning to use it exclusively for storing various corpses in the future. Next, he still needed to transfer the mutated pig corpses into the ring and organize the storage ring into categories. Meanwhile, everyone around was staring blankly at Lin Chang as he killed Lei Wanjun, slew the tyrant, and handled the tyrant's corpse. No one could believe that these two major events were accomplished by Lin Chang so effortlessly, as if it were a casual act, without any difficulty. That was Lei Wanjun, the lightning element leader of the Red Lake base. No matter what, he was a formidable figure. Yet the lightning field Lei Wanjun had set up was obliterated by Lin Chang's purple lightning in just 1 second. One strand of purple lightning, as if casually unleashed, instantly killed Lei Wanjun. The remaining lightning then effortlessly took down the tyrant in one fell swoop. Wow, I'm truly amazed. One wave of thunder attacks actually took out Lei Wanjun and the tyrant at the same time. This is just too powerful. This is what real thunder elemental abilities look like. What Lei Wanjun did before with that thunder zone is nothing, not even on the same level. It feels like this guy killed the tyrant without breaking a sweat. The tyrant didn't even manage to hurt him at all. The gap between people, how can it be this big? Too strong. Who exactly is this person? I think I just heard his companion call him Lin Chang. No matter who it is, with less than half an hour left until the start of the faction battle, the faction he leads will definitely make it into the top 10. Duan Sihan, the leader of the Survivor Alliance in Lake City, lay incapacitated due to severe injuries, collapsed on the open ground in front of the city center square. Scattered around him were numerous stones and steel bars that had fallen when the tyrant destroyed buildings, along with the mangled corpses of dozens of his companions crushed into pulp. Leaning against a large rock, he sat quietly, watching the entire process unfold. When Lei Wanjun appeared, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart for the first time. But soon after, he realized that Lei Wanjun's powerful and extraordinary thunder attacks were unable to inflict any damage on the tyrant. Despair surged within him. When Lin Chang appeared, he, like everyone else, regarded Lin Chang as an insignificant figure who was merely there to join the commotion. In his heart, he even mocked Lin Chang for being brainless enough to show up at such a chaotic scene. The result, Duan Sihan took a deep breath, completely convinced. He was struck by the tyrant and sent flying out of the mall. Although he hadn't had the chance to complete his mission, this experience opened his eyes. There actually existed people in this world with absurdly overwhelming strength. That kind of power that crushes everything and tears through all. They had received the visitor from another world mission and rushed to the scene, initially thinking Lin Chang was just one of Lei Wanjun's dozens of subordinates. At this moment, they stared blankly at the system panel displaying those large words, "Mission failed." Their emotions were extremely complicated. Just now, they acted like clowns, mistaking anyone who used lightning for Lei Wanjun and even quarreled with Lin Chang's companions for a while, practically courting death. And then, in the next second, Lei Wanjun rushed in front of Lin Chang to court death and actually died. They were terrified because they had just been courting death in front of Lin Chang's companions. Lin Chang is already strong enough, and now all his attributes have increased by 10 points, unimaginable. I wonder if Lin Chang is still accepting subordinates. Are you out of your damn mind? The way we just spoke to Lin Chang's two companions, let's get out of here before you end up being the next Lei Wanjun to get casually killed by Lin Chang. Well, they ran pretty fast. Lin Chang looked toward the spot where the people from the Red Lake base had last stood. It was now completely empty, with only Deng Shiyun's corpse lying there quietly. When Lin Chang emerged unscathed from the minefield, the members of the Red Lake base had already realized the situation was hopeless and that Lei Wanjun was doomed, so they decisively chose to flee. What a pity about that spatial ability user. I never got to see their true face. Wei Sheng said, "It's not much use anyway." Although his move was invisible, you broke free from it instantly. Just flashy tricks. At the Red Lake base, the leader Lei Wanjun was dead. Among the members, besides Lei Wanjun, there were two other ability users, Su Qing and Deng Shiyun. Deng Shiyun died from a backlash of mental power while assisting Lei Wanjun in fighting against the tyrant. Only Su Qing remained, leading the survivors in a frantic sprint out of Lake City. On the way, they encountered zombies. Before the zombies could get close, Su Qing used an invisible void hand to firmly strangle them, their bones emitting a teeth-gritting crack sound as they were crushed to death from a distance. The other members of the Red Lake base were still immersed in the overwhelming shock, unable to calm their emotions. How could this happen? How could this happen? Boss. The boss is a second-tier ability user with all attribute points exceeding 70. How could his thunder zone be instantly broken by that Lin Chang? We're finished. We can't stay in Lake City anymore. If we continue to stay here and run into Lin Chang, he'll definitely kill us. Damn it. Su Qing said nothing and just focused on running out of the city. At that moment, Lei Wanjun was being engulfed by the woman's flames. Su Chang wanted to rush over to assist, but in the next second, he saw Lin Chang charge out of the danger zone first. Immediately after, Lei Wanjun emerged from the sea of flames, standing before Lin Chang and his four companions. When Lei Wanjun faced Lin Chang and the others, his first glance caught caught sight of Su Ching, who was charging toward them from 100 meters away. The two people's gazes met across 100 meters. Just one exchange of glances. Su Ching stopped in his tracks. His eyes reddened, but without a trace of hesitation, he turned and shouted to the remaining people at the Red Lake base, "Go!" At this moment, Su Ching led the group in a swift escape from Lake City. He couldn't see the road ahead clearly, nor could he distinguish the figures of the zombies. The look in Lei Wanjuan's eyes at the very last moment kept flashing in his mind. He must kill Lin Chang. He would definitely come back and tear Lin Chang into 1,000 pieces. The metallic, armor-like scales covering every inch of the first-tier tyrant's body were precisely the great treasure of Lin Chang. Lin Chang sat in the ruins, silently waiting for the start of the faction domination mission. He unconsciously took out a piece of scale armor and examined it closely. This scale armor was by no means a thin layer. Its thickness was at least 5 centimeters. Holding it in his hand, at first glance, it was even difficult to distinguish its front, back, or sides because it was simply too thick. It hardly gave the impression of being the scale armor of some creature. Instead, it looked more like a large chunk of high-quality, high-hardness metal. It is precisely these scales that made Lin Chang reluctant to directly use devouring power against the tyrant. I've knocked off quite a few of these scales. Although I've collected all the ones that were knocked off, only about 30% are intact. What a pity, Zhang Yu said while chewing on an energy bar. There should still be thousands of intact pieces, right? After all, that tyrant is so massive. Wei Sheng asked, Lin Chang, are you sure that Black Armor Machine can really swallow the materials you've collected and help you make equipment? Lin Chang was very certain, but he wasn't too clear on the specifics. After all, in his previous life he had only vaguely heard about it. At this moment, holding the tyrant's scale armor in his hand, Lin Chang felt a surge of emotion. Who would have thought that in his previous life, upon learning of the terrifying existence of the tyrant wreaking havoc in Lake City, he could only desperately avoid the urban areas? Yet in this life he easily defeated the tyrant, holding its scale armor in his hand, contemplating using it to craft equipment. Wei Sheng sipped his milk, staring at the description of the faction conquest mission on the system panel. Lin Chang, once this mission starts, do we have to start killing? But who are we supposed to kill? Do we kill whoever we see? Lin Chang smiled and said, we don't need to kill anyone. Naturally, someone will come to kill us. Ha? Shi Yanhao asked in confusion. Run. Lin Chang explained unhurriedly, all successfully established factions will automatically accept the faction domination mission. When the power struggle begins, all the factions in Lake City will appear on the faction list of the system task. As long as you click on the faction name, you can see the most basic pieces of information about that faction. Zhang Yu immediately asked nervously, what pieces of information? Will it reveal that all our members are ability users? Lin Chang glanced at Zhang Yu and said, you're quite devious. Zhang Yu awkwardly smiled. If they see that there are only 4 of us, and all 4 are ability users, then even the most brainless people wouldn't come looking for trouble with us. Ah, Lin Chang, however, said, you're mistaken. There are far more brainless people in this world than you can imagine. Even if the faction list reveals that we are all ability users, there will still be plenty of factions who, seeing that we are only 4 in number, will instead want to provoke us. At that moment, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly sounded in Lin Chang's ear. Zombie evolution. Over time, 0-level zombies will evolve in large numbers into first-level zombies. Ordinary zombies have a small chance of developing special abilities, becoming special zombies. Mission content: kill 1 first-level zombie with special abilities. Mission reward: all attributes +3, 1 silver quality special primal crystal. Squad expansion 1. Task content: the number of team members reaches 4. Task reward: all team members attributes +3, team points 200. Complete the task. Team expansion 1. Reward obtained: all team members attributes +3, team points 200. Team expansion 2. Mission content: the number of team members reaches 8. Mission reward: all team members attributes +5, team points 300. Trigger the Doomsday Overlord system main quest. Territorial expansion. On the path to becoming a ruler, one always leaves an indelible mark in the hearts of many, creating unique achievements that belong to the ruler in a city. You have already left widely celebrated glorious deeds in Lake City, quietly winning over countless hearts without even realizing it. Lake City has now become part of your territory. Task content: head to the next city to leave glorious deeds and expand the ruler's territory. Task rewards: all attributes +10, purple quality equipment, mobile base. The team-exclusive mission, Team Expansion 1, was completed instantly upon release. 4 people, all attributes increased by 3 points each. Shi Yanhao stared blankly at his system attribute panel, rubbed his eyes, and said, Boss, my attribute points just mysteriously increased by 3 points each. Zhang Yu smiled and said, this is the team-exclusive mission of the boss. Shi Yanhao was somewhat confused. A team-exclusive mission? What's that? Help! Wei Sheng said mysteriously, if it's not something you should ask, then don't ask. Just know that this is one of the perks of being Lin Chang's underling. Shi Yanhao responded hazily, oh, got it. Then he excitedly said, thank you, boss. Ha ha Haha, my overall stats are about to break through 30 points. At this moment, Lin Chang was staring at his system panel. Having just completed the team-exclusive mission, with all attributes +3, his strength had already surpassed 100 points. The team points were at 400, just 100 points away from upgrading the Doomsday motorcycle from LV1 to LV2. What was even more exciting was that he had triggered 3 brand new missions all at once. The reward for zombie evolution was a silver quality special primal crystal. This was an extremely rare item, specifically used to enhance special abilities. Superpowers can be upgraded by continuously using them and defeating enemies to accumulate experience, but special abilities do not have levels and cannot be improved through experience. They can only be enhanced by special primal crystals. Since there are already few people who possess special abilities, it shows just how precious these items are. Lin Chang possesses 3 special abilities: Dominator Aura, Plant Killer, and Power of Greed. Among them, Dominator Aura and Plant Killer are not offensive. They merely provide Lin Chang with buffs that cannot be upgraded, or rather, are fundamentally unupgradable. The only special ability that can be enhanced is the Power of Greed. If the Power of Greed is enhanced, Lin Chang could hardly imagine how terrifying this already cheat-like devouring power would become after further strengthening. The reward for the main quest, Territory Expansion, is a piece of purple quality equipment, the mobile base. Just hearing the name, you can guess what it is: a base that can move with Lin Chang, deploy, and retract at any time. A moving home. In this nomadic apocalypse, having something like this is simply an unparalleled blessing. Since it's called a base, it must be a large complex equipped with defensive facilities. Territory Expansion, Task 1 triggered, which also means Lin Chang is about to leave Lake City Novice Village and head to the next city to fulfill his ambition of dominance. Strength 100.6, Speed 95.3 +5, Physique 96.9, Spirit 99.5. Abilities: Thunder Element E level 551/800, Streamlight E level 299/800, CD 8 minutes, Explosive Touch E level 20/800. Special abilities: Power of Greed, Dominance Aura, Plant Slayer. Equipment: Mental Arcana, purple quality, Blessing of Strength, silver quality, CD 12 hours, Primal Stone Necklace, silver quality, Battle Blade, silver quality, Storage Ring, silver quality, Storage Ring, white quality, Battle Blade, white quality, Battle Boots, white quality. Tasks: Main task, Territorial Expansion, Faction Exclusive task, Faction Domination, System C-level task, Zombie Evolution, Team Exclusive task, Team Expansion 2. For tasks lie ahead, and another busy period is coming. Since several abilities were upgraded to E-level, the increase in experience points has become exceptionally slow. Improving ability experience mainly depends on the number of enemies killed and the strength of the enemies. Lin Chang is already a second-tier ability user with an E-level ability. Fighting zero-tier zombies yields very limited experience growth. Just now, I used the Thunder Element ability to kill a Tier 1 tyrant, and my experience points skyrocketed by over 200. If I had known this earlier, I should have used Explosive Touch a few more times before delivering the final blow to the tyrant. The Zombie Evolution mission has brought some good news. Zombies are finally about to evolve in large numbers. If I kept killing Tier 0 zombies, who knows how long it would take for Lin Chang's ability experience to level up. Did you receive any new tasks? Zhang Yu said, I haven't completed the task of killing the mutated plant yet, but I just triggered 2 new tasks. One is to kill 20 Tier 1 zombies, and the other is to kill 1 Tier 1 mutated beast. Completing them will grant +5 to all attributes. Wei Shang said, I found a level 1 steel, which gives +3 to all attributes, and another task is to kill 10 Tier 1 zombies, which also grants +3 to all attributes. Shi Yanhao said, my task is very simple, enter any steel and purchase any item to increase all attributes by 2 points. Another task is to kill 5 mutated beasts, with no level restriction, to increase all attributes by 5 points. As long as the number of first-level zombies increases, these tasks are not difficult to complete. The most important thing right now is the faction battle that will start in 10 minutes. Everyone's other tasks must be temporarily set aside, because Lin Chang is eager to win the first place reward, the purple quality black armor machine tool. Just as the 4 in Lin City were quietly waiting for the mission to begin, Lake City welcomed quite a few uninvited guests. At the entrance of Lake City, a young man with dyed blonde hair stared intently at the silent city outline in the darkness. So this is Lake City. It does seem much safer than Lian City. His companions behind him were expressionless, exuding an aura of grim determination. Everyone exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly experts. Unlike most survivors in Lake City, they seemed like a group of cold-blooded killers who had fought their way out of life and death battlefields, long accustomed to the cycle of life and death. This city is suitable for development, a woman with a high ponytail said indifferently. This city isn't anything special, everyone is too complacent. Since we're here to complete the faction domination mission, we must take the top spot in Lake City. Once the mission starts, kill anyone you see. No objections, right? A man sneered, Guiware, aren't you stating the obvious? We came came here to take first place. Over in Lianqing, breaking into the top 10 is tough, but here, getting first place is a piece of cake. Guiyuer, with her high ponytail, calmly said, our base will also be established here. Winning the first place reward will be extremely beneficial for the future development of the base. We must secure it. The blonde leader pulled out a cigarette and looked at the system countdown. 10 minutes left, just perfect. After speaking, he instantly shed his earlier indifference, jumped down from a 2-meter-high boulder nearby, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted loudly in the direction of Lake City, Lake City, here I come. The others remained silent. The group with yellow hair had just left 5 minutes ago when another large crowd arrived. The number of people was huge, at least over 2,000. Up ahead is Lake City. Great, we've finally escaped that hellish place, Lianqing. There shouldn't be any strong individuals in Huqing. Let's settle down here. As soon as we enter, let's give the survivors of Huqing a show of force, kill anyone we see. Exactly, no matter if they have power or not. Let's first establish the prestige of our faction. Thousands of people marched into Lake City in a mighty procession. Shortly after, hundreds more arrived. Hurry up, the mission only has 2 minutes left. What's the rush? Those people are in Lake City. They can't run away. Killing them sooner or later makes no difference. If the mission is about to end and we find a faction ranked ahead of us, we can just go and wipe them out. It's that simple, no need to rush. The millions of survivors in the Lake City have no idea that they have completely become a feast in the eyes of outsiders. The brand new E-Class Glimmer has been fully equipped. Shi Yanhao stood up and stretched his muscles. Boss, if anyone dares to come looking for trouble with us, I'll kill them one by one. Let my ice element upgrade to E-Class as soon as possible. Wei Sheng curled his lips and said, I think there's no need to switch to the brand new Glimmer. The previous one still has plenty of durability left, and switching would just waste your mental energy. Those people pose no real threat to us. Jiang Yu concluded, better safe than sorry. Lin Chang stared at the countdown, half a minute left. Inside the city square mall, Duan Sihan and the others were terrified. The faction domination mission is about to begin, and the 4 people from Lincheng, ever since killing the tyrant in Lei Wanjun, have been sitting in the ruins outside the mall without any intention of leaving. It's over, they've set their sights on us. Our Lake City Survivors Alliance has over 2,000 people. If they are all killed, they can instantly gain over 2,000 points, plus the extra 100 points for wiping out an entire faction. No wonder they refuse to leave. But all our food is in the mall, and the storage rings aren't enough to transfer all the supplies. Most of the magic crystals have already been spent on buying various potions. What's going on? Duan Sihan was dragged into the mall and had to use 5 white healing potions just to barely hold on, but he still couldn't move. As for the upcoming faction domination mission, he had no idea how to lead his members to survive. Competing for a spot in the top 10 was already beyond his expectations. The real problem was how to stay alive. This task is cruel to the extreme. It is far more brutal than any task undertaken before. The content of this mission is shockingly to make humans kill each other, with just one reason: complete the task and earn rewards. People are driven to kill on sight. This is the apocalypse, a time of chaos. To avoid becoming someone else's victim, one must strike first, harder, and stronger than others. Duan Sihan closed his eyes, his face full of despair, and said, you all go ahead and evacuate. Don't worry about me or the supplies we can't carry. Survival is the most important thing. The others, however, refuse to give up. Without this food to sustain us, we won't last half a month. The stone tablet here can provide us with a stable source of potions. Leaving this place, everyone will face life and death odds. Just as everyone was arguing about whether to flee, the countdown reached 0. Faction conquest mission officially begins. In an instant, a temporary panel appeared in the minds of all survivors who had joined a faction. That is the list of existing forces in Lake City. There are 2 versions. The first version is ranked by the number of members in each force, from most to least. Lake City has a total of 17,839 forces, nearly 20,000, an astonishing number. Ranked first, the force with the most members is none other than Duan Sihan and his group, the Lake City Survivors Alliance. Faction name, Lake City Survivors Alliance. Faction leader, Duan Sihan. Faction population, 2,506. Faction population rank, 1. In an instant, Duan Sihan and the members of the Lake City Survivors Alliance felt dizzy and lightheaded. Although they had many people, they were so weak. What made them deserve the first place? So ostentatious, so conspicuous. At this moment, everyone in Lake City knows about their power. If other forces discover how weak they are, their stronghold will be breached immediately. It's fine, they only know we have a large number of people in our name, but they have no idea about our exact location, someone reassured. Ah, everyone was startled. There's a map? The locations of all the faction leaders are marked on it. Everyone froze, utterly shocked. Sure enough, a map that could be enlarged appeared next to the temporary system panel. Opening the map, force number 1 was actually located right in the city center square. The numbers are ranked according to the number of people. Lake City Survivors Alliance is force number 1. Everyone's face turned pale. With With this map, no force can hide. Duan Sihan's face turned bright red as he roared. Go quickly. The map shows the location of the faction leaders. Hurry up and leave. Someone said, we can't leave. Lin Chang and his people are right outside. Lin Chang definitely didn't expect that we would give him such a big gift. Yeah, the largest group is right in the mall behind them. If they kill us all, they can get 2,000 points. Where can we escape to? Meanwhile, outside the mall, Lin Chang and his 3 companions stood by the ruins, studying the temporary mission panel. Lake City actually has over 17,000 groups? If we find Red Lake Base on the list, won't we know where the remaining ability user is? I don't know. What if the leader is dead and the base has disbanded? Couldn't find Red Lake Base. Our Overlord base has only 4 people, ranking 17,839. Lin Chang was dumbfounded. There really isn't a force with fewer people than us. In terms of the number of people, they were ranked dead last. Another ranking was currently blank, which was the points ranking. Lin Chang's Overlord base was numbered as Force 17839. Wei Shengdao said, the largest force is right in the mall behind us. Zhang Yu chuckled, lucky for them they know our strength, otherwise they might have already come looking for trouble. At the same time, everyone in Lake City was in a state of extreme excitement. After the release of the faction domination mission, just looking at the rewards for the top ranks, it was clear that those rewards were specifically designed for bases. The first place gets a purple quality charged base protective net, the second place gets a purple quality lightning tower, the third place gets a blue quality poisonous miasma maze, the fourth place gets a silver quality wall of solid ice, and the fifth place gets a silver quality quicksand zone. They are all base defense facilities. Once these rewards are obtained, after establishing a base, these pieces of equipment can be used to protect it. By then, would they still fear zombies? These past few days, they had enough of the endless, omnipresent zombies. As long as they could get one of those pieces of equipment, the threat of zombies that could appear at any moment would be greatly reduced. Nearly 20,000 factions, that's more than enough for a fight. Hey, look, that Overlord base ranked last in population. This is hilarious, it only has 4 people. Ha ha ha, I'm going. If we wipe out this faction, we can directly get 100 points for completely eliminating a faction. And we only need to kill 4 people. They're over at the central square in Lake City. Hurry up and act. There must be other factions eyeing that place too. Who knows, by the time we get there, the 4 people from the Overlord base might already have been taken out by another faction. Meanwhile, inside the mall, Duan Sihan and the others looked through the rankings of faction numbers but couldn't find the faction led by someone named Lin Chang. Until someone hesitantly spoke up. Could it be their faction is just those 4 people? Someone suddenly slapped their forehead. Are you stupid? We can just check the map. Look at the number outside the mall, and we'll know which faction number Lin Chang's group is. There are over 20 factions around us, but judging by the location, right at the mall entrance, there's a faction numbered 17,839. 17,839? Isn't that the total number of the Lake City faction? Duan Sihan scrolled straight to the bottom of the faction member rankings. Faction name, Overlord Base. Faction leader, Lin Chang. Faction members, 4. Power ranking by number of members, 17839. A faction located around the city center square. Immediately, they used the real-world location and map markers to identify which faction the 4 individuals who had just killed the tyrant and Lei Wanjun belonged to. The results shocked them. It turned out to be the faction numbered 17839, ranked last, and it only had these 4 members. Their expressions instantly became incredibly vivid. Suddenly, I feel like our luck is off the charts. Exactly. If we hadn't seen with our own eyes how Lin Chang took down the tyrant and Lei Wanjun, we would also be drawn to a faction with only 4 people. Wow, how should I put it? I don't even want to leave this place anymore. There's definitely going to be a big show here. Not only Lin Chang and their number 17839 faction, but also the number 1 faction from Lake City with the most people is here. I can't even imagine what's going to happen next. These survivors seem to have become addicted to watching the drama. At this moment, they are not in a hurry to go out and hunt for prey. Instead, they choose to hide here and watch the commotion. They are not the ambitious type. Seeing that Lake City has nearly 20,000 factions, they can almost foresee that the city will soon be drenched in blood. They don't have the resources to fight. They only hope to survive these 7 days. The most perfect plan in mind is, after the power struggle ends, attempt to join one of the top 5 forces. Once they join, they can enjoy the protection of the base's defensive facilities, so why risk their lives? They simply don't have the capital to fight desperately. Especially after witnessing Lin Chang's terrifying strength, they dare not provoke anyone lightly. If someone is blind enough to provoke a powerful existence like Lin Chang, that's courting death. At the same time, numerous forces within the city began gathering at the central square. Did you notice? The number 1 force and the last-ranked number 17839 force are both at the city center square. One is inside the mall, and the other is just outside, separated by only a few dozen meters. What does this mean? Could it be that the fight has already started? Definitely a fight broke out. One group has the most people, while the other only has has 4. How could they not fight? How could the number 1 faction let go of this fat sheep? Killing 4 people would earn them 100 total annihilation points. Even a pig would know what to choose. The luck of the Survivor Alliance in Lake City is simply off the charts. They probably never expected that the faction with the fewest members would be right outside their base. If it weren't for this map, who could have discovered these 4 people? Hurry! Keep a close eye on the faction information at the Overlord base. Check if their numbers have decreased. If even one person is gone, we won't go. Exactly. As long as another faction takes out one of them, we won't go. Even if there are only 3 left, it would only earn 3 points, and we wouldn't be able to get the 100 total annihilation points. There's no point in going to die for nothing. And the largest number 1 faction is also there, with more than 2,000 people, which is truly terrifying. These people kept a close eye on the number of people from the Overlord base along the way. 4 people, not a single one missing. Although they were happy, their hearts were filled with doubt. How strange. A heartfelt sigh. I damn well think it's strange too. Now all the forces in Lake City are moving on the map, and judging by the direction, most of the forces in this district are heading toward the city center square. But why are the dozens of forces near the city center square not moving at all? What are they doing? Why are they completely motionless? I find it too bizarre. Could it be that the forces near the city center square haven't received the system notification that force conquest has already started? There's force number 1 and force number 17839 over there. Clearly, it's the core area of the entire Lake City's conflict. Why are they all just standing there, not moving? Even if they're slow, there's no way they haven't noticed the forces numbered 1 and 17839 on the map, right? Aren't all the light dots representing the leaders of the surrounding forces obviously moving toward them? Could it be that they're scared of force number 1 and no one dares to act recklessly? What a bunch of weirdos. Whatever, it doesn't matter. As for force number 17839, we must wipe them out completely and fight hard for those 100 points. As for force number 1, it's not untouchable. Look, at least hundreds of forces are converging on the city's central square. The combined numbers of these hundreds of forces might exceed 10,000. What are the 2,000 people of force number 1 compared to that? Wipe them all out. Each force can earn kill points. Meanwhile, inside the mall, Duan Sihan and the others waited and waited, but Lin Chang and the other 3 never showed up. They looked out from the 3rd floor glass window and saw that the 4 of them were still sitting there. No, it was Lin Chang sitting alone, while the other 3 had stood up, their faces full of excitement. It's over. It's over. They've stood up. They're holding knives in their hands, and their expressions are downright creepy. Are they finally coming in to kill us? We're not to be messed with either. As long as they dare to come in, we'll all attack together. The speaker's voice was trembling slightly. Look at the map. There are hundreds of forces rapidly approaching us. Could they already know that our number 1 force is just large in numbers but actually full of rookies? We're doomed. How did the information leak? How were we exposed so quickly? The first wave of forces arrived but did not rush in, as the scene before them left them stunned. The city center square is a famous office building street in Lake City, where white-collar workers go to work. On both sides of several surrounding commercial streets are office buildings towering 20 to 30 stories high, making it one of the busiest areas in Lake City. But now, all these tall buildings have been destroyed. Some have completely collapsed, with rubble and steel piling up across the entire street. Many bodies are trapped under the ruins, and some buildings have been smashed in the middle, leaving only the lower portions still standing. The remaining lower parts could still reveal, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, that there were quite a few survivors inside. Judging from the map distribution, these people were members of the forces around the city's central square. What exactly happened here before? How did it end up like this? Wasn't it said earlier that there was a tyrant causing destruction here? The forum mentioned that Lei Wanjun, the leader of the Red Lake base, used thunder power to deal with the tyrant. Oh, right. The power of the thunder is too terrifying. The tyrant has also been successfully killed. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to come out and complete the faction domination task. Don't rush to the mall area yet. There's still faction number 1 stationed there. Since we're here, let's take out both number 1 and number 17839. Once the other factions gather and the numbers increase, we can act together. Heh. Of course, we should slaughter both fat sheep together. Hopefully, there aren't any strong fighters in faction number 1. So what if there are strong fighters? With our alliance of over 100 factions, their 2,000 or so people are nothing. The members of the faction inside the building, upon seeing this scene, could hardly hold back their laughter at this moment. They could almost guess the thoughts running through the minds of the faction members gathering downstairs. They really came, and quite a lot of them too. Looking at the map, even more factions are on their way. Laughing to death, you can really watch a grand drama unfold here. Did you guys notice? Lin Cheng and his team are so powerful that they must be able to see the distribution of dozens of forces on the map, yet they haven't taken the initiative to go out and kill anyone. Is this the demeanor of the strong? If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them? At first, I was worried Lin Cheng might come to kill us, but it turns out they just stayed quietly, like fishing, and ended up reeling in so many fools. Why don't these people think about it? The tyrant who caused such a stir half an hour ago, how did he die? Who killed him? And why did the Red Lake base, which was so prominent on the forum before, completely fail to appear on the list of forces after the power struggle began? Wei Sheng stared at the glowing points on the map, representing several forces getting closer to the four of them, and couldn't contain his excitement. They're really coming. These people are so despicable, actually trying to surround and eliminate us. Jiang Yu waved her silver battle blade. Just what I wanted. Kill anyone I see. I was feeling a bit uneasy, considering everyone, but if others want to kill us, that's a different story. Shi Yanhao said firmly, today, I must upgrade my ice element to level E. I'm only 20-something experience points away. Wei Sheng clicked his tongue and smugly said to Qi Yanhao, my gun specialization has already exceeded 70 experience points, just 25 points away from leveling up. Qi Yanhao looked puzzled. How could it be? Didn't you just acquire this ability and only use it twice against the tyrant? Wei Sheng explained with a smile. It's precisely because the target was the tyrant, and later my silver battle knife directly pierced its eyeball and destroyed its brain, so the experience points skyrocketed by dozens all at once. Wei Sheng held a few sharp stones in his hand, all carefully selected by him. He also got a gun and bullets from Lin Chang, which had been confiscated earlier at Lake City Prison. Wait, everyone, don't move yet. I need to kill a few people with the gun to level up my ability. Jiang Yu disagreed. My fire element is only over 40 points. I want to level up too. Shi Yanhao, seeing Jiang Yu speak, also said, my ice element is just over 20 points short. I need to level up too. Lin Chang finally spoke. Let's rely on our own abilities. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. You were all busy arguing and didn't notice that the second list on the system panel has already been refreshed. The three hurriedly looked at the system panel in their minds. The second faction points ranking was released, and there were already over 60 factions. This indicates that more than 60 factions have shed blood, killed others, and earned points. The first place is faction number 2. Faction name, Occupy Lake City. Faction leader, Zhao Qi. Faction members, 2478. Faction member ranking, 2. Faction points ranking, 1. Power points, 1370. The number of people is only a few dozen less than the number 1 faction, yet the points are as high as over 1,300. Clearly, they haven't wiped out any faction, otherwise, it would have triggered a system-wide broadcast. These over 1,300 points are all from headcount points. Jiang Yu frowned. This faction's name is really arrogant. Shi Yanhao said, the points are still increasing. At this moment, almost all the forces planning to besiege the Overlord base and the Lake City Survivors Alliance had gathered, numbering over 100 groups with a total of more than 10,000 people, although many were killed by zombies. Along the way, today, due to the faction rivalry mission, many survivors bravely took to the streets, working together to kill numerous zombies, earning a lot of magic crystals, and growing more courageous with each battle. These over 10,000 people, full of momentum, converged toward the mall, forming a surrounding force, extremely excited. These people still aren't moving? Whether it's 17,839 or number 1, facing so many light points surrounding them, they're still not taking action? What on earth is going on with them? I don't think we can grab those 100 points from 17839. With so many forces around, do you think everyone has pure intentions? I'm afraid that the moment the battle starts, many will target the forces around them. After all, with over 10,000 people, if you strike first and kill a few more, that's dozens or even hundreds of points. Everyone, be cautious of the people around us. Inside the mall, members of the Lake City Survivors Alliance hiding on the 3rd and 4th floors looked at the tens of thousands of people surrounding them from all directions, feeling extreme panic. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it had been a long time since they had seen so many people appear on the streets at the same time, and their legs were going weak. As so many people, are they all here to kill us? No way, how could they know we're this weak? This doesn't make any sense. So many people actually came to attack us. We're doomed. Bang! Duan Sihan stood alone in the mall's lobby. The map only showed the leader's exact location, while the other members were scattered across the 3rd and 4th floors. Through the already shattered glass wall of the lobby, he saw Lin Chang sitting on a large rock with his back to him. Lin Chang's 3 companions were spread out, standing in different positions around him. Then, Duan Sihan saw more and more people continuously pouring in. Seeing this scene, his palms were drenched in cold sweat. He leaned against a pillar, his injuries had not yet healed, and even standing was extremely strenuous. Leading the group was a rugged man with an arrogant expression on his face. The surrounding faction members looked at the 4 from Lin Chang with astonished eyes, as they were completely unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could this be? Lin Chang's faction only had 4 people in total, so why didn't they hide? Why did they dare to stand so brazenly at the entrance of the mall? Behind them was the mall. If they just went inside to hide, the others would at most find their leader, Lin Chang, while the remaining 3 could conceal themselves in the vast mall, making it nearly impossible to locate them. Yet, these 4 refused to hide, insisting on exposing themselves to everyone's view. Facing an attack from tens of thousands, they remained calm, showing showing no trace of panic or fear. What were they thinking? Could they really be four fools? Are you Lin Chang? Ah, are you the Overlord base? Just four people, and they dare to think about building a base? Ha ha ha, don't fight over it. These four are the prey of our leopard team. These 100 points are ours, no question about it. Duan Sihan was utterly stunned as he listened to the commotion outside. The people from the upstairs Lake City Survivors Alliance were shocked beyond belief when they saw those below preparing to besiege the four from Lincheng, their faces filled with extreme arrogance and disdain. What do you mean? These people are targeting Lincheng and his group? Are they crazy? My god, I thought they were here to kill us, but it turns out their target is actually the four from Lincheng. Such audacity. Don't they know that just half an hour ago, the battle with the tyrant here had just ended? That was Lincheng's handiwork. The thunderous momentum shook half of Hucheng, and they still don't understand whose territory this is? Lin Chang glanced around at the dense crowd and calmly asked, "Which faction are you here for?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, which faction? Of course, it's the Overlord base with only four people. Lin Chang raised an eyebrow. All of you? Sigh. Of course. As long as our faction kills the four of you, we can get those 100 points. Unfortunately, too many factions have come today. Lin Chang smiled and continued, "So, has everyone from your faction arrived?" The air instantly froze. Inside the mall, Duan Sihan and the others, who knew Lin Chang's identity, naturally understood the meaning of these words. If everyone from your faction is present, then those 100 points and the city broadcast will belong to Lin Chang. Unfortunately, the people outside had no idea who they were facing and found these words simply amusing. But, what do you mean? Your Overlord base wants to wipe us out? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This Lin Chang must have gone mad. At that moment, seeing so many people must have scared his brains out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chang finally stood up and said calmly, making a special trip to deliver points, "You really went to great lengths." Many people in Lake City are keeping an eye on the city center square on the map because not only is it home to the number 1 faction with the largest number of members, but also the number 17839 faction with the fewest members. What's even more striking is that over 200 factions are currently converging there. Those hundreds of factions have already surrounded the Overlord base. Wait, the leader of the Overlord base is named Lin Chang. Haven't we seen that name in some forum post? How is that possible? Just watch how these people end up wasting their time. I really don't understand what they're thinking, traveling so far to besiege a faction with only 4 members. 4 people are far from enough to kill. Unless someone moves extremely fast and takes out all 4 in one go, how could they possibly claim all 100 points of force number 17839? This is just looking for trouble, a complete waste of effort. What on earth is going on? However, this can be considered the first grand spectacle since the Force Conquest mission began. Over 100 forces ganging up on the one with the fewest members. Humanity's tendency to bully the weak is truly obvious. As soon as Lin Chang finished speaking, those people were shocked and hadn't even had time to let out their mocking laughter. In an instant, blazing flames suddenly illuminated the entire night sky, silencing the ridicule that was about to escape their lips. Flames erupted from Jian Yu's body, instantly igniting the bodies of dozens of people in front of her. The dense crowd caused the fire to spread rapidly, engulfing hundreds of people in the raging flames. The inferno raged, unleashing screams of panic and agony. The remaining tens of thousands immediately fled in terror from the group surrounded by flames. What is going on? It's that woman. She's a fire element ability user. But it wasn't over yet. Accompanied by a chill, layers of ice rapidly spread from under Qi Yanhao's feet, reflecting the firelight. The temperature, originally scorching due to the flames, suddenly turned chillingly cold, with bone-piercing frost spreading from the legs. Looking down, where did this ice come from? Ah, my legs are frozen. What happened? Get out of here. Immediately, dozens of ice spikes materialized in front of Qi Yanhao, floating in midair. The ice spikes were not large, only as thick as a finger, yet incredibly sharp, emitting a chilling glow. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, wanting to escape but realizing the hard ice beneath their feet had firmly trapped them. They frantically swung their weapons, hacking at the ice. Damn it! Why won't this ice break? An ice elemental ability user? Are you kidding me? That woman is fire type and this person is ice type? Out of the 4, the 2 who acted are both elemental ability users? But the ice layer remained motionless. Suddenly, the sound of something piercing through the air rang out, and everyone looked up in despair. Dozens of sharp ice spikes scattered and shot through the air at incredible speed. Ah, help! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spikes fiercely pierced the hearts, necks, and abdomens of dozens of people. The blood-stained ice spikes emerged from their backs and, without losing momentum, continued to penetrate the bodies of more people behind them. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving no time for terror to spread. Wei Sheng pulled out a gun and loaded it with bullets. The crowd in front of him wore expressions of shock. Shit, where the hell did he get a gun? Get him! Within 7 steps, a knife is faster than a gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun spewed fire. The person in the front row holding the knife was was jolted backward by the intense impact. Rows of people fell into pools of blood. Wei Sheng said calmly, "Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate." Wei Sheng and the other two struck almost simultaneously. In an instant, the Overlord base's score ranking surged into the top 10. Kill points, 408. Those who were watching the leaderboard, waiting to see how the Overlord base would be the first to be wiped out and make it to the city broadcast, were utterly shocked. The Overlord base directly jumped to 8th place on the score leaderboard, and the points were skyrocketing every second. In just a few seconds, it soared to 6th place. Unprecedented speed. What the heck just happened? Could the system be wrong? Damn it, over 100 factions besieged 4 people, and those 4 instantly killed hundreds, earning hundreds of points? What kind of joke is this? What's going on with the Overlord base? Only 4 people, yet their strength is this overwhelming? The survivors near the city center square were waiting for this scene. They watched with schadenfreude as the tens of thousands who were so arrogant just a second ago were now slaughtered into corpses by Lin Chang and his group of 4. TSK, they must be regretting it to death now, right? They probably never imagined in their lifetime that a 4-person base could have every member be this formidable. They themselves have no brains and don't think about where the tyrant just died or who killed him. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare come near the city center square at this time. Lin Chang hasn't even made a move yet, and hundreds of people have already died in an instant. Some people on the outskirts have started to flee, but there are still some fools who actually think this is infighting among the hundreds of forces and have directly started attacking each other. Truly, Lin Chang was shocked to see those people in the rear actually start fighting among themselves. Damn it, don't steal his points. In an instant, thunder erupted. Purple lightning descended like divine punishment, roaring and enveloping the rear of the crowd. The deafening thunder echoed across half of Lake City. The purple light illuminated the entire sky, and everyone couldn't help but look up, their eyes fixed on the distant, surging purple lightning. Smack! Is that the city center square over there? The aura is too powerful. Absolutely invincible. It's that purple lightning again. That's right, it's the location of Force Number 1 and Force Number 17839. This must be the Esper from the Overlord base taking action. It must be. Only their faction is crazily increasing their points. Quick, look at the points ranking. Oh my. The first place has changed hands. It's the Overlord base. Points, 3,876. A thunderous eruption directly surged by more than 3,000 points. This means that this lightning element ability user unleashed a single strike, instantly killing over 3,000 people? That's unbelievable. In Linchang, a lightning element ability user erupted, instantly slaughtering over 3,000 people, leading his Dominator base straight to the top of the points ranking. At this moment, those who came to besiege the Overlord's base were all dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the thousands of charred corpses not far away. How could this happen? It was too fast, everything happened too quickly. The siege that was supposed to be initiated by them was instead preemptively attacked by the 4 from the Overlord's base. In an instant, hundreds of them were slain. Fire element ability user, ice element ability user, machine gun strafing. Is this reasonable? A faction with only 4 people actually has so many superhumans, and all of them possess rare and powerful elemental abilities? And there's even one person wildly firing a gun. The actions of these 3 are already unbelievable. However, what's even more incredible is yet to come. The leader of the Overlord base, Lin Chang, made his move, and purple thunder roared down. The aura was extremely powerful, instantly annihilating 3,000 people. How could they possibly not recognize this purple thunder? They were incredibly familiar with the aura of this purple thunder. Over half an hour ago, it was this purple lightning that illuminated half of the night sky over Lake City, directly obliterating the deep blue thunder zone and striking down the tyrant. That's right, it was this purple lightning. How could they not recognize it? But how could they have known that this purple lightning, known to all the people of Lake City and so shocking, was actually the ability of Lin Chang, the leader of the Overlord base? Isn't this Lei Wanjuan's ability? How could this purple lightning be Lin Chang's power? So, the one who killed the tyrant earlier was Lin Chang. At this moment, they felt utterly ridiculous, like unparalleled clowns. Tens of thousands of people are actually clamoring to destroy the person who killed the tyrant and established a new force? Thunder struck mercilessly, and Lin Chang's expression remained indifferent. In his previous life, he had experienced the struggle for dominance among forces and deeply understood how brutal such a war could be. Humanity, under the threat of zombies in the apocalypse, still had to kill each other for mission rewards. Therefore, he would never show mercy to anyone who wants to kill him. If he were weak, these people would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. Thus, he would never be soft-hearted. Being kind to others is being cruel to oneself. In this lifetime, he must reach the pinnacle he once dreamed of in the previous life and turn his dreams into reality. At this moment, everyone in Lake City knew the name of the Overlord base. They also knew the name of Lin Chang. Anyone with a bit of analytical ability concluded those purple lightning bolts that repeatedly shook Lake City were precisely the superpower of Lin Lin Chang, the leader of the Overlord base. That's freaking awesome. A single thunder attack wiped out 3,000 people. With this attack power, the zombie horde is nothing but trash in front of him. I can't help but laugh, wondering what the hundreds of forces that went to besiege the Overlord base are feeling right now. Is the Overlord base still recruiting? They have too few people. They're just missing me. Meanwhile, Blondie stared in shock at the points leaderboard, halting his killing actions. What's this Overlord base exactly? How did it shoot up like a rocket all of a sudden? Guyuer frowned and opened the faction information. 4 people? Seriously? The faction led by the blonde-haired man from Lianqing is called Mad Dog Impact. Faction leader, Huang Bo. Faction members, 88. Faction member ranking, 17,792. Faction points ranking, 5. Power points, 1594. Before breaking into the top 10 of the Overlord base, Huang Bo's Mad Dog Charge was the most eye-catching force. Among the top 10 forces by points, his group had the fewest members, only 88 people. Ranked last in terms of numbers, yet their points exceeded 1,000. At a glance, it was clearly an elite force. This immediately sparked heated discussions among the survivors in Lake City. Although Huang Bo didn't hear the exclamations of others firsthand, he could fully imagine the scene. Who would have thought that the rising momentum was instantly snatched away by the Overlord base of Lin City? Moreover, their sprinting speed was unparalleled, leaping directly into the top 10 and reaching the first place in the next second. Within a second, their points skyrocketed by over 3,000, which was simply astonishing. This shocked the entire Lake City. What was even more striking was that the Overlord base ranked last in terms of number of members, making their extraordinary strength even more apparent. Huang Bo said thoughtfully, "This Lin City is really interesting. Their thunderous aura is truly terrifying. I thought Lake City was full of useless people, but I didn't expect such a strong opponent to be hidden here." Ever since discovering the existence of Lin City, Guyuer had been frowning. The Overlord base is definitely our biggest obstacle in competing for first place. Huang Bo dropped his playful demeanor and said seriously, "There's no need to confront Lin City head-on right now. On the last day of the power struggle, we'll wipe out all the forces ahead of us. That way, we can secure first place." Guyuer nodded in agreement. There's no need to go all out right now, nor to steal the spotlight in the points ranking. Everyone knows that who ultimately takes first place will only be decided at the very moment the mission ends. The good thing about this mission is that this map allows us to track the location of all faction leaders at any time. On the outskirts of Lake City, Zhao Qi angrily stared at the points ranking in her mind. What on earth is this Overlord base? How did it suddenly shoot up to first place? Zhao Qi, leading over 2,000 people, had fled from Lian City to Lake City. They ranked second in terms of numbers. Before the Overlord base surged ahead, her faction, Occupy Lake City, had consistently held the top spot in points. From the very beginning, these people had been ruthlessly efficient, killing with astonishing speed and without a single wasted word. Whenever they encountered someone walking, they would strike without hesitation, completely ignoring whether the person had joined a faction or not. Before the Overlord base surged ahead, Zhao Qi's points had already exceeded 2,000. He originally thought that before the end of faction conquest, no other faction could surpass them. They could maintain their position as the top in points, making all the people of Lake City fully aware of their strength and terror. Only then would the arrogant name he gave his faction, Conquer Lake City, truly live up to its reputation. Unexpectedly, the slap in the face came so quickly. In no time, the Overlord base directly surpassed them, with over 1,000 more points. What made Zhao Qi furious to the extreme and utterly incredulous was that this Overlord base that surpassed them had only 4 people. 4 people. What did this mean? 4 people surged ahead in an instant, killing nearly 4,000 people. Zhao Qi burned with rage and shouted loudly at his subordinates, "All of you, charge into the main urban area of Lake City. There are too few people in the suburbs, which is limiting our kill speed, and that's why we've been overtaken. Hurry up and find the place with the most people. If I didn't know better, I'd really think only those few people at the Overlord base possess superpowers. I haven't even used my superpower yet, otherwise how could I be left so far behind by others? Hurry up and move, stop wasting time in the suburbs." As she spoke, Zhao Qi's gaze fell on the 5th-ranked Mad Dog Charge. I didn't expect Huang Bo and his group to come to Lake City as well. One of Zhao Qi's subordinates snorted coldly, "Their speed is quite fast. I believe that within these 7 days, many people from Lianqing will come to Hucheng. By then, we might run into many old acquaintances." Zhao Qi felt a bit frustrated. He had brought his people to Hucheng to avoid the strong and crazy individuals from Liancheng. Unexpectedly, many others had the same idea. Liancheng was full of powerful figures, and those who couldn't secure a ranking came to the closer Hucheng instead. In this case, what was the point of him coming to Hucheng? If he couldn't get first place, then everything would be meaningless. The reward for first place was far greater than that for second place, a whole 3 pieces of purple quality equipment. The second place can only get 1 purple and 1 blue quality equipment. The reward gap between first and second place is so huge. The third place only gets 2 blues, the 4th place 1 blue and 1 silver, and the 5th place 2 silvers. He couldn't even bother to take another look. The 1st place reward is far ahead, leaving everyone else far behind. If you don't get 1st place, it's completely meaningless. Damn it. Those bastards from Liancheng, can't they just stay in their Liancheng and behave? Had to come to Lake City to steal my 1st place. The more Zhao Qi thought about it, the angrier he became, and the fury in his heart was almost ready to explode. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. This Lin Chang might just come in handy. Lin Chang was someone he didn't know, likely a local of Lake City. If Lin Chang found out that so many strong contenders from Lian City had arrived, all vying for rankings and rewards in Lake City, he would surely feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the situation in Lian City was quite unique, and sooner or later Lin Chang would have to face off directly against the strong contenders from Lian City. He would definitely need intelligence about Lian City. Thinking of this, Zhao Qi's heart stirred. He could take the initiative to approach Lin Chang, provide intelligence about Lian City, and pretend to form an alliance. Lin Chang was very powerful. Even from the outskirts of the city, Zhao Qi could still feel that thunderous pressure from afar. First, he would cooperate with Lin Chang to deal with those people from Lian City, and then he would make his move to kill Lin Chang, becoming the ultimate winner himself. Zhao Qi suddenly felt incredibly clever and clapped his hands. That's settled. Let's go straight to the central square of the city where force number 17839 is located. Meanwhile, Lin Chang unleashed the power of thunder, pursuing those attempting to flee. The nearby enemies were all left to Zhang Yu and the other 3 to handle. It was an overwhelming battle, 4 against 10,000, and Lin Chang's group achieved a decisive victory. Before dying, many still tried to use moral coercion to plead. How can you treat your own kind so cruelly? We're all humans, not zombies. Killing us like this, can you live with yourselves? Shi Yanhao grinned and coldly replied, I despise people like you the most. When you came earlier, weren't 10,000 of you scrambling to kill the 4 of us? Now that the tables have turned, you suddenly have so much to say? Keep showing that arrogant attitude you had when you first arrived. More than 10,000 enemies swarmed in, with only a handful managing to escape. The Dominator base's points skyrocketed past 10,000 in just 20 minutes, causing a sensation throughout the city. Even more astonishing, due to the minimal number of escapees, many of these hundreds of bases were directly wiped out by Lin Cheng's group of 4. On the system's temporary mission panel, the city broadcasts exclusive to the Dominator base kept refreshing non-stop. Force 17839 has completely annihilated Force 784. Force 17839 has completely annihilated Force 10766. Similar citywide broadcasts totaled more than 20, rolling continuously, with full coverage. More than 20 complete annihilation records. It's simply unbelievable. 20 times 100, just by completely wiping out other forces, they've earned over 2,000 points. They've directly left the 2nd place far behind. Who can catch up? This Overlord base is incredible. It definitely deserves 1st place. Faction name, Overlord base. Faction leader, Lin Chang. Faction members, 4. Power personnel ranking, 17,839. Power points ranking, 1. Power points, 11,895. Everyone in front of him was killed, and the Overlord base of Lin City had already surpassed 10,000 points. He glanced at the 2nd-ranked Occupy Lake City, which had just over 4,000 points, still far from catching up. Shi Yanhao excitedly came over to report, Boss, my ice element has upgraded to E level. My fire element has also upgraded to E level. My firearm specialization has also reached E level. Wei Shang added, but I'm not happy. I want an elemental ability too. Lin Chang replied with a smile, alright, let's go find the stone tablet. Shi Yanhao stared at the points leaderboard on the system panel, but isn't it the faction conquest period now? The 2nd place only has over 4,000 points. It feels like we'll catch up soon. Shi Yanhao has always had a sense of crisis. Lin Chang said calmly, no rush, it's only the 1st day today, there are still 6 full days left. For Lin Chang, the 1st place in faction conquest was a must-have, but he didn't plan to kill indiscriminately. On the last day, if any faction ranked ahead of him, he would personally seek out that faction and directly annex them. If they refused, then he would annihilate them completely. Ideally, the annexation would succeed. Even if the other party is unwilling, he still has Wei Shang's power of laziness. Wei Shang was born with strong mental strength capable of briefly controlling the opposing leaders, no matter how powerful they are, and making them agree to be annexed by the Overlord base. When one faction annexes another, it can directly acquire all the points accumulated by the other party. Similarly, those factions ranked lower might unite at the last moment, merging their points to surge ahead and compete for rewards. To be on the safe side, Lin Chang had already made preparations. Even if the Overlord base of Lin Chang remains firmly at the top of the points leaderboard on the last day, he still plans to capture all the top 10 forces in one fell swoop. He openly shared his plan, and Zhang Yu and the other 2 were all shocked upon hearing it. Is that really the case? When the mission was released, it never mentioned that annexing a force would allow you to inherit the points they had previously accumulated. This is a hidden rule. inevitable. Someone was bound to discover it sooner or later. Lin Chang relied on the memories of his previous life and naturally remembered vividly the hidden rules of those tasks that had left a deep impression on him. In his previous life, during the power struggle in Lake City, the Red Lake base had always been far ahead. But at the very last moment, more than 20 factions ranked outside the top 10 suddenly began to merge, instantly surging to third place on the points leaderboard, almost squeezing into second place. At that time, many big shots were left shocked and terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Therefore, Lin Chang was determined to ensure that he firmly secured the first place when the final task settlement occurred. He planned to defeat all the leaders of the top 10 forces on the last day, forcibly merging them to eliminate the possibility of the remaining forces joining together to challenge him. The combined points of the top 10 forces would require merging hundreds of other forces to be surpassed by latecomers, which was simply impossible. Once the task settlement was completed and he received the first place reward, he would then kick these people out. After hearing Lin Chang's plan, Wei Sheng's eyes immediately lit up, as if he could already imagine the arrogant look on the faces of those top 10 leaders when they were beaten up on the last day. Good. Lin Chang, you are truly brilliant. Let's go find the steel right now. Hurry up and get me an elemental ability. I'm almost dying of jealousy over you all. Zhao Qi led her team swiftly toward the city center square. Halfway there, she discovered that force number 17839 was on the move. The subordinate asked, "Boss, should we pursue?" Zhao Qi gritted her teeth. "Don't pursue. It might anger Lin Chang and make him mistakenly think we want to kill him." But thinking about the increasing number of people from Liancheng flooding into Wucheng, she couldn't sit still. She must win Lin Chang over as an ally to jointly resist those powerful Liancheng ability users. Otherwise, his influence might not even make it into the top 10. At this moment, one of Zhao Qi's subordinates suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the trading area in Lake City. Lin City has posted intelligence for trade." No way, he's still looking for the stone tablet? It's the middle of the faction domination mission period. Does he really think that over 10,000 points are enough to keep him in first place for the next 7 days? I'm afraid he'll be knocked down before dawn. Yeah, what is Lin Chang thinking? At this time, he still has the mind to look for a stone tablet? He has quite a few magic crystals on hand and even offered a reward of 1,000 zero-level magic crystals to find a stone tablet with elemental abilities. Zhao Qi couldn't help but click her tongue. Spending 1,000 zero-level magic crystals for a piece of information, very few people are that generous. Moreover, this type of information can likely be found on public forums as well. The difference is that information on public forums is hard to verify and lacks timeliness. On the other hand, information transactions in the trading section are guaranteed by the system, ensuring the authenticity and validity of the acquired information. Almost in the next second, Zhao Qi saw that the information transaction posted in the trading section by Lin Chang under the name of the Overlord base had disappeared. This indicates that the transaction was successful, and Lin Chang obtained the intelligence he wanted. Someone provided the exact location of the elemental ability stone tablet within Lake City. The next moment, Zhao Qi's eyes widened. Rumble! He saw on the map that the light representing the Overlord base leader Lin Chang was speeding away at an astonishing pace. This speed. Are you kidding me? In an instant, Zhao Qi made up her mind. Chase him. Damn it, he really is interested in elemental abilities. Whether or not he can acquire elemental abilities, he must find Lin Chang to join forces with him. Meanwhile, in an old residential area, Wang Yuchen stared in shock at the pile of magic crystals in front of her. She had actually received a total of 1,000 zero-level magic crystals just for providing a piece of information. What was even more unbelievable was that these magic crystals had been directly thrown in front of her by the apocalypse system from a distance. It's simply unbelievable. Wang Yuchen looked up at the black mysterious stone tablet standing in her living room. She had once entered the interior of the stone tablet and saw a wind element ability of purple quality inside. Priced as high as 5,000 zero-level magic crystals, it was downright terrifying. Just now, she sold this piece of information in the trading zone to Lin Chang, the leader of the Overlord base, in exchange for 1,000 magic crystals. This stone tablet contains quite a few pieces of equipment. There are 10 white quality battle knives, priced at 50 magic crystals each. There is also one silver quality battle knife, priced at 200 magic crystals. Although she had never stepped outside, she guessed that magic crystals were probably the halos above the zombies' heads. To exchange for a white battle knife, she would need to kill 50 zombies first. She didn't even dare to think about it. She also understood that the stone tablet appearing in her living room was definitely a treasure. Perhaps people outside had already gone mad trying to find it and fight over it. So, in the past few days, she neither went out nor opened the door for anyone. She was afraid someone might discover the stone tablet in her home and come to harm her. Until yesterday, when the faction building task was released. Zhang Sun from downstairs knocked on her door, asking if she wanted to join his faction. She thought about it. Joining would increase all her attributes by 2 points and unlock more system functions, so she agreed. Then Zhang Sun coaxed her to open the door, saying that as a single woman living alone, she needed a man's protection. But she didn't dare relent. Before the apocalypse, that man often stared at her with lecherous eyes. After the apocalypse, with no law or order, who knew what terrible things he might do once she opened the door? Her vigilance was strong. Moreover, these past few days, she kept having the same dream. She dreamt of Zhang Sun climbing into her home from the downstairs balcony, stepping on the air conditioner unit. In the first dream, she was assaulted and then killed by Zhang Sun. The second time, it was the same dream. This time, she had some awareness in the dream, as if she could control it, but it was very difficult. When Zhang Sun struggled to climb onto the balcony, she mustered all her strength and kicked him down. He fell onto the air conditioning unit on the third floor. Though he didn't die, he was seriously injured. This time, she successfully survived in the dream. The third time, the dream was still the same. This time, she felt she could move freely. She crouched under the balcony, waiting for the moment Zhang Sun climbed over and stabbed a knife into his neck, successfully killing him in the dream. She didn't know what these dreams meant, but they were so vivid that she couldn't help but be more cautious of Zhang Sun in real life. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Sun sat in his home, restless and itching with desire. He had long harbored wicked thoughts about the female college student upstairs, Wang Yuchen. The apocalypse had broken out, and it seemed like the perfect time to indulge in evil. However, on the first night, when he planned to climb up to Wang Yuchen's balcony via the air conditioning unit, he was suddenly struck by unbearable pain all over his body. The pain was so intense that he rolled on the ground and even passed out. When he woke up hours later, he took off his clothes and found himself covered in bruises, as if he had been severely beaten. He was terrified. It was too bizarre. He was clearly alone at home, with no one around. But in the apocalypse, anything strange could happen, so he didn't dare act recklessly again. On the second night, accompanied by the howls of zombie hordes and the screams of humans in the city, he felt he couldn't survive this brutal apocalypse and could die at any moment. Why not indulge himself before death? Once again, he had wicked thoughts. The bruises on his body had faded rapidly over half a day, and the pain had disappeared so airily that he began to think it had all been an illusion. Perhaps the stress of the apocalypse had caused a mental breakdown? But the bruises he had seen with his own eyes that morning were undeniable. He decided not to overthink it and resolved to enjoy himself before being devoured by zombies. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, but his eyes widened in shock as he clutched the side of his neck with both hands, making painful caca sounds. Overwhelmed by the intense and very real pain, he passed out once again. After waking up, Zhang Sun was utterly terrified. This was too bizarre. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to feel an invisible knife viciously twisting in his neck, bringing unprecedented pain and despair. He stared at the few drops of blood he had spat out on the floor before passing out, now dried, confirming that this was no illusion. He was indeed injured. It was as if some invisible force was attacking him. He ran to the mirror and saw a bruise on the side of his neck. Just a bruise? It was too strange. Zhang Sun was certain that all of this was absolutely connected to Wang Yuchen upstairs. Every time he had the thought of going up to harm her, he would immediately suffer an invisible attack. The intense sense of crisis made him restless. No, he had to leave this place immediately. If he stayed near that woman any longer, he would end up dead sooner or later. Just then, a knock at the door startled Zhang Sun so much that he nearly jumped out of his skin. He cautiously walked to the door and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Who is it?" From outside came Wang Yuchen's soft and delicate voice, "Brother Zhang, it's me." Zhang Sun's heart tightened. How could this woman be here? Previously, he had knocked on her door openly multiple times, trying to coax her into opening it, but she had resolutely refused, her guard up high. It was precisely because of this that he had twice entertained the idea of climbing up to her balcony. But now, she had taken the initiative to come to his door. What could this possibly mean? Thinking about her strangeness and how he was always attacked by some eerie force whenever he had the thought of harming her, he dared not open the door recklessly. "Xiao Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Yuchen immediately detected the vigilance in Zhang Sun's tone, and even a trace of fear she couldn't quite understand. She hid the silver quality combat knife behind her back with one hand. "Brother Zhang, I'm so scared. There are so many zombies downstairs, and I'm hungry. There's no food left at home. Could you spare me some food? I know that in the apocalypse, food is very scarce. If you're willing to share some with me, I'm willing to do anything." In an instant, Zhang Sun's emotions surged. Listening to the soft and delicate voice of the female college student outside, he couldn't help but picture her curvaceous and alluring figure in his mind. If he didn't feel moved at this moment, he wouldn't be a man. That strange attack earlier could never have been Wang Yuchen's doing. How could a woman who knows nothing possibly make him so miserable from a floor away? That was definitely his overthinking. That force must have come from some other eerie existence in the apocalypse and had nothing to do with Wang Yuchen. The next second, Zhang Sun, filled with excitement, quickly opened the door. "I still have quite a lot." Before he could finish speaking, his gaze was firmly drawn to a shimmering silver battle blade. Facing him was Wang Yuchen, holding a silver quality battle blade. The blade, purchased for 200 magic crystals, could easily break through his door. She had initially chosen to appear weak, considering the disparity in strength between men and women, not wanting Zhang Sun to be on guard too early. He instinctively stepped back, but the sharp silver blade still effortlessly slashed through his chest. Blood spurted out. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear and shock. What on earth is this blade? How could it be so sharp? Under this blade, his body felt as fragile as tofu. He could clearly sense that Wang Yuchen barely needed to exert any force to split him in half with a single strike. Feeling her murderous intent toward him, he instantly realized the two strange attacks earlier were indeed Wang Yuchen's doing. But how did she gain such immense power? It really was you. It really is you. Facing each other, a series of familiar yet strange images flashed through Zhang Sun's mind. It was as if he saw himself climbing into Wang Yuchen's home by stepping on the air conditioning unit, doing what he had always wanted to do. Her constant curses and screams echoed in his ears. Afraid of alerting the zombies, he strangled her to death. However, the next second, the memory scene suddenly twisted, returning to the moment he had just stepped onto the air conditioner unit, preparing to jump onto the balcony, when Wang Yuchen, who had been lying in wait, pushed him down. He fell heavily from the third floor. The scene twisted again. He was trying to climb into the balcony when Wang Yuchen, crouching against the wall, suddenly stood up and stabbed a small knife into his neck. All of this flashed through his mind in an instant. He was both shocked and terrified. He hadn't done any of those things, yet the injuries he suffered in those dreamlike scenes corresponded precisely to the sensations he had felt during his previous bouts of excruciating pain and fainting, the agony of falling from the third floor, as if his entire body were fractured, the bruises on his body, the despair of near suffocation as blood surged into his windpipe after his neck was stabbed. He couldn't help but touch the bruise on his neck. You, what exactly have you done? You vicious woman. Wang Yuchen stepped into the room, the silver battle blade decisively slicing off Zhang Sun's head. The movement was simple and efficient, clean and crisp. That silver battle blade, worth 200 magic crystals, was indeed extraordinary. It was her first time killing someone. As she looked at the severed head rolling on the ground and the blood gushing from the neck, Wang Yuchen felt no unusual reaction. Perhaps she had already experienced killing Zhang Sun twice in her dreams. When Lin Cheng and the other three came upstairs, they happened to witness the scene. A young woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, with her long hair styled into a bun, dressed in a pink tracksuit, stood at the doorway with her back to them, holding a blood-stained silver battle knife in her right hand. Inside the room lay a corpse, its head still rolling, with blood gushing out and almost flooding over the threshold. Overlord aura activated. Detected a strong individual from the previous life. Wang Yuchen. Strong individual information. Wang Yuchen. In her previous life, she first joined the Red Lake base and became Lei Wanjuan's right-hand person. Later, she was recruited by the Hunter Alliance and became a core member of the Alliance. Lin Cheng's heart trembled. Wang Yuchen. Hunter Alliance. This name is what truly shook the post-apocalyptic world to its core. Although the Red Lake base was renowned in the previous life, dominating 3 surrounding cities, the level of the Hunter Alliance far surpassed that of the Red Lake base. Throughout East Asia, the Hunter Alliance is a terrifying force that sweeps across regions. With immense power, they have alliance branches in many major cities, and the leader of each branch is strong enough to crush experts of Lei Wanjuan's caliber. It is truly a superpower in the apocalypse. Therefore, in her previous life, when Wang Yuchen's special ability was exposed on the public forum by a powerful figure who had fallen victim to her, the Hunter Alliance immediately issued a global wanted notice. That wanted notice was known as the most sincere, the gentlest, yet the most domineering one. A bounty was placed on Wang Yuchen, a core member of the Red Lake base, but she must be brought back alive and unharmed. Moreover, the person brought back must be extremely respectful, completely obedient to Wang Yuchen, and serve her with utmost dedication. The wanted notice even explicitly stated the hope that Wang Yuchen would voluntarily go to the nearest Hunter Alliance branch within a few days. There, she would receive the most generous treatment. Otherwise, the Red Lake base would be directly accused, and all members except Wang Yuchen would be slaughtered.